On Jiulong Island within a stone chamber, Lü Yue sat cross-legged upon a stone bed clad in a scarlet robe, his eyes half closed. Slowly he opened them, letting his gaze sweep across the 4 stone walls. This place is... Before the words were finished, a surge of memory flooded into his sea of consciousness like a rising tide. It was too full, too heavy, his awareness stalled, and his body went limp, collapsing where he sat. He did not know how much time had passed before he once more straightened his body, breath steady, fingertips lightly tapping his knee. The foreign memories had already fused into his own. The original owner of this body was also named Lü Yue, a disciple of the Jie sect, seated among the inner disciples beneath the sage Tongtian, not personally transmitted, bearing no honorific title, having established no great merit, and not fallen upon the battlefield, but instead dying within his own cave dwelling, when while refining a plague miasma poison formation, he fell into chi deviation and had his very primordial spirit eroded away by the array's baleful aura. Before his eyes, 3 magical artifacts rested quietly upon the stone desk: the plague bell, the finger plague sword, and the plague parasol. He stared at them for a moment, then reached out to brush the sword's scabbard before withdrawing his hand again. Since I have awakened, I may as well go on living. Thunder suddenly erupted, exploding beyond the clouds. His shoulders trembled. He lifted his eyes toward the light streaming through a fissure in the stone ceiling. What sort of farce is this? He let out a sigh, ceased overthinking, and closed his eyes to focus, following the pathways of the Shangqing true art stored within his mind as he guided qi into his meridians. A chime rang out in his mind, heaven-defying comprehension activated. The host may now comprehend the Shangqing true art. The corner of his mouth curled as he let out a low chuckle. So it has come. A system. There is no need to rush into acknowledging it as my master. If my comprehension truly defies the heavens, the road already lies beneath my feet. The path of plague is a narrow road. Walk it steadily, and one may seal themselves as a god if stray from it, and one becomes mere ash of calamity. In the vast Honghuang, there are 3,000 great Tao's power, as the ultimate extreme time, as the sovereign space, as the exalted thunder, as the lord of annihilation. Since I lack nothing in comprehension, why should I confine myself to a single gate? With that thought settled, his mind sank fully into the scripture. 1 year later, by comprehending the Shangqing true art, you have attained the Shangqing Divine Thunder. 5 years later, by comprehending the Shangqing true art, you have refined the Xianhuang Body Golden Immortal level. 10 years later, by comprehending the Shangqing true art, you have deduced the Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Scripture, Tai Golden Immortal level. 100 years later, the Shangqing true art flows perfectly without obstruction. You have created the Nine Firmaments True Scripture, De Luo Golden Immortal level. Lü Yue opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His aura was deep and heavy, and there was no longer any trace of the confusion that had marked his first awakening between his brows. An offensive art at the De Luo Golden Immortal level was not his final destination, yet it was a solid and very real rung upon the ladder of ascension. One step further would bring him to the threshold of quasi-sainthood, requiring contact with the very source of the laws themselves. For now, however, he was but at the initial stage of true immortal. Above earth immortal, not yet reaching profound immortal, much less the realms of golden immortal Tai, or De Luo. Within the Jie sect he had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, to break through from earth immortal to true immortal already showed considerable diligence, and to open an alternate path of plague further revealed his innate talent. Now with the self-composed Nine Firmaments True Scripture in hand, his meridians flowed of their own accord, his spiritual ingenuity turned by itself, and cultivation proceeded without any hindrance. Spiritual energy on Jiulong Island was abundant, though not as vast as that of Bo Palace on Janeo Island or Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. It was more than sufficient for breathing and cultivation. Activating the Nine Firmaments True Scripture, he formed a small vortex of qi above his head, and the surrounding spiritual energy flowed toward him like creeks converging into the sea, silently pouring into his Baihui point. Just as his cultivation reached its deepest state, a majestic voice resonated directly into his consciousness. 10 years hence Bo Palace will open its lecture. Lü Yue withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet, his expression calm. In the blink of an eye, another millennium has passed. Master is going to lecture. Tongtian Jiaozhu, the Shangqing sage lord of the Jie sect. When Lü Yue first entered the sect, the Wu and Yao clans had not yet torn into full conflict, and heaven and earth still lingered on the eve of their great struggle. Now 2,000 years had passed, the Wu race was flourishing, the demon court remained unfallen, the investiture of the gods list had yet to be inscribed, and nothing in the grand situation was settled. He stepped out through the door, the hem of his robe brushed over the stone steps, wind rising beneath his feet as he shot straight toward Janeo Island in the eastern sea. Bo Palace stood upon Janeo Island, the Tao field of the sage, where unless one was a personally transmitted disciple, one could not take a cushion in the foremost rows. The inner disciples claimed their places according to order of arrival. If one reached even a moment earlier, one gained that much more opportunity. He placed no faith in luck, only in position. The closer one sat to the sage, the truer the Tao sound, the clearer the Qi resonance. Even heaven-defying comprehension needed borrowed momentum to ascend. In midair, streams of radiance crisscrossed in all directions, all darting toward the same destination. There was no need to see faces by the color of the escape lights and the ebb and flow of their Qi. He knew they were fellow disciples of the same sect. Lü Yue accelerated, his robes billowing, his figure transformed into a single line of scarlet light that pierced into the boundless sea of clouds. This time he truly understood what it meant for 10,000 immortals to gather. All along the way, trails of light were unending. Each one marked a cultivator rushing to the lecture. The scene before him already held more than 6,000 streaming shadows. Fortunately, he had broken through to Golden Immortal during his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, even securing a place in the foremost rows might have proved difficult. Jian'eo Island, the Tao field of the sage, was one of the foremost sacred grounds of cultivation in all Hongwang. Clouds rose and sank above the island, five-colored mist swirling. Rare spiritual trees and exotic grasses seldom seen in Hongwang grew here in thick profusion, as if they were mere common plants. Ferocious beasts threaded through the forests, and immortal birds swept through the sky in formation. Dozens of people already waited quietly upon the island. With a light touch of his toes, Lü Yue let his figure manifest fully and landed steadily upon the ground. In the sage's Tao field, one could not fly in the air. Even rising a single foot was a discourtesy. He quickened his steps, striding straight to the front of Bo Palace, entered within, and sat upright, letting his gaze sweep around the hall. Bo Palace was the residence of the sage. Lamps burned bright within the hall, casting resplendent light upon the walls. 2 rows of coiling dragon pillars of gold stood to either side, scales and claws seeming ready to stir. Their twin eyes faced the palace gate, as though silently watching every newcomer. The walls were carved full of strange beasts in archaic forms, several of which Lü Yue had never seen before. The floor was paved with green stone, seamless and whole with no joints visible. He had arrived quite early. Many of his fellow GS sect disciples had yet to come. Ahead, 8 people already sat in silence, 2 men and 6 women. Lü Yue rose and bowed deeply in formal salute. I pay my respects to Senior Brother Duobao, Senior Sister Jinling, Senior Sister Wudong, Senior Sister Guiling, Senior Brother Zhao Gongming, Senior Sister Yunxiao, Senior Sister Bi Xiao, and Senior Sister Qiongxiao. His tone was deferential, his movements precise and proper. Once the salute was complete, he returned to his original seat. The 8 each lifted their eyes, slightly sweeping his aura with a brief glance before nodding faintly. The first 4 were personally transmitted disciples, their status transcendent. Among the latter 4, Zhao Gongming was the foremost of the outer disciples, while the 3 Xiao sisters had received personal teachings from the sage, all far from ordinary. Lü Yue could only discern Bi Xiao's cultivation. At the level of Tai True Immortal, the depths of the other 7 were unfathomable, like bottomless seas. After offering his salute, he lowered his eyes and adjusted his breathing, quietly awaiting the opening of the lecture. Time slipped by without a sound. The sage will soon arrive. Maintain solemn silence. A clear voice rang out. Lü Yue opened his eyes and looked ahead. On either side of the palace gate stood 2 child attendants, one to the left and one to the right. They were the water and fire attendants beneath Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had followed the sage for many years, their cultivation far from ordinary. Bearing the rites and protocols, they held an inherent majesty without anger. Their appearance was itself the sign that the sage was about to arrive. Immediately after, 7 Taoists stepped out at an unhurried pace, forming a line behind the 2 attendants. These were the 7 immortals personally appointed by the sage to attend him, their magic power pure, each presiding over a different secret art. Once the 7 had taken their positions, the lecture was about to begin. Lü Yue's heart burned with fervor. He had never personally witnessed the sage opening a platform to preach. His previous lifetime did not count. As he was pondering, a figure suddenly appeared upon the foremost meditation cushion. He had been staring at that spot all along, yet had not seen how the figure descended or condensed. He only felt his vision blur for an instant, and the person was already seated. Was the art of a sage truly so profound? As Tongtian Shengren revealed his presence, everyone rose to their feet. We greet our teacher. The sage's eyes opened slightly, his gaze sweeping across the hall, before closing once more. Sit at ease. I shall now begin the lecture. This sermon will last 100 years. If there is anything you fail to grasp, ask again after the 100 years are done. With those words, the lecture commenced. As the sage opened his mouth, heaven and earth echoed in response. From the dome of the hall, celestial blossoms cascaded, each petal solid and distinct, descending like rain. Below the steps, golden lotuses surged up from the ground, layer upon layer, unfolding to bear up pure qi. All of this was formed from innate spiritual energy beyond the power of mere mortals to create. Lü Yue gathered his wandering thoughts and focused wholly on listening. You listen to the sage's sermon and acquire the basic method of breathing and qi circulation. Upon first hearing this method, he realized it was but the beginning of foundation establishment, and his brows faintly knitted. As expected, the sage's lecture proceeded from the shallow to the profound, starting with the most fundamental roots. He decided at once to listen while cultivating. Silently running the Nine Firmaments True Scripture, he guided qi into his meridians and let it circulate slowly. As his offensive art began to move, the celestial blossoms and golden lotuses sensed a resonance gathering around him one after another. The slight disturbance in spiritual energy caused Tongtian Xingren's eyes to open a fraction wider as he cast a light glance in Lü Yue's direction. Seeing that the path of his cultivation was not the original form of the Shangqing true art, yet still contained its skeletal structure and divine flavor, the sage immediately understood. This was a method he had comprehended on his own. The saint's lips curved faintly as his sleeve swept lightly through the air. In an instant, celestial blossoms fell, ever more thickly golden lotuses flourished in endless profusion, overflowing throughout the entire Bio Palace. Lü Yue remained wholly unaware, immersed solely in his breathing and circulation of qi. Wherever the saint's divine power reached, visions surged like tides, assisting Lü Yue's refinement, as though he were drinking sweet spring water. 50 years slipped by in a flash. His cultivation flowed as water, filling a channel, steadily rising to the peak of Tai True Immortal. As you listen to the saint expound the Tao, you comprehend the divine ability, Fa Tianxiang Di, law of heaven, image of earth. You also listen to the saint's teaching, and your mastery of the Shangqing Shun Lei, upper clarity divine thunder, advances to the level of small attainment. You listen to the saint expound the Tao and gain the Wu Lei Zheng Fa, fivefold true thunder art. You listen further and grasp Wuxuan Zaohua, turning the wheel of creation. You listen to the saint expound the Tao and awaken Diandao Yin Yang, inversion of yin and yang. You listen on and attain Huanyu Hufeng, summoning rain and calling wind. You listen to the saint expound the Tao and master Zhongdi Jingguang, golden light traversing the earth. 7 great divine abilities take root one after another in your heart, several already refined to a substantial degree. After 50 years, the preaching of the Tao finally came to an end. The Saint Tongtian fell silent, and the lingering echoes within the hall gradually dispersed. All present were immersed in the resonance of the Tao, awakening one after another according to their own comprehension of the Great Way. 10 more years passed, and everyone fully awakened. Lü Yue withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet, his aura condensed, and steady, his realm already leaping to Tai profound immortal. Do any of you harbor doubts? As Tongtian Patriarch's voice fell, the disciples began speaking up one after another with their questions. Duo Bao Dao Ren was the first to step forward. As the foremost disciple of the Jie sect, when he opened his mouth, everyone fell briefly silent. The Patriarch answered each inquiry one by one, neither hurried nor slow, every sentence striking precisely at the vital core. Amid their questioning and answering, 10 years of time quietly flowed away. This sermon shall end here. After you return, you must slowly chew over what you have heard and devote yourselves to contemplation. The next discourse will begin 1,000 years from now. Furthermore, the mountain gate must remain closed, the yellow court scripture should be recited, and you must not lightly leave your caves. The struggle between Wu and Yao has not yet subsided. The great desolation still lacks peace. All rose and bowed deeply. We respectfully obey Master's decree and bid Master farewell. Before their words had fully fallen, the figure of Tongtian Patriarch had already vanished without a trace. The crowd turned and walked out of Bio Palace, each returning to their own abode. Lü Yue also followed the crowd out, his steps even and steady, heading straight for the exit of Jineo Island. Just as he left the palace gate and set foot upon the island's stone path, he suddenly heard someone behind him calling his name. Lü Yue Jr. Brother. Lü Yue Jr. Brother. He halted and turned, seeing Zhao Gongming standing not far away with Yunxiao Qiongxiao and Bixiao side by side behind him. Lü Yue cupped his hands in salute, his bearing proper. Senior brother Zhao Gongming, may I ask what guidance you have? His gaze swept over the 4 of them, and within his heart he had already taken measure. Zhao Gongming was already a Tai Golden Immortal. Yunxiao the same realm, her aura even steadier. Qiongxiao was but a hair's breadth from Deluo, having reached the peak of Tai Profound Immortal. Bixiao, like himself, had only just stepped into this realm, her qi still in the midst of harmonization. Zhao Gongming smiled. Junior brother Lü Yue, 10 years of listening to the Tao, and you leaped from Golden Immortal to Tai Profound Immortal. Such progress truly makes one's eyes burn with envy. Lü Yue waved his hand. Senior brother flatters me. Without the teacher's personal instruction, how would there be even half a step of advancement? I merely understood a bit more clearly and remembered somewhat more firmly, that is all. You senior brother and the 3 senior sisters all possess solid foundations, only the final ripening of your cultivation has yet to arrive. Once the opportunity comes, you will step across the threshold of Deluo in a single stride. In the days to come, I will still need to rely on senior brother for guidance. Zhao Gongming sighed. Junior brother, do not coax me. I have been stuck at 12 Golden Immortal for 500 years. I hear the discourse clearly during sermons, yet have never been able to grasp that final crucial pivot. The reason I seek you today is precisely that you comprehend deeply and advance swiftly. Why not come to my cave abode, and we can discuss the Tao at length? Lü Yue's eyes brightened slightly, a natural smile appearing on his face. To discuss the Tao? That could not be better. With senior brother inviting me, how could I dare refuse? I have long wished to consult you on the insights you have accumulated over the years. Zhao Gongming nodded, then turned his head toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao, how would it be to hold this discussion on Sanshan Island? Before Yunxiao could respond, Bixiao had already rushed to speak. Elder brother, why even ask? You are the elder brother of the 3 of us, and junior brother Lü Yue is a fellow disciple of our own sect. For a discussion of the Tao, why bother choosing a place? Surely you don't truly intend to drag junior brother off to a May mountain. That road is long indeed. One trip there and back would likely consume half a month. Zhao Gongming shook his head. Bixiao, mind your tongue. Xiao, however, smiled as she followed up. Elder sister has long prepared a pavilion and clear tea merely waiting for you all to arrive. The 5 of them said no more. They rose into the air, their escape lights flaring together as they flew straight toward the southeast. Before long, 3 islands surfaced ahead upon the sea, set at uneven distances like tripod legs, clouds drifting around them, vegetation radiant with life, with occasional spirit birds flashing by and strange beasts moving through the woods. Junior brother, up ahead is Sanshan Island. Lü Yue focused his gaze, indeed seeing 3 islands embracing one another, clear, chi, rising vitality, restrained, yet not ostentatious. He spoke from the heart. It is indeed a supreme place for pure cultivation, far superior to my small cave by the eastern sea. The 3 Xiao sisters exchanged smiles. Yunxiao said, though this place is not a saintly realm, the 3 sisters guard it, govern it, and nurture it. For 100 years we have never slackened. Since you have come, junior brother, first enter the pavilion and take a seat. The 5 of them landed and followed a winding path until they reached a greenstone pavilion. Yunxiao brushed her sleeve lightly, and a set of plain porcelain tea ware appeared upon the table. This is a clear dew tea we 3 prepare in idle hours by gathering morning dew and roasting flower buds. It has never been served to guests before. Today we make an exception and invite junior brother to taste a cup. With a slight motion of her fingertip, distant stream water flew of its own accord, silently pouring into the teapot. The teapot floated in midair as a tuft of pale cyan flame suddenly rose beneath it, steadily warming the base. After a short while, a fresh, faintly sweet fragrance drifted out from the pot, neither thick nor cloying, yet directly cleansing the heart and lungs. Senior sister's flower tea truly has something unique. 100 kinds of flower buds blended into a single infusion. The thought behind it is exquisitely meticulous. To brew tea while discussing the Tao is itself a delightful affair. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao sisters listened, the corners of their mouths lifting slightly. Junior brother speaks truly. To boil water, cast tea, watch the infusion, and divide the cups. Each is an expression of the Tao. Yunxiao lifted the pot, her wrist moving lightly, filling 5 plain porcelain cups one by one. The tea within was limpid, with a few pale flower petals floating upon the surface. Please taste it, junior brother, and see whether this flavor suits your palate. Lü Yue did not decline. He lifted the cup to his lips and drank it down in one go. At the first touch upon his tongue, pure qi surged upward. As it slid through his throat, the aftertaste stretched long. Excellent tea. It enters clear, yet not bland, fragrant, yet not frivolous. After swallowing, sweetness wells beneath the tongue and lingers without dispersing. He set down the cup, paused slightly, then smiled. If senior sister does not find it troublesome, could you spare me a small jar when I leave? Before his words finished, Bixiao had already answered. It has long been prepared. Xiao nodded in agreement. Even if you had not asked, we already intended to send some with you. Lü Yue laughed aloud. Then I must thank the 3 senior sisters. The 5 once more lifted their cups, sipping and talking, their words circling constantly around that single character, Tao. The Tao lies before the eyes and beneath the feet. Lifting a pot is Tao, blowing on fire is Tao. Oh, simply sitting here in stillness listening to the wind is also Tao. The Tao can give birth to all things. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to the myriad things. The Tao cycles endlessly, without rest, without cessation. What is the heavenly Tao? All things follow their laws and movement, of causes and conditions, each have their proper order. The ancestor of the Tao has instructed the grand trend of the heavenly Tao cannot be opposed. Our grand senior uncle established the human sect emphasizing cultivation of Qingjing Wu Wei, clarity, stillness, and non-action. Those two words, Wu Wei, non-action, what do they truly mean? Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters fell briefly silent. Moments ago they had been speaking of the strength and subtlety of tea fragrance, and in the blink of an eye they had stepped into the depths of Taoist principle. Lü Yue, however, remained unperturbed, smiling as he continued, non-action is not doing nothing, it is not acting recklessly. The grand senior uncle's teaching values following one's true heart and conforming to nature. To move like flowing water, to rest like a mountain, seeming to be without action yet in truth reaching. As soon as the words fell in the 8 sceneries palace of Shouyang Mountain, Laozi sat quietly on a mat, his sleeves slightly moving, and before him the void rippled vividly, revealing the scene of 5 people seated in discussion. The Grand Master of Xiandu stood at the foot of the steps, stunned, raising his head, his gaze fixated on the mirror-like light screen. Could this person truly grasp the meaning of Wu Wei so thoroughly? At the same moment, within the Bayou Palace on Gold Turtle Island in the east, the Master of Tong Tian lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and after a moment of concentration, he understood that it was his elder brother observing the words and actions of his disciple. He said nothing, merely raised his hand and waved, and the water mirror in the hall opened up, reflecting the scene from Shouyang Mountain. After Laozi finished watching, he nodded and turned to Xian. Your third master has indeed taken on a perceptive person. Xian Dust's lips moved slightly as he repeated Wu Wei. Not acting recklessly. Unrestricted. Laozi's sleeve brushed lightly, and a gentle light enveloped Xian, isolating him from external disturbances. The Master of Tong Tian watched the figure of Lü Yue speaking eloquently in the water mirror, responding softly. Then he added, this child has an ordinary root bone, but his understanding is sharp. With a little guidance he will be able to handle matters in the future. Lü Yue, completely unaware, had already turned to the next question. Why did the second master take the word Chan when establishing the teaching? What does Chan mean? Zhao Gongming lowered his gaze in contemplation, while the 3 knights also focused and waited quietly. After a moment, he spoke. Chan means to elucidate, to clarify, to clearly express the path that has been realized. In the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the Primordial Tianzuan was calculating a star map when he suddenly sensed a slight movement in his thoughts. He pinched his fingers and pushed, realizing it was the disciples of Jie Jiao gathering to discuss, and casually formed a mirror of light, capturing every word from Gold Turtle Island. The 3 knights did not interrupt, all watching Lü Yue intently. He paused slightly, then continued. The path of the second master lies in following. Following the principles of heaven, following the sequence of time, following the changes of yin and yang. To elucidate is not merely to speak of one's own path, but also to manifest the laws of the heavenly path. Heaven operates with constancy, and man follows thereafter. When heaven and man are in harmony, it is called unity. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them relaxed, seemingly enlightened. Inside the Yusu Palace, the Primordial Tianzuan slowly nodded. Your third brother's disciples indeed possess spiritual insight. After speaking, he cast his gaze towards the depths of the cloud sea outside the hall. On Kunlun Mountain, the 12 Golden Immortals were each in quiet cultivation when they suddenly felt a chill on their backs, as if something had swept by. They looked up and around only to see the flowing clouds swirling with no one in sight. The Primordial Tianzuan remained silent for a moment, pondering. These 12 disciples possess excellent root qualities and are diligent in their cultivation, and in terms of foundation, they may not be inferior to Lü Yue. Junior brother, when the master established Jie Jiao, does the word Jie signify the interception of the heavenly path? Upon hearing this, Lü Yue first nodded, then shook his head. Senior brother is mistaken. The master established the teaching not to intercept the heavenly path, but to intercept a ray of life. Without Jie Jiao, how many spirits of grass and wood and strange beings of the mountains and fields in the primordial chaos would not even have the qualification to knock on the door and listen to the teachings? Whenever the lecture is held at Ziji Cliff, all beings rush to attend, including scaled and feathered creatures sitting in the front row. Opening the doors widely and not selecting the routes is indeed the survival path of heavenly transformation. 491 escapes from it. As for the differences between the master and the 2 senior brothers, it's merely that the paths they walk are different. Since the Tao is different, there is no need to force them to be the same. Within Bayou Palace, the Master of Tong Tian sat on a cloud bed, quietly listening to his disciples' discussions. The senior brother speaks of following the will of heaven, while the master speaks of seizing a thread of opportunity. The 2 paths often lead to disputes. In a fit of anger, the master brought us to Gold Turtle Island. As soon as the words fell, the Master of Tong Tian's brow twitched, and he snorted lightly through his nose. This disciple speaks of the Tao and unexpectedly brings me into the discussion. It's time for a reprimand. With a slight raise of his sleeve, he pointed with his fingertip. Lü Yue suddenly felt a warmth on his forehead, as if lightly struck by a bamboo ruler, and when he raised his hand to touch it, there was nothing there. He was stunned, looking around in the hall. Only the incense smoke curled, and the jade chime was silent. Ouch! Was that truly the master's doing? Just a casual remark, and I got hit. No. How did our idle talk disturb the palace master? As soon as this thought arose, his mouth immediately closed tight, not uttering another word. Zhao Gongming chuckled and gave him a push. Junior brother, why have you stopped speaking? Those remarks you made just now were all rooted in the Tao, and all the senior brothers and sisters are listening. Lü Yue raised his eyes and saw the 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on him. He merely smiled and lowered his gaze, not responding. Yun Xiao's gaze sharpened, having read a hint of weariness and restraint from his lowered eyelashes and slightly pursed lips, and immediately spoke. Since junior brother has expressed his views, it is our turn now. Lü Yue nodded. Senior brother and sisters, please go ahead. Zhao Gongming no longer deferred, sat upright, and spoke in a voice deep as a bell. I cultivate the dual paths of wind and water. Wind arises from the tiniest of beginnings. Water flows in formlessness. Wind governs change. Water governs form. Wind can bind the enemy's feet. Water can swallow the thrust of power. Lü Yue listened intently, and light began to dawn in his heart. Listening to Zhao Gongming speak of the path of wind and water, he learned the divine abilities: wind binding technique, water dragon technique. The speed of wind becomes clearer, and the nature of water becomes deeper. After Zhao Gongming finished speaking, his breath became slightly heavy, as if the mysterious barrier was loosening. Lü Yue cupped his hands. Senior brother's foundation is stable. The door of the great Luo is likely only a step away from being knocked open. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. If it weren't for junior brother bringing up the topic first, leading to this line of thought, how could I have such a breakthrough today? This progress should be credited to you. Lü Yue waved his hand. It's merely mutual confirmation. The 3 knights exchanged smiles, and Qiong Xiao suddenly said, since elder brother and junior brother have clarified what they cultivate, we should also reveal our own furnace. Yun Xiao stepped forward slowly, lightly brushing her hand over the jade slips on the table, her voice clear and earnest. I specialize in the path of formations. Formations do not rely on complexity, but rather on timing, selecting the right place and aligning with people. Timing refers to the ebb and flow of yin and yang. Geographical advantage refers to the trends of mountains and rivers. Harmony among people means that the heart of the formation is united. The essence of formations is to harness the power of heaven and earth for one's own use, not by forceful seizure, but by guidance. Listening to Yun Xiao speak of the path of formations, he gained an understanding of formations. He gained the 3 talents formation diagram. He gained the 4 symbols formation diagram. He gained the 5 elements formation diagram. He gained the 6 harmonies formation diagram. The 9 curves yellow river great formation arrived. As Yun Xiao's words fell, Lü Yue's fingertips moved slightly within his sleeves, a strand of vital energy, already tracing out 9 loops in the void. Interlocking and linking yellow dust appeared, and turbulent waves surged. He raised his eyes and looked at Yun Xiao. Senior sister, may I ask, have you ever heard of the 9 curves yellow river great formation? Yun Xiao was taken aback, then shook her head. I have not. The one I have comprehended the most is only the 7 stars shining over heaven formation. Lü Yue nodded and spoke slowly. This formation has 9 turns with no straight folds, completely capturing the momentum of mountains and rivers and the changes of creation. When the formation is complete, yellow sand obscures the sun and fierce winds erode the spirit. Only those in the 2 high realms can glimpse its door, and to break it, there are only 2 paths: by brute force or by confronting the formation. If senior sister reaches the Quasi-Saint level and guards this formation beneath the holy realm, no one can cross the lightning pool. Since the primordial chaos, until now it is widely recognized that the top 3 formations are the master's extermination of immortals, sword formation, which only the 4 saints can comprehend, personally severed by the Tao ancestor, the Wu clan's 12 capital heavenly god killing formation, which withstands 3 strikes from the Tao ancestor without breaking, and the demon clan's Zhou Tian star formation, which has stood equally with the Wu formation for millennia, evenly matched. Beyond that, there is only the great master's pre-heavenly 2 instruments formation, which independently generates yin and yang, perpetually flourishing. The remaining formations either fall short in narrowness or are limited by their vessels and have yet to enter this list. Yun Xiao listened attentively throughout her fingertips, unconsciously stroking the mixed yuan golden combat at her waist. After a long while, she softly said, if this formation is truly feasible, it will add a new layer of protection for Jiejiao. The realm of Great Luo is already within sight. Lü Yue's gaze settled upon Yun Xiao, observing how her breath rose and fell like the tide, her aura alternately retreating inward like a fathomless abyss, then surging outward like a razor-sharp blade. He knew the moment had ripened. Senior sister must focus on her seclusion. This junior brother also needs to return to his island to reflect deeply upon the insights gained from today's discourse. This lecture has indeed borne profound benefit. Seclusion will surely consolidate my foundation and expand my realm of cultivation. Zhao Gongming, hearing that Yin Xiao was about to break, threw aloud a faint smile to grace his face's tone, lightening accordingly. Elder sister, rest assured in your seclusion. I shall depart immediately for Amei Mountain. The two offered respectful farewells to the three Xiao sisters. Xiong Xiao produced a plain wooden casket and handed it to Lü Yue. Inside are several tales of mountain cherry bloom tea. Take it back and savor it slowly. When you finish it, come again anytime. Lü Yue accepted the casket with a nod of gratitude. No superfluous pleasantries exchanged. Senior sisters, please stay. There is no need to see me off. Before the words had fully faded, he had already transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling straight toward Julong Island. Seeing him gone, Zhao Gongming gave the three Xiao sisters a slight bow before ascending skyward, his divine light flashing like lightning as he sped toward Amei Mountain. The three Xiao sisters watched them recede into the distance. Their sleeves fluttered lightly as spiritual energy flowed through their meridians, silently activating the island's protective formation, the translucent barrier shimmering faintly before settling once more into profound stillness. Yun Xiao gazed toward the distant horizon and murmured, "Junior brother Lü Yue's comprehension of the Tao is astonishingly lucid." Bai Xiao turned slightly and asked, "Elder sister, your mastery of formation arts has long been profound, yet now your spiritual resonance surges so powerfully. Are you truly on the verge of breakthrough?" Yun Xiao gave a gentle nod. "Truly breaking through? Then go to your cavern at once. I'll stand guard." She turned to Bai Xiao, her expression tender, yet carrying an unyielding weight of authority. "The island remains serene. There is no need for you to stand watch. Enter seclusion instead and thoroughly refine all that Master taught and all we discussed in discourse." With that, her figure dissolved into emptiness, leaving only the faintest ripple of her sleeve. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged a glance, then turned away, each stepping onto a cloud stairway to the left and right, ascending into their respective caverns. Stone doors sealed shut behind them, and silence reigned once more. Lü Yue did not slacken his flight, descending directly upon a solitary islet off the periphery of Julong Island. Though modest in size, the islet faced the sea and sheltered from prevailing winds. Its low, gentle slopes concealed his cavern dwelling carved deep within the mountainside rock. The moment he touched down, he stood at the cavern mouth and glanced upward, his brow furrowing instantly. "TCH. Others' abodes glow with immortal mist, yet mine churns with miasmic vapors day after day, reeking of decay. Once this discourse concludes, I must seek a purer site to re-establish my Taoist sanctuary." Yet this could hardly be laid solely at his feet. The previous occupant had devoted himself entirely to the Tao of pestilence, cultivating toxic vines, breeding demonic insects, nurturing miasmic fungi, until over centuries, even the earth's veins became saturated with corruption. With a flick of his wrist, the pestilence umbrella leapt into his palm, then soared into the air. As his spiritual energy surged into it, the canopy snapped open with a resonant hum, drawing in the surrounding miasma like iron to magnets, swirling it all into the umbrella's depths. In short time, mountain breezes swept across the islet, purifying the air until even the grass blades gleamed with emerald brilliance. He lowered the umbrella, then retrieved the pestilence bell, the pestilence pointing sword, and the pestilence umbrella, arranging them precisely according to the three celestial principles. The bell anchored the heaven position, the sword suppressed the earth position, and the umbrella suspended above the fire position. No dust stirred, yet the mountain trembled faintly. Spiritual energy coalesced silently, and the miasma could no longer breach the sanctum. Lü Yue paused briefly before his cavern entrance, then pushed the door inward and stepped inside. The insights gleaned from this discourse were extraordinary, requiring meticulous contemplation and repeated verification. Attempt the Sanshang Pagoda arises from piled earth. The Tao's vast journey rests upon unwavering foundations. He seated himself upon the stone bed and sank his consciousness deep into his spiritual sea. The phrase spoken by Lord Tontian during his discourse, "Tao and technique nourish each other," now resonated with crystalline clarity. Without technique, even profound Tao cultivation is like bare-handed combat against a tiger. Without Tao, even formidable powers are but paper towers, fragile and hollow. Lacking either renders lasting attainment impossible. Now his insight was unimpaired. He had crossed realms, his divine sense clear, and his understanding swift. Opportunity remained attainable. The grand momentum of the primordial chaos was fierce, yet his human identity formed a subtle thread, making merit and celestial fortune far from beyond reach. Only his origin weighed heavy. He was a post-heavenly human born in a tribe raised amid chaos. Nuwa molded humanity from clay, first crafting 3,000 primordial bodies. Only later, through bloodline propagation, did mortals like him emerge. In childhood, his tribe was slaughtered by monstrous beasts, tiger-headed, leopard-tailed, whose single strike shattered the village walls, leaving none alive. He had huddled deep within a rocky crevice, listening as cries faded into silence. There the seed of obsession took root, if not the art of slaughter, then the path of corrosion. The Tao of pestilence became his sole road to survival. By this path he slew demons, shattered obstacles, and ascended into the ranks of immortals, acquiring along the way the pestilence bell, the pestilence-pointing sword, and the pestilence umbrella. Though forged post-heavenly, their might rivaled that of true spirit treasures. Later, when the Intercept Sect was founded, he traversed 10,000 li to kneel before its gates, and at last received orthodox guidance. Yet early fervor burned too fiercely, hatred clung to his soul, like thorns impeding his progress. He shook his head, gently refusing to dwell on memory. Eyes closed, his spiritual awareness plunged into the profound depths of Daoic patterns. Modeling heaven and earth, proficiency increased. Upper clarity, divine thunder, 5 thunder, orthodox art, creation, reversal, yin-yang, inversion, rain, invocation, wind, summoning, golden light across earth. All attained consummation. A millennium in the primordial chaos was but a blink. Great cultivators secluded themselves for 10,000 years without stirring. And yet while he sat motionless, oceans shifted beyond his mountain, and not a single candle flame flickered within his cavern. Lin Feng's eyelids lifted. 2 golden beams shot forth, cleaving the mountain rock ahead in utter silence. The golden light surged onward unimpeded until striking the invisible barrier of the 3 celestial formation, where it halted abruptly. Emerging from seclusion, his cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the Tai Xian immortal realm, and every divine art had been fully mastered, attaining consummation in its purest form. Calculating the celestial cycles, 10 years remained before Lord Tontian would ascend the lectern to expound the Tao. This opportunity was indispensable. A sage's very breath embodied the Tao, each word, each syllable encoded cosmic truths. Miss it once, and eons would pass before another chance arose. He stepped out of his cavern, gathered the 3 celestial formation flags, returned his artifacts to their proper places, then gazed toward Jinao Island, and launched himself skyward. Activating the golden light across earth technique, he vanished, reappearing a million li away, vanished again. Another million li. On the third flash, his feet touched the black rocks of Jinao Island. The 36 heavenly arts truly live up to their name. Even now, having reached consummation, 1 leap carries me across continents. Should I achieve perfection, perhaps I could truly traverse the entire primordial chaos in a single bound. The thought passed unspoken, merely a fleeting ripple in his mind, as he strode toward Bio Palace. Suddenly a clear, resonant voice rang through his spiritual sea like bronze bells striking jade plates. The millennium has come. Enter the palace and hear the Tao. A faint smile curved his lips, he quickened his pace, and soon stood before the palace gate. Inside the hall, 8 figures sat upright as pines. He paid formal homage in turn, each returned a solemn nod. Lü Yue took his seat and scanned the foremost position. Duo Bao Daoren sat unmoving, his aura deep and vast as an abyss, having long crossed the threshold into the Deluo realm, profound beyond measure. Jin Ling Wu Dang and Gue Ling sat cross-legged, their spiritual auras condensed yet radiant, each at the apex of the Tai Jin immortal realm, awaiting only the slightest spark to shatter the gate into Deluo. Zhao Gongming's aura remained restrained, yet beneath it crackled hidden thunder, already confirmed in the Deluo fruition. Yunxiao's eyes were lowered, her light soft, and inward her chi perfectly harmonized, also a Deluo cultivator. Xiongxiao's breath flowed with enduring depth, mere hair's breadth from transcendence. Bai Xiao, like Lü Yue, stood firmly at the peak of the Tai Xian immortal realm, her spiritual platform luminous and pure, her sharpness contained within. A thread of divine intent brushed his consciousness. Zhao Gongming's transmission. Junior brother, after master finishes his discourse, shall we choose a quiet place to exchange insights on the Tao? Lü Yue fell silent, and replied, senior brother, please wait until the teachings are concluded. With that he closed his eyes, retracting his thoughts, and ceased to speak. The disciples of the Intercept Sect heard his words and rushed from all directions to Jinao Island. Outside the island, the sky was ablaze with light as escape lights, clouds soared, rainbows and beast shadows intertwined like a tide, with myriad immortals converging, the atmosphere imposing. Inside the Bio Palace it gradually filled up. The 4 great personal disciples and the 3,000 inner disciples all sat upright, holding their breath and focusing their minds. Beyond the palace, over 10,000 outer disciples and listeners from various ancient tribes sat cross-legged on the ground. Not a sound was heard. Just like in the past, the water and fire boy appeared first, surveying the surroundings, and gently struck the bell 3 times. The 7 immortals in attendance then stood solemnly to the side of the hall, hands down and poised. The Holy One of the heavenly path had not yet revealed his form, but his presence was felt. The void rippled subtly, a futon appeared spontaneously, and the sage sat upon it, his eyes still closed, yet the voice of the Tao had already begun. This lecture began with the foundation of the heavenly immortals, progressively deepening, focusing on the realm of Tai. What is Tai? It is not merely a transformation of magical power, but rather the forging of the divine soul, the initial condensation of the Tao body, and the beginning of the unification of all laws. Lü Yue listened quietly, absorbing each word, each sentence, reflecting his own cultivation. The obscure parts of the Nine Heavens True Sutra became clear at this moment. Past hindrances melted away like ice and snow. The sage lectured the fundamental form of the Xianyuan law body began to take shape, the 12 Golden Immortal level. The insights into the Nine Heavens True Sutra deepened, the bottleneck loosened. The embryonic form of the method of avatar cultivation had already been established. The Fengshen Divine Thunder transformed into the Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder, its power doubled. With the flow of the Tao sound, his magical power quietly transformed, and he suddenly broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, then continued to ascend until he reached the pinnacle. The entire Nine Heavens True Sutra was thoroughly comprehended at this point. 1,000 years of time passed swiftly amidst the Tao sound. As the Holy One of the Heavenly Path retracted his Tao sound, the hall fell into silence. Everyone remained trapped in the essence of the Tao, lost in thought, and did not awaken for a long time. Eventually someone sighed softly, another rubbed their forehead, while yet another clasped their hands and sighed softly. Questions began to arise, some asked quietly, while others focused and posed inquiries. The sage answered each one succinctly, yet it was as if they were parting clouds to reveal the sun. Lü Yue also stood up to ask two key questions, one regarding the limits of soul division in the Tai realm, and the other concerning the relation between nine heavens overlapping waves and the manifestation of laws within the Nine Heavens True Sutra. The sage's guidance was only a few words, yet it was as if he had drunk nectar, and the profound meanings were suddenly illuminated. The Nine Heavens True Sutra was no longer an ordinary Deluo technique. It had touched the threshold of quasi-sainthood, and as long as his cultivation caught up, he could peel away the hidden patterns of the laws within it layer by layer, evolving it into a true path scripture of quasi-sainthood. This lecture has concluded. The next session will be announced separately. Before the Water and Fire Boy's words faded, he had already vanished. The figure of the Holy One of the Heavenly Path also faded away, as if he had never appeared. Everyone rose in unison, adjusted their garments and crowns, and bowed deeply towards the futon. We respectfully send off our teacher. After the formalities, they gradually left the hall. Escape lights soared into the sky, auspicious clouds laid the path, and magical treasures hummed, each using their methods to depart. Lü Yue stood up, following the flow of people as he walked out, passing through the palace gates, and heading straight towards the island's edge. Zhao Gongming caught up quickly from behind, scanning the crowd with his gaze, and soon locked onto Lü Yue's figure, chasing him a few steps closer. Lü Yue Jr. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? If you slow down a bit more, I fear I would have to search the entire Janeo Island. Lü Yue turned around and clasped his hand. Senior Brother Gongming. Before his words could end, three figures had already arrived beside him. Elder Brother Lü Yue Jr. Brother. Lü Yue returned the greeting. Sister Yunxiao, Sister Qiongxiao, Sister Bixiao. Zhao Gongming chuckled. We agreed to discuss the Tao after the lecture. Why are you leaving as soon as you turn around? Lü Yue shook his head, his expression calm, yet his tone was resolute. Senior Brother, please allow me to explain. I have a feeling in my heart and wish to venture into the wilderness. Zhao Gongming paused briefly at his words, a hint of unmasked regret flickering in his eyes. Since Junior Brother is moved, then go. The wilderness is perilous, be sure to tread carefully. Yunxiao listened, her brows furrowing slightly, then quickly smoothing out. Lü Yue Jr. Brother, take care. The wilderness is vast, every step is fraught with danger. Lü Yue gave a slight nod to the four. Senior brothers and sisters, do not worry, I will be cautious. Before his words could finish, a flash of golden light appeared, and he soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Yunxiao watched him leave, turning to look at Zhao Gongming. Elder Brother, the essence of the teacher's teachings still requires quiet contemplation. It would be better to return early and enter seclusion. Zhao Gongming lowered his head, his shoulders slightly slumped, his expression weary. Elder sister, second sister, third sister, I will return to Amei Mountain first. You should also return to your caves and focus on cultivation. Especially you, third sister, your foundation is not stable. Do not be lax. Yunxiao lifted the corner of her mouth, her smile faint and brief. Elder Brother, you just go. Younger sister has me watching, it will be fine. Zhao Gongming nodded, and the clouds beneath his feet surged, transforming into a streak of flowing light, heading straight towards Amei Mountain. Yunxiao turned around, her gaze sweeping over Qiongxiao and Bixiao. Return to the Three Immortal Island. This time in seclusion, I must truly refine for a year. Bixiao nodded in response, her voice soft and dry. Elder sister. I understand. Her head bowed lower, her fingertips pressed into her palms, yet she did not look up. The three soared into the clouds, colorful clouds paving their way, and soon they had vanished without a trace. Lü Yue left Jinao Island and hovered above the surface of the East Sea. The wind brushed his sleeves clouds beneath his feet, and he looked around in confusion. Since I said I would travel, I cannot simply circle in place. The Intercept Sect's dojo is deep in the East Sea, but the intent of my journey lies in the heart of the wilderness. Then I shall go west. I have yet to set foot on the great wilderness. With this thought settled, he gestured to summon clouds, and leapt onto them as the clouds gradually rose. To the great wilderness I come. His current cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 12 Golden Immortal. Though he would not dare to claim he could act with impunity, he was no longer afraid of ordinary conflicts. Among the 36 methods of the heavenly tides, he understood 17 of them. The Purple Cloud's Divine Thunder had also been refined to the point of solidity, hitting wherever he pointed. Furthermore, the title of a direct disciple of the Holy One of the Heavenly Path was not just for show. If he truly encountered a dead end, calling out for his master would not be shameful. If even this could not save him, then it would be his fate to perish here, and he could blame no one but himself. He glided forward steadily on the clouds. This was his first time traveling alone, a fire burning in his chest, the wind at his feet, but with each distance he flew, a weight was added to his heart. The wilderness never played by the rules. Could the sage always be there to guide the younger generation? If he encountered a foe several realms above him, he might not even have the chance to plead for mercy. But if he did not venture forth, how would he know which path leads to the great Tao? The clouds moved across the sea without hastening his magical power, relying solely on the cloud's momentum to shift slowly. Occasionally, sea beasts leaped from the water baring their teeth and lunging at him. With a flick of his finger, thunder light erupted, and the beast's corpse sank into the sea. The might of the 12 Golden Immortal was indeed not an empty claim. Moreover, this was the territory of the Intercept Sect. If any nearsighted ones truly appeared, he only needed to let out a long howl, and within moments fellow disciples would come riding swords across the waves. There is strength in numbers. This is not reliance, but confidence. A sage does not deceive the younger generation unless you are the one to break the peace first. If someone truly offended him to the core, then the sage would wipe you out without even blinking. Islands dotted the route. Some resembled giant turtles lying on the waves, others looked like white cranes folding their wings, some stood alone like swords, and some formed chains of islands. Wherever he looked there were likely traces of human activity, either cottages by cliffs, hidden caves shrouded in mist, spiritual birds patrolling the skies, or sword chi piercing the sun. The further west he went, the sparser the islands became, and human presence dwindled, until a solitary island collided with his sight. On the island lightning erupted, thunder rumbled, dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain poured down. Yet looking around, the sea and sky were clear, not a cloud in sight for miles, only this one island shrouded in wind and rain with thunder and fire clashing. Lü Yue halted on the clouds, squinting to take a closer look. It was not an abnormal celestial phenomenon, but rather a beast calamity approaching the island. A thought stirred in his heart. The matter of acquiring a mount should indeed be prioritized. Among the cultivators of the wilderness, who does not have a flashy mount? Qilan Kuei Nyoqing Wan Tao Tai. Even a mysterious leopard or a jade dragon represents both status and combat prowess. As one approaches, a strange beast can be seen perched atop the reef at the heart of the island, summoning thunder and swallowing rain, stirring up the winds and clouds. Its entire body is a deep blue devoid of horns or mane, with a single hoof treading the waves, radiating a cold, brilliant light, as if forged from starlit essence, dazzling and hard to gaze upon. Lü Yue sensed it slightly, exuding the aura of a golden immortal. The corner of his mouth quirked upwards. As a 12 Golden Immortal, he had more than enough strength to battle beyond his rank. Furthermore, with the thunder technique in hand, would he fear its control over thunder? He stepped forward, his voice resonating across the heavens. Hey, blue-skinned, single-hoofed creature, obstructing my path and disturbing my journey, are you tired of living? The beast raised its head at the sound, its large copper bell-like eyes fixated on the person in the clouds. You Taoists spouting nonsense. I am the primordial beast Kuei. When have I summoned wind and rain? This is my innate ability. As soon as I appear, the winds and thunder follow. Lü Yue's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. After all, a strange beast is still a strange beast, innately knowledgeable in magic, yet its form is difficult to transform, and the path of cultivation is narrow. Are you truly Kuei? And where is this place? Kuei responded with a long howl, a low growl rolling from its throat. The sound struck the ears like muffled thunder rolling through a mountain, tightening the eardrums. Liopa Mountain. I dwell here, being the lord of this mountain. Lü Yue's heart settled. Indeed, it was the Kuei that the Yellow Emperor had personally slain back in the day. Kuei, your powers are extraordinary. I am currently in need of a steed. Would you be willing to accompany me on a journey? Know this, I am a disciple of the sage, having attained the 12 Golden Immortal fruit position. To grant you a steed's title is not to insult you. Kuei stared at Lü Yue, remaining motionless for a while. A steed? You wish to take me as a steed? You claim to be a disciple of the sage, having achieved 12 Golden Immortal. Lü Yue nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing Kuei hesitate, he took it as a sign of yielding. If he could truly subdue an ancient strange beast without resorting to weapons upon returning to Golden Ao Island, he would surely receive some respect from his peers. You are calculating quite well. You are unwilling to lower yourself, yet wish to carry others' burdens. You are not a sage. What reason do you have to make me bow my head? If the sage were to arrive, I would not hesitate to kneel before him. Lü Yue's smile instantly vanished, his expression darkening. Kuei, could it be that I am too polite, making you forget your place? Refusing to comply? Then I shall beat you until you do. Kuei raised its neck and roared again, its voice like ripped silk. Impudent wretch, today you shall taste what true innate powers are. Before the words fell, a brilliant light erupted around it like molten iron being poured. The clouds above churned swiftly, gathering into a massive dark canopy, and thunder exploded from the clouds, one clap after another, shaking the stones to tumble. Lü Yue glanced up, not retreating nor showing fear. What could wind and rain amount to? He had long comprehended the true essence of the purple cloud divine thunder. The thunder before him was merely a child swinging a stick in his eyes. His gaze passed through the dark clouds, skimming over the lightning, landing directly on Kuei with a calm expression, even carrying a hint of interest. Seeing him neither evade nor yield, with a smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth, Kuei's anger surged, its demonic aura suddenly rising once more, urging its primal power to push the storm clouds to their peak. The dark clouds hung extremely low, with flashes of blue-white lightning at the base, faintly revealing several blurred, beastly silhouettes, as if roaring and charging within the clouds. Listen well. This strike is the culmination of all my strength. If you have any sense, leave now. If you take even one more step, do not blame me for not showing mercy. If you are injured, you can blame no one but yourself. Lü Yue shook his head, his tone calm, yet each word crystal clear. Kuei, I initially thought of your extraordinary origins and intended to take you in as a steed. Otherwise you would not be able to stand here and speak. Kuei clenched its jaw, producing a clacking sound from its throat. If you do not heed my good words, then let us see the truth beneath our hands. It stamped its feet, white light bursting forth from its body, and howled to the heavens, thunder fall. Instantly the sea of clouds roiled, a silver-white beam thicker than several zhang descended from the heart of the clouds, three Q-shaped phantoms rising on either side, carrying wind and thunder crashing down onto Lü Yue's head. Lü Yue raised his hand, his fingertips slightly lifted with no change in his expression. Purple cloud divine thunder fall. As the words left his mouth, the heavens silently split open, a purple scar, and a purple lightning beam, as thin as an arm, fell from the void unhurriedly, striking the center of that silver-white beam. Boom! The light beam instantly collapsed, shattering into countless stardust, along with those phantoms vanishing entirely. Between the two, there was no room for resistance. The purple cloud divine thunder, second only to the chaos divine thunder, is the progenitor of all thunder techniques. The three divine thunders of Ta Qing, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing, created by the three pure ones, all evolved from this. The demon master Kunping also once observed this thunder and comprehended his own path. It diverged from the chaos divine thunder, and should it advance further, it would possess the might to open the heavens and create the earth. Lü Yue retracted his hand, looking at Kuei with a warm smile. Kuei, now is the time to yield. It is still not too late. If you persist, the next strike of the purple cloud divine thunder will fall upon your back. Kuei stared at the residual purple aura in the air, its throat rolling, suspicion still flickering in its eyes. Don't think that just because you won one move you have secured victory. I still have something up my sleeve. It flipped its claws, and a flag with flowing water patterns leaped into its palm. Water spirit flag, my companion artifact. All waters heed my call, following my direction. The flag billowed as it left its hand, expanding in the wind, quickly exceeding 10 zhang, the flag's surface shimmering with water light radiating chill. Lü Yue's brow twitched, cursing inwardly. TSK. Even a wild beast is worthy of a congenital spiritual treasure, while I, a dignified golden immortal, face my enemy empty-handed. This world truly has no sense of reason. Cursing aside, my feet do not stop. Since you refuse to bow your head, then I shall beat you until you do. He raised his right hand, pointing at the sky. Purple cloud divine thunder fall. The sky trembled, purple light struck down, directly penetrating Kuei's body. Kuei had no time to even raise its paw, and was smashed to the ground by the thunder. When Lü Yue struck, he had already held back 70% of his power. Yet even so, Kuei still felt a sweetness in its throat, 3 ribs, broken cracks appearing along its spine. The disparity in realms is always merciless. Lü Yue was at the peak of the 12 Golden Immortal, while Kuei was merely of Golden Immortal rank, a gap separated by the thresholds of 12 True Immortal and 12 Mystic Immortal. To step into Tai is to speak of the depth of one's Tao practice. Yet if one has not crossed that threshold, they cannot even touch the threshold. The relationship between a golden immortal and a Tai golden immortal is akin to that of a chopping board and a knife. Kuei lay crumpled on the scorched earth, its chest weakly rising and falling, the water spirit flag losing its support, shrinking to a small flag of nearly an inch, dropping into a crevice with a thud. Lü Yue approached, bending down to examine it. This strange beast had charred black fur, its breath wavering on the edge of life, yet it still clung to a breath. Kuei, I ask you once more. Do you wish to be my steed? Kuei's eyelids trembled, remaining silent. Lü Yue slightly raised his fingertip, a wisp of purple energy swirling at its tip. Answer incorrectly, and I shall strike again. I am willing. The voice was hoarse, short, and nasal. Lü Yue nodded, placing his hand on its neck. Now that you acknowledge your master, you are one of us. No restrictions, no forced oaths. If you flee, I will not pursue. Just strike you once more. As the words fell, warm azure light surged from his palm, slowly seeping into Kuei's wounds. A soft gurgle echoed from the throat of Kuei, and moisture welled in its eyes. It was never the suffering it feared, but the loss of freedom. Once the restraints fell, life and death were in the hands of others. Once the vows were made, thoughts became hard to defy. Yet Lü Yue did nothing but extend a hand to support it. Half an hour later, Kuei propped itself up on its front limbs and stood shakily. Its injuries were not yet healed, and the thunderous energy gnawed at its bones. It would require a month of quiet recovery. But it was already able to move. Lü Yue stood at the edge of the cliff, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon. Kuei approached slowly, asking, Master, what are you thinking about? The primordial continent. Kuei opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It's not far. If I run at full speed, I can reach it in half a day. Lü Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Kuei nodded, its tail sweeping over the rubble. Absolutely true. Then let us set off. However, Kuei paused, its ears twitching slightly. Master, there's something that needs to be clarified first. Lü Yue turned his head. Beneath the flowing slope mountain, there is a formation. The thunder sounds unceasingly. I have guarded this place for many years, not because I don't want to leave, but because I can't. This is where I came into the world, and there are treasures within the formation that I cannot break. Lü Yue raised an eyebrow. Lead the way. Kuei turned and leaped off the cliff while Lü Yue waved his robe, a thin layer of azure light enveloping him as he plunged into the sea. As the seawater grew deeper and the light faded, only the flickering of electric light, like snakes darting about in the darkness ahead, was visible. We've arrived. Kuei hung in the water, its claws pointing downwards. Right there. Lü Yue focused his gaze. The formation loomed over the seabed with thunderous light, forming a web in which several massive outlines lurked: a coiling thunder dragon, a retracting thunder phoenix, a squatting thunder qilin, and a proud thunder dragon, as well as thunder tigers and thunder leopards, all lying still, yet emanating a heavy pressure that surged towards him. He did not pay much attention to those extraordinary beasts, but fixated on the flow of the formation, the direction of the thunder pulse, and the convergence of the underground fire currents. The 360 types of ancient thunder formation diagrams that Yun Xiao had once dissected surfaced one by one in his mind. System prompt: the host is observing the innate thunder formation. Due to continuous comprehension, the understanding of formation principles has deepened further. 10 years passed. Lü Yue had thoroughly grasped the intricacies, rhythms, and vital points of the great formation before him. He exhaled deeply, his expression calm. No wonder it was formed by innate forces. If a person without foundation were to intrude, even a Twelve Golden Immortal would find it hard to escape the calamity of 1,000 thunders piercing through their body. If a Kwasa saint does not comprehend its principles, no matter how accomplished they are, they would be heavily injured. If they lack a protective treasure, they would surely perish on the spot, which would be no surprise. At this moment, he had already locked onto the hidden flaw within the formation's eye, a node where the spiritual energy was slightly stagnant, and the thunderous breath was somewhat weak, hidden beneath 9 overlapping thunder rings, extremely difficult to detect. He stepped forward, weaving through the gaps in the formation's flow, and soon stood before that weak point. Lifting his hand, he formed a seal, and the Zhixiao Divine Thunder coalesced at his fingertips, which he flicked out. The lightning struck like a bolt, crashing against the formation wall with a sizzling sound as the purple light erupted, causing the formation patterns to shake violently. He did not stop there, sequentially drawing upon 3 more, striking the same spot. His magical power receded like a tide, and beads of sweat formed at his temples. This technique was extremely taxing on one's essence. At his peak, he could activate 11 strikes at once. Now, even firing 9 left his energy feeling sluggish. If he pressed further, he would need to regulate his breath and recover. The 10th Zhixiao Divine Thunder shot through the air, striking the node directly. Pop! A soft sound like silk tearing. The entire great formation suddenly fell into silence. The thunder light completely retracted, leaving the world in emptiness. A large banner leapt from the void, attempting to escape into the sky. Lü Yue swept his sleeve, his magical power, binding it like a lock, instantly grasping it tightly. The banner shook violently, unleashing several strands of fragmented purple lightning that crackled loudly, yet it could never escape his grasp. He closed his fingers, stabilizing his magical power, remaining calm and unhurried, simply holding on without letting go. The oppressive force emanating from the banner was profound and long-lasting. Only an innate spiritual treasure could have such power. Its breath was heavy, indicating its high rank. After half a day of stalemate, the pressure from the banner gradually diminished, the vibrations lessening. Lü Yue sensed its spiritual nature becoming tamed, and immediately withdrew his hand, guiding his magical power slowly into the banner's surface, beginning to refine the first layer of restrictions. 10 years passed, and only one layer was broken. But when he focused his divine sense into the banner, seeing its name and essence, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Zhixiao Divine Thunder Banner, a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure with 48 layers of restrictions capable of summoning Zhixiao Divine Thunder at will. He suspended the banner above his head, nurturing it with his magical power for a moment, then rose, breaking through the seal at the cave entrance, soaring upwards, skimming over the sea surface. Flowing Slope Mountain. Kuei was nestled deep within the mountain, eyes closed in meditation. After 20 years of arduous cultivation, its bones had been reforged, its blood returning to its essence, and its injuries had largely healed. Lü Yue broke through the water's surface, his figure not yet settled before he reached the mountain peak. Kuei continued to heal. I need to meditate and restore my magical power. As his words fell, he transformed into a green shadow, darting towards a stone cave on the mountain's waist. When Kuei opened its eyes, only the trace of wind remained. It paused slightly, then rose and walked to the cave entrance, lying low and quietly guarding, while inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy simultaneously, practicing combat techniques to slowly mend the last few hidden injuries. Lü Yue entered the cave, and as his sleeve brushed past a thin layer of light blue restriction, rose at the cave entrance, silent and unbreakable. He sat down on a stone bed, guiding his breath according to the methods of the 9 Heavens True Scripture. The spiritual energy of the primordial world surged abundantly. Once drawn, the surrounding spiritual insights spontaneously surged forth, forming a swirling vortex about a foot in diameter, continuously spiraling around the cave. Spiritual energy poured in like rain, akin to streams flowing into the sea, fully absorbed by the meridians within him, rapidly converting into pure magical power. In just 3 days, the feeling of exhaustion completely vanished, his dantian-filled spirit and energy revitalized. He opened his eyes and looked around, seeing the restrictions steady as before, his expression slightly relaxed. He gestured, and the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Banner appeared from above his head, quietly hovering in his palm. He gazed at it for a long time, the light in his eyes repressed, yet not concealing its fervor. Among the primordial treasures, top-tier innate spiritual treasures were few and far between. Those which could stabilize fate, set the heavens and earth, or shatter stars, and split realms were all in the possession of saints, leaders, or ancestors. Now he too possessed one. A fortunate matter. Yet it was also a heavy burden. This item must not be shown to others. If flaunted ostentatiously, it would surely attract covetous eyes. If held back in battle, it would give others a handle. Only by being decisive, ruthless, and leaving no survivors could the secret be preserved. With his thoughts set, he once again infused his magical power into the banner, focusing on its refinement. 100 years passed. The 24 layers of restrictions had been opened. His comprehension of the thunder path deepened accordingly, not only in summoning thunder and controlling lightning, but he also caught a glimpse of the opportunity of confining thunder as a prison. Confining thunder prison, drawing enemies into the domain, with the heavens raining down tens of thousands of Zhixiao Divine Thunder, sealing them within a thunder net, imprisoning and killing them. The essence of the deceased would not dissipate, rather they would be purely refined by the thunder prison, transformed into nourishment, feeding back into oneself. Previously, he had been worried about being limited by his foundation, making it difficult to ascend to a higher realm. Now that this technique was established, a concrete path had opened up. Of course, it could not be abused. Killing one person would generate a trace of karmic fire. Killing 100 would entangle the soul with karmic obstacles. When calamity struck, the karmic fire would incinerate the divine, reducing it to ashes with no chance for reprieve. He lightly stroked the surface of the banner with his fingertips, the lightning flickering gently, illuminating his brow. The path had been laid out. Lü Yue had successfully refined all 24 layers of restrictions from the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Banner, feeling assured within. If a celestial saint were to take action, it would take but a thought to fully penetrate them all. The abilities of a saint were beyond estimation. Yet he was merely a 12 Golden Immortal, and being able to subdue these 24 layers was already exhausting all his strength. The remaining 24 layers would be temporarily sealed, awaiting future cultivation to increase so that he could continue to knock on the door. After a century of seclusion, he had not deliberately sought to break through, yet due to his comprehension of the true essence of thunder within the Divine Thunder flag, his cultivation had subtly elevated, placing him firmly at the pinnacle of the 12 Golden Immortal realm. He initially believed it would take several hundred more years to consolidate his strength, but unexpectedly the opportunity had quietly arrived, and he was already on the threshold of the Great Lü Yue. The Great Lü Yue represents the true spirit transcending the river of time and space, no longer drifting with the current, but controlling life and death, determining cause and effect, and mastering the tides of fate. Yet he was not in a hurry. Although he possessed the momentum to break through, it was like a bow drawn tight, still lacking in harmony. Thus he decided to re-enter the mortal realm, traverse the wild expanse, and seek that elusive opportunity. As the barrier was lifted, he stepped out of the cave. Kuei was perched outside, and upon seeing him appear, immediately raised its head. "Master, you have returned. For a full 100 years I have guarded this entrance, never leaving an inch. Sigh. The mountain winds have blown 100 times, the shadows of clouds have shifted 1,000 times, even a passing sparrow has not paid me any heed." Lü Yue, upon hearing this, slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, and shook his head, saying, "For cultivators, who is not lonely? If one cannot even endure this bit of solitude, what is there to discuss about attaining the Tao? The road is long, it is in prolonged silence that one can hear the echoes of the great Tao. All right, enough sighing. Let's go." Kuei nodded in response, lowering its body. "Master, please ride on my back. After half a day we will reach the heart of the wild." Lü Yue's figure swayed, and he was already atop Kuei's back. "Upon arrival, restrain your breath, and do not reveal our presence. The wild is unlike the Eastern Sea, with hidden currents everywhere, and changes at every step." "Understood," Kuei replied succinctly. Lü Yue said no more, merely gazing into the distance. At the end of the Eastern Sea, the waterline was broad, meeting the sky. After half a day of rapid travel, the sound of the wind grew serene. "Master, we have arrived. The vast land of the wild lies before us." Lü Yue opened his eyes and raised his gaze. Towering trees reached for the sky with twisted trunks. Exposed green stones were adorned with wildflowers in the crevices. Distant mountains formed an array as birds skimmed over the peaks. In the forest there were occasional roars, long cries, and low howls rising and falling like waves. The soil beneath his feet was thick and soft, starkly different from the floating islands and illusory waves of the Eastern Sea. "Yes, this is the place. Kuei land." Before the words had fallen, he was already standing on solid ground. Kuei then shrank in size and stood silently beside him. A man and a beast then began to walk forward. Lü Yue's journey into the wild truly commenced from here. He walked on foot, not riding the winds, not using talismans, not displaying divine powers, but merely measuring the mountains and rivers with his own feet. Every step was precisely measured. This journey lasted for decades. Starting from the shores of the Eastern Sea, crossing the vast plains and valleys, until reaching this nameless land, the distance traveled had already exceeded 10,000 miles. Along the way, whenever he encountered blind and aggressive demon soldiers and generals blocking his path, he would lead them to the depths of the Thunder Prison, where they would instantly transform into pure essence, nourishing himself. He had witnessed the wondrous peaks where the sea of clouds churned, and the secluded valleys where spiritual springs gushed. He had seen the radiant exotic herbs, as well as encountered the treacherous lands thick with poisonous miasma and suffocating resentment. Whenever he encountered places with rampant demon miasma, he would take a detour, never provoking them. It was not out of fear or cowardice. Killing easily entangles karma, inadvertently harming the good adds to one's own troubles. This journey was solely for training and the pursuit of the Tao, not for fame or to eliminate evil. However, he was not shy about collecting the spiritual herbs he encountered along the way. He dug up a tenth of Sandier's spiritual ginseng, removing the main root, while leaving the fibrous roots in the soil. He picked 1,000-year red fruit, safeguarding the mother plant, and a heavenly grade spiritual root, the fire pear tree, made him pause for a long while. It blooms for 300 years, bears fruit for 300 years, and matures for 300 years, producing 30 fruits on a single tree, with one fruit, enhancing 100 years of magical power. To Lü Yue today, 100 years of magical power was merely an embellishment, but who would complain of having too much power? Throughout the journey, he had gathered over 1,000 spiritual herbs. In the miasmaridon areas, he opened the pestilence umbrella, absorbing the poisonous fog, then performed hand seals to summon rain, cleansing the mountains and ridges. In less than 10 years, that desolate valley would surely transform into a lush paradise. Master, how much longer must we walk? Kuei, the transition between movement and stillness is itself a form of cultivation. This journey is also a cultivation. In the path of cultivation, haste is to be avoided. The journey of 10,000 miles refines the heart. Kuei flicked its ears, emitting a light sound from its nostrils. Born as a unique species, its cultivation was still in its infancy. Previously residing in Liopa Mountain, it had never heard of concepts like Tao or realm, only instinctively breathing in and out the essence of the world through its bloodline. The two did not speak further and continued walking. This journey lasted another 10 years. Master fighting has broken out ahead. A wolf howl pierced the air, followed closely by the chaotic sounds of clashing weapons, shouts, and howls. Lü Yue frowned slightly. Let's go take a look who is fighting. Not far from the conflict, he lightly tapped his toes, and his figure soared into the air. Kuei followed closely, its four paws treading upon the wind. Below, a pack of wolves was attacking the Qingshan tribe. More than 40 giant wolves standing over 5 meters tall, with sinewy muscles, sharp teeth, tails like iron whips, and claws like curved hooks. The tribe, numbering in the thousands, stood in formation, wielding stone axes, stone spears, and bone knives. Their best weapons were merely sharpened flint. Among the wolf pack, a massive silverman wolf exuded a thick aura radiating celestial might, while another 7 or 8, though slightly smaller, also emitted an earthly aura. The rest were at the chi refining stage. On the human side, a dozen robust men shone with spiritual light, indicating their earth immortal cultivation. No one was higher. Lü Yue immediately recognized that the attacking techniques they were employing were inherited from the primitive methods passed down by Laozi. Not only Laozi, but some wandering cultivators had also passed through this area, leaving behind formulas, illustrations, and frameworks. The human race, with its innate understanding, lacked a master to guide them, so they experimented, ventured, and persevered, forging a path to survival amidst blood and fire. The battle had been at a stalemate for quite some time. The wolf pack advanced and retreated in a coordinated manner, pouncing, biting, sweeping, and blocking, responding to one another, while the humans relied on evasion, blocking, and surrounding to hold their ground. Stone weapons struck against wolf hides, leaving only white marks, occasionally hitting vital spots, but rarely achieving a kill. Besides those dozen earth immortals, the rest of the tribe consisted of less than 100 chi refiners, with the others having no cultivation. Fortunately, the innate spiritual energy of the world was abundant, allowing them to breathe and sleep every day, their muscles, bones, and flesh having been nurtured to be solid and resilient. Yet no matter how thick their hides were, they could not withstand the tearing of wolf fangs. On the ground lay over 100 people, some with severed arms, some with pierced throats, some with crushed chests. Master, shall we not leave? Lü Yue shook his head. We will not leave. We will help them clear the wolf pack. Kuei was taken aback. It had always avoided conflicts in the past. Today was an exception, or it did not ask why, only straightened its tail. Lü Yue raised his hand palm, facing upward. In an instant, a dark rift opened in the dome above, and a cage forged from thunder descended from the void, its mouth facing downward, humming with a deafening sound. A pulling force surged forth, and the 40 or so wolves were pulled in without any resistance. As the thunder prison closed, myriad bolts of purple lightning crashed down, not to kill, but to refine. To purge impurities, condense true essence, and transform malevolence, until the blood, flesh, and spirit were compressed into a pure essence floating at the bottom of the cage, glimmering like pearls. The members of the Qingshan tribe looked up in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. As the thunderlight faded and the wolf shadows vanished, someone suddenly snapped back to awareness and cried out toward the heavens, "Who is the venerable elder that has graced us, saving the Qingshan tribe?" Lü Yue descended slowly atop the Kuei beast, landing before the tribe's formation. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, the thunder prison dissolved into oblivion. His gaze serene, he spoke the Qingshan tribe. "I am Lü Yue, disciple of Tongtian sage, the sovereign of the Jie sect." A middle-aged man stepped forward from the front ranks, bowing deeply until his forehead touched the ground. "Qingshan, sure chieftain of the human Qingshan tribe, pays homage to the exalted disciple of the sage. Had Master Lü Yue not intervened today, our tribe would surely have perished. This grace, this debt, we shall engrave it upon our hearts, never to forget. We humbly beg you to enter our settlement, where we may offer water and sustenance to express our modest gratitude." Lü Yue nodded. "Very well." Qingshan Shi immediately dispatched messengers back to the tribe, then led Lü Yue forward. Lü Yue leapt down from the Kuei's back and walked beside him. The Kuei shrank its form to the size of an ordinary azure ox and followed quietly behind them, neither hastening nor lagging. Though silent along the way, it pondered inwardly, why had its master intervened? Lü Yue entered the tribe with Qingshan Shi. Torches lined the path, their flames dancing, casting shifting light and shadow across faces. Those scouts had already returned with word. Uncertainty lingered until they saw Qingshan Shi return in person with a guest. At that moment, the crowd erupted. Some weeping, some laughing, some clapping, others kneeling to kowtow to heaven in profound relief. The Qingshan tribe survived by hunting monstrous beasts of the mountains and wilds. When able-bodied hunters ventured out, casualties were common. Entire parties sometimes failed to return when confronting formidable foes. Those left behind were only elders, women, and children. too frail to lift heavy burdens or draw strong bows, trembling even at the howl of wolves clinging to the stockade walls with torches in hand, gazing ceaselessly down the mountain path. Now that the hunters had returned, the torches burned brighter, and smoke rose anew from cooking fires. Qing Shanshi ushered Lü Yue into the chief's tent and immediately ordered the setting of a reed mat fire feast, freshly hunted venison roasted over blazing embers, newly brewed millet wine poured into clay bowls, and bonfires built higher than ever before, crackling fiercely, illuminating the entire valley. Beasts were skewered one by one over the flames, dripping fat sizzled audibly. Seated beside Lü Yue, Qing Shanshi began to speak. Master Lü Yue, humanity's path since birth has been fraught with hardship, countless trials, unending struggle. Yet we never retreat. Generation after generation we endure, until at last we stand firm within this primordial cosmos. Humanity honors 3 primordial ancestors, Swearin Shi, Yuchao Shi, and Zi Shi, each accomplishing one great deed. Swearin Shi brought forth fire. Yuchao Shi built dwellings, Zi Shi fashioned garments. With fire we ceased eating raw flesh and no longer trembled before beasts that prowled the night. Fire warms the body, dispels darkness, and safeguards life. With dwellings we abandoned cramped caves, unpenetrated by wind, unsoaked by rain, sleeping soundly through the night. With garments we endured bitter winters, elders and infants alike spared from freezing to death in snow and gale. Later generations forged stone axes and spears, dug pits, and laid snares, slowly wresting survival from the jaws of beasts. Though humanity is but dust within this vast cosmos, we were shaped by the hands of Goddess Nuwa herself, and the Supreme Sage has never forsaken us. Thus we endured those most arduous years. Today humanity numbers in the trillions. Upon hearing this, Lü Yue's expression softened slightly. Good. To seek survival amid crisis, to advance despite adversity, that is the root. That night the two conversed deep into darkness. The next day Lü Yue walked the full perimeter of the tribe, inspecting granaries, stoneworking sheds, and the open field where children trained, then asked no further questions. For the next decade he rarely appeared. When injuries or illnesses struck, he administered herbs and stemmed bleeding, but intervened in nothing else. For humanity to mature, it must stretch its own branches and unfurl its own leaves. Though he knew far more, he held himself strictly to the boundary. Helping once was easy, nurturing dependence was perilous. 10 years passed, and he had settled deeply into stillness. His heart remained unruffled, his chi unagitated. His cultivation had reached its zenith, yet he withheld breakthrough, sensing something essential still lacking. Twice he acted unseen. Soon after arriving, a golden immortal of the wolf clan trespassed, provoking conflict. He lured the intruder into the thunder prison and crushed him instantly. Thereafter no wolf dared approach the Qingshan tribe. Another time, a wounded Xian immortal tiger demon strayed into the forest. Without uttering a word, Lü Yue sent it into the thunder prison, refining it into pure primordial essence. Over 10 years the tribe's appearance changed little. Only newborn cries echoed where once old men's coughs had lingered. Life and death turned unceasingly. None could halt their cycle. One dawn Lü Yue pushed open his wooden door and stood upon the threshold. Kuei, it is time to depart. The Kuei, basking lazily beneath the eaves, sprang upright at once. Master, you leave already. Lü Yue nodded. Indeed, it is long past time. I've nearly suffocated here. Those children pelt my tail with pebbles daily. I dare not bite them, and the frustration gnaws me. Cultivation admits no stagnation. 10 years sufficed, a lingering longer would become entanglement. Let us go. Before the word left his lips, he had vanished. The Kuei whipped its tail and leapt close on his heels. No one in the Qingshan tribe noticed. It was 3 days later before anyone discovered Lü Yue's dwelling stood empty. Undisturbed, not even a trace of dust disturbed. Man and beast resumed their journey. 10,000 li were traversed, not for sightseeing, but to temper the heart-mind. Only through such refinement could one grasp the Tao. Attaining the great Luo realm demanded self-sufficiency, not speed. That day they halted before a mountain. Its ridges rose and fell like living breath, clouds drifted softly, cranes skimmed treetops, deer and roe deer darted through streams, and faint spiritual radiance shimmered among the foliage. A massive boulder jutted from the mountainside, resembling a dragon lifting its head in proud defiance. The entire mountain's silhouette crouched like a tiger, motionless yet coiled with latent power, awe-inspiring in its solemn majesty. Lü Yue paused briefly. The spiritual energy here is dense, the geomantic configuration complete, a truly auspicious place. I wonder whether its master dwells within. Kuei, enter and scout. Should fellow cultivators reside here, we shall exchange insights. If none dwell here, this mountain shall serve as our resting place. The Kuei twitched its ears but remained silent, following closely. As they wound up the mountain path, halfway up came a sharp command: halt. A figure emerged from behind pine shadows, eyes sweeping over Lü Yue before settling on the Kuei. Voice-guarded cultivator. You have trespassed upon a sacred abode. What is your purpose? Lü Yue had sensed the man's aura earlier. Recognizing him as a true immortal, he subtly projected his own cultivation level. I am Lü Yue, merely passing through. Entranced by this mountain's ethereal beauty, I entered unawares. My apologies. The man appraised him briefly, his demeanor softening slightly. I am Chao Bao, master of this mountain. Another cultivator resides here, Xiaosheng. Since you have arrived, why not join us within? Let us discuss profound principles together. What say you? Lü Yue paused faintly. Xiaosheng, Chao Bao. Fragments of the investiture of the gods stirred in memory. These two were indeed later used by Ran Deng, slain by the treasure-subduing coin. Their cultivation was unremarkable, yet they possessed a rare artifact uniquely capable of suppressing divine treasures, its power terrifyingly potent. Might I ask the mountain's name? Chao Bao laughed aloud. Wui Mountain. I have cultivated here in quiet seclusion for 1,000 years. Please follow me, my friend Xiaosheng awaits us in the pavilion above. Visitors are rare. How could we let such an encounter pass without discourse? We shall certainly expound upon the great Tao. Seeing Chao Bao's warmth, Lü Yue accepted without hesitation and stepped forward. He intended to discern precisely what lay beneath this invitation. If this were truly a gathering for Taoist discourse, so be it. But should ulterior motives lurk, he would show no mercy. In the primordial wilderness, every step demanded vigilance. Distrust, caution, and concealment had long become second nature. The Kuei remained utterly still, its presence undetected by Chao Bao. Together they ascended the stone steps to a pavilion midway up the mountain. In the pavilion a person sat upright, dressed in a simple green robe, holding a bamboo slip, raising his eyes upon hearing a sound. Chao Bao gestured sideways, saying, "That is Tao friend Xiaosheng." Lü Yue nodded and stepped forward. Tao friend Xiaosheng, this is Tao friend Lü Yue, Chao Bao introduced. Tao friend Lü Yue happened to pass by here, accidentally triggered the mountain's restrictions, so I welcomed him into the mountains to share insights together. Lü Yue cupped his hands, saying, "This humble Taoist Lü Yue, greetings." Xiaosheng had already risen to return the gesture, saying, "This humble Taoist Xiaosheng, pleased to meet you." Chao Bao smiled and offered them seats, saying, "Please both of you have a seat." Lü Yue sat down on the stone platform, his expression calm. I was just discussing the principle of the flow of qi with Tao friend Xiaosheng when I felt the restrictions tremble slightly. I stepped outside to check, only to encounter Tao friends arriving at the mountain. Chao Bao continued, seeing Tao friend's aura so profound it was clear you are not an ordinary person, hence I invited you in. Lü Yue nodded with a smile, saying, "This humble Taoist has been cultivating alone for many years without a master or the opportunity to spar with fellow practitioners. Many insights have been accumulated over time, difficult to resolve. To meet the two of you today is truly a fortuitous encounter." Xiaosheng and Chao Bao exchanged smiles. Indeed. We often challenge each other with questions and answers, confirming our understanding. If you have any doubts, feel free to express them, and we can deduce together. Lü Yue listened, his lips slightly curling up, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Chao Bao noticed the brief pause in Xiaosheng's gaze. He understood it clearly. He also heard the subtle rhythm of the two lightly tapping the stone table with their fingertips. In his eyes, the cultivation of a true immortal was merely ordinary. However, the thoughts exchanged between the two were like fire wrapped in paper, impossible to conceal. Chao Bao had already memorized the phrases "cultivating alone, without a master," and "long without communication" from Lü Yue's words. A solitary rogue cultivator accompanied only by a beast without spiritual intelligence. To kill him and seize his storage devices could yield pill formulas, spiritual materials, or even remnants of ancient scriptures. Even if nothing was gained, simply eliminating a potential variable was worth the effort. As for the fallen golden coin in Xiaosheng's possession, he had long coveted it. Unfortunately, this person was cautious, quick in action. With the coin in hand and the person by his side, he dared not strike. Now that Lü Yue had stumbled upon the opportunity, it was a heavenly chance. The three each harbored their own plans, yet their words became increasingly humble and their smiles deepened. Seeing the atmosphere stabilize, Chao Bao said, "Since we are seated, why not begin discussing immediately?" He slightly inclined his head towards Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng nodded. Lü Yue smiled in agreement. Chao Bao was the first to speak, discussing the concept of the unity of the three talents with clear logic and well-crafted words, yet stopping at superficiality. Lü Yue listened quietly, showing no emotion, only nodding at appropriate moments, frowning, and raising a couple of trivial questions. When it was Xiaosheng's turn, what he spoke was also the principles of the 5 elements, generating and restraining. Though there were details that ultimately did not escape the usual patterns. In Lü Yue's ears, these words sounded like a child taking its first steps, still in the stage of tracing letters. Just as he was about to speak, Chao Bao suddenly paused, his brow slightly furrowing. The restrictions are moving again. He stood up, leaving his seat, saying, "It seems some external force is disturbing Yu. I will go investigate." Lü Yue stood up as well, asking, "Do you need to go together?" "No need." Xiao Bao waved his hand. Dao friend continued discussing with Dao friend Xiaosheng. "If anything truly happens, I will send a message." Xiaosheng's gaze was calm as he responded, "Dao friend Lü Yue, please feel free to discuss. Oh, Dao friend Xiao Bao, will be back shortly." Lü Yue paused for a moment before sitting back down. "Then I will follow Dao friend Xiao Bao's words. I will discuss with Dao friend Xiaosheng for a while, and when he returns we can continue with the later part." Xiao Bao laughed heartily, twice turned, and stepped out of the pavilion, his robe brushing against the stone steps, his figure quickly disappearing around the bend of the mountain path. Xiaosheng wore a smile, quietly waiting for Lü Yue to speak. Lü Yue pondered slightly before beginning to speak about several fundamental principles. Even a rough outline far surpassed what Xiaosheng and Xiao Bao had previously mentioned. Xiaosheng listened attentively, nodding frequently and occasionally laughing aloud. As the two discussed the Tao, they both felt a sense of exhilaration. Xiao Bao stepped out of the pavilion, but did not. He stood still, his gaze fixed firmly on Lü Yue. Seeing Lü Yue and Xiaosheng chatting easily, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, tinged with coldness. "Laugh now, enjoy your laughter for a while. Soon only the sound of your last breaths will remain. I am secretly gathering my strength while Xiaosheng holds the formation. A true immortal against a true immortal, 2 against 1. Do you really think you can survive? If I kill you, all the treasures in your cave will naturally belong to us both." After waiting a moment, he lightly stepped off the ground, floating 3 inches up, slowly drifting towards the pavilion. His right hand tightly gripped a long sword, the tip slightly raised, ready to strike. Xiaosheng remained seated, facing Lü Yue, listening and responding, only glancing at Xiao Bao, without seeming to notice anything amiss. Lü Yue sat with his back to Xiao Bao, not turning around or shifting his position. They were unaware that every move of Xiao Bao had already fallen under Lü Yue's divine sense. Even his current approach was within Lü Yue's perception. Seeing Lü Yue show no reaction, Xiao Bao relaxed, thinking he had already secured victory. A look of joy grew on his face, as if he believed Lü Yue was already lying dead before him. When he was less than 10 steps away from Lü Yue, he suddenly flicked his hand. The long sword flew from his grasp, piercing through the air directly at him. The sword traveled like lightning, arriving in an instant. He even thought he could hear the sound of the sword piercing flesh, throwing his head back in laughter. The sword's howl tore through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was at Lü Yue's back. A faint blue magical shield silently appeared, and the sword tip struck against it, vibrating heavily, inching to a halt. Lü Yue did not rise, only turned his head slightly to smile at the retreating Xiaosheng. "Dao friend Xiao Bao, are you not being too hasty? Just after sitting down you wish to send me on my way." Xiao Bao was taken aback, his sword momentum halted, his mind still in a daze. "You? How were you prepared so early?" Lü Yue chuckled coldly, slowly turning around, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Bao, shaking his head gently. "This cave I intruded upon without invitation. You not only did not drive me away, but even invited me to discuss the Tao. Where in the world can one find such hospitable hosts? From the moment I entered, I knew you must have ulterior motives. I merely wanted to see what you were after." Xiao Bao roared, raising his long sword high as spiritual energy surged from heaven and earth, flooding into the blade. And in mountain splitter, and in blinding light erupted from the sword, transforming it into a 100-zhong colossal blade that cleaved downward with the fury of wind and thunder. Lü Yue lifted his gaze, expression serene. And in mere showmanship, imposing in appearance yet fundamentally unstable, and he brought his right index and middle fingers together, a faint silver luminescence flickered at their tips, and he pointed them calmly toward the descending giant blade. A slender silvery sword energy shot forth, fine as a silken thread, yet vanishing from sight before the eye could track its motion. And in an instant it struck the colossal blade. A deep muffled boom echoed. Then the 100-zhong blade shattered down its center, fracturing into countless shards like splintered crystal, dissolving instantly into the void. And in the residual force pierced upward through the clouds, rending the heavens asunder before fading beyond all trace. Xiao Bao stood frozen, sword still raised, his hand trembling faintly. And in how could you possess such power? Lü Yue's gaze swept over him, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. A frog at the bottom of a well? No matter. I shall escort you both on your final journey, where you may keep each other company along the way. And he raised his right hand high. And in Thunder Prison. Before the words had fully faded, a colossal cage coalesced above Wui Mountain, forged entirely of crackling lightning serpentine bolts writhing across its surface with sharp percussive snaps. And in suspended directly above the 3 cultivators, the Thunder Prison descended with crushing weight, its aura towering like a mountain, bearing down upon Xiaosheng and Xiao Bao. Their faces paled instantly. And in none had anticipated Lü Yue's artifice could reach such heights. And in senior fellow Taoist Xiaosheng, Deploy the treasure-subduing coin. Hurry, Qiao Bao urged frantically. And in Xiao Sheng shook his head, offering a wry, bitter smile. This treasure can only seize objects. It cannot counter divine arts nor shield its wielder. Lü Yue sneered. No need to trouble yourselves. Thunder Prison, activate. In the prison's gate burst open with a thunderous crash, unleashing a vortex of irresistible suction, a gaping maw surging forward to engulf them both. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao drove their swords deep into the earth's veins and braced with all their strength. Yet they were swept away like chaff before a gale, utterly powerless, drawn in without resistance. The thunder prison sealed shut. Without pause, Lü Yue willed 10,000 bolts of lightning to descend in unison, reducing the two to scattered essence. Only their primordial vital energies remained churning wildly. Then lightning fell again and again, refining that essence relentlessly until it clarified into pure, limpid water, utterly free of impurity. And within the prison a coin rose silently, its back adorned with twin wings hovering motionless. Lü Yue recognized it instantly, the treasure-subduing coin. And he dispelled the thunder prison and soared toward Wui Mountain's summit. Alas, to slay and seize treasures, to usurp a celestial abode. I am a disciple of a sage, yet commit such deeds. How deeply I shame my master's teachings. Yet what choice remains now? From this day forth Wui Mountain belongs solely to me, the sole master of this land. Kuei listened nearby, eyelids lifting lazily as he rolled his eyes. Inside he muttered, do it then, do it. Why recite such hollow lamentations afterward? Lü Yue gazed over the mountain's contours, face relaxed and composed. In the primordial chaos, such blessed lands, overflowing with spiritual vitality, were exceedingly rare. That two mere true immortals should hold sway over one was nothing short of sacrilege. Now it bore the surname Lü. In urgent tasks loomed array, formation, artifact, refinement, and establishment of sovereign edicts. Scarcely had the thought arisen when he ascended skyward. Kuei, you stand guard. He hovered midair, scanning the mountain's geomantic flow, fingers dancing in swift succession. Wherever he pointed, spirit plants stirred and repositioned themselves in perfect harmony. First the unity formation took shape. Then the dual principle configuration emerged, the threefold foundation stabilized, the four symbols aligned, the five elements interwove, the six directions converged, the seven stars blazed, the eight extremes sealed the boundaries. Finally, the 9-bin yellow river grand array unfurled deep within the mountain's core. 9 grand formations, completed seamlessly in a single breath. Without transcendent insight, even 1,000 years would not suffice for an ordinary cultivator to master but one. Upon completion, Lü Yue gave a slight satisfied nod. A Taoist sanctuary must never admit outsiders at will. Those who enter without permission shall perish instantly. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished, reappearing atop the summit. I shall enter seclusion. Cultivate as you see fit. He strode directly toward a secluded, shadowed cavern, previously confirmed to sit precisely atop the mountain's primary spirit vein nexus, where chi flowed purest and the earth's pulse ran most stable. Inside the cave, he first erected layered prohibitions, then retrieved the coin from the thunder prison. Having learned from earlier missteps, he had already locked it fast with his divine sense, leaving no chance for escape. Clasping it in his palm, he laughed aloud. Kuei, watching him depart, flicked his tail and bounded into the forest, hooves skimming wind, galloping with unrestrained joy. Such was the nature of mythical beasts, though bound as mounts, they cherished play as fiercely as duty. In the primordial chaos, time was the one commodity most abundantly wasted. A century passed like the snap of a finger. Lü Yue remained sealed within his retreat, wholly devoted to refining the treasure-subduing coin. All 24 layers of restrictions had been fully penetrated. He opened his palm. The coin rested there, luminous and warm, its surface exuding gentle radiance. Not a moment wasted. Treasure-subduing coin supreme, pre-heavenly artifact, 48 layers of restrictions, capable of subduing myriad treasures, except weapons and divine arts. Each use erodes the wielder's fortune with severity proportional to the target's rank. Guaranteed subdual against equals, a forced subdual against superior ranks invites backlash, requiring merit to mitigate. Severity scales with the degree of rank disparity. After reading, his expression grew quietly grave. Fortune, intangible, invisible, yet it governed the path of cultivation with immutable authority. Those blessed with abundant fortune evaded calamities effortlessly, those burdened with scant fortune stumbled at every step. Karma operated likewise. Thus he had always acted with utmost caution, never killing wantonly, never seizing recklessly, never provoking needless enmity. Not out of fear, but because he could not afford to. Fortunately, such supreme pre-heavenly artifacts inherently stabilized fortune, no mere boast. and in a single journey had yielded two such peerless treasures. He gazed at the coin resting in his palm and murmured softly, "So, I too am favored by fortune." And even as the words left his lips, a subtle suppressed aura seeped from the cave, spreading across the entire Wui mountain. He knew the turning point had arrived. One final leap would elevate him to the rank of Great Lü Yue Immortal. And in attaining Great Lü Yue status meant securing a firm foothold among the mid-tier immortals of the primordial chaos. Thereafter, traversing mountains and rivers would no longer demand constant vigilance or perpetual restraint. And when he closed his eyes, his breath sank deep into the dantian. For centuries, he had held himself in check for this very moment. And in today, perfection met readiness. And in his cultivation, art activated, unleashing a vast inward pull from his core. The mountain's chi, already rich and flawless, responded naturally, flowing without obstruction, surging upward in seamless ascent. In and above, Wui mountain clouds churned violently. At the mountain's heart, a colossal tornado erupted from nowhere, drawing in primordial spiritual energy from every direction. And in Kuei stood rooted, stunned, only gradually regaining composure. It was Lü Yue breaking through, and in such a phenomenon signaled no minor advancement. And in Master was previously a 12 Golden Immortal. After this breakthrough, he shall become a Great Lü Yue Immortal. Great Lü Yue, transcending the river of time, unbound by the 5 elements, the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. In his eyes reflected both the spiraling vortex and his own cultivation, still anchored at the peak of golden immortality. The road ahead stretched infinitely far. Lü Yue's nascent soul detached from his body and plunged into the river of time. And in the river flowed in silence, yet it coursed beyond the bounds of mortal eons. And in its current appeared placid, yet each fleeting moment carried the erosive force of millennia. He knew the law: to ascend to Great Lü Yue, one must swim upstream against the temporal current, recover one's life imprint, the unique signature of existence, and fuse it with the nascent soul, then leap triumphantly from the water's surface. Divine energy shielded his nascent soul as he advanced against the torrent. And in the current intensified, pressure mounted. A single lapse would hurl him downstream, undoing all prior effort. Yet his foundations were unshakable, his Tao cultivation profound, his spiritual energy deeply amassed. He pressed forward steadily, inch by inch, resisting the onslaught. And in how long had passed he could not tell, until deep within the river's depths a faint glimmer pulsed his life imprint. His nascent soul surged forward, seized the imprint, and drew it seamlessly back into itself. He raised his head and aimed at the void above, making a tremendous leap. The river was heavy, each drop like a mountain pressing down. With his magical power to support him, he bore the weight of countless years and forcefully broke free. As his primordial spirit returned to his physical body, his eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of golden light shot forth, piercing through the cave walls. The minor barriers crumbled upon contact. The golden light collided with the mountainside, resonating with a hum as it was repelled in layers. Fortunately, intricate formations had already been laid outside the cave, absorbing all the residual waves without leaking a trace. He slowly exhaled, his voice low yet steady. "It's done." Midstage of the Great Lü Yue Xian Immortal. He initially thought he had merely entered the Great Lü Yue True Immortal realm, but unexpectedly, he had leaped across 2 stages. What was even more remarkable was the solid foundation of his Tao, and his magical power flowed like mercury, with no hint of superficiality. Kuei saw the golden light burst from the cave and understood that success was at hand. He flapped his wings and swiftly flew to guard the cave entrance, not leaving an inch. Lü Yue did not rise. Now that he had reached the Great Lü Yue, the Zixiao Divine Thunder flag and the falling treasure coins could be refined with several layers of restrictions. At this moment, 3 flowers bloomed above his head. The 3 wheels of essence, chi, and spirit blossomed in sequence, each petal a perfect 9 grade, their brilliance flowing. Previously, during his time as a 12 Golden Immortal, only the chi flower had begun to bloom. Now all 3 flowers shone together, and each had reached the 9 grade. Saints only reached 12 grades, while he already had the Thunder Prison as a foundation, and with gradual nurturing, the 3 flowers' grades would surely rise in due time. The grade of the 3 flowers determined the upper limit. 12 grades promised the possibility of chaos, 11 grades marked the halt of Golden Immortal, 10 grades were the peak of Quasi-Saint, 9 grades represented the limit of late Quasi-Saint. 1 grade, short meant a separation by a heavy sky. He raised his hand and summoned the Zixiao Divine Thunder flag, and the falling treasure coins simultaneously into the air. Refinement began. As the tornado ceased, Wui Mountain returned to silence. Yet the innate spiritual energy of the heavens and earth continually gathered in this place. The previous intake nearly drained the mountain's essence. The spiritual plants within the mountain stretched their branches and leaves, while the extraordinary beasts raised their necks to inhale and exhale, silently absorbing the clean energy from all directions and quietly replenishing the Earth's veins. Additionally, great formations concealed their aura, making it difficult for outsiders to notice even the slightest detail. Lü Yue had been in seclusion, refining treasures for 1,000 years. On the day he emerged, the Zhixiao Divine Thunder flag had been refined to 36 layers of restrictions. The path of thunder for him was no longer just a borrowed force, but rather a sound that accompanied his every breath. He also created a new technique based on this: the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Drawing upon the pure qi of the Nine Heavens as a guide, he merged the essence of the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, its power only slightly inferior to the original source. Now in the midstage of the great Lü Yue Immortal, this technique already exhibited such momentum. As his cultivation progressed further, the might of the Nine Heavens would undoubtedly become even more formidable. During this process of refining the magical treasure, he pushed the falling treasure coin to the 36th level of restrictions. Thus this seclusion comes to a conclusion. His cultivation had steadily reached the midstage of the great Lü Yue Immortal. The self-created divine ability, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, was complete, while his other techniques remained unchanged yet sufficient for use at present. 2 pieces of top-grade, innate spirit treasures, Falling Treasure Coin and Sea Calming Pearl, both reached the 36th layer of restrictions, only lacking 12 layers for perfection. Yet these last 12 layers, one could only wonder how much time and opportunity they would consume. Lü Yue dismantled the restrictions set outside his cave, and with a flicker of his form, he stood outside the mountain gate. Kuei was sitting cross-legged at the cliff's edge, his breathing steady, surrounded by the aura of a true immortal of Tai. Lü Yue slightly nodded, noticing he was still in deep concentration, then raised his hand to set a layer of soundproofing restrictions before turning to walk into the mountain. He was the master of Wui Mountain, yet had never truly traversed this mountain. Now that his task was complete, it was the perfect time for a stroll. He did not ride the wind or soar through the clouds, but instead stepped carefully on the stones, treading over mossy trails, and weaving through the forest, walking from the front of the mountain to the back. In the secluded rear mountain, he suddenly spotted a formation lying dormant deep within the ancient trees. Upon closer inspection, it was an innate 5 elements formation. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, each linked in a seamless cycle. The host was contemplating the innate 5 elements great formation. His understanding of formation principles was deepening, and the transformation of the 5 elements became clearer. He stood still for a long time, his gaze sweeping over the formation I, formation pivot, and formation guide, his mind subtly shifting. The positive 5 elements can defend, while the negative 5 elements can disrupt. When the positive and negative interact, change arises. If one harmonizes it with human intention, damaging its natural state and compensating for its acquired deficiencies, it becomes the acquired positive and negative 5 elements formation. Having comprehended this, he no longer hesitated. He located the weakest link in the formation in the southeast position. Raising his hand, he summoned a bolt of purple cloud divine thunder and struck down upon the formation eye. It did not break. Calling forth 2 more bolts, he struck down in succession. The formation's light trembled violently, then shattered like smoke. After the formation broke, the scene before him opened up suddenly. 5 spirit roots stood quietly in the 5 elemental positions: a central soil sphere grass, an eastern wood orange tree, a southern fire jujube tree, a western gold pear tree, and a northern water spirit fir. Lü Yue did not pause, directly channeling his magical energy into them for refinement. Innate spirit roots are rare beyond measure. Encountering 5 at once, how could he hesitate? Once the refinement was complete, he discerned their rank. All were mid-grade innate spirit roots. Each would bloom for 1,000 years, bear fruit for 1,000 years, and mature for 1,000 years, yielding 40 fruits per harvest. Consuming one would increase his magical power by 1,000 years. Looking around, seeing nothing amiss, he turned to leave. As he walked to a pond, a waterfall cascaded down from the cliff, the sound of water thundering, a magnificent sight. He paused for a moment, then continued onward. Along the way, he saw several spirit springs, clear and gushing. He did not collect or stop them, allowing them to flow freely down the mountain stream, nourishing the flora. Halfway up the mountain, he encountered another great formation. The 9 stars were scattered, hidden in harmony with the heavenly axis, forming an innate 9 palaces setup. The host was contemplating the innate 9 palaces great formation. His understanding of formation principles deepened, and the variations of the 9 curves Yellow River formation became interconnected. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he already understood how this formation operated, how to dismantle it, and how to use its momentum against it. If he were to set up the 9 curves Yellow River formation, now he would dare to say, if a Kwasa Saint did not possess a supreme treasure to support the formation, entering it would mean entrapment, unable to escape its confines. Once he comprehended this, he headed straight towards the weak point in the northwest position, and again summoned the purple cloud divine thunder, instantly shattering it. As the formation dissipated, the scene before him caused him to halt his steps. A tea tree stood alone on a high platform, its entire body of vibrant red like flames. Beneath it were 9 slightly shorter tea trees, also emitting a faint fiery glow. He immediately urged his magical energy to draw the spirit root to recognize him as its master. The refinement completed, he learned that this tree was named a Hong Pao, an upper-grade, innate spirit root. The 9 beneath it were all top-tier acquired spirit roots, already possessing spiritual awareness, just awaiting nurturing for 100 years to reach the profound. Lü Yue hesitated, not plucking all the new leaves and old buds from the branches, gathering them into his sleeve. He then waved his hand to set up a 3-layer concealment formation, rendering the entire tea grove invisible. Having gained 2 opportunities, his heart stirred slightly, and he murmured, "The fortune has not waned." Just as he was about to reach the peak, he suddenly heard a soft sound in his ear. Dong. The sound was brief and clear, resembling a drum, yet not quite like a chime, yet not. He looked around and saw no one. His divine sense swept across the entire mountain, finding no traces of any living beings intruding. The mountain-protecting formation remained completely undisturbed. Yet that sound he recognized. It was a fishing drum, the fishing drum of the heaven-connecting master. When the drum sounds, there must be a summons. He just did not know for what matter. His figure flickered, and he had already returned to the cave entrance. "Kuei, halt your cultivation and take me to Golden Ao Island." Kuei had just been startled awake, a bit restless. Upon hearing the words Golden Ao Island, his eyes suddenly brightened, and his scales slightly opened. He instantly transformed to the size of an ordinary person, crouching down in readiness. Lü Yue leaped onto his back, his voice calm. "Travel with all your strength." Kuei let out a long howl and soared into the sky, clouds swirling as he headed straight for the East Sea. Lü Yue sat upright upon him, watching the clouds roll by, his thoughts gradually sinking. The last time the fishing drum sounded was a long time ago. At that time he was still in the Bo Palace attending lectures, and when the drum sounded, 3,000 disciples rushed to the lecture hall. If the drums sound again, if it truly is a lecture, then one must naturally attend. If it is not a lecture, but rather an urgent matter, even the leader of the Tongtian sect would need to summon the disciples, and no matter how swift one's pace, it would likely be too late. The vast primordial heavens lay calm and undisturbed with no abnormal stirring. Lü Yue relaxed. He cast his gaze toward the distance, swept it briefly across the horizon, then drew it back. He sat composed upon Kuei's back, bound for Janao Island. If measured by sheer speed, the terrestrial golden light technique could span 1,000 miles in an instant and surpass Kuei, yet with a mount beneath him, why endure the fatigue of travel? The Tongtian Jiaozhu had sounded the fisherman's drum to summon them. It was unlikely an urgent matter. When a sage's thought moves, the myriad realms reflect it. In a single breath, all things become clear. If even the sage showed no haste, it was not his place to worry. Moreover, the fisherman's drum was the Jijio's ordinary means to call far-flung disciples. Those beyond the eastern sea were scattered in many places. When the drum rang before a sermon, they would naturally come. Last time the date was undecided. Now that the drum had sounded, it most likely marked the opening of the altar and the transmission of teachings. Bringing Kuei along was fitting. Kuei was an anomalous being of the primordial age, now cultivated to the Tai level. Riding it back to the island afforded dignity and lent him weight. Many on the island still hovered between Jingxian and Tai. Those who had not yet reached Tai were far from few. Kuei moved with steady swiftness. Soon they reached the shore of the eastern sea. Lü Yue glanced at the horizon, where sea met sky, and did not linger. The farther east they went, the denser the streaks of escaping light in the sky. Some rode the clouds, some rode swords, some trod on jade charms. All were disciples of the Jijiao. When the crowd saw Lü Yue approaching astride Kuei and perceived the beast's deep, heavy aura, they were momentarily startled and then turned to look. Some nodded in greeting, more simply watched in silence, a keen eagerness gleaming in their eyes. After several hours, Janao Island lay before them. Lü Yue descended lightly, his toe touching ground as he lifted his eyes forward. "Kuei, find a place to rest, and cause no trouble," he instructed. Kuei load contracted to some 10 feet in length and turned toward the grove at the island's edge. Lü Yue smoothed his Dao robe and stepped toward Bo Palace. Many were already within the palace, meditation cushions scattered in small groups. No sooner had he glanced around than a voice called, "Junior brother Lü Yue, over here." Zhao Gongming sat in the front row to the left and waved at him, an empty cushion beside him. Lü Yue hurried forward and cupped his hand. "Senior brother Gongming, thank you for your consideration." He then turned to the front and offered formal salutations in turn. "Senior brother Duobao, senior sister Jinling, senior sister Wudong, senior sister Guiling, senior sisters Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. May you all be well." The assembly inclined their heads in return. Zhao Gongming suddenly paused, narrowed his eyes to study him, and blurted out, "Junior brother, this aura. I cannot read it. HSS. From this trip out, it seems you have obtained great fortune." At the last words, several nearby glanced over at once, brows knitting, expressions mixed. Lü Yue smiled, his tone matter-of-fact. A fortunate breakthrough on my travels. I am now a Deluosian. Having leapt beyond the river of time, no longer confined within the 5 elements, from now on freedom will follow my will. Silence fell across the hall. Zhao Gongming stared for a moment, then shook his head with a rueful smile. Your elder brother still accumulates merits day by day, striving to comprehend the way of transcendence. I did not expect junior brother to have already reached the shore. The path of cultivation is indeed a series of obstacles. Lü Yue was about to speak when the Shueihua Tongzi stepped calmly from the rear of the hall, and the 7 fairies took their places as attendants along the sides. Everyone immediately fell silent, eyes lowered as they sat upright. The Tongtian Jiaozhu sat without a sound upon the central cushion. Today's lecture will begin with the Jinxian, with emphasis on the realm of the Deluo. Listen in stillness, he intoned. With that, the Tao voice rose. Lü Yue concentrated and listened closely. Each phrase sank into his heart and corresponded with his own realizations. At his level, the great Tao converged. What differed was merely the depth of tempering. Tongtian expounded the Tao of thunder. Each word struck like a bolt. Though Lü Yue had previously studied thunder arts, he now understood their root in judgment, their force in purification, and their purpose in breaking to then rebuild. He had already decided henceforth thunder would be his principal path, supported by the twin ways of time and space. Thunder would govern slaughter, time and space would govern transformation. Combined, they could crush myriad foes in advance or allow unfettered passage in retreat. During the lecture, he quietly worked through the Jiuxiao Jinjing, extending the scripture that had stalled at the Deluo level upward toward the Zhuanxing plain. Celestial blossoms rained, and golden lotuses swelled forth. He took them in without a stir, each layer of power advancing until he steadily ascended to the pinnacle of Deluo Xianxian. Tongshin's gaze swept over him, and seeing Lü Yue's aura condensed and unspilled, his spiritual light restrained, and his power deep as an abyss and tall as a mountain, he inclined his head slightly. Among his disciples, only Duobao had reached Deluo Xianxian. Jinling Wudong, Guiling, Zhao Gongming, and the Yunxiao sisters were all in the Deluo Jinxian realm. The rest were mostly Jinxian Tai, or had not yet ascended to Deluo. Lü Yue had not been conspicuous before, and Tongtian had taken little special notice. Yet in a short span he had leapt into Deluo and pressed straight to the Xianxian summit. His foundation was solid, his power refined, devoid of any hollow show. Truly a rare, promising talent. Tongtian already harbored design in his heart. As the Tao voice waned, the assembly slowly returned to themselves, and the hall fell silent. After the questions, as they prepared to rise and escort the Tongtian Jiaozhu from the hall, there was still no summons from the Shueihua Tongzi. The hall grew quiet. After a moment, a few exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Zhao Gongming, San Xiao, Lü Yue stay. The personally instructed disciples shall remain as well. The others withdraw, the Jiaozhu commanded. When the order settled, the disciples rose together and bowed deeply toward the dais. May the master be well, the disciple takes his leave, they intoned. With that, they filed out of Bo Palace and stepped off Jinao Island in order. No one lingered, nor did a single murmur arise. Tongshin's gaze passed over those who remained, and he nodded without speaking. 1,000 years hence, the disciples of the 3 schools will convene to debate the Tao. This agreement was long settled with first senior brother and second senior brother. At that time, I shall personally go to Kunlun Mountain. You shall accompany me. During this 1,000 years, cultivate quietly in Bo Palace. For any perplexities, come and ask at will. The few rose in response, and in unison said, we will respectfully obey the master's command. Lü Yue was momentarily taken aback. A 3-school debate. He had never heard of it. Yet coming from Tongshin's mouth, it could not be false. So he resolved simply to cultivate in peace. Besides, to receive a sage's personal instruction across 1,000 years, an opportunity ordinary disciples could scarcely hope for, now presented itself. How could he miss it? The thought barely formed, and he had already seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate. Each found a place, breathing and guiding their qi. For the ensuing 1,000 years, Bo Palace lay in quietude. Only the circulation of spiritual light and occasional low exchanges could be seen, each pointing directly to the crucial gateways of the great Tao. Lü Yue gained exceptionally much. He already stood at the summit of Deluo Xianxian. After 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, his qi and mechanisms were harmonized and full, awaiting but a single thought to break the barrier. Yet he restrained it, gathering momentum and patience. He repeatedly worked through the Jiuxiao Jinjing until it ripened into a Zunxing-level technique. Once formed, it tugged at the mechanisms of cosmic law. Borrowing the thrust of thunder in his comprehension, he quietly condensed within the Deluo realm a layer of thunder law. Such a law need ordinarily be touched only by a Zhuanxing. Though he had not yet ascended that rank, he already grasped a corner of it. So long as his path remained unbroken, the station of Zhuanxing was almost a foregone conclusion. In the primordial chaos, the Quasi Saints are already the pillars of strength. Beyond them, there are the sub-saints, such as Dong Huang Tai, known as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, who has already glimpsed the pathways of the rules. If one can integrate the rules into their being, they can leap to become a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, transcending the heavenly path, free and unrestrained. Yet until now, no one has stepped into this realm. One reason is that Hong Jun Daozu has not permitted it, and the six saints maintain the order of the heavenly path, not allowing any transgressions. When Lü Yue comprehended the thunder laws, a ripple of energy shook slightly, which was immediately detected by Tong Tian. He looked at Lü Yue, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, unspoken, yet fully understanding. As a millennium approaches, everyone's cultivation has seen progress. Duo Bao has reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Xian Immortal, Jin Ling Wu Dang, and Gue Ling have all attained the later stages of Deluo Xian Immortal. Zhao Gongming, along with Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, have steadily entered the mid-stage, with the three Xiaos sharing the same roots. When Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao break through, Bi Xiao also ascends, reaching the realm of Deluo Jin Immortal. Lü Yue, however, has taken a different path. He humbly requested Tong Tian to personally assist him in refining the restrictions of the two top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder flag, and the Falling Treasure coins. Now, with mastery in hand, where his thoughts reach, the spiritual treasures respond without any hindrance. When he took out the two treasures that day, Tong Tian paused slightly. In the past, when he attained the Tao of Deluo, he had only a single top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. After entering the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, he was granted supreme treasures and collected many spiritual treasures at the treasure-splitting cliff along the way. And Lü Yue, still a Deluo Xian Immortal, already possesses two top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Such fortune is truly beyond ordinary reach. Others, upon seeing this, had a glimmer in their eyes, but felt no jealousy. Due to different laws, one cannot forcibly compare. In this millennium, what everyone has gained goes beyond mere realms. Some have just begun to form divine abilities, some have verified old laws, and others have taken different paths. Lü Yue is no exception. In addition to various thunder laws, he further used the 9 Heavens True Scripture as a foundation, integrating the thunder laws into his divine sense, forming a thunder city. Within the city, the soldiers are all transformed from thunder, and the exotic beasts are gathered by the thunder essence. Once activated, thousands of thunders surge forth, overwhelming the sky, impossible to resist by human power. Tong Tian observed with an unchanged expression, merely nodding slightly. The millennium has arrived. Follow me to Kunlun Mountain. As soon as he spoke, everyone had already adjusted their attire and stood in formation behind Tong Tian. Tong Tian stepped forward, clouds forming beneath his feet, purple energy rising from Jin Ao Island, spreading along the way, crossing the vast sky. All who looked up could see the purple haze rolling in the horizon like a river flowing. If the saints do not wish to reveal themselves, then they will not be seen at all. A group of people followed the Tong Tian leader, and in the blink of an eye, Kunlun Mountain was already in sight. Lü Yue raised his gaze, his heart trembling. The mountain loomed majestically, the spiritual energy thick like mist, the clouds and colors gathering, without dispersing, wrapping around the mountain's waist, resembling a natural ribbon. Thousands of white cranes swept across the sky, and the flora and fauna in the mountains scurried about. In the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, exotic beasts occasionally appeared. Rare flowers and strange grasses were scattered, with spiritual springs arranged harmoniously. The entire mountain exuded a steady and profound presence, devoid of superficiality, yet inherently majestic. At the mountain's peak stood a palace. The golden roof gleamed, the flying eaves sculpted with distinct outlines of ancient exotic beasts, their muscles and bones visible as if they would take flight at any moment, overlooking all beings. The group descended from the clouds, stepping into the palace doors. Lü Yue scanned the surroundings, his heart slightly shaken. Indeed, it was imposing. The hall was supported by the spiritual wood from the cloud-topped peaks, with crystal jade plates as lamps, and the load-bearing columns intricately carved from the limbs of exotic beasts, appearing as if crafted by nature. The ground was laid with white jade, inlaid with golden pearls as patterns, and carved into a lotus shape, with 12 petals, each petal unfurling with discernible stamens. Lü Yue silently swept his gaze and understood in his heart. The Yuan Shi Tian Zun values decorum and majesty. Just looking at this residence, one can tell his nature. Though he is yet to meet him, his demeanor has already arrived. Everyone followed the Tong Tian leader through the corridors and into the main hall. Yuan Shi Tian Zun stood at the steps. Seeing Tong Tian arrive, he stepped forward 3 paces. Behind him stood more than 10 people. All 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect were among them. "Third brother, it has been many years, and your nature remains as straightforward as ever." Tong Tian replied, his gaze steady. "Second brother is even more law-abiding than before. This is your 3 masters' uncle. Why not come forward to pay respects?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Chan sect crowd stepped forward in unison, bowing to pay their respects. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi Yun Zhongzi Yu Ding Qing Su Tai, Yiju Lu Sun Ci, Hangwen Shu Pu, Xian Dao Xing Ling, Bao Huang Long greet your three masters uncle. Duobao Jin Ling Wu Dang Gue Ling, Zhao Gongming Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao Bi Xiao, Lü Yue greet your two masters uncle. Yuan Shi Tianzun surveyed the crowd, seeing that everyone had reached the De Luo realm, nodded lightly. Third brother, please wait a moment, the eldest brother will be here soon. Tong Tian responded, leading the Jie sect disciples to step aside and stand silently. The hall was silent, only the light rustle of garments and the deepened breaths remained. After a while, Laozi and Xuandu stepped into the hall. Second brother, third brother, it seems I am late. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian exchanged smiles. Eldest brother, it has been too long, your Dao progress is ever more refined. Laozi smiled in reply. Second brother and third brother have also not been idle over the years. He nodded towards Xuandu. Xuandu, pay your respects to your two masters uncle and three masters uncle. Xuandu stepped forward and bowed. Xuandu greets two masters uncle and three masters uncle. Yuan Shi Tianzun smiled and nodded, and Tong Tian also slightly bowed. Eldest brother, third brother, now that everyone is here, let's go inside and discuss in detail. Laozi and Tong Tian immediately agreed. The group then moved into the inner hall. Previously, it was agreed that the disciples of the three teachings would debate their strengths, and now that the time has come, we can commence the trials. Among my disciples, there is only Xuandu. This time the competition relies entirely on the disciples of second brother and third brother to compete. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian, upon hearing this, turned their gazes to their respective disciples. Third brother, 9 is the ultimate number. Let's have 9 rounds of competition. Each of us will send 9 people to the stage, and the first to win 5 rounds will be the victor. Tong Tian looked around and nodded. Second brother's words are very true. The 5 rounds will determine the winner. Whichever side first wins 5 matches will be victorious. Everyone responded in unison. Since it's a debate, there should be rewards. Laozi lightly waved his sleeve, and 9 azure vine gourds hung in midair, the scent of elixirs wafting. Whoever wins a match receives a gourd containing the 9 transformation golden core. Yuan Shi Tianzun raised his gaze and smiled deeper. Eldest brother is generous. How could I be? He flipped his palm, and 9 magical treasures appeared in the void. A knife, spear, sword, halberd, bell, cauldron, seal, cloud garment, and pagoda. Their radiance contained steady as a mountain. The victor may choose any one. All are postnatal treasures, their power not inferior to top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Tong Tian's gaze sharpened, then he raised his hand, and 9 black wooden array plates floated up the surface, inscribed with flowing symbols subtly hinting at the resurgence of wind and thunder. The array plates I refined contain a killing formation. Even a De Luo Golden Immortal, if unprepared, would find it difficult to retreat unharmed. A multitude of eyes in the hall converged, with many swallowing hard. Lü Yue lowered his gaze to conceal the heat in his eyes. A single golden core immortal taking it would immediately ascend to De Luo. A single treasure could suppress a lineage's fortune. A single array plate is the sect's trump card. With the rewards prepared, victory or defeat will depend solely on true skill. The crowd wore solemn expressions, and no one spoke. Step outside the hall. The discussion of the 3 teachings will begin immediately. As soon as the words fell, everyone had risen and lined up. Taishang Laojun stepped out first, followed closely by Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Xuandu led the way, and 2 rows of disciples stepped out of the palace, stepping onto the wide square. Third brother, the first match can begin now. Tongtian Jiaozhu lifted his gaze towards the arena and nodded slowly. Let's start. Yuan Shi Tianzun scanned the seated disciples, his fingertip lightly tapping on Shijingzi. Shijingzi, it's your turn for the first formation. Hearing the call, Shijingzi stepped out with steady steps, bowing with his fists clasped. I shall obey the master's order and will not dare to tarnish the name of the teaching. Tongtian Jiaozhu glanced back at the disciples behind him, his gaze stopping on Bixio's face. Bixiao, you go up. Usually lively and cheerful today, Bixiao subdued her demeanor, lowering her gaze and responding, yes, master. The 2 entered the arena, each drawing their swords, and standing firm, the sword tips slightly raised, a cold light flickering. Junior sister, please be cautious. Bixiao smiled slightly, her sword tip pointing diagonally to the ground. Brother, there's no need for politeness. Oh, just make your move. Shijingzi channeled his strength into the sword. The innate spiritual energy surged. The long sword hummed and swelled, slashing horizontally with the force of wind and thunder. Bixiao horizontally blocked with her sword, the sound of metal clashing ringing out without pause, while a streak of azure-white lightning began to gather in her palm. The upper clear divine thunder was unleashed with a thought shooting straight into the sky, and before the explosive sound faded, a purple lightning bolt struck towards Shijingzi's head. Shijingzi's figure flickered, golden light sweeping across the ground as he narrowly avoided the strike. He then summoned the Yuqing divine thunder with a swift motion, the silver serpents dancing chaotically as he counterattacked. Back and forth they exchanged blows over 30 rounds without a clear victor. Suddenly Bixiao withdrew her sword, her breath deepening, and both palms pushed outward. Brother, watch. This is the technique I understood from observing the tides, called endless sea, 3,000 waves. Before her voice faded, the surrounding moisture rapidly gathered, condensing into a crystal-clear water droplet before her palms, which suddenly expanded the moment it left her hands, transforming into towering waves, layer upon layer, surging forth like an overwhelming army. As the waves rolled, dark currents surged, the momentum growing stronger. Shijingzi dared not take it, heeding, quickly retreating, while revealing the water and fire blade, aiming the tip directly at the heart of the waves. The blade pierced the waves, breaking through the first layer, and the second followed close behind. It shattered the third wave, while the fourth was already crashing down. The waves seemed endless, as if there was no end in sight. Both were to Luo Jinxian, their cultivation levels comparable. If they simply entangled in battle, it would be hard to determine a winner. Shijingzi's gaze deepened, and a copper mirror slipped from his sleeve as he raised his arm to reflect Bixiao's face. A white light shot forth, striking directly at her brow. Bixiao was caught off guard, her figure swaying as she fell backward. The waves lost their spiritual essence and instantly collapsed, being reduced to fragments by the residual force of the water and fire blade. Tantian Jiaozhu observed for a moment before slowly exhaling. In this match, Shijingzi of the teaching of the way has won. Yuanshi, Tianzuan asked, does third brother have any objections? Tantian shook his head, remaining silent. Seeing the outcome decided, Shijingzi held the mirror up to Bixiao again. A red light flashed, and Bixiao's eyelashes fluttered as her eyes slowly opened. Just as she was about to rise and fight again, Yunxiao stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. A loss is a loss, return to your team. Bixiao was stunned, only remembering a flash of white before falling into a heavy stupor. Hearing her elder sister speak, she silently sheathed her sword and turned to retreat back into the ranks of the Jie sect. Shijingzi stepped forward before the three saints, bowed in salute, and then, as was customary, claimed his rewards: a bottle of 9 turns golden elixir, a silver spear, and a mystical patterned array plate. As he returned with the treasures, though there was no sign of arrogance on his face, his steps were 3 points lighter than before. The members of the teaching of the way gazed intently at the items in his hands, then glanced at the Jie sect disciples across from them, their eyes burning with suppressed flames. The Jie sect disciples also straightened their backs, fingers lightly tapping their breaths, slightly heavy, and though no one spoke, they were already poised for action. Tantian Jiaozhu looked at Bixiao. Seeing her standing with her head bowed in front of the arena, he thought that Shijingzi had won by chance with the treasure. Artifacts were an extension of one's cultivation, winning meant victory. The second match commenced. Yuanshi Tianzan's gaze fell again, pointing towards Jiu Lusan. Tantian Jiaozhu nodded, indicating for Qiong Shao to step forward. The two entered the arena, exchanged a salute, and without further words immediately engaged. Jiu Lusan stepped forward, his figure disappearing into the ground. Without a sound, the soil quietly surged. In an instant, he burst forth from beneath Qiong Shao's feet, sword light, aimed directly at her back. Qiong Shao had been on guard, leaping into the air, hovering midair, her eyes sweeping around. Seeing Jiu Lusan emerge from the ground, she immediately waved her hand to summon water. 2 water dragons took shape from the void, complete with scales and claws roaring as they pounced down. Jiu Lusan did not retreat, but advanced, forming seals with both hands, and 2 earth dragons rose from the cracked ground, charging towards the water dragons. The clash of water and earth erupted with a hissing sound, the dragon forms gradually fading, ultimately dissipating. Having just landed, Qiong Shao saw Bixiao had just lost, feeling a slight tightness in her heart. No longer wanting to prolong the fight, she stretched her arms wide, and a curtain of water surged in front of her, waves rising in succession, one wave not yet settled before another rose, a momentum like a tide crashing against the shore. Jiu Liusuan, standing firm on the ground, quickly erected 7 earthen walls, yet they barely held against 3 waves before collapsing. Taking advantage of the momentum, he fled, and when he reappeared, he was already 3 feet behind Qiong Shao, releasing the celestial binding rope, which flew out like a white ribbon, instantaneously binding her. Qiong Shao's power was suddenly hindered, her form unbalanced. As she fell to the ground, the water waves instantly dissipating into mist, vanishing into thin air. Yuanshi, Tianzuan spoke. Third brother, in this round your disciple has once again fallen behind. Tantian Jiao's gaze swept across the arena. Seeing Qiong Shao still on the ground, he simply said, Qiong Shao has lost. Return. Jiu Lusan obeyed the command, retracting the rope and retreating. Qiong Shao stood with her hands lowered, and in the end did not speak again. Jiu Lusan accepted the gourd containing the 9-turn golden pill, a postnatal supreme treasure, and a formation plate, then turned and rejoined the ranks of the Chanjiao sect. Yuanshi Tianzuan had won 2 consecutive rounds, his expression clearing somewhat. Third brother, for the third match, send your disciple out first. At these words, Tantian Jiao's gaze swept over the students seated beneath him. Wu Dang, you go. Wu Dang answered and stepped forth with measured tread, moving straight into the palm. Seeing it was her, Yuanshi Tianzuan inclined his head slightly and turned to Tai Jinren. Tai, you take the field. Tai Jinren stepped forward. Before his sleeves had fallen, he had already unleashed 3 treasures. The Qiankuan ring screamed down, the Huntian Ling coiled like a crimson ribbon about its target, and a golden brick descended from the heavens borne on the force of wind and thunder. Wu Dang's figure paused slightly. 3 implements released in unison. This was against reason. In a contest of Tao and skill, one should display personal cultivation and unravel mysteries. Why upon first meeting did they press with unabated force? Treasures indeed contributed might, yet such a method already exceeded the contest's intent. She formed a hand seal, a veil of pale azure light rose around her, and she braced herself to endure the onslaught of the 3 treasures. Tai Jinren, allowing her no breath, cast forth a dome, at first the size of a bowl, swelling as it rose, and in moments spanning 100 fathoms. Within 9 fire dragons writhed and surged their flames, an uncanny blue scorching the void until it trembled. Same true fire. The dome descended and Wu Dang was locked inside. The blaze raged and her spiritual power faltered. Tantian Jiaozhu flicked his sleeve, a clear light pierced the dome and enfolded Wu Dang, drawing her out. He lifted his eyes to Yuanshi Tianzuan, his expression now illuminated. So that was the design. Yuanshi had bestowed innate spirit treasures upon his disciples, while he had granted not a scrap of reliance to the disciples of Jiejiao. This match was not lost for lack of cultivation, but for lack of preparation. Second brother, artful stratagem. Tantian Jiaozhu said, his voice low, yet every word clear. When the 3 schools' disciples spar, you hand down innate treasures. There is then no need to preach about proving the Tao by the Tao. In this formation, Wu Dang admits defeat. The remaining exchanges will resume tomorrow. I shall take my leave first. Having spoken, he rose, flicked his sleeve, and departed. Disciples of the Jie sect stood in solemn silence, then straightened their robes and followed in orderly procession. Before departing, their gazes swept across the assembled members of the Chan sect. No words were spoken, yet every glance bore a razor-sharp edge. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Tantian already gone, he merely turned to Taishang Laojun. Elder brother, our third brother remains unchanged in temperament. Taishang Laojun slowly shook his head, offering neither praise nor censure, and said only, second brother, this elder brother takes his leave now. The formation shall be activated tomorrow. Let us observe the rites once more. With that he departed with Xiandu. Yuanshi Tianzuan watched his retreating figure, his expression unmoved, then addressed his disciples. Return. Prepare for battle again tomorrow. Do not slacken your resolve. After tonight, your third senior uncle will surely bestow sacred treasures upon his disciples. Should you meet them again tomorrow, they will no longer be as they are today. Return each to your respective caves, nurture your spirit, refine your chi, arm yourselves fully with divine artifacts, and await the activation of the formation. His voice faded, and in an instant he had settled back upon his jade couch. The disciples of the Chan sect bowed deeply. We humbly obey our master's decree. Tomorrow we shall give our utmost, upholding the honor of the Chan sect without fail. As they dispersed, each returned silently to their cultivation grounds. Tantian Jiaozhu spoke not a word along the way, riding eastward on auspicious clouds straight toward Jineo Island. His disciples followed in hushed reverence, uttering no sound. Within the Bo Palace, Tantian Jiaozhu sat upright upon his meditation cushion, while his disciples stood respectfully below the dais, hands clasped before them. Wudong stepped forward half a pace and bowed low. Your disciples' skill fell short, bringing shame upon our sect. I beg my master's punishment. Tantian Jiaozhu lifted his gaze and swept it slowly across the assembly, his voice calm and measured. This defeat lies not with you, nor does it stem from shallow cultivation, nor from unfamiliarity with techniques. It is I who failed to perceive clearly. Since this was proclaimed a 3-sects Tao debate, it ought to have followed ancient precedent, testing insight, comparing foundations, demonstrating transformations, and deducing causal principles. I did not foresee that Yuanshi would wield a primordial divine artifact as a blade, shattering the very rules themselves. I underestimated him. He paused briefly, his gaze settling upon Wudong, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. Originally, I intended to grant protective artifacts only after you attained the rank of De Luo Immortal. Now that you have already ascended to De Luo Immortality, there is no need to delay the bestowal of such treasures. Remember well, artifacts may amplify power, but never replace the Tao. Treasures may shatter enemies, but never substitute cultivation. Wudong raised her head. The light in her eyes flickered brightly. Qiongxiao and Bixiao quietly tightened their fingers within their sleeves. Master, if granted a divine artifact, this disciple requests permission to fight once more. Not for victory, but to restore the dignity of our GS sect. Tontian Jiaozhu gave a slight nod, then turned to Duobao. Duobao, you are the eldest senior brother, you deserve a generous boon. Yet you already wield several primordial divine artifacts. Lest favoritism arise, I grant you only the golden radiance crown. No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden crown hovered midair, its light shimmering like the dawn's sun. Duobao stepped forward, received the crown with both hands, and bowed deeply. Grateful thanks for my master's grace. Tontian Jiaozhu's gaze then shifted toward Jinling Wudong and Gailing. Jinling Wu Dang Gui Ling, you three are my personally taught disciples. Today I bestow treasures to assist you on your path. Jinling, I grant you the Dragon Tiger Rui and the Four Symbols Tower, both offensive and defensive to be used as you wish. Wu Dang, I bestow upon you the Yinyang Twin Swords and the Yinyang Tower. Gui Ling, I grant you the Sun Moon Pearl, the Sun Pearl for offense, the Moon Pearl for defense, to be in harmony of movement and stillness. The three stepped forward, receiving the treasures with both hands and bowing their heads in respect. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasures. Tongshan's gaze shifted to Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos. Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, you four have solid foundations and stable paths. The items bestowed today are not for show, but necessary for your protection on the Dao. Gongming, I grant you the Dragon Sealing Pearl and the Rui Golden Hook. Apply yourself to understanding them, well, do not be careless. Three Xiaos, you are of one heart. I present to you the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the Golden Jiao Cutter, and the Dragon Binding Rope all at once. All three of these items contain formidable energies. Be cautious when using them. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos stepped forward in unison, steadily receiving the magical treasures and bowing deeply. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasures. Tongshan's gaze fell upon Lü Yue, his eyes slightly darkened, yet bearing a hint of approval. Lü Yue, you have acquired two supreme, innate spirit treasures, a result of your own fortune, not something I imparted. Yet since you are now under my tutelage, how can there be favoritism? You cultivate the path of thunder, specializing in the might of lightning. Today I bestow upon you a purple lightning hammer for you to wield. Lü Yue raised an eyebrow, his eyes suddenly shining with sharp light, as he stepped forward, cradling the purple lightning hammer with both hands and bowing deeply. Thank you, teacher, for the bestowed treasure. Tontian surveyed the 9 individuals and nodded, saying, immediately refine them. I will assist you in comprehending the true essence of the magical treasures. The 9 complied, sitting cross-legged and closing their eyes in concentration. Tongshan's sleeves gently brushed 9 streams of clear light emitted from his fingertips, silently entering each individual's brow. In a moment, the spiritual patterns of the treasures subtly emerged, their auras merging, and the refinement was complete. Lü Yue focused on the purple lightning hammer, his heart slightly trembling. The purple lightning hammer, a supreme, innate spirit treasure, contains 48 layers of prohibitions. It can summon the purple sky divine thunder and can also serve as a close combat heavy weapon. At this point, he already possessed 3 treasures of the same level in his hands. If he were to combine this hammer with the purple sky divine thunder flag, could he invoke the chaotic divine thunder? Just as the thought arose, he suppressed it. No rush. The path must be taken one step at a time, and the thunder must be drawn one layer at a time. Tontian observed his disciples quietly, his expression calm, yet a sense of relief lingered in his heart. All 9 were great Twelve Golden Immortals with profound foundations and refined abilities. Now that each held heavy treasures, tomorrow's discussion of the Tao would no longer be one-sided. The GS Sect's consecutive losses in 3 rounds were not due to inferior techniques, but rather because their opponents fought with treasures while they faced them unarmed. Zhao Gongming opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, lightly tapping his knee. Yunxiao's fingertips spun slightly, as if the winds and thunder were brewing. Qiongxiao and Bixiao exchanged glances, their eyes burning with battle intent. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The 3 defeats yesterday were not a disgrace, but a spark. The pent-up frustration in their hearts, if not released, would eventually become a barrier. For those who cultivate the Tao, if thoughts are unblocked, they can barely advance an inch. Lü Yue, on the contrary, sat still. The defeats were in the first 3 rounds, and he had not participated. Duobao had not participated. Jinling had also not participated. Among the 3, whoever took the stage could turn the tide. Now that Zhao Gongming held the Dragon Sealing Pearl and Yunxiao wielded the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, their chances of victory were no longer inferior to the Chan sect. The next morning, Tontian led the group to Kunlun Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Taishang Laojun was already seated on the cloud platform. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood in the center of the square. Upon seeing the 2 arrive, he raised his sleeve in greeting. Elder brother, third brother, you have come quite early. Taishang Laojun slightly nodded, remaining silent. Tongshan's gaze swept over Yuan Shi, his tone flat, yet lacking warmth. In today's Tao discussion, my GS sect lost 3 rounds yesterday. arriving early today to prevent others from using the terrain to set traps or relying on formations to gain an advantage. Having said that, he directly ascended the platform and took a seat at the eastern end of the cloud platform. Yuan Shi Tianzhen's expression momentarily froze, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Yesterday's matters indeed had flaws. He swallowed his anger and turned to return to his position. The three saints sat in three directions, cloud energy swirling, and the world fell silent. Taishang Liajian's eyes slightly lifted. The discussion of the Tao begins. Tong Tian immediately turned to Zhao Gongming. Gongming, for the first round you go. Yuan Shi Tianzuan tilted his head, pointing to Zihong Daoren. Zihong, you shall take this round. Zhao Gongming stepped into the arena, his robes undisturbed, yet his feet seemed to tread the thunder. Zihong Daoren also stepped forward, dressed in white as snow, his hands forming the jade clear seal. The two stood opposing each other from afar, the atmosphere charged with a sense of impending violence. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands. Please. Zihong did not respond. Her figure suddenly soared into the air, and with a flip of her palms, 9 streaks of blue and white lightning struck down from the sky. The Yuqing Zhao Gongming took a misstep, his figure darting diagonally, 3 zhang, his left hand forming seals, while his right arm swung horizontally, sending a red-purple arc of lightning surging upwards. The two forces of thunder collided midair, erupting with a thunderous explosion, waves of energy surging, yet neither side yielded. Suddenly Zhao Gongming withdrew his stance, slowly lifting his palms, the power within bubbling like boiling water, and miraculously condensed into the phantom images of 100 beasts, Kuei and Neo roaring Tao Dai, devouring the sky, Qiongqi spreading its wings, and Tao Wu cracking the ground. A primordial spectacle surging forth. 10,000 beasts devouring the heavens. With the words spoken, he thrust his palms forward. 100 beasts howled in unison, charging through the air with the momentum of collapsing mountains, directly pouncing towards Zihong. The onlookers held their breath. This technique did not rely on external forces, but was purely formed from magical power, and all transformed into ancient fierce beasts, their might surpassing ordinary divine abilities. Sehang's expression tightened as she drew a jade bottle from behind and tossed it into the sky. With the mouth of the bottle facing down, silver light burst forth, and dozens of water arrows shot out, icy cold and sharp, like ice serpents spitting venom, welcoming the charging beasts. Zhao Gongming let out a cold laugh, lightly shaking his sleeve. 24 sea-settling divine pearls shot through the air, forming a line, humming like dragon roars, directly striking the jade bottle. The 7th pearl collided with the bottle, causing it to shudder. When the 8th pearl arrived, the bottle shattered, plummeting towards the ground. The remaining 16 pearls maintained their momentum, slicing through the sky, like stars falling into an abyss, aimed straight at Sehang's face. The 7th pearl collided with the bottle, causing it to shudder. When the 8th pearl arrived, the bottle shattered, plummeting towards the ground. The remaining 16 pearls maintained their momentum, slicing through the sky, like stars fall. In this round, Zihong has lost. Zihong bowed her head, silently turning to retreat back to the array of the Chan teaching. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, collecting a gourd of 9 transformation golden pills, a piece of postnatal treasure, and an array plate, then returned to his team. The disciples of the Jia teaching relaxed their expressions, smiles appearing at the corners of their mouths. Qingsu, you go. Qingsu responded and stepped into the arena. Tong Tian scanned his disciples, landing his gaze on Gui Ling. You take this formation. Gui Ling cupped her hands and stepped into the arena. The two exchanged greetings as per usual, said little more, and revealed their magical treasures. Qingsu unfolded the Hunyuan banner, the banner flapping, and dozens of sharp sword energies shot out, directly attacking Gui Ling. Gui Ling stood firm, and an ancient tortoise shell floated before her, the sword energy colliding, merely creating a few sparks. Seeing this, Qingsu gathered his energy and concentrated, pulling together the scattered sword energies. In the blink of an eye, a 100-meter giant sword took shape, clear as ice, its cold radiance blinding, descending with the might of wind and thunder. Gui Ling did not retreat, but instead met the attack, her tortoise shell held horizontally in front of her chest. That shell was crafted from her own essence, personally refined by Tong Tian, and had become a postnatal treasure, its defense as strong as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The giant sword slashed down 3 times, ringing out with a deafening clang, yet the tortoise shell remained unbroken, while the sword body disintegrated inch by inch, dissipating into flowing light. Qingsu took out a feather fan from his sleeve and waved it forward 7 times. 7 flames soared into the sky, congealing into 7 ancient fierce beasts, with sharp fangs and claws roaring as they charged. Gui Ling held the shell with one hand to protect herself, while the other hand activated the Sun and Moon Pearl, infusing it with magical power, the pearl's light erupting, piercing through the air directly at Qing's chest. Caught off guard, Qingsu was struck back several steps, kneeling on one knee. He had calculated that Gui Ling excelled in defense, but overlooked her other offensive abilities. One oversight led to total defeat. Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze turned cold, his fingers tightening slightly, yet he did not move. Second brother Qing Su has indeed lost this round. Yuan Shi nodded, not commenting further. Qing Su struggled to rise, his face pale, and slowly walked back to his formation. Gui Ling stepped forward, collecting a gourd of 9 transformation golden pills, a piece of postnatal treasure, and an array plate, slightly bowing to the Sanqing before returning to the Jie teaching ranks. Having won 2 consecutive matches, Tong Tian's expression relaxed, and he pointed for the 3rd time. Yin Xiao, you go. Yuan Shi Tianzun pondered briefly and summoned Yu Ding. The two entered the arena, greeting each other with respect. Brother Yu Ding, Yin Xiao spoke. I will set up a formation, may I ask you to break it? Before he finished speaking, the formation flags had already appeared, 9 poles thrust into the ground. Yellow mist rose instantly, and in an instant formed the 9 curved yellow river formation. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper hung at the center of the formation, casting down a beam of golden light to suppress all directions. Yu Ding stood outside the formation, watching the sandy waves surging and the wind and stones colliding with hidden killing intent. He had no choice but to draw his sword and enter the formation. The demon-slaying sword was drawn, slashing horizontally, but the sword light only extended 2 or 3 zhang before being engulfed by the billowing yellow dust. Gritting his teeth, he urged it again, gripping the sword with both hands, magical power surging, and the sword body buzzed incessantly. This sword slays demons and evil, I name it annihilation. As the words fell, the sword light surged, 1,000 zhang long rainbow, piercing into the heart of the formation. Inside the formation, Yin Xiao raised his hand lightly, and 9 tornadoes erupted from the sea of sand, soon merging together, transforming into 9 towering wind pillars that twisted toward the sword light. In just a breath, the 1,000 zhang sword radiance was torn apart, leaving no trace. On the high platform, the Sanqing observed quietly. Taishang nodded slightly, and Laozi said, Third brother, the path of formations has future successors. Tong Tian smiled. Among the disciples, Yun Xiao understands formations the best. He did not know that the essence of the 9 curved yellow river formation had been personally taught by Lü Yue the night before. Second brother Yu Ding's formation cannot be breached any further. Yuan Shi closed his eyes for a moment and slowly spoke. Inside the formation, Yu Ding surveyed the surroundings with yellow waves unceasing and wind blades lurking in ambush, knowing it was impossible to break through. He clasped his hands and declared loudly, Yun Xiao, this formation is profound, I admit defeat. Yun Xiao, withdraw the formation. As per Master Uncle's command. Yun Xiao stood up, retracted the formation flags, the yellow mist dissipated, and his figure reappeared. Yu Ding glanced at her, his expression sincere. Your formation path has entered a realm of transformation. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to consult further. Yun Xiao did not respond, merely nodded slightly, turned to collect a gourd of 9 transformation golden pills, a piece of postnatal treasure, and an array plate, and bowed to the Sanqing, steadily returning to her team. Laughter gradually rose in the ranks of the Jie teaching, growing louder. 3 consecutive victories. Yuan Shi Tianzun scanned his own disciples, his expression heavy. All 3 battles ended in a draw, leaving no glory. With 6 matches completed, 3 wins and 3 losses, the scores were even. The last 2 matches would determine the victor. He paused slightly and pointed out Yin Zhongzi. This individual had a solid foundation and seasoned methods. He trusted him. Tong Tian originally intended to send Jin Ling to battle, but he suddenly saw Lü Yue step forward, his pace unwavering, already taking half a step. Tong Tian's gaze flickered and he changed his words. Lü Yue, you go. The two stepped into the square, exchanging respectful greetings. Brother Yin Zhongzi, please enlighten me. Hearing this, Yin Zhongzi let out a hearty laugh. Junior brother Lü Yue, it's not about teaching, but merely validating our paths together. Lü Yue nodded, his smile slightly restrained. Yin Zhongzi waved his sleeve, and a large clock floated before him. Its design was ancient, and its patterns intricate, resembling the Donghuang bell. I have some insights into the art of refining weapons. This clock is forged based on the Donghuang bell, gaining some of its power, but can only be used once. Lü Yue's expression turned serious, and he stopped speaking further. Junior brother specializes in thunder, deriving several methods. I ask you to examine them, brother. As the words fell, he raised his right arm, pointing directly at the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds swirling like ink gathering in an instant. Lightning danced among the clouds and thunder rumbled incessantly. Thick arcs of lightning roamed and intertwined within the clouds, suddenly transforming into dragon shapes, and tiger shadows leaping and roaring, surrounded by electric brilliance exuding a fierce aura. What a transformation of thunder into spirit. Lü Yue smiled calmly, his right hand suddenly pointing out, thunder of myriad spirits break. The thunder dragon and thunder tiger roared out together, charging towards Yun Zhongzi with the might of 10,000 Jun. Yun Zhongzi raised his hand to summon a scroll hovering above his head. Suddenly golden light burst forth, transforming into a rainbow bridge that spanned the void, a treasure forged in the likeness of the Taiji diagram. As the rainbow bridge stabilized, he produced a tower 7 stories exquisite, with a curtain of mysterious yellow energy cascading down like a veil crafted in the form of the Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Then with a flick of his sleeve, dozens of spirit treasures flew out in succession, each with its own provenance, each a replica. The lightning spirits crashed against the rainbow bridge, a deafening roar resounding. Though it possessed merely 1/10 of the Taiji diagram's power, it remained unbreakable until thousands of lightning spirits were completely dissipated, at which point the rainbow bridge trembled and shattered. Before the remnants of the thunder could cease, they surged towards the Linglong Pagoda. The tower's mysterious yellow light flickered violently, its radiance gradually dimming. Yun Zhongzi's fingertips struck the imitation Dongwang bell urgently. The bell sound surged forth, its sound waves like blades cleaving through several shadows of thunder. But the lightning spirits came in waves unceasing. The bell's body began to crack inch by inch, ultimately shattering into pieces. The tide of thunder surged again, charging towards the pagoda. The tower swayed, its mysterious yellow light nearly extinguished. He formed hand seals with both hands, urging all remaining spirit treasures forward, howling to meet the onslaught. When the last thunder tiger was slain, the ground was littered with broken blades, shattered jade, and scorched iron. Yun Zhongzi gazed at Lü Yue, his breath slightly heavy. Senior brother, watch this move. Lü Yue pointed again at the sky. The dark clouds boiled, suddenly pressing down so dense that not a sliver of light could penetrate. The intent of thunder gathered wildly. A towering ancient city emerged from the clouds. The city walls rose high, arrow towers stood in clusters, armored soldiers stood in formation, and flags fluttered. Within the city, soldiers wielded halberds and rode exotic beasts, silent as iron awaiting orders. Heavenly punishment of thunder opened the city. The city gate thundered open, a tide of iron-armored thunder soldiers surged forth, walking through the air, their murderous intent piercing the skies. Yun Zhongzi continuously waved his treasures to counterattack, but the thunder soldiers were endless. The front ranks collapsed, yet the rear ranks had already arrived. The brilliance of the spirit treasures dimmed one by one, ultimately crushed to dust. On the high platform, the 3 saints observed in silence, nodding in unison. This child has already reached a profound level in the way of thunder. Given time, he could reach the stage of a sage. The gate of Hunyuan is not a mere fantasy. Yuan Shi turned to Tong Tian, his tone slightly bitter. Third brother's fortune is deep. He has managed to acquire such fine talent. Tong Tian's lips curled slightly, remaining silent, yet there was a glimmer in his eyes. What do the saints compete for? Beyond fortune, it is merely face. An immortal, indestructible body, impervious to countless tribulations. What truly matters is whether their disciples can withstand and uphold that lineage. In this battle, Lü Yue bore half the weight for the Jiejiao. Lü Yue. Yun Zhongzi concedes this match. Stand down. Lü Yue withdrew his fingers, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the ancient city vanished. Senior brother, I concede. Yun Zhongzi waved his hand. Junior brother, your Tao is pure, your divine abilities unmatched. I truly cannot compare. With that, he flicked his sleeve, collecting all the remnants of the treasures, turning to walk towards the array of the Chanjiao. Lü Yue stepped forward, taking with him a gourd of 9 golden pills, a tower of the postnatal treasures, and a jade plate, bowing to the 3 pure ones before returning to the ranks of the Jiejiao. For consecutive victories. In the debate among the 3 teachings, the Jiejiao was merely 1 match away from victory. Yet the crowd was not anxious, for their senior brother Duo Bao Daoren had yet to take action. This person's Taoist cultivation was unfathomable. His divine abilities had never been revealed. None had seen the full extent of his spirit treasures. It was only known that he was the first disciple personally accepted by Tong Tian before he attained sagehood. The 2 saints Taishang and Yuan Shi had also personally guided him in the past. He was well versed in the methods of the 3 teachings. He was also present at the last lecture in the Zixiao Palace. These words had been passed down among the disciples of the Jiejiao for many years, never exaggerated nor concealed, simply because Duo Bao Daoren never needed to rely on rumors to establish his authority. Yuan Shi Tianzun scanned the Jiejiao disciples, then glanced at his own formation, his brow slightly furrowed. He was silently calculating the next match's participants, whom to send, and whom Tong Tian would likely dispatch. This was no longer a test, but a contest of rhythm. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi was the one with the deepest cultivation among the Chanjiao, and he possessed the most spirit treasures: the fallen clock, the dual swords, and the purple robe of immortality, all personally bestowed by Yuan Shi. The Jiejiao still had 2 individuals who had yet to act: Duo Bao and Jin Ling. He was familiar with Duo Bao, having personally guided him for several years in his youth. He knew his foundation was solid, his character steady and resilient. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi stepped onto the platform. The Jie Jiao members stiffened their expressions. Duo Bao moved half a step forward, his gaze directed towards the three pure ones. Master, for this match I shall take the lead. He is the first disciple of the Chan Jiao. I am the first disciple of the Jie Jiao. Junior brothers and sisters need not step up. Tong Tian nodded. Go ahead. Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao stood in the arena 10 paces apart. Duo Bao, senior brother, I greet you. Duo Bao slightly cupped his fist. Please. In that case I will not yield. This technique draws inspiration from the Kunlun Mountain's topography, named Divine Mountain, suppressing heaven. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised both palms, directing his power like a tide into the void. A giant mountain materialized out of thin air, its rugged body and ancient stone patterns pressing down, causing the sound of wind to gradually descend. Duo Bao looked up at it, shaking his head. It resembles the shape, but lacks the spirit. His right fist suddenly tightened, striking directly at the heart of the mountain. Boom! The mountain body cracked, and before the fragments could scatter, they transformed into azure smoke and dissipated. The spectators fell silent. Duo Bao retracted his fist. Is there anything else? Guang Qingzi's expression tightened. The fallen clock flew out from his sleeve. The dual swords hummed into the air, and the purple robe of immortality shimmered. Duo Bao stood still. As the bell sound resonated, his earlobes did not tremble. When the two swords attacked from both sides, he raised his hand to grip, halting the sword tips just half an inch from his palm, unable to advance further. With a casual toss to the ground, two ringing sounds echoed. Is that it? Now it's my turn. He pressed his right hand down, his fingers slightly splayed. Void great palm print. With a sudden motion, his palm descended, tearing a dark line in the sky. A colossal hand engulfed in wind and thunder smashed down. Guang Qingzi's robes fluttered, and the purple robe of immortality was fully activated, its light shield held firm. Duo Bao took a step forward, his palms force deepening. Boom! Guang Qingzi was sent flying, landing awkwardly 3 steps before stabilizing his form. The three pure ones' gaze remained fixed on the arena. Laozi softly remarked, Duo Bao's strength has likely solidified his place at the threshold of the Great Tao. Yuanshi nodded. For an ordinary Great Tao practitioner, receiving 3 strikes from him would not be easy. Tong Tian's lips curled slightly. The weight of a first disciple does not lie in swift success. I restrained his level for 10 years, offering not a wisp of power, waiting for his energy to mature and his Tao heart to solidify. Only then, during his breakthrough, can he be flawless. Yuanshi turned his gaze. Who taught him is not limited to you alone. Back in the day when he first entered the Yusu Palace, he was merely a child holding a pill furnace. Taishang lowered his gaze. Indeed. In a blink, the pill furnace has changed 3 times already. As the words left his mouth, the outcome had already been determined in the arena. Guang Qingzi lowered his head and returned to his place, his robe corner dusted. Duo Bao picked up a gourd of 9 golden pills, a postnatal treasure, and a Zhou Tian array plate, bowed to the 3 saints, and turned back to his team. The 3 saints were about to speak when Xian Du stepped forward. Master, I wish to consult junior brother Lü Yue on his way of thunder, if I may inquire. Laozi raised his eyes, momentarily taken aback. This child had followed him in cultivating for hundreds of years, speaking only a few words. Today, he actively invited a challenge. Tong Tian looked at Taishang. Taishang nodded. Third brother, since Xian Du has spoken, permit this match. Tong Tian hesitated no longer. Lü Yue, you go. Lü Yue was taken aback. Xian Du, the only direct disciple of Taishang, the soul seed of the human teaching, wore a fragment of the Taiji diagram at his waist and concealed the ashes of the 8 trigram furnace in his sleeve. Debating with this person was not a contest of techniques, but a contest of life and time. But with the master's order, he clasped his hands in response. As you command. Xian Du stepped into the arena, standing opposite Lü Yue. Xian Du, senior brother, please enlighten me. Xian Du, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. Brother Lü Yue, proceed freely. Do not hold back for fear of harming me, nor restrain yourself needlessly. Should any unforeseen peril arise, the 3 sages sit enthroned above, ensuring neither of us oversteps our bounds. Lü Yue lifted his gaze toward the 3 figures upon the high platform and gave a slight nod. All eyes in the vicinity converged upon him at once. His previous bout had already revealed his formidable edge, swift, incisive strikes, chi surging like drawn blades, leaving no doubt among the onlookers that he was no ordinary cultivator. Xuandu, sole direct disciple of the supreme sage Taishang, heir to the human teaching sect, concealed the true depth of his cultivation behind an unfathomable calm, yet none dared presume to rank him lightly. The 2 stood motionless, yet their auras rose imperceptibly, silent, invisible combat unfolding as if 2 undercurrents clashed beneath placid waters. Their spiritual energies probed, entwined, and repelled one another, neither gaining dominance, neither yielding ground. Upon the high platform, the 3 sages watched with serene composure, their divine senses already enveloped both cultivators, poised to intervene at the slightest anomaly. Brother Lü Yue, please unveil your divine art. At those words Lü Yue stirred. His magical energy surged skyward. Over Kunlun Mountain the clear sunlight vanished, clouds gathered from all four directions thick and heavy pressing low upon the peak. Lightning flickered within the clouds, a dragon-shaped and tiger-shaped phantoms coiled and roared through the storm, serpentine bolts darting between them, distant bestial cries echoing faintly. Xuandu's eyes gleamed. Brother, your mastery of thunderous creation is truly extraordinary. Even observers feel their spirit tremble. How much more so one standing before it? Before the final syllable faded, his palms joined then parted. Two marks materialized before him, one black, one white, spinning slowly harmoniously. This is my own creation, the life and death seal. With a finger pointed skyward, Lü Yue's voice split the air like tearing silk. 10,000 beasts of thunder, break forth. From the clouds 10,000 spectral beasts roared in unison, descending upon the mountain with wind and lightning. Each hoofall detonating blinding arcs of electricity, the void itself vibrating with resonance. Xuandu thrust forth both hands. The life and death seal surged forward, its black and white mandala rotating like a grinding wheel. The stampeding beast struck the seal's surface. Lightning shattered outward, deafening roars reverberated. Yet the seal's intricate patterns flowed ceaselessly, absorbing, dispersing, and dissolving the thunderous force layer by layer. After a moment of deadlock, both withdrew their power. The seal dissolved, the beasts faded, and the residual energy dissipated entirely. Senior Brother Xuandu's life and death seal embodies perfect symbiosis of life and death. Its offense and defense are seamless, truly peerless. A subtle smile deepened upon Xuandu's lips. Brother's 10,000 beast art draws its skeleton from thunder and its form from momentum, truly majestic in scope and grandeur. Lü Yue remained silent. His hands wove a new seal. Lightning erupted violently, and a towering ancient city rose from the earth, ramparts forged from violet lightning, gates flung wide, armored warriors arrayed in formation, mounted upon thunder leopards and electric cuterdons, battle aura thick enough to drown the plains. Xuandu's expression did not shift. Magical energy coalesced in his palm, and an ancient weathered millstone manifested midair, its rim inscribed with yin-yang motifs, turning steadily. This is the life and death millstone. With a sweep of his hand, Lü Yue unleashed the city's cavalry, hooves striking thunder, charging straight toward Xuandu. Xuandu advanced the millstone. Its movement was unhurried yet implacable. Where it passed, lightning fractured formations, faltered momentum, stalling. High above, the celestial army of the ancient city locked in stalemate with the millstone. Booms resonated across the heavens, shockwaves churning the air like turbulent seas. The three sages observed in silence. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned slightly and murmured, Elder Brother Xuandu has already stepped onto the path of life and death. His foundation is solid, his cultivation natural and profound. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded gently with a smile. Congratulations, Elder Brother. Your lineage bears worthy successors. Taishang Lao Jun gazed with tranquil eyes. Second and third brothers do not rush to conclusions. His Dao cultivation remains unconsolidated, his refinement still immature. He requires careful guidance and meticulous nurturing. The three fell silent once more, their gazes returning to the arena. Another round concluded, still no victor. Lü Yue's breath settled, his expression turning solemn. Senior Brother Xuandu, I possess another thunder art, named the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. I invite you to appraise it. A flash of sharp intent crossed Xuandu's eyes. Please proceed. Lü Yue raised a single finger toward the heavens. His magical energy pierced the cloud layer. The dark clouds churned violently, drawing in pure chi like a great whale. Light intensified at the cloud's heart, while thunder essence condensed inward, pressure mounting unbearably. Beware. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, descend. A silver-white bolt tore through the cloud veil, cleaving empty space, aimed directly at Xuandu's crown chakra. Xuandu formed the life and death seal, once more meeting the lightning heating. The bolt struck repeatedly, 10 times 20, seal patterns flickering erratically, fissures appearing along its edges. Lü Yue's brows drew together. He poured more power into the clouds, the core blazing with sudden searing brilliance. A pillar of lightning thicker than a water vat crashed down, ripping wind rending void, bathing heaven and earth in blinding white light. Xuandu instantly summoned twin life and death seals and the life and death millstone, 3 layers of defense converging in an instant. The lightning pillar struck, seals shattered, millstone cracked, yet the residual force pressed onward unstoppable. Xuandu flicked his sleeve, a tower leapt from his palm. 90-yeared, exquisitely delicate, its body the color of primordial yellow earth, radiating 10,000 threads of luminous light wrapping him like a silken cocoon. The lightning collided with the amber gold radiance. Deafening detonations rolled like tidal waves, light and flame pulsing violently, flaring and dimming without pause. Yuanshi Tianzuan murmured softly. Third brother Lü Yue's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder approaches the fundamental essence of the Tao itself. Its power rivals only the Purple Celestial Thunder. Tantian Jiazhu looked toward Taishang Lao Jun and said frankly, Elder brother, this disciple possesses exceptional insight into the Thunder Tao. I have often guided him, deeply dissecting its pivotal principles with meticulous precision. Taishang Lao Jun inclined his head slightly. Direct instruction from a sage is rare indeed, but without personal realization, diligent cultivation, and unwavering perseverance against the current, even golden words cannot open the gate to true mastery. Third brother Lü Yue must continue refining himself patiently. Given time, he will surely ascend to greatness. Tantian Jiazhu nodded, his gaze returning to the arena, saying no more. Yuanshi Tianzuan swept his gaze over Xuandu Duobao and Lü Yue. Faint light shimmered in his eyes, then turned toward his own disciples, his expression growing subtly grave. He pondered inwardly, henceforth more lectures must be held. Disciples must be urged to contemplate day and night, never slackening. When the pillar of light finally dispersed, Lü Yue lowered his hands and stood still, making no further move. Senior brother Xuandu, does this Tao discourse conclude here? Xuandu offered a slight nod indeed, then added, Brother Lü Yue, today's sparring has enriched me greatly. I hope we may again seek each other's wisdom in days to come. As the two withdrew their energies, the tension across every shoulder eased palpably. At that moment, whether they belonged to the Chan sect or the Jie sect, every disciple gazed upon Lü Yue in hushed awe. Like a blade drawn from its scabbard, his sharpness undimmed, none daring to provoke him lightly. How could such a stark disparity exist among cultivators, all ranked as great Luo immortals? The three sages silently manifested before the assembly. Xuandu retrieved an azure jade gourd containing 9-fold refining golden pills. Next, he lifted a small tripod cauldron, a post-heaven supreme treasure, its surface etched with subtle ancient patterns. Finally, he picked up a bronze tray heavy with antiquity. He approached Lü Yue slowly. Brother, you engaged in this contest solely through divine arts without deploying any artifacts. Accept these 3. They shall serve you well in times of need. Lü Yue paused, then accepted them with both hands, solemn, reverent. Thank you, senior brother. Xuandu waved gently, his smile warm. We are brothers of the same sect. Gratitude is unnecessary. The 3 sages exchanged knowing glances, smiling quietly, speaking no word. This Tao discourse concludes with the Jie sect's victory. Let all disciples understand external tools may aid momentarily, but true Tao cultivation forms the bedrock of all attainment. Do not mistake artifact superiority for fundamental strength. Now rest and restore your energies. Once your magical power is replenished, we 3 shall jointly open the Dharma assembly and expound the Tao for 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, joy bloomed across every face. A sage's personal lecture occurs but once in a millennium. For all 3 sages to appear together and open the Dharma platform. How often has such a spectacle graced the vast Honghuang realm? Even Lü Yue felt his spirit stir with fervent anticipation. Their teachings, matched with his razor-sharp insight, would surely yield profound revelations. Disciples seated cross-legged in silence, eyes closed and minds focused, awaiting the full restoration of their qi before stepping through the gate of the Tao. Seeing their breaths stilled and spirits fully replenished, Supreme Elder Laozi spoke. Having attained the rank of Deluo, you shall today receive exclusive instruction on this realm. Deluo signifies transcendence beyond the river of fate, the supreme culmination of immortality, cultivation, the dawn of indestructibility across 10,000 calamities. As his words settled, a veil lifted within each cultivator's spiritual awareness, revealing the profound meaning of Deluo with crystalline clarity. You absorb the saint's discourse, deepening your comprehension of the 9 heaven scripture to the quasi-sage. You mastered celestial techniques of the 36 heavenly gangs, stirring rivers and appending seas, turning earth into bronze, 5-element great evasion, 6 Jia esoteric arts, foreseeing the future, whipping mountains to move, resurrecting the dead, leaping through space, 9 breath qi absorption, drawing out primordial yang, subduing dragons and taming tigers, mending the sun and shoving mountains to fill oceans. Your mastery of the Thunder Tao advanced further, the Thunder Law coalesced to 13%. You also gained initial insight into the essentials of alchemical arts. 3 centuries passed like a fleeting sigh. Supreme Elder Laozi spent 100 years expounding Deluo, another 100 elucidating Wu Wei, and the final 100 instructing in alchemical arts. Disciples of the 3 sects immersed themselves as if drinking from an immortal spring, basking in a breeze that carried the fragrance of the Tao. Each gained differently, yet all cultivated qi converged toward perfect harmony. Subtle signs of returning to primal simplicity shimmered beneath their auras. Among them, Lü Yue not only mastered every technique of the 36 heavenly gang, but also refined the 9 heaven scripture to its zenith at the quasi-sage level. His cultivation complete, awaiting only the day of Lü golden immortal perfection to effortlessly grasp the Tao's laws and step across the threshold of quasi-sagehood. His understanding of alchemy had likewise taken root. Fire control, medicinal properties, and furnace principles now resided firmly within his mind. Upon Laozi's conclusion, Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward to continue the discourse. My eldest brother has already outlined the essence of Lü. I shall not shy from repetition, but offer my own perspective. For the next 3 centuries, Yuanshi Tianzuan devoted 100 years to interpreting Lü, another 100 to expounding harmony with heaven's will, and the final 100 to imparting the art of spirit artifact forging. You mastered additional celestial techniques, transmuting stone into gold, standing upright, without shadow, fetal transformation, and shape-shifting, altering size, at will be blooming flowers in an instant, roaming spirits, and commanding chi, seeing through walls, reversing wind and fire, diving deep, and shrinking earth, flying sand and rolling stones, carrying mountains across the sea, scattering beams to summon soldiers, and the 7-arrow nailhead curse. Your thunder law deepened, further reaching 17%. You also took your first steps into the arcane path of spirit artifact cultivation. Thus Lü Yue had now mastered all 36 heavenly gang techniques, and his foundation in artifact cultivation was laid. He was no longer an outsider to the craft. His aura thickened steadily. The 3 blossoms glowed faintly above his crown. The 5 chi surged subtly within, like a chrysalis on the verge of breaking, needing only the slightest nudge to ascend. Other disciples likewise progressed. Some shattered long-standing bottlenecks, others broke through instantly, still others underwent profound transformations of qi or attained serene clarity of Tao heart. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan conclude, Tongtian Jiao, Zhu stepped forward calmly. I fully concur with the insights offered by my eldest and second brothers. I shall now re-examine Lü from its very foundations for all disciples. Lü Yue listened intently, cross-referencing each teaching against his own practice, discarding the extraneous, preserving the essential, filling gaps, and recovering lost insights. At the discourse's deepest point, he quietly activated the primordial source of his thunder prison, channeling it upward to bathe his 3 blossoms, allowing them to absorb freely. He then drew forth a gourd of 9-fold refinement golden pills gifted by Xuandu, and added fruits harvested from 5 mid-tier primordial spirit trees: fire date, tree water spirit, fir earth ball grass golden pear tree, and wood tangerine tree, casting them all into the thunder prison. 10,000 thunderbolts crashed down simultaneously, purging impurities in an instant and condensing the purest primordial essence. He then directed this essence downward, infusing it into his 3 blossoms. His 9-petal blossoms, already perfected, unfurled slowly under this torrent of boundless origin, until a translucent ethereal leaf emerged atop, each shimmering faintly, yet brimming with infinite vitality. The phantom leaf gradually solidified, and the 10-petal blossom bloomed silently. As the primordial essence continued to flow, the elusive image finally coalesced into tangible form. The 10-petal blossom was now complete. Yet the essence remained unspent. His 3 blossoms continued absorbing ravenously. Only when the last trace vanished did another spectral silhouette appear, hovering indistinct, pulsing uncertainly, without settling into form. Lü Yue remained silent, offering only a quiet sigh within his heart. Without hesitation, he initiated breakthrough. His aura surged, and his realm shattered open to Lü golden immortal. The 3 sages' gazes flickered subtly, their sleeves fluttered lightly, as an invisible barrier sprang forth, sealing Lü Yue within, containing his aura so as not to disturb others. Upon entering Lü, innate spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave, drawn entirely into his being and refined into Tao cultivation and divine power. Once the influx ceased, he sank inward, compressing and purifying his essence with profound focus. This breakthrough vaulted him 3 tiers at once, straight to the latest stage, Lü golden immortal realm. No sooner had his aura stabilized than Xuandu and Duobao followed suit. The 3 sages' discourse continued uninterrupted. The momentum of Tao cultivation was at its peak. Both had long held themselves at the precipice. Now advancement came naturally, seamlessly. Their ascents matched Lü Yue's in magnitude, each stepping directly into latest stage Lü golden immortal. The 3 sages observed in quiet approval. Supreme Elder Laozi and Tongtian Zhu allowed faint smiles. Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over his own disciples' formation, his expression darkening ever so subtly. The discourse flowed on, each cultivator delving deeper into personal realization. Tao resonance rippled ceaselessly through the hall. Soon another surge rose. Yun Zhongzi trembled, radiant light piercing his body as he attained mid-stage Lü golden immortal. Your mastery of the thunder Tao sharpened further. Your comprehension of the thunder law reached 2/10. Your foundational understanding of formation arts also quietly strengthened. Lü Yue's gains extended far beyond mere cultivation rank. Violet lightning danced across his body, fine arcs crackling along his arms and leaping playfully from his fingertips. Alive, fierce, yet tightly contained, radiating an aura, both terrifying and profoundly restrained. All three sages turned their attention toward him. Before Supreme Elder Laozi could speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan interjected, "Third brother, your disciple possesses extraordinary aptitude in the Thunder Dao. Attaining even a glimpse of law comprehension at latest stage de Luo is exceedingly rare. Perhaps entrust him to my tutelage. Your guidance seems rather lenient. I fear it may hinder his potential." Tongtian Jiao Zhu raised his eyes calm and unhurried. "If second brother deems my instruction wanting, speak plainly. Why cloak such intent in circuitous words? Stealing a disciple requires no pretense. Lü Yue entered my sect and never slackened for a single day. Scriptures taught personally, thunder talismans carved by hand, tribulation fires endured firsthand. Each trial bore my direct hand." He paused, his gaze drifting toward the ranks of the Chan sect. "Second brother, should you find leisure, perhaps attend more closely to your own disciples. Yun Zhongzi alone has broken through, while the rest remain mired in Xian immortal or true immortal realms. Delay too long, and their Dao foundations may falter." Yuanshi Tianzuan fell momentarily silent, not for lack of retort, but because just as he opened his mouth, three surges erupted simultaneously from the Jie sect: Jin Long Wudong and Zhao Gongming, all ascending together to early stage de Luo Golden Immortal. Their breakthroughs were soundless and steady, lacking the dazzling brilliance of Xuandu and his peers, yet revealing deeper accumulation. The rest of the Jie sect disciples stood already at the apex of Xian immortal cultivation, needing only the final spark to shatter their barriers. When Tongtian Jiao Zhu concluded his discourse, he spoke no further, merely stood quietly before the hall, awaiting the disciples' return to awareness. Moments later, disciples gradually stirred awake, adjusted their robes and caps, and bowed deeply in unison before the three sages. "We thank our senior uncle master, second uncle, senior uncle, and third uncle master for bestowing this Dao discourse." The three sages gazed upon them with gentle, knowing smiles. These disciples are the seedlings they personally awakened. In time, they will walk the vast wilds and carry on the lineage. What we witnessed today, solid cultivation, a clear Dao heart, accomplished techniques, has not betrayed years of nurturing. Yet the witch and demon forces run rampant, and the world is not yet pacified. The moment to promulgate the way is not ripe. Otherwise, emissaries would already have been sent down the mountain to open altars and found a teaching. Taishang Laozu rose and pronounced that the debate was concluded. He continued that they would reconvene on an auspicious day and bade everyone return to their cave abodes. With those words, he faded and set off in the direction of Shouyang Mountain. Xuandu stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Second senior uncle, third senior uncle Xuandu will follow the master and take his leave first." He then addressed his fellow disciples, "Friends, Xuandu will first return to Shouyang Mountain. We shall meet again." After a bow, he turned and fell into the void. Tongtian Jiaozhu watched him go, then strode forward and said, "Second brother, the debate is over. I too should return to Janeo Island. Kunlun is splendid, but it cannot bear our prolonged stay. Linger a moment longer, and one fears the earth will crack and mountains collapse." The Jiejiao disciples immediately formed ranks, and facing Yuanshi, Tianzuan bade him farewell. In unison, "Second senior uncle, we take our leave." They added that they would first accompany their master back to Janeo Island and continue their conversation another time. With that, they fell into formation behind Tongtian Jiaozhu. At a single step from the sage, the world shifted. One moment, they stood before the Yushu Palace of Kunlun, the next their feet pressed the boundless blue of Janeo Island. Lü Yue stood on the shore, the sea wind brushing his face, and at last grasped the meaning of a short distance as distant as the horizon. If one relied on personal lightspeed flight from Kunlun, it would take at least half an hour. A sage's single pace could traverse 10,000 li without sound or sign. They followed Tongtian Jiaozhu into the great hall of Bo Palace and stood with hands lowered in reverent silence. Tongtian Jiaozhu cast a calm look around and declared that in this debate the Jiejiao had prevailed. He commended their daily diligence as evident that day, then dismissed them. "Disperse. Return and cultivate quietly, or do not squander this opportunity." The disciples exchanged glances and answered in unison. Duobao led the way, turning to step from the hall, the others following in orderly procession. Once they left the great hall, each returned to his own cave sanctuary. "Junior brother Lü Yue, your performance in this debate has truly made us see you anew. Your divine art was even difficult for me to parry," someone said. "Indeed, put another in your place, and they might have been crushed and unable to lift their head." Lü Yue, hearing this, turned his head toward Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao, who approached at a leisurely pace. "Senior brother Gongming flatters me. This method was not conjured from nothing, it sprang from insights I gained listening to the master's teachings and from patient deduction thereafter. Bixio's gaze rested on his face, and her voice was clear. Junior brother, what are your plans next? Why not accompany us to Sanxian Island for a few days' rest? Lü Yue hesitated a moment, and then inclined his head to the three of them. Thank you, senior sister Bixiao, for your kindness. But I must still enter seclusion now to refine what I gained from the debate. 2 acquired supreme treasures and 2 formation plates have not yet been assimilated into my body, will I dare not be lax. He paused, and added, if time permits in the future, I will certainly trouble the island. I only hope the 3 of you will not resent my disruption and drive me out. The 3 exchanged smiles. Do not be so formal, junior brother. If you come, we will clear a place for you. Lü Yue then produced 4 jade talismans and handed them over. These are maps of the new training grounds paths. He told the senior brothers and sisters that if they felt inclined, they were welcome to visit at any time. The 4 received the talismans carefully and put them away. We will come, Zhao Gongming said tersely. Each of us gained something today, well, return to quiet cultivation for a while. We shall meet again and discuss the great way, he added. Lü Yue cupped his hands in return, then departed. He walked along Janeo Island's stone path, and soon found Kuei. Kuei was coiled beneath a cliff, his breath steady, and his spirit light restrained. With a slight sense, Lü Yue knew Kuei's cultivation had leapt to Tai Xuanxian, and he nodded faintly. 1,000 years without slackening has truly borne fruit, Kuei exclaimed, springing up with his tail flicking, making the air whistle. Master. He added, one more step, and I can assume human form. Lü Yue answered once without further question, and said, come, return to Wui Mountain. Kuei obeyed and transformed into a giant beast, its broad back like a platform. Lü Yue flashed and landed firmly upon it. Kuei billowed clouds and surged through the void, racing with a speed more than double what it once had been. Seated on the back, Lü Yue glanced once at the receding Janeo Island, his eyes darkening a little. Master, we have arrived. Before the words finished, Lü Yue leapt down, toes lightly tapping the stone, and stood steady before Wui Mountain. He produced 2 formation plates and poured his power into them. The plates hummed and flew to the summit, then radiance spread and draped like a net. In an instant, the whole of Wui Mountain was drawn into the formation. The formation had been personally forged by Tongtian Jiaozhu, and its might was extraordinary. When it was complete, Lü Yue entered his cave. Before him floated 2 newly acquired postnatal supreme treasures, a tower and a cauldron. The tower was called Tiandi Ta, its 9 tiers distinct, and each sealed with prohibitions. Its first tier concealed the Samadhi true fire dormant until provoked, the second arrayed 1,000 ambushes of wood, the third drew forth primordial weak water, the fourth condensed the sword chi of gung metal, the 5th stacked dark heavy earth into mountains, the 6th gathered 100 poisons into miasma, the 7th whipped up chaotic gales, the 8th deployed countless arms of war, the 9th stored the lightning of the 9 heavens. Judged by sheer potency alone, it approached an upper grade innate spirit treasure. The cauldron was named Shanha Ding. Its belly formed an independent space capable of pill refining and artifact crafting, and of imprisoning enemies or confining people. He began by assimilating the ding, threading his power into it, until it sang softly and grew attuned to his soul. After 1,000 years of secluded refinement, both treasures finally became his to command. When he emerged, Lü Yue hung the purple lightning hammer at his waist, hid the Luobao gold coins in his sleeve, and draped the Zixiao Divine Thunder banner over his shoulder. The 3 exquisite innate treasures were now well mastered. The newly gained Tiandi Ta and Shanha Ding ranked securely among his postnatal supreme treasures, while his old implements, the Winnie Bell Jiwen sword and Wenhui umbrella, had all been reforged and elevated to high-grade postnatal spirit treasures. Prepared for both offense and defense, he was no longer the reckless practitioner who once surged forth on pestilential arts alone. He stepped from his cave and saw Kuei dozing at the entrance. Smiling, he strolled into the mountain. 5 primordial spirit roots should by now be ripe. He approached the boundary of the prohibition formation, traced his fingertip, the ceiling light rippled, and he passed through. The tree crowns drooped, fruits plump and full, and spiritual energy mingled in the air. With a flick of his sleeve, his power twined like silk, and the fruits loosened from their branches, gathering obediently into his palms. In moments they were all collected. Exiting the prohibition, he walked to the mother tree of the 50-year red robe, plucked the new shoots, portioned them into bags with deft movements and a relaxed brow. The mountain wind stirred his robes, hands clasped behind his back. He stood with the hem lifted, smooth green stone beneath his feet, and a rolling sea of clouds in the distance. Having circled Wui Mountain and found no trace of other formations, Lü Yue returned to his cave. Kuei, I will go travel outside. I leave the training ground under your guard. He added that if any emergency occurred, Kuei should send word. Kuei raised his eyes to Lü Yue and answered, Master Go assured, no outsider shall set foot upon the training ground. Before his words finished, Lü Yue formed a hand seal and cast a spell. Golden light burst forth, and he vanished, speeding straight for the Bo Palace on Janeo Island in the East Sea. The purpose of this journey was clear, an offering. Tongtian Jiaozhu was his master. Having obtained rare treasures, it was fitting to present them. After several shifts of golden radiance, the Bo Palace stood before him. At the palace gate, the Wateran Fire attendants stood. Upon his appearance, they stepped forward together. Senior brother Lü Yue, the Lord knew you were coming and ordered us to await you here. They invited him inside. Lü Yue inclined his head and entered. Upon the high seat in the hall, Tongtian Jiaozhu sat motionless, his spirit seeming already on a distant journey. Tongtian Jiaozhu asked Lü Yue, for what purpose have you come? Lü Yue bowed respectfully, hands raised, presenting a plain wooden box. Master, during my recent travels I obtained a top-grade innate spiritual root known as Da Hong Pao. It belongs to the tea tree family, and the harvested leaves can be brewed for drinking. Drinking it clears the mind and sharpens the vision, enhances cultivation and purifies the heart. Prolonged consumption aids in comprehending the Tao. I dare not keep it for myself and have come to present it to you. The box floated forward, and the Master of Heaven caught it with a smile, saying, I am very pleased that you remember your roots after obtaining such a treasure. Lü Yue smiled. It is only natural. After a slight pause, he added, I wish to venture into the vast wilderness to observe the landscape, seek opportunities, and broaden my horizons. The Master of Heaven's gaze fell upon him, pondering briefly, and a green jade talisman appeared in his palm. If you must go, take this with you. It contains my power of 3 strikes, suitable for both offense and defense. With this talisman, even in perilous situations, you can endure until I arrive. Lü Yue received it with both hands, feeling the talisman warm to the touch, and carefully tucked it into his sleeve. The power of 3 strikes from a saint is not merely for survival, but for life. In the wilderness, the number of beings capable of withstanding such a strike without collapsing is exceedingly few. Those who can block all 3 strikes are unheard of. Thank you for your blessings, Master. The Master of Heaven nodded. This talisman is rare. I have only refined a few. Do not use it lightly unless it is a matter of life and death. He added, remember one more thing. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Jie sect. Lü Yue bowed again and turned to exit the Baiyao Palace. Outside on the Golden Ao Island, figures moved about, but he did not glance sideways. He stepped into the air, a flash of golden light, and had already entered the wilderness. Upon landing, he discerned the direction and set off. His steps were steady, neither hurried nor slow. This time was different from the first. Back then he had only one spiritual treasure, which he had only found after subduing Kuei with his guidance. Now he had the Thunder Prison as his foundation, the Zhixiao Divine Thunder flag in hand, and the Jade Talisman granted by the Master of Heaven for support. His cultivation was stable in the late stage of the great Twelve Golden Immortal, and he had comprehended the Thunder Law to a significant depth. Ordinary Quasi-Saints without powerful treasures might not be able to hold him back. If he truly encountered a formidable opponent, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. A great Twelve Golden Immortal escaping from a Quasi-Saint is not cowardice, but understanding when to advance and retreat. How many Quasi-Saints are there in the wilderness? Even fewer can catch up to the golden light of the earth. Each step he took was precise and unwavering. His journey had begun. His second journey into the wilderness had commenced. 100 years passed by like the wind through the trees. The encounters along the way were countless. There were fierce beasts attacking demon clans, laying ambushes, scattered cultivators blocking his path to seize treasures. All were lured into the Thunder Prison, transformed into pure essence. Among them were no shortage of experts, several Golden Immortals, 3 Tai Golden Immortals, and the most troublesome was a great Luo Xin Immortal. On that day, Lü Yue was breaking a primal great formation, deploying the Zhixiao Divine Thunder flag. The opponent, concealed in the shadows, saw him only exhibiting the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal and immediately felt greed arise. Unbeknownst to them, that was Lü Yue intentionally restraining his power. In less than half a moment, while the opponent was still testing the waters, Lü Yue suddenly unleashed his strength, and the Thunder Prison opened, swallowing them whole. Countless bolts of lightning fell, obliterating both form and spirit. This person became the first great Luo offering in the Thunder Prison. Their essence was vast, equivalent to the combined essence of hundreds of Tai and Golden Immortals. Lü Yue sat cross-legged to rest for half a day, and when he got up, his gaze was even deeper. It turned out fishing truly could catch big fish. 100 years ago, he had also obtained a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Thunder Spirit Fruit Tree. It blossomed in 3,000 years, bore fruit in 3,000 years, and matured in 3,000 years, yielding 30 fruits at a time. It is exclusively for those practicing the Thunder Tao to consume, aiding them in comprehending the laws of thunder. If a cultivator practicing other paths were to consume it, one fruit could add 3,000 years of cultivation. Lü Yue took this item and immediately tucked it into his sleeve. This fruit was an ultimate treasure for refining the Thunder Tao. On this day, Lü traversed through the wilderness as usual when he suddenly heard a voice from behind call, "Stay your steps." Before the words had fully left their lips, he felt a chill run down his spine and beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Young friend ahead, please stay your steps. I see that you have a connection with the West. Would you be willing to accompany me back to the Western lands?" Just that one sentence made his hair stand on end. Lü knew well that in the wilderness there were two sentences he most dreaded hearing. The first was what he just heard. It was not the words that frightened him, but rather the person who spoke them. Saint Kunti, one of the 6 saints of the wilderness. During the battle between Tao and demon ancestor Lü Yue self-destructed in the west, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to rupture. Since then the winds and sands have blown year-round and spiritual energy has dwindled far inferior to the east. Although 2 great powers worked day and night to restore the veins, it was still difficult to restore the former glory with only 30% of vitality remaining. The mountains and rivers lay desolate, and exceptional talents were hard to emerge, prompting the Western teachings to often seek people from the Eastern lands. Whenever they encountered someone with decent aptitude, they would invariably say, "Young friend, please stay your steps, you have a connection with the West." If accepted, causality would arise. One must understand when a saint calls someone young friend, they do not truly regard you as a friend. When they say, "Please," it is not an invitation for you to respond. A saint's friend cannot be lightly recognized, a saint's request cannot be easily assumed. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to feign deafness and silence, taking a detour. The second phrase is one often used by the Fengshen Sect, Fengshen leopard, during the Fengshen calamity. "Tao friend, please stay your steps." Lü Yue as a traveler understood the dangers of this fish. In that great calamity, how many heroes perished simply because they turned to look back, suffering death and losing their path forever etched in the records. He had already resolved in his heart, if he ever heard such words again in the future, regardless of who it was, he would strike first. With this thought, Lü raised his eyes to look at the visitor, his expression slightly solemn, and cupped his fists in greeting. "I am Lü Yue, disciple of the Intercept Sect under the Master of Heaven, and I pay my respects to Saint Kunti." Upon hearing this, Kunti raised his eyebrows slightly. This time he had come concealing the heavenly secrets, yet was recognized at a glance. He smiled and nodded, his gaze warm. "Since you are from the same sect as Master of Heaven, you are indeed one of us. I share a deep bond with Master of Heaven, and there has never been any estrangement between us." Lü cursed inwardly. What thick-skinned friendship. If that were truly the case, you should go to Baiyao Palace and say it to his face. I fear that before your words even fall, the sword array of extermination would already be hovering above Sumi Mountain. Changing allegiance midway would be nothing but betrayal to the teacher and destruction of the ancestral lineage. I fear. Before I even step into Sumi Mountain, my master will have already brought 4 swords and come personally with sword energy bearing down upon. Changing allegiance midway would be nothing but betrayal to the teacher and destruction of the ancestral lineage. I fear. Before I even step into Sumi Mountain, my master will have already brought 4 swords and come personally with sword energy bearing down upon me. With those words, he discreetly scanned Kunti. The Zhixiao Divine Thunder flag had already quietly taken its form, the purple lightning hammer gathering strength in his palm, and the phantom of the heavenly tower trembled faintly in his dantian. The jade talisman granted by the Master of Heaven was closely hidden against his heart. Kunti, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow. "Young friend, do not worry. There are 2 saints stationed in the west. Even if Master of Heaven sets up the extermination array, my brother Jian will not stand idly by. Besides, I and Master of Heaven belong to the same school. Would I really resort to killing tools for the sake of one disciple's departure? Why not follow me to Sumi Mountain for cultivation? I see that your roots are extraordinary. If you enter my sect, I shall certainly pass on my teachings to you." Lü sneered coldly in his heart. Pass on my teachings? Beyond Yaoshi Mithriya sunlight and moonlight, who else has truly received the words "pass on my teachings"? Yet he only replied calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Saint. I intend to remain in the Intercept Sect and have no desire to go elsewhere. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Upon finishing his words, a flash of golden light appeared as the earthly golden light technique was activated, and his figure darted out like lightning. Yet no matter how he twisted and turned, he remained rooted in place. "Have you not received permission, yet wish to leave?" Lü Yue paused his steps and slowly turned around. The world fell silent, and the surroundings were eerily still. This void had already been sealed by the power of the sage. He stared directly at Zhuan Ti, his expression calm and composed, devoid of any panic, with only a hint of coldness gleaming in his eyes. "Is the sage determined not to let me go?" Zhuan Ti shook his head and smiled lightly, waving his sleeve. "Not at all. I merely wish to recite a scripture for you to allow you to personally experience my Western profound teachings." Lü Yue fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. His right hand had quietly rested upon the handle of the purple lightning hammer at his waist. Lü Yue's eyes pierced through Zhuan-Ti, his back taut, like a bow, his aura steadily rising, the ground beneath him cracking silently, as his knuckles turned white, fingers gripping the edge of the jade talisman at his waist, ready to unleash the power of 3 strikes at any moment. He was certain that the jade talisman given by the Tongtian teacher would alert his master the moment it was activated. A moment's awareness would lead to immediate arrival. Zhuan-Ti stood atop the clouds, his smile unfaltering, his gaze calm and focused on Lü Yue, as if observing a piece of unrefined, yet already sharp dark iron. In the vast wilderness, there were hardly any who dared to show battle intent to a sage. Those who could stand firm, not retreat, and remain composed were even rarer. He had already made up his mind if Lü Yue insisted on disobedience, he would use force to take him back to the west, gradually enlightening him. Lü Yue lowered his gaze, his eyes devoid of ripples. Without that jade talisman, he would have been shaken to the core at this moment. However, the Tongtian teacher had personally advised him, when serving Ti on this journey, external dangers and internal scrutiny await. With the talisman in hand, you can secure your peace. The jade talisman sealed within it 3 strands of divine thunder, personally condensed by the Tongtian sage. Not a killing move, but a key to protect life and a token to knock on the door. Since you Zhuan-Ti are determined to force a crossing, then let it be a thorough crossing. A crossing that stirs the 3 realms, a crossing that shakes the gate of the Jiejiao, a crossing that brings my master through the void. Zhuan-Ti, if you continue to press, do not blame Lü Yue for being rude. Lü Yue said, his voice not high, but every word struck like a nail. Zhuan-Ti laughed heartily, his laughter resonating clearly, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. Good, good, good. I have traveled across the wilderness hearing countless words, yet never has anyone dared to say rude to a sage face to face. Today I will witness for myself how this word rude falls upon me. Lü Yue, the more you act this way, the more I want to take you to the west. To stand firm before me at the level of the great 12 Golden Immortal. How exactly did the Tongtian senior brother teach you? Before the words fell, the sound of the Dharma began. It was not a recitation of scriptures, but rather using the sage's power to directly transform the pure and calming true word into formless threads that wound into his ears, drilling straight into his sea of consciousness. Lü Yue did not evade or block. He merely raised his hand to take out the purple cloud divine thunder flag and the purple lightning hammer, holding them horizontally before his chest. The 3,000 disciples of the Jiejiao had been led to the west by Zhuan-Ti under the guise of compassion, with half reduced to mounts, boys, and lamp servants aback. When the blood on the Fengshen platform had not yet dried, today Zhuan-Ti came to demand from him again. There would be no reason or logic, only thunder. Zhuan-Ti, he suddenly raised the flag, his voice resonating through the skies. Let us see my Jiejiao's divine power. The purple cloud divine thunder flag unfurled with a snap. The sky darkened abruptly. Although Zhuan-Ti had quietly sealed this realm, dark clouds still surged forth from the void, heavy as ink, pressing down the air into a stagnation. Lü Yue swung the purple lightning hammer fiercely towards the sky. A beam of purple light tore through the darkness, piercing straight into the heart of the clouds. In an instant, the cloud layers erupted, electric dragons coiling, and even before the thunder arrived, the pressure was as crushing as a mountain. Zhuan-Ti looked up and simply shook his head, just a minor trick. With the great Tao ahead, why cling to lightning and fire? Lü Yue, returned to the west with me, and in 3 years you can reach the status of a quasi-saint. Lü Yue did not respond, instead raising the tower of heaven and earth above his head. The tower trembled slightly, and its power surged upwards like a waterfall. An ancient city rose from the ground, suspended in midair. The city walls were modeled, constructed from the purple cloud divine thunder, with soldiers arrayed upon the walls, their armor gleaming, and beneath them strange beasts roared, their hooves striking sparks. This was not the illusory Thunder City from the discussions of the 3 teachings. That was merely for the purpose of demonstration, resembling, yet lacking in power. This one was summoned by Lü Yue with all his essence. The entire city, along with thousands of troops, was transformed by pure purple cloud divine thunder, desolate and murderous, carrying the breath of impending collapse. Zhuan-Ti's pupils slightly contracted, finally retracting his smile. Purple cloud divine thunder. You are actually able to use thunder as your bones and lightning as your blood to create such a formation. Come, let me see just how heavy this Thunder City truly is. Lü Yue smirked, the coldness not reaching his eyes, yet he raised his arm straight and pointed. Kill. The ancient city opened with a thunderous roar, and the thunder soldiers surged like a tide, striding through the air and instantly pouncing towards Zhuan-Ti. Zhuan-Ti waved his sleeve lightly, his right hand traced in the air, and a translucent barrier appeared out of nowhere. The thunder soldiers crashed into the barrier, exploding into a myriad of purple lightning, yet only stirred ripples on the surface of the barrier. Before one wave had subsided, another followed, the thunder soldiers endlessly charging forward, fearlessly sacrificing their bodies to wear down the barrier. After an unknown number of breaths, the barrier finally cracked open a line and then began to shatter inch by inch. Xuanti nodded. Not bad. He raised his hand and struck out, annihilating all the thunder soldiers. Then he extended his left hand, fingers spread, and a seven-treasure wondrous tree floated in his palms, sweeping towards the ancient city in the sky. Boom. The ancient city exploded, purple lightning splattering and remnants of thunder rained down. The divine power is commendable, yet the cultivation is still shallow. Yield and return to the west with me. Lü Yue's throat moved slightly, his fingertips trembled, yet he did not withdraw his stance. This was the first time since his inception that he had been directly crushed in terms of the Dharma form, without any embellishments, relying solely on a single sweep of power. He stared at Xuanti, his gaze settling down not out of fear, but confirmation. The might of the sage was indeed no empty words. Since the sage is willing to offer guidance, he slowly spoke, his voice steadier than before. Lü Yue has one more move, please let the sage witness. Xuanti raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. Oh, then show it. Lü Yue no longer spoke further, raising both hands. The purple cloud divine thunder flag and the purple lightning hammer soared together, suspended 2 yards in front of him, the flag fluttering wildly, the hammer humming. He spread his arms, and his power surged like a river breaking its dam, pouring into the 2 divine treasures. Both treasures belonged to the origin of Thunder, supreme artifacts born in the Primordial era, sharing the same aura, resonating with one another. Lü Yue had already conceived an idea. If he could combine the 2, it might invoke a higher level of Thunder tribulation power. Now that the sage Xuanti was present, it was the perfect opportunity to test it. The 2 treasures hovered in midair, their radiance fluctuating, drawing the thunderous chi from all directions, the depths of the cloud layers trembling faintly. Xuanti's gaze swept over the 2 treasures, a flicker of heat passing through his pupils. Supreme, innate, divine treasures. Lü Yue, you truly have a connection with my West. Lü Yue did not respond, only focusing intently on controlling the treasures, slightly altering his hand gestures, the energy becoming increasingly tightly intertwined. In a moment, the dark clouds split open, a line and a half-black, half-purple lightning surged within the clouds, swirling like a living entity gathering its strength. He stepped into the air, standing 3 yards beneath the clouds, his robes fluttering. Xuanti, please bestow your teachings. This technique has just been formed and has yet to be named, so I... Before the words had faded, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. It was not the cry of an ordinary dragon, but rather the sound of thunderous lightning from the 9 heavens, piercing through the primordial world, causing mountains to reverberate and rivers to stagnate. The powerful beings far away in Kunlun Shouyang and Golden Tortoise Island all looked up. Laozi put down the cushion in his hands, calculated with his fingers, and coldly snorted. Since the establishment of the saint, he has increasingly lost his manners. If the West does not impose restrictions, it is likely to disrupt the order. With that, a scroll flew out from his sleeve, surrounded by azure and white energy, heading straight for Mount Sumeru. It was indeed the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat quietly in the Jade Void Palace, gazing towards the west, shaking his head slightly, without uttering a word. However, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu had already risen, waving his sleeves, opening a void in front of him, stepping in and disappearing without a trace. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, his expression suddenly darkened. The restrictions he had set were unexpectedly torn open, unable to block this roar, even with the concealment of heavenly secrets. He misjudged Lü Yue. Originally thinking that he was merely a great Luo golden immortal unable to make waves, he did not expect this person to use 2 treasures as a guide. Leveraging his understanding of the laws of thunder, he had comprehended over the years, forcefully breaking through the saint's barrier. The sea of clouds surged and a giant dragon leaped out from the thunderclouds. Its body was cloaked in purple-black lightning, electric serpents danced among its scales, and its eyes opened and closed, filled with a silver lightning that tore through the void. This was what Lü Yue called the destruction divine thunder, its power surpassing that of the purple cloud's divine thunder, not an attacking technique, but a pure force of annihilation. The divine dragon raised its head and howled, charging towards Xuanti with immense force. Xuanti held up the 7 treasures Miao tree, swiping it repeatedly. 13 times in succession, where the branches and leaves passed, the lightning collapsed and the dragon form disintegrated. As the divine dragon vanished, Lü Yue merely smiled lightly. It worked. Without using any life-saving talismans, relying solely on the 2 treasures and my own laws, I broke through the celestial prison set by the saints. Master, it's time. But the cost is not light. 90% of my internal energy is gone. I was originally in the late stage of great Luo golden immortal, my power as dense as mercury and lead. This strike nearly exhausted my foundation. He no longer looked at Xuanti, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to adjust his breath. Xuanti stood in place, pressing down on the 7 treasures Miao tree. His gaze lingered on Lü Yue for a moment, but he ultimately did not strike. He was well aware Tong Tian must come. If he forcibly took someone away at this moment, what awaited him was not escape, but rather the sword array of the celestial execution pressing down on Mount Simru. That would truly be a loss of face. Even the two saints of the West together could not break the sword array that could only be activated by the arrival of all four saints. He could only wait. Suddenly ripples appeared in the void beside Lü Yue. A dark rift silently opened, and a figure stepped out. Dressed in a dark robe that brushed the ground with a blue-green tassel hanging from his waist, a jade hairpin binding his hair, his expression was stern and unapproachable. The leader of the GS sect, the Saint of Tong Tian, had arrived. His gaze swept over Lü Yue, noting his pale face, but steady breath, and the tightly knit brows relaxed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a warm azure light entered Lü Yue's body. In an instant, his withered meridians were replenished with power, like rivers surging back, filling him abundantly. A saint's worth of power is equivalent to 10 years of diligent cultivation for a great Luo golden immortal. Lü Yue opened his eyes, seeing the person beside him, and said clearly, "Master." Tong Tian nodded, a look of approval flickering in his eyes. He had just deduced clearly Zhuan-Ti could conceal heavenly secrets, but he could not hide the causal threads on Lü Yue. Having been forced into a corner, yet unyielding, the disciple shook the saintly realm with his two treasures. This spirit was more satisfying to him than mere cultivation. "Lü Yue, you truly live up to being my disciple of Tong Tian. The grievances you have suffered, Master, will seek justice for you." He turned his gaze like a blade, directly piercing Zhuan-Ti. "Zhuan-Ti, it's been many years since we last met, yet you have increasingly distorted the meaning of integrity. Oppressing your peers is one thing, but now you dare to extend your hand to my disciple. Do you think the GS sect has no one?" Before his words had faded, the Qingping sword had already unsheathed 3 inches. The sword's body emitted a subdued azure light, with 9 distinct azure lotus flowers engraved along the spine, calm, yet formidable, sending chills down people's spines. Zhuan-Ti's smile froze on his face, forcing a laugh. "Tong Tian, you speak too heavily. I saw your disciple's extraordinary roots and uncommon Tao practice, and out of a sudden admiration for talent, I wished to give a slight guidance, as your uncle." Tong Tian shot him a sidelong glance, the sword tip raised slightly. "Guidance? Using the 7 treasures Miao tree, or pressing down with Mount Simru? There's no need for more words. I know all too well about your true nature. Back when the Purple Cloud's palace was divided, you knelt before the Red Cloud begging for a position, and the entire hall heard it. Later, when Hong Yun faced calamity hanging by a thread, you stood by and watched, waiting for him to perish, severing the causal ties. All these years you have come to the East repeatedly, taking how many rare spiritual roots and treasures? How many Eastern cultivators have you forcibly summoned to the West? Do you truly think no one knows?" Zhuan-Ti's expression darkened, his brow furrowed tightly. "Tong Tian, considering you are my senior brother, I have been accommodating. Yet you dare to mock me back. As fellow saints, do you really think you can suppress me?" Before his words had faded, a golden light surged from behind, and a 4-headed, 18-armed Dharmakaya soared into the air. 4 faces facing 4 directions, 18 hands, each holding a different implement: necklaces, umbrellas, flower pots, fish intestines, divine hammers, precious files, golden bells, silver, halberds, golden bows, banners. None were repeated, none were mundane. Tong Tian looked up with a slight smirk. "The Western leader favors piling up forms. Watch as I break your illusion with a single sword." The Qingping sword was drawn, its cold light arriving before its blade. Zhuan-Ti urged the Dharmakaya to intercept, and Tong Tian stepped forward, the sword tip tapping 3 empty positions, forcing the Dharmakaya's arms to return and its heads to turn. In an instant, the third move transformed the sword tip, sharply pointing upward, a blue rainbow, tearing through the air, directly striking Zhuan-Ti's left shoulder. Zhuan-Ti hurriedly moved sideways 1/2 inch, yet the sword energy still grazed the Dharmakaya's right neck, right arm, and right knee joints. 7 arms burst apart, the golden body cracking piece by piece, droplets of crimson golden blood splattering into the air. Blood fell like rain. The primordial heavens wept silently, raindrops like threads, dense, yet orderly. "I said long ago, mixed techniques cannot ascend the great Tao." Tong Tian took another step forward, the sword tip slanting, cold light flickering. Suddenly, a golden lotus broke through the air, hovering steadily above Zhuan-Ti's head. The 12-petal lotus unfolded layer by layer, light radiating in waves. Lü Yue recognized it at a glance. It was the innate treasure of Jiayin. "Tong Tian, let's end it here, shall we?" Tong Tian laughed loudly, his voice echoing for 100 miles. "Jiayin, do you think a single phrase of 'let's end it here' can erase today's events? The disciples of the GS sect are not so easily manipulated." Jiayin did not reply, only opened his palm, allowing a golden lotus seed to float quietly, shining with brilliance. "Use this to conclude the causal ties." Tong Tian's gaze sharpened, and after a moment he spoke. "One seed is not enough. Add another." A second golden lotus seed flew from the west, floating alongside the first. Tong Tian reached out to take it, his fingertips brushing over the smooth luster of the lotus seed, glancing at Yuan-Ti. Remember, next time you plot against the disciples of the GS sect, the 4 swords of celestial execution will not merely be a test, but will activate the array. If you are unafraid, feel free to invite me to Mount Sumeru for a visit. Yuan-Ti said nothing, turning and soaring away, his robe sleeves billowing like iron. Lü Yue watched as his figure vanished into the horizon, then looked down at the remaining Dharmakaya shell on the ground. The golden body was shattered but not dispersed, its residual power still present, with faint glimmers flowing through its limbs. He hesitated slightly, cupping his hands. Master, this Dharmakaya, if you have no use for it, may I request it for my own? Tong Tian was briefly taken aback, then inclined his head. If you desire it, take it for yourself. Also take this lotus seed, and let merit nourish it. It is born of a 12th grade merit golden lotus. If tended for long, it may yet regrow a lotus platform. Yuan-Ti's Dharma form was pinned by my sword intent. Its meridians were shattered. Do not expect it to recover within 10,000 years. Lü Yue cupped the lotus seed in both hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure. With a raised palm, he summoned the thunder prison. In a flash, the black-purple lightning wrapped the broken Dharma form and drew it inward. Tong Tian glanced at the maw of the thunder prison as it inhaled thunder fiends and nodded slightly. Your travels are not yet complete. Return to Janeo Island or continue onward. Lü Yue pondered for a moment and replied, Disciple wishes to journey further. Go then. Tong Tian spoke no more. His sleeve billowed, and his figure became a streak of azure light soaring eastward over the sea. Lü Yue remained solemn where he stood. Only when the azure streak vanished did he turn and resume his steps. This battle had been watched in secret by many great powers across Hongwang. No one spoke and no one speculated. A chill ran down spines and sensations dulled. So this was how sages fought, not with spectacle or borrowed storms, but with each move carved by heaven itself, seemingly ordinary, yet unavoidable and unstoppable. Some silently rehearsed how they might respond to any one of those moves, only to be halted by the third strike. From then on, the great halls shut their doors to visitors, lectures ceased, and secluded cultivation became the vogue. From that day, the word sage was never spoken lightly. Lü Yue threaded through marsh and mountain, his pace neither hurried nor slow. This long journey was taken solely to temper his heart. He remembered clearly the momentary hesitation against Yuan-Ti, the single breath of doubt. A sword can be sharpened, a Tao can be refined, yet the flaws of the heart are the hardest to conceal. Along the road, heedless spirits sometimes blocked his way to demand tribute or to covet treasures and devour souls. Lü Yue said little, a flash of lightning from his sleeve, and the offender was already bound within the prison. Inside the prison, there was no pain, no suffering. Only the rising of original essence, thinning into a thread of clear qi that quietly flowed into his dantian. Deep within the thunder prison, that fragment of a saintly Dharma form was being repeatedly forged and hammered. That half-formed Dharma figure came from Yuan-Ti himself. Spirit treasures of the West were scarce, so Yuan-Ti condensed his own Tao resonance into a form to serve as a wearable, battle-worthy artifact. After years and years of sacrificial refinement, the form rivaled ordinary top-grade, innate spirit treasures. Each time Lü Yue's thunder prison fell with 10,000 bolts, it could only temper out a filament of flesh and blood origin, fragile as a silken thread, yet comparable to the force of a golden immortal strike. If the entire Dharma form were to be fully dissolved, its unleashed power would be incalculable. Moreover, he still needed to seek the Xianhuang qi. The Xianhuang body he had crafted could not lay its foundation establishment without that qi. Xianhuang qi was elusive and rare, hence his insistence on traversing the Hongwang. Though he had not yet found what he sought, his travels had nonetheless yielded many celestial materials and earthly treasures. A millennium slid by quietly. One day, while Lü Yue walked the great lands of Hongwang, as usual, he suddenly heard the clash of arms ahead. The air roiled with force, plainly a battle at the pinnacle of the 12 Golden Immortal realm. His heart trembled. In all those years, this was his first encounter with a 12-level slaughter. He immediately changed course and hurried there. At the fringe of the battlefield, he saw a man standing on a high-slope longbow in hand, the bowstring drawn taut. With a pull of both arms, the world's spiritual energy converged, condensing into a long arrow that flew from the string like torn silk. The arrowhead bore the law of wind, and in an instant, it was upon the leopard demon. The leopard demon had 3 heads, 6 legs, and 9 tails. Seeing the arrow, it slipped aside with a swift lunge, then spat forth a gust that swelled into a thick tornado, roaring as it surged toward the archer. The man stood over 2 zhang tall sinews rippling, a robust tempered aura clung to him. Hui, you have tracked me 10,000 li and still will not desist. Lü Yue froze at the name Hui. Could it truly be the Hui who felled 9 sons? Bao to you butchered 100 of my people. Today you will pay with your life. Hui sprang aside from the tornado and drew his bow once more. This time 9 phantom long arrows manifested along the bow, each wreathed in the trajectory of wind, keen and merciless. 9 stars in sequence. Die. 9 arrows flew together, sealing every escape. Baodu hastily summoned a treasure to block, unsteady on his feet, while Hui had already drawn the bow again. This arrow had been long prepared, the bow thrummed, and the arrowhead exhaled a halo of chaos. The arrow arrived the moment it was loosed. Baodu raised his shield in haste. The sigils had barely aflame when the arrow pierced through the shield, drove through his chest, burst from his back, and struck the earth 3 feet deep. Lü Yue's gaze narrowed. A fine arrow. He flickered and the thunder prison spread silently. Seizing the moment of Baodu's grievous imbalance, he wrapped the beast within its confines. Baodu bore karmic flames, and yet stood at the pinnacle of the Luo. How could he be allowed to escape? The Luo-level figures rarely left traces. Rarer still were those who bore such debts and were grievously wounded. If not sealed now, when the original essence yielded by a Twelve Golden Immortals collapse would be enough for the Thunder Prison to hold for another 100 years. Which Taoist stands nearby? Show yourself, please. Lü Yue answered the call and appeared 3 paces to Hui's side. Humble Taoist Lü Yue of the Zhejiao sect, direct disciple of Tongtian sect leader, pays respects to Taoist Hui. Hui looked him over, brow slighted. A disciple beneath Tongtian. Why did you intervene just now? Lü Yue knew he could not speak plainly. Look at the black chi writhing about Baodu, his karmic weight, so dense it cannot disperse. Plainly a slaughterer steeped in evil. I witnessed your struggle, and moved by righteous anger acted to restrain him. He paused, then added, You are of the Wu clan, your blood forged by Pangu's essence. My master bears 1/3 of the primordial god spirit. Of the same root and origin, why take offense? As a disciple of Zhejiao, I could not stand idle before such a fiend, and fail my sect or tarnish the name of the sages. Hui's expression softened, and his hostility ebbed. Indeed, our Wu clan's 12 ancestral wizards were born of the father's heartblood and are the legitimate descendants of Pangu. The 3 pure ones also derived from the father's spirit. We share the same lineage. He cupped his fist in salute. Thank you, Taoist Lü Yue, for your assistance. Without it, I alone would have been forced to expend many more efforts to subdue the remnants of this demon clan. Lü Yue waved his hand with a smile. It was nothing. I followed my master's orders to leave the mountain and travel. I happened to arrive here, and found you and Baodu locked in combat. Truly a kind of fate. When one sees evil, how can one remain idle? Besides, he paused briefly, letting his breath ease, my little skill is not so poor. Hui's gaze swept him, and he perceived that Lü Yue's realm matched his own. Undoubtedly a Deluo. He laughed heartily. Well said. This meeting is indeed a providence. Taoist Lü Yue, will you accompany me to the tribe? The Hutu ancestral shaman dwells there. Lü Yue's eyes brightened. The Hutu ancestor is here. I have long admired his renown, and have not yet had the chance to pay my respects. Hui nodded. Then let us depart. Lü Yue inclined his head. I am obliged. Please lead the way. Taoist Hui, please guide us. I shall accompany you to meet the ancestral shaman. The two walked one after the other, heading straight for the Hutu clan. Lü Yue's steps were unhurried, but his mind had already turned elsewhere. Hutu. If this truly came to pass, it would be a titanic opportunity. Having encountered it, there was no reason to detour. With merit accruing about one's person, few in Hongwang would dare seize what belonged to you. Even sages would weigh their actions before intervening. If one truly possessed sufficient merit, offering it up might even draw down a sage. Yet who would actually do such a thing? Were one to do so, others would merely call him mad. Before long, the two reached the outskirts of the Wu clan settlement. Taoist Lü Yue, ahead lies my clan's main precinct. The 12 great departments are governed by the ancestral Wu. The 365 middle departments are guarded by the grand witches. The 1,040 small departments are under the command of the witch generals. The distances between the departments are clearly defined, and any change in one place can be reinforced from all directions. Looking across the vast wilderness, no clan other than the demon clan dares to confront them heathen. They entered the tribe, and along the way many members of the Wu tribe nodded in respect to Hui, casting a more scrutinizing glance at Lü Yue. Lü Yue noticed that the guards were layered, and the patrols were continuous. The deeper they went, the more he felt something unusual. Several powerful auras concealed in the shadows, heavy and fierce, were on par with his own. Arriving in front of a stone house, Hui raised his hand to signal to wait, and stepped forward to knock on the door. Lü Yue, my friend, allow me to report inside first. Lü Yue nodded, slightly standing still. After a moment, Hui returned. Lord Hutu asks you to enter immediately. Lü Yue's lips curled slightly. I dare not keep the ancestral Wu waiting. I will enter now. The two of them passed through the corridor and entered the main hall. A figure sat at the top of the hall, motionless, yet the aura around him pressed down like a mountain, unfathomably deep. Lü Yue recognized at a glance. It was Hutu. Without waiting for an introduction, he stepped forward and bowed in respect. I am Lü Yue, a disciple of the Jie Jiao, under the teaching of the Saint of Heaven, to pay my respects to the ancestral Wu Hutu. Hutu lifted her gaze. Lü Yue, the one who helped Ho-E slay the leopard butcher under the Saint of Heaven. When the cultivators of the wilderness see my Wu tribe, they often steer clear. But you, on the contrary, have come to my door willingly. Lü Yue's expression was calm. Ancestral, will you jest? The Saint of Heaven is a transformation of Pangus primordial spirit originating from the same source. As the 12 ancestors, we are of one family. The Wu tribe does not cultivate primordial spirits, specializing in bodily refinement, a path of utmost rigidity and strength. I wish to advance in this technique. Where else could I go but the Wu tribe? In this wilderness, who can surpass the ancestral Wu in terms of physical prowess? Upon hearing this, Hutu's eyes flickered slightly. As she turned to Ho-E, you may withdraw. I will speak with Lü Yue in detail. Ho-E complied, bowed, and turned to leave. Only the two of them remained in the hall. Hutu spoke. You have already attained the status of a great Lü Yue Golden Immortal. Your primordial spirit cultivation should not be weak. I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. If you answer clearly, the rewards I bestow upon you will surely satisfy you. Lü Yue's heart tightened, but he did not show it. Ancestral Wu, feel free to ask. Though my realm is not high, my understanding is considerable. Hutu gazed at him, her voice low and heavy. Recently, I have felt that the wilderness is lacking, as if a corner is missing, yet I cannot grasp it or articulate it. Lü Yue lowered his gaze for a moment, then raised his eyes, his expression now resolute. I know of this matter, but I cannot speak it openly. The heavenly secrets cannot be lightly revealed. If I were to divulge it, it would hinder the great matters of the ancestral Wu. Hutu's brows furrowed slightly. Do you truly know? Lü Yue nodded seriously. There is no need to deceive. This matter pertains to the very foundation of the wilderness, a matter that was never settled when Pangu opened the heavens. Only those with Pangus bloodline can inherit it. The ancestral Wu's selection is bound by reason. However, the intricacies involved are difficult for me to express. If the ancestral Wu trusts me, why not follow me to various places in the wilderness to see with your own eyes and hear with your own ears? Hutu fell silent for a moment, her gaze settling on Lü Yue's face, and she slowly said, very well. I will follow you. You also helped to resolve this issue for my sister. As I mentioned earlier, I will not let you return empty-handed. Just follow me. Lü Yue held doubts, but silently followed behind Hutu. The two passed through several stone corridors and stopped in front of a heavy wooden door. Hutu reached out to push it open. The hinges creaked lightly as they stepped inside. The room had no windows, yet it was not dark. Several bronze lamps hung from the beams, their dim light flickering. The four walls were spacious, with only a long table in the center on which lay over 100 items, some glowing with a blue hue, some hiding golden patterns, some heavy as mountains, and some light as air. What is stored here are the earthly treasures and innate spiritual treasures gathered by the Hutu tribe over generations. The Wu tribe does not use this path, and it has remained untouched here for a long time. You may choose 3 items as a reward for your inquiries. Lü Yue raised his eyes to scan the table, his breath momentarily halted. On the table lay a swirling mass of black and yellow qi, condensed and unscattered, as if left behind from the initial chaos. Beside it was a small tree with gnarled branches hanging more than 10 yellow fruits with a smooth skin that faintly exuded the breath of rich earth. Further to the right, a large tripod, with 3 legs, squatted at the table's corner, its ancient body displaying patterns reminiscent of the movements of stars. He stepped forward first, taking that mass of black and yellow qi into his sleeve. Then he reached out to pluck a yellow fruit, and as his fingertip touched it, he knew. This was no ordinary item. It was the foremost of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the Huangzhong Li. Its fruit was not only edible, but could also suppress qi, its efficacy far surpassing that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures. Upon closer inspection, he found the words creation inscribed within the belly of the tripod with layers of seals. It was evidently the creation tripod perfected with 48 layers of seals. With the 3 items in hand, each serving its purpose, the black and yellow qi for body refinement, the Huangzhong Li for stabilizing qi, and the creation tripod for conveying the Tao. If the Jie Jiao were to obtain these 2 treasures to guard the mountain gate, their qi would not collapse, and the great array of 10,000 immortals would not need to be hastily laid out. If he could become the Xuanzhuang body, even facing the saint, he might still have a glimmer of hope. He returned to Hutu's side, bowing. Ancestral Wu, I will only take these 3 items. Hutu's gaze swept across them and nodded. That mass of yellow qi I have tested many times. It is devoid of spirit and nature, merely its form. The fruits from that tree are sweet and moist. They were found in the old grounds of the demon court and brought back by the roots. Though that tripod is good, it cannot be sounded, refined, or sacrificed. To the Wu tribe, it is merely a lump of heavy iron. She paused, turned to walk outside. Since you have made your choice, let us depart. Lü Yue placed the 3 items between the top 3 flowers, channeling his magic power to gradually infuse them with a halo circulating, stabilizing gradually. Returning to the main hall, the host and guests settled down. Lü Yue, you previously mentioned wanting to cultivate the path of the physical body. Oh, I can clarify the path for you. Lü Yue's eyes brightened, and he stood up, cupping his hands. Thank you, ancestral Wu Hudu. The method you bestow upon me, I will surely remember and not fail your trust. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, in this place, can the heavenly Tao be observed? Hutu raised her eyes, slightly surprised, then shook her head. This is my dwelling. There are 12 primordial stars suppressing the void. Even for a saint, deducing here is like observing fire in the mist. Lü Yue relaxed his shoulders slightly, and continued, if the ancestral Wu goes to establish a court in the underworld, if your true self transforms into reincarnation, it may be difficult to return. Do you still insist on going? Hutu's expression remained unchanged, her voice as solid as a rock. The bloodline of the Father God does not shy away from duty. Having accepted this intention, what is there to fear about its conclusion? Lü Yue remained silent for a moment, and said, please leave 9 drops of essence blood here, ancestral Wu. If in the future a great witch comprehends the laws of earth to the utmost, they may break through their shackles and restore the great formation of 12 divine stars. Upon hearing this, Hutu paused, a glimmer of clarity passing through her eyes. Indeed, it is a flaw. She took out a small jade bottle, bit her fingertip, and concentrated to extract 9 drops of crimson golden blood beads, dropping them into the bottle one by one, sealing it tightly, and placing it into a black sandalwood box, pushing it to the table's front. Lü Yue, had it not been for your reminder, the Wu tribe might have lost its foundation. I will remember this favor. Let us not dwell on idle talk. Sit tight and listen to me explain the essentials of physical cultivation. Lü Yue lowered his gaze in response, his expression respectful, but his heart had other calculations. The Wu and the demon cannot coexist. Only then is there room for him to lie low. If the Wu tribe were to collapse early with the demon tribe dominating, when the calamity of sealing the gods arises, as a great Luo golden immortal, he would fear he wouldn't even get close to the hem of the robe of the Master of Heaven before turning to ash. What kind of figure was Kong Xian? The 5 elements divine light swept through the world, and was still captured by the Junti, stripped of his arrogance, and changed his affiliations. What he seeks now is not a quick victory but balance. As long as the Wu is strong, the demons will not dare to act lightly, and as long as the demons are stable for a time, the Wu cannot risk everything. He only needs to use this chaotic situation to firmly establish his foundation inch by inch. And now these 9 drops of essence blood, as long as he finds a great witch who specializes in earth and has a resolute character, given time, it may not be impossible to once again reveal the might of the ancestral Wu. He lifted his eyes to look at Hutu, his smile. Gentle ancestral Wu has just depleted essence. Why? I have a rudimentary understanding of alchemy and can refine a few furnaces of blood-nourishing pills to assist in your recovery. Hutu paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Good. I shall see if your alchemical skills can match your silver tongue. With a hearty laugh, Hutu waved her sleeve to summon a person. Chi Yu, accompany Lü Yue to the treasure vault. Whatever he needs, you shall fetch it for him. Lü Yue raised his eyes and paused in his steps. Chi Yu, the very Chi Yu who had once contended with the Yellow Emperor for supremacy in the Central Plains. The thought flashed through his mind, and he nodded in agreement, turning to follow Chi Yu out the door, heading straight for the treasure vault. After returning with the medicinal materials, he entered a plain and quiet room, closed the door, and immediately began to refine. He took out the mountain and river cauldron. This innate treasure hovered steadily in front of him, and with a light tap of his fingertip he spread out the spiritual materials acquired from the witch clan's treasury. He was slightly taken aback. The 10th sandy-year-old ginseng was surprisingly at the very bottom. On top of it were the lotus seeds from the innate fire lotus, the ice spirit lotus from the 9 cold snow region, the blood spirit ginseng that had been buried deep in the blood evil earth vein for 100 calamities, and the blood spirit mushroom that was entirely crimson like coagulated blood, along with several spiritual plants that had transformed into their original forms, having their essence sealed and restored to their original state. This trip was indeed excessively bountiful. For just a medicinal formula to nourish chi and blood, such an extensive arrangement was unnecessary. It was clear that this was merely an excuse to gather some extra materials under the guise of alchemy. Yet he had indeed put in effort. Although it was his first attempt at alchemy, and his techniques were rather clumsy, controlling the fire and regulating the temperature, as well as guiding the chi back to the cauldron, all required considerable focus and effort. These surplus spiritual materials could be regarded as compensation. He felt no guilt. He rolled up his sleeves and officially began refining. 10 years swiftly passed. After burning through 100 furnaces of alchemical fire, over 70 furnaces produced pills. Initially, for the first 10 furnaces, only 3 succeeded, by the 50th year 8 succeeded, and by the 90th year 9 out of 10 succeeded with occasional failures only due to slight errors in timing. Now he could reliably refine a 4th-grade golden core. He kept 3 parts of the pills he had previously refined for his own use, while the rest were sent to Ho-Tu. The gourd before him was called Blood Source Pill, specifically meant to consolidate qi and blood and clarify the essence. As the final sealing method was completed, 9 pills emerged from the cauldron, landing steadily in his palm. The pill bodies were red with golden patterns winding around them. They were indeed 4th-grade golden cores with potency over 100 times stronger than ordinary blood source pills. He kept 4 pills for himself and placed the remaining 5 into a jade box. These 4 pills were prepared for his own physical cultivation. Having found the energy of Xuanhuang, the time for physical training was pressing. How could he go empty-handed? If he were to traverse the wilderness in search of the items in the witch clan's treasury by himself, even after 1,000,000 years, he would struggle to gather even 1/10 of what he needed. He closed the jade box, stood up, and headed toward the residence of the ancestral witch. During these 10 years, Ho-Tu had long since recovered. The 9 drops of ancestral witch's blood she had previously forced out to suppress her injury had all been restored. Even more touching was that she had voluntarily forced out another 9 drops of new blood, quietly sealing them in another jade box. Lü Yue remained silent for a long time after learning this. Ho-Tu's actions were not for herself, but to leave a glimmer of hope for the survival of the witch clan. 9 drops of essence blood were enough to birth a new ancestral witch. Had it not been for the severe bloodline suppression, had it not been for the 12 ancestral witches still alive, and had it not been for the fact that no one had fallen, this blood would have been wasted. The witch clan had hundreds of great witches with no fewer than 30 at the top level, yet none had crossed that threshold. It was not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because they could not compete. The bloodline was like a lock, as long as the ancestral witches did not die, the lock would not loosen. If one of the 12 ancestral witches were to perish, the chains would snap, and the top great witches would have the opportunity to inherit the path, take the position, and ascend to the realm of ancestral witches. Ho-Tu took the jade box and casually placed it aside on the table. Lü Yue, the pills you have refined over the past 10 years are truly a great aid to my witch clan. The other ancestral witches have also heard of this matter, and are hoping you can find the time to visit them and refine a few furnaces for them as well. Lü Yue cupped his hands and smiled. The ancestral witch's kindness is overwhelming. I feel unworthy. This journey is not yet complete, and my movements are uncertain. If I pass by any ancestral witch's tribe in the future, I will surely offer my services. For now, my cultivation is still shallow. I must prioritize wandering through the wilderness, observing the world, and understanding the Tao. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu merely nodded lightly, not insisting further. Now that the alchemical matters are concluded, I shall explain to you the path of physical cultivation as well as my insights over the years. Lü Yue's eyes brightened, and he bowed his head immediately. Please guide me, ancestral witch. Ho-Tu sat upright, her voice calm. The path of the physical body relies on tempering, enduring, and honing. It does not rely on external objects to pile up. It depends solely on oneself to withstand it. You listen to the ancestral witch's teachings, and your understanding of physical cultivation deepens suddenly. This teaching lasted for 100 years. As Lü Yue listened and contemplated, he verified what Ho-Tu said against his own developed Xianhuang law body, renewing old principles and resolving his previous confusions. Not only that, but he further deduced and perfected it, elevating the Xianhuang law body to the indestructible Xianhuang body, a cultivation method directly aimed at the Quasi-Saint level. The entire technique is divided into 9 layers, and with each advancement, one's muscles, blood, divine sense, and resistance to calamities all leap up a level. Were it not for the fact that this was the heart of the witch clan, making it inappropriate to recklessly stimulate the Xianhuang energy to temper the body, he would have started refining long ago. After 100 years of teachings came to an end, Lü Yue bowed deeply. Thank you, ancestral witch, for generously imparting your knowledge. Today I have come to realize that the path of the physical body can indeed reach this realm. Ho-Tu looked at him with a smile. Now that everything is settled, you should fulfill your promise and take me out to resolve that mystery. Lü Yue hesitated slightly, his face warming. May I ask, ancestral witch, have the matters of the tribe been properly arranged? Ho-Tu nodded. All matters of the tribe have been arranged. In my absence, the elders of the clan will oversee everything. Upon hearing this, Lü Yue nodded slightly. Ancestral witch Ho-Tu, then let us take a journey through this wilderness together. If there are any thoughts or confusions along the way, I can provide guidance at any time. Ho-Tu responded and stepped forward, her robe sleeves lightly brushing her footsteps, silent. Lü Yue followed closely behind. The two walked one after the other, crossing over ridges, traversing wastelands, and skimming cliffs, their figures never parting. Lü Yue felt a warmth in his heart. A great opportunity was right before him. The matters of the underworld, the weight of merit, were rare in the wilderness. If he could take advantage of this opportunity, not only would he be secure, but his fortune would also become profound. Heaven's Tao has always favored those who contribute to the world. This is no mere empty words. Merit can forge artifacts, refine the body, and stabilize one's fate. When accumulated to the extreme, one can look forward to the merging of origins, and the saintly position will not be out of reach. His gaze fell upon the tranquil figure ahead, and he felt certain in his heart this person was the key. If he missed this opportunity, the only remaining chance to touch great merit would be the task of mending the heavens after the battle between the witch and demon. But as for that matter, his cultivation was still too shallow to intervene. As for the merits of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race, they had long been divided by the 3 teachings, and he could not even touch the edges. Now that the Blood Sea was in sight and the underworld was just beginning to sprout, how could he stand idly by? Lü Yue traveled with Ho-Tu, and in the blink of an eye 100 years had passed. One day Ho-Tu suddenly stopped and turned her head to ask, "Lü Yue, when beings in the wilderness kill each other, where do their souls go?" Lü Yue's heart stirred. He had been waiting for this question. "What do you think, ancestral witch? Where should they go?" Ho-Tu did not answer, but gazed into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed, yet her steps did not halt. Lü Yue lowered his gaze and silently followed. After walking for several hundred years, the world grew dim, and a bloody scent wafted towards them. A sea of red unfolded before them. It was not water, but blood. The blood sea was boundless waves surging like boiling water, with countless restless souls floating amidst it, crying in silence, struggling with no way out. Lü Yue recognized this place. Deep within the sea of blood dwelled the venerable patriarch Mingi, a cultivator who, emulating Yue's method of creating humanity, had forged the Azura clan himself. His cultivation was unfathomably profound. The sea of blood served as both his lifeblood and the very foundation of his power. Ho-Tu stood motionless upon the shore, silent for a long while. These souls waged war in life, and even in death find no peace. Her voice was low and level. "Lü Yue, tell me, do they not deserve a place to rest?" "They do," Lü Yue replied without hesitation. "If such a place exists to shelter them, all the better. If it also permits rebirth into the cycle of reincarnation, then that is best of all." Ho-Tu paused, her form stilling mid-breath. "Shelter, reincarnation." She repeated the words softly, neither advancing nor speaking, merely standing there as though listening to the wind or waiting for an answer that had yet to arrive. This contemplation lasted 100 years. A century later, she suddenly lifted her gaze, the clarity in her eyes like the first light breaking across a newly opened firmament. "I understand. Pangu, the primordial father, cleaved heaven and earth, shaped mountains and rivers, ordained the 4 seasons, and transformed myriad beings. Yet he left one thing undone, a realm to house the departed souls. Since it is lacking, I shall complete it. I, Ho-Tu of the Wu clan, born of Pangu's bloodline, shall pioneer this sacred undertaking." Before the final word faded, she soared skyward, descending directly above the sea of blood. Her divine energy surged forth. Waves of crimson recoiled in reverence, foul miasma vaporized into mist, and the air itself split open, revealing a limpid void where ethereal light shimmered and coalesced into form. Deep within the sea of blood, Patriarch Mingi's eyes snapped open. How could he fail to sense such upheaval? The sea convulsing like a living artery. He burst from the crimson depths, face dark as storm-wrought iron. His gaze swept over Ho-Tu, suspended in midair, then settled upon Lü Yue standing quietly beside her, his voice ringing like blades striking stone. "Ho-Tu, great ancestral Wu, what purpose brings you to desecrate my sacred domain?" "I seek only to borrow this land," Ho-Tu replied, eyes lowered, tone unchanged. "To establish the netherworld, a sanctuary for wandering souls governed by the wheel of reincarnation. I ask your consent, Taoist friend." "Borrow," Mingi sneered. "Do you know how many Azuras draw vitality from this sea? With a single disturbance, how shall they transform? How shall they endure? Do not wield the Wu clan's authority as coercion. I, Mingi, recognize no such claim. This land, you may not touch it. This deed, you shall not accomplish." A faint crease appeared between Ho-Tu's brows. Lü Yue remained impassive, his peripheral gaze gliding over Mingi's twin towards the lotus of karmic fire beneath his feet, the banner hovering above his crown. The Yuan 2 and Abai swords, the 12-petal karmic fire lotus, and the northern Xian Yuan water command banner, each a supreme artifact anchoring celestial order. He said nothing, only drew his sleeve lower, concealing fingertips tensed with restrained force. Ho-Tu held Mingi's gaze, her eyes tracing the subtle currents of qi swirling about him, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. "Taoist friend Mingi, you have already ascended to the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal. You concealed it well." Lü Yue stiffened, throat tightening. The Primordial Golden Immortal, beyond the rank of quasi-sage, one step shy of the sagehood itself. Beyond that lay the Primordial Grand Golden Immortal, the exalted station of sagehood. Below the sages were the subsages, below them the quasi-sages. A primordial golden immortal could already grasp the threads of cosmic rules, rules that transcended even universal laws. The operation of heaven's Tao, the birth and dissolution of all things, these obeyed rules alone. No one foresaw that Patriarch Mingyi had silently crossed this threshold. Across the vast and ancient Honghuang, those who attained this realm could be counted on one hand. Hutu, if you withdraw now, this matter ends. Take another step forward, and my swords shall show no mercy. Hutu did not reply. Her spine straightened, unyielding as a mountain range. Mingyi, today the wheel of reincarnation will be established. At her words, battle intent erupted. Golden yellow radiance swirling around her, the law of earth spontaneously weaving about her form. Lü Yue stepped forward. Great ancestral Wu Hutu, Patriarch Mingyi, please pause. Both turned their gaze toward him. The establishment of reincarnation benefits heaven and earth alike. Should Patriarch Mingyi persist in obstruction, heavenly punishment will descend, swift and irrevocable. Yet should you grant consent upon the wheel's inception, I shall dedicate an entire path exclusively to the Azura clan. Thereafter fallen Azuras may enter this path untainted by karmic burden, ensuring their lineage endures. And since this realm arises from the sea of blood, you yourself shall partake in its boundless merit. Mingyi fell silent, his gaze shifting slowly between Hutu and Lü Yue. After a moment he spoke. If reincarnation is to be opened, one path must belong to the Azuras. Otherwise, he paused. This realm shall never take shape. Hutu inclined her head. Granted. Among the 6 paths, one shall be reserved solely for the Azura clan. Mingyi sheathed the Yuan Tu and Abai swords. Who would refuse merit? Especially when offered freely. Yielding but a sliver of territory would entitle him to a share of celestial fortune. Why hesitate? More crucially, granting the Azuras their own path would divert karmic accumulation away from the sea, transforming it instead into a pillar of protection. Lü Yue added, since the wheel rests upon the sea of blood, its gate must be guarded by a worthy sentinel. Would Patriarch Mingyi entrust the Azura clan with guarding this threshold, warding off external incursions? Mingyi considered briefly, then assented, agreed. The sea of blood shall be defended by my kin. No outsider shall trespass. A quiet sigh escaped Lü Yue's chest. He had long calculated this. Once the wheel turned, the underworld would rise, and disciples of the Intercept Sect would inevitably assume its offices. Yet most were newly cultivated, ill-equipped to withstand formidable adversaries, especially the Western religion. With the Azura stationed at the gate, they would absorb the first onslaught meant for the Intercept Sect. Should the West seek to seize underworld merit, they would first have to break through Mingyi's line. An unequivocal gain. And already Lü Yue had resolved his course. The throne of Lord Fengdu must be occupied by a sovereign avatar of his own, neither for dominion, but to channel an unbroken flow of celestial fortune and merit. So long as Honghuang endured, that seat would never run dry. The divine mandate war loomed near. This foundation was harder than any artifact. Seeing Mingyi's nod, Hutu gave Lü Yue the faintest acknowledgement, then stepped forward. Before the supreme Tao, I am Hutu, descendant of Pangu, great ancestral Wu of the Wu clan. I witnessed the plight of Honghuang's living beings after death. They wander without refuge, their souls adrift. Thus I offer my body as sacrifice, to inaugurate the 6-fold wheel of reincarnation and grant all sentient beings a thread of salvation. She appealed not to heaven's Tao, but directly to the supreme Tao itself. This was perilous beyond measure. Should the supreme Tao remain silent, heaven's Tao would surely mete out retribution. Even as her vow echoed, the heavens rent open, revealing a pair of colossal ancient eyes. Neither sorrowful nor joyful, neither wrathful nor compassionate. Only pure absolute indifference. In that instant, Hongjuan, the 6 sages, the celestial court's highest ministers, the 12 ancestral Wus, and countless reclusive immortals, all manifested above the sea of blood. All held their breath. Those eyes descended, gazing upon Hutu in solemn stillness. A single word, granted, descended from the 9th heaven, resonating across every inch of Honghuang's space, searing itself into every spirit's consciousness. Before the echo of granted had faded, Hutu's body began to disintegrate, cell by cell. As dissolution neared, she turned her gaze to Lü Yue, voice clear and deep. The 6 paths are now open. The authority to construct them rests with you. One request only. Preserve a lineage for my Wu clan. Above the sea of blood, the assembled hosts stood in silence. Some frowned. Some trembled. Others clenched their sleeves tight. Lü Yue was a disciple of the Intercept Sect. Entrusting him with this authority was tantamount to entrusting it to the sect itself. All 6 sages fixed their gaze upon him, wordless but weighty. Yet before the supreme Tao, none dared move. Whoever reached out would be reclaimed by the Tao itself. Even Hongjun bowed his head. None else dared hope. Having heard Hutu's final command, Lü Yue bowed deeply, back rigid as a pine in winter. Rest assured, great ancestral Wu Hutu. Should the Wu clan fall, I shall hold open their path of retreat. Then I depart first, elder brothers and sisters. Within the ancestral Wu hall, I have laid hidden preparations. Lü Yue knows them well. When this war concludes, seek him out. The other 11 ancestral Wus swallowed hard, eyes glistening, voices trembling. Little sister, why must you leave us so soon? Why, oi? Before the cries faded, Ho-Tu's body dissolved like mist, giving rise to a vast shadowed realm. At its center hung a colossal wheel, turning slowly and silently. Yet its presence alone stifled the breath of 10,000 living beings. Lü Yue strode forward into the void. Across the primordial chaos, countless sentient beings fixed their gaze upon him. Intense, searing, as though their very eyes could pierce through the fabric of reality. He stood before the wheel and proclaimed in a voice clear and resonant, I am Lü Yue, disciple of the Intercept Sect, entrusted by the ancestral god Ho-Tu to establish the netherworld and institute the cycle of rebirth. May the Tao bear witness. A long silence followed. Then from the boundless void a deep, solemn voice descended, granted. Relief washed over Lü Yue's heart. Even with Ho-Tu's mandate, without the Tao's approval, all would remain mere speculation. Now that consent had been granted, the first move could be made. This realm of rebirth was carved forth by Ho-Tu, the ancestral earth god, who bears the august title, Sheng Dao Xiao Fa Ho-Tu Huang Diji. At its inception, a sovereign must be appointed, the Fengdu Emperor, to govern all matters of reincarnation and dwell within the ghost city of Fengdu. No sooner had the words left his lips than a spiritual avatar emerged from his body. Esteemed friend, assume this throne. The avatar bowed in assent. Instantly golden light rained from the heavens, piercing his crown, and his aura surged upward, layer upon layer, until it stabilized at the apex of the quasi-sage realm. A dragon-embroidered robe draped his frame, a celestial crown bound his hair, golden-threaded boots pressed firm upon the earth. His bearing radiated sovereign majesty. I am the Fengdu Emperor. Silence fell across the expanse. Awe rippled through the crowd. How unexpected this method of appointment. Lü Yue turned slightly and transmitted a private message to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Master, swiftly dispatch trustworthy disciples of the Jie sect, those of unblemished character and unwavering loyalty to our sect. With a sweep of his sleeve, Tongtian Jiaozhu summoned disciples from all four directions, like tides surging across the sky, blackening the horizon. Lü Yue surveyed them calmly. Beneath the Fengdu Emperor shall stand 5 directional ghost sovereigns charged with overseeing the balance of yin and yang. As he spoke, he designated 5 figures. Beneath each ghost sovereign shall serve 10 kings presiding over judgment and retribution. Appoint the 10 heavenly lords of the Jie sect as the 10 Yama kings, each to govern a distinct hall and select their own judges. The 10 heavenly lords stood stunned, yet before they could react, they were ushered forward. 10 streams of arcane light descended, elevating their cultivation to the stable threshold of the quasi-sage realm. Robes of kingship draped their forms, ceremonial crowns adorned their brows, golden boots grounded their steps. Their very presence transformed. Beneath the 10 halls shall stand 10 great yin marshals. He named 10 more. Beneath each marshal shall serve 4 soul-reaping envoys. For more stepped forth. The netherworld requires yin generals and yin soldiers for its defense. From each of the 12 ancestral god tribes, 100,000 elite warriors shall be conscripted into the yin bureau's legions. This was no mere conscription, it was preservation. Should the Wu clan fall, these 12 myriads would endure, ensuring the bloodline's continuity. Yunxiao assumed the form of Meng Pua and take residence within the cycle of rebirth, brewing the elixir that washes away memory. Yunxiao spoke no word. With but a single thought, she divided her essence. Her form softened, clad now in plain gray robes, holding a humble clay ladle, standing quietly beside the river Wangchuan. The ghost gate rose. Any soul crossing its threshold severed all ties to mortal life. Beyond the gate flowed the river Wangchuan, a current so profound even feathers could not float upon it, requiring divine guides to ferry the departed. Beyond the river stretched the Yellow Springs Road, where the living dared not tread, reserved solely for wandering souls. At the road's end arched the bridge of helplessness, spanning 2 shores. Behind it rose the platform of gazing back, crowned by the stone of 3 lifetimes, revealing past, present, and future incarnations. Behind the platform loomed the hall of muddled souls, granting each spirit one final chance to send a dream to the living world. Beyond the hall sat the 10 Yama kings, seated in solemn judgment, assigning rebirth according to karmic deeds. Deeper still spun the 6-fold wheel of reincarnation, its vortex eternal. The upper 3 paths, heaven, humanity, and Azura. The lower 3 beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell. Virtue and vice would be weighed, the depth of sin determined one's descent into the 18 layers of hell, each governed by a warden solely devoted to administering punishment. He named 18 more. The netherworld required a sovereign, the city of wrongful death demanded a lord. 2 more were appointed. With every decree Lü Yue uttered, heaven and earth echoed in affirmation, each word manifesting reality. When his pronouncements ceased, the netherworld stood complete, structured with flawless rigor, every function precisely aligned, no redundancy, no omission. This was no construction of mortal hands, but the Tao itself shaping form through speech. A long hush settled over the assembly. Then a cold laugh pierced the stillness. What an exquisite sect! The entire netherworld now bears the surname Tanta. With this move secured, the cycle of rebirth had irrevocably fallen under the sect's dominion. Lü Yue swept his gaze across the assembly, paused briefly, and tapped his sleeve lightly, calmly tracing the threads of this newly woven order. Moments later he nodded and declared, henceforth this realm shall be known as the Netherworld. The Netherworld serves as the destined nexus for all souls of the primordial chaos, where spirits return, are judged, and reborn. Those above the rank of immortal of the great Lü Yue shall not enter without authorization. Violators shall be struck down by the Netherworld's sovereign authority, their true spirits cast into the 18 layers of hell, condemned to eternal suffering, forever denied transcendence. His words settled like stone. He offered no further explanation, merely stood motionless, gaze steady, awaiting response. Silence held fast. Throats tightened. Fingers whitened around clenched palms. Eyes dropped to the tips of shoes. No voice broke the quiet. Yet inwardly minds churned violently. With this edict enacted, the Netherworld had become an impenetrable fortress. No foothold remained for intervention. Henceforth planting agents, seizing power, or harvesting merit. Impossible. Not even a sliver of opportunity remained. Not when an immortal of the quasi-sage realm already held sovereign sway, nor when the great Lü Yue prohibition stood as absolute law. No stratagem, however refined, could breach this wall. Lü Yue did not press for acknowledgement. His authority required no assent. Once affirmed by the Tao, the deep, Hongjun Laozu lifted his eyes, surveying the assembled sages and celestial immortals. His voice, though soft, struck each syllable like a nail driven deep. The Netherworld is the pivot of rebirth. Beyond the great Lü Yue, all must halt. The entire assembly fell into reverent stillness and answered in unison, yes, Tao Ancestor. Before the echo faded, streaks of light blazed across the sky, settling gently into Lü Yue's open palm. The Fengdu seal, the book of life and death, the judge's brush, the nether umbrella, the wheelblade of reincarnation, the soul reaping, cord, the vessel of Wanchuan. 7 supreme artifacts, each heavy with ancient resonance, shimmering with somber light. These were not personal possessions. They were instruments of the Netherworld, bound to their rightful offices. Without hesitation, Lü Yue assigned them in precise order. What belonged to Mingyi Laozu he passed forth. What belonged to Cui Ju he placed into his hands. What belonged to Qin Guang Wang he sealed directly into his sleeve. Swift, decisive, no trace of hesitation. Upon completion, he raised his hands in reverence toward the heavens and bowed deeply. The Netherworld structure is now complete, all offices fulfilled. We humbly invite the Tao's inspection. For a heartbeat, heaven and earth held their breath. Then, a torrent of golden radiance cascaded from the 9th heaven, pouring like a waterfall into the Netherworld's core. Merit descended upon the world. All gazed upward, eyes burning with awe, yet none dared stir. Could one dare covet what the Tao bestowed? To reach out was to vanish utterly. Not even ash would remain. Even the heavenly Tao's merit would recoil upon the thief, erasing both spirit and form. Lü Yue's eyes gleamed, his pulse quickened. The merit he had waited for so long had finally arrived. And it was no ordinary bestowal. It bore the Tao's direct sanction. For Ho Tu had bypassed the heavenly Tao entirely, appealing straight to the Tao itself. Descendants of Pangu shall establish the cycle of rebirth and found the Netherworld. Upon hearing the phrase Pangu's descendants, the Tao stirred, its will awakened. The golden light divided into 3 streams, 7 tenths sank into the Netherworld's heart. The remaining 3 tenths split again. Mingyi Laozu received 1.5 tenths. Lü Yue likewise received 1.5 tenths. Do not underestimate this share. Its magnitude equaled 1/4 of the merit accrued by any sage at the moment of ascension. Lü Yue drew the warm, radiant essence inward, condensing it within his spiritual sea, where it now hovered like a miniature sun. From the Netherworld's depths erupted a crushing wave of sovereign pressure, mountain-shattering, ocean-rending, sweeping outward in all directions. Great cultivators across the primordial chaos strained against it. The 6 sages' expressions tightened instantly. Hongjun Daozu's brows furrowed faintly. Lü Yue's spine locked rigid, his feet sinking 3 inches into the earth, jaw clenched, bearing the weight unbroken. He knew well this was the inaugural might of a newly enthroned sage. To kneel was to yield the heart, to withstand was to temper the mind, forging it anew in unyielding steel. Around them some had already knelt, leaving only a few standing. Hongjun and the 6 saints were naturally not among them. The pressure from above was intense, yet it dissipated quickly. Then a woman in palace attire slowly emerged from the depths of the underworld. The crowd's expressions changed, and they bowed together, calling out, "We bow to the ancestor witch of the earth. Great ancestor which grant a sliver of hope to the myriad beings of the wild." Her gaze swept across the assembly, her voice clear as spring water striking stone. "From this day forth the earth does not belong to the witch clan. My name is Fengshen." As her voice fell, the hearts of the crowd brightened. The foundation of the underworld is primarily based on fairness. Without a heart of impartiality, how could one judge the fates of countless souls? The 11 ancestor witches raised their heads at the sound, initially displaying joy, but upon hearing the name Fengshen, their expressions changed, suddenly gazing in stunned disbelief. At that moment, a clear cry echoed from the sky, and a colorful phoenix gracefully descended, holding a gleaming Dao fruit in its beak, flying straight toward Fengshen. It was the proof of the heavenly Dao's holy position. Accepting it would signify recognition by the heavenly Dao as a saint. Fengshen lifted her gaze, not reaching out, but quietly looking at Hongjun Daozu. After a while, a little ghost ran out from the underworld, hands cradling the fruit, presenting it respectfully. Fengshen extended her hand to receive it, her fingertips brushing against the fruit's surface, and she declared with a clear voice, "From now on I am the first saint of the underworld. My rank is equal to that of the Hongjun saint." Hongjun Daozu's expression momentarily froze, but he ultimately said nothing. The 6 saints exchanged glances, shaking their heads silently. With the establishment of the underworld, Saint, a peak had been added above the 6 saints. The 6 saints felt a slight heaviness in their hearts, but did not show it. They were verifying the heavenly position of the Dao fruit, which was not subject to the underworld's authority. The underworld should establish 7 saints. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, filled with fervent expectation. The position of a saint. There are 7. Who wouldn't want to compete? Who wouldn't hope for the favor of Lady Fengshen to be named and appointed? Fengshen did not speak again, but stood quietly in place. Suddenly golden light broke through the sky, and a vast power of merit descended into the netherworld. This merit was even more than what an ordinary saint would acquire upon achieving enlightenment. The golden light, divided upon reaching the ground, half flew straight toward Lü Yue. This was a reward for his achievements. The very foundation of the underworld had been constructed by him alone. He orchestrated everything, laying the groundwork, harmonizing yin and yang, and settling souls with no part of it not under his control. Lü Yue raised his hand to receive it, a smile appearing on his brow. Now with merit in hand, the catastrophe of sealing the gods was about to begin. If the Chan teaching tried to use this calamity to kill him, diminish his path, or push him onto the list, they would have to think twice. It wasn't that they wouldn't dare to act, but if they did, the heavenly Dao would retaliate with thunderous fury. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrival would necessitate careful consideration. The remaining merits scattered like thousands of threads, each returning to its place. Fengshen alone took 10%. The realm of reincarnation was originally under her control, so it was only natural. She lightly traced her fingertip, and that pure merit silently merged into the river of fate of the Witch Clan. In an instant, the fate of the Witch Clan surged like a spring tide, turbulent waves rolling faintly, revealing a weighty and indomitable force. The Mingi gained a sliver of this. The position of the Lord of Azura can only belong to him. All disciples of the Jia teaching shared in this, though unequally, yet all gained tangible benefits. In this battle, Lü Yue gained the most merit, while the Jia teaching seized the opportunity. From the Emperor of Fengdu to the 10 Yama Kings, the 5 Ghost Emperors, the Judges, the Grim Reapers, and the Soul Collectors, 9 out of 10 were from the Jia teaching. The Tantian Patriarch dispatched hundreds of disciples to take up their posts, not merely to fill vacancies, but to establish roots. He felt clear in his heart the fortune of the Jia teaching was steadily rising, the rate of loss greatly reduced, and a long-lasting fortune continuously flowed from the underworld like a river entering the sea, ceaselessly surging. From now on, there would be no need to worry about the depletion of fortune. As long as the underworld operated for a day, the fortune would be reciprocated. The longer it operated, the thicker the return. Lü Yue straightened his clothes and bowed deeply to Fengshen. "Lü Yue, I bow to Lady Fengshen." Fengshen's gaze fell upon him, nodding. "Lü Yue, the success of the underworld truly relies on your strength. It is complete and without flaw, which brings great comfort to my heart. Without your management of the key matters, we would still not know when the day of reincarnation would be reopened." Lü Yue smiled slightly, cupping his hands. "Your praise is unwarranted. I merely did my duty." As the merit of the Dao was completely exhausted, the heavenly light gradually faded. Hongjun glanced across the saints, finally resting his gaze on Fengshen. "Fengshen, the matter is concluded, and this humble Taoist shall return to the Purple Cloud Palace." Fengshen looked back, her voice calm. "Taoist, please feel free. I shall guard the land of reincarnation myself." Hongjun's figure suddenly faded away, leaving no trace. The crowd bowed in unison, respectfully sending off the Tao ancestor. The saints and the powerful beings of the wild perceived that the situation was settled and began to take their leave. Yet a few lingered, frequently casting hopeful glances at Fengshen. If they could receive a word of her consent, they might ascend to the position of Underworld Saint. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a vain hope. The position of Underworld Saint could only be inherited by those born nurtured and connected to the Underworld. They hailing from the heavenly Tao had no roots in the Netherworld. How could they reach for it? The Tontian Patriarch's sleeve moved slightly. Disciple, follow me back to the Bo Palace. Hearing this, Lü Yue turned to Fengshen. Lady, regarding the matter of the elixir, it is inconvenient for me to articulate, and I ask that you discuss it personally with the ancestor witches. My teacher's summons require me to depart immediately. He glanced around at the disciples of the Jie, teaching, his voice steady. You all, being disciples of the Tontian Saint, and holding important positions in the underworld, ought to fulfill your duties diligently. You must not be negligent, nor lose decorum, nor tarnish the reputation of our Jie teaching. The crowd responded in unison. We will strictly follow the teachings of senior brother Lü Yue. In this initial establishment of the underworld, Lü Yue had quietly adjusted a group of individuals who should have been on the list, not forcibly retained, but rather substituting duty for rank, balancing merit against calamity. Now, with abundant merit and flourishing fortune, who would dare to easily extend their hand toward the Jie teaching? In the future, when the sealing of the gods begins, if the Western Church intervenes or the Chan teaching sets up schemes, they must consider carefully. Before moving, they must first ask whether the underworld agrees, then whether Lü Yue agrees, and finally, whether the Tontian Patriarch is willing to cease. Lü Yue moved at an unhurried pace, catching up with the Tontian Patriarch as they rode the wind westward. Inside the Bo Palace, Tontian sat at the cloud bed, while Lü Yue stood with hands at his sides at the foot of the stairs. This was the sacred ground of the sect, and decorum could not be neglected. He stood straight without a hint of reluctance. Lü Yue, this matter has been handled properly. The underworld is now entirely under the control of our Jie teaching. In the wild, no force can meddle. In this game, we made the first move, and we made it steady, precise, and deep. Lü Yue's lips curved slightly, his eyes radiating a calm brilliance. As a disciple of the Jie teaching, how could I stand by when presented with such an opportunity? Taking the underworld, the merit and fortune will naturally rise. As long as the Jie teaching holds sway, these two will never cease. In this way, even without the innate treasures suppressing the fortune, the foundation of our teaching remains secure. Tontian Patriarch listened, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, nodding in agreement. Indeed, just now observing the signs of fortune, the rate of loss has slowed considerably, far from the previous state of pouring like a sandglass. In the end, it is you who has made a great contribution. The merit you have accumulated alone could have secured your own fate, yet, because you are my disciple, it has instead completed the entire Jie teaching. The stability of fortune relies not on the wealth of treasures, but on the strength of people. Moreover, all disciples of our sect in the underworld carry merit, gathering sand to form a tower, effectively stabilizing this fluctuating fortune bit by bit. In earlier years, to solidify the fortune, I opened the mountain gates widely and deployed myriad celestial formations, exhausting my efforts, yet it ultimately cannot compare to an innate treasure. The loss of fortune has been even greater than that of the three teachings of humanity, Chan and the West. Hearing this, Lü Yue suddenly remembered the item obtained from the Earth Mother tribe. Teacher, I have a spiritual root in my possession that can stabilize the fortune. As the words fell, he produced a branch of golden leaves bearing a fruit of a yellowish hue. The Huangjong Li. The eyes of the Lord of the Celestial Church narrowed, his expression turning serious. Huangjong Li, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual roots. The disciple obtained it from the Hota tribe, and it indeed possesses the effect of suppressing fortune. I am willing to offer it to the church, ensuring the enduring fortune of our Jie sect. After a brief silence, the Lord of the Celestial Church looked directly at Lü Yue. Since this item was obtained by your own hand, how could I take it without merit? Upon finishing his words, he lightly waved his sleeve, and a beam of clear light flew out, landing steadily in Lü Yue's hand. The pure glazed lamp. Place it by your side during cultivation, and external demons will find it difficult to approach, disturbing neither your mind nor spirit. Lü Yue caught it with both hands, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master, for the precious gift. Cultivating the Tao is most sensitive to fluctuations in one's mind. If external demons seize the opportunity, even a slight misstep can lead to regression in cultivation, and a heavy misstep can cause one's foundation to crumble. With this lamp in hand, it is equivalent to having an additional silent protection, allowing one to focus without concern for hidden disturbances. The Lord of the Celestial Church took the Huangjong Li without refining it, and directly carried it to the back mountain of Bo Palace, planting it himself. Ha ha ha. With this spiritual root guarding us combined with the extermination sword array, how could fortune still escape? The fortune of Jin Ao Island stabilized suddenly, and the other saints immediately sensed it. Laozi gazed towards the east sea, stroking his beard with a smile. Third brother has finally obtained the instrument of fortune. My heart can be at ease. The primordial lord gazed at the fortune cloud map of the Jia sect, his brow slightly furrowing, then lowered his gaze, falling silent. In the western bliss, the Arhats kept their eyes downcast, their expressions growing increasingly desolate. T turned his head to look at him, his voice hoarse. Senior brother, the fortune of the Jia sect is firm now, and future actions must be taken step by step. Zhuan Ti closed his eyes and did not respond, merely pointing his fingertips slowly to his brow, sinking into the grand path's deduction. Lü Yue stood in the hall, hearing this, his heart suddenly enlightened. From what he knew in his previous life, the destruction of the Jia sect stemmed from the dispersion of its fortune. Without a guardian, the immortals would lose their hearts, allowing the Chan sect and the Western sect to take advantage, acting under the guise of the Fengshen to diminish the teachings. Now that the fortune is as steady as a rock, the calamities may not unfold as before. He is a direct disciple of the Jia sect. If the sect collapses, leaving him without support, where would he stand in the wilderness? Lü Yue, you increasingly impress me. Even Huang Zhong Li could be found with you in the Jia sect. There is much to be assured. Lü Yue hurriedly lowered his head. The disciple is terrified and does not dare to claim credit. The words were too heavy. He did not dare to accept them, nor take them seriously. If there is nothing else, the disciple will take his leave. The Lord of the Celestial Church in high spirits waved his hand casually, and Lü Yue immediately stepped back and exited. Once away from Bo Palace, a wind rose beneath his feet, heading straight for a secluded cave on Jin Ao Island. Upon entering, he set up barriers sealing the entrance and sat cross-legged. What he obtained this time was not just Huang Zhongli, but also the Xian Huang Qi. The Xian Huang Qi required for cultivating the Xian Huang indestructible body was finally complete. His primordial spirit had already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but his physical body still lagged at the mid-stage. If this continued, it would inevitably become a weakness. The path of dual cultivation values balance. He took out the Xian Huang Qi, drawing it into his body, operating the Xian Huang Indestructible Sutra to circulate through his meridians. Once the Qi entered the channels, it surged downward like a living thing, washing through tendons, soaking into the marrow, and grinding the flesh. Every inch of flesh trembled, every membrane tearing and being reborn. He gritted his teeth to steady his mind, neither hurried nor anxious, guiding, refining, and solidifying according to the method. Before the Xian Huang body was fully formed, it must be repeatedly tempered with the Xian Huang Qi. Once successful, the physical body would naturally generate the essence of Xian Huang, and thereafter there would be no need to borrow even a trace from outside. 1,000 years passed quietly within the cave. As the Xian Huang Qi before him completely melted away, Lü Yue suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils seeming to swirl with stardust. Indeed extraordinary. He slowly clenched his fist, fingers gathering, and the air in his palm emitted a muffled sound like a bowstring snapping. It was pure strength, relying neither on spells nor divine abilities. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and he then took out hundreds of jade bottles, arranging them one by one. What was contained within were the elixirs he had privately kept during his alchemy in the Hooded tribe. There were 9 turns cultivation pills for stabilizing the foundation, Qi Yang bone restoration pills for assisting flesh regeneration, and Qing Ming tendon refining powder specifically for refining tendons. He had long thought it through. Relying solely on the Xian Huang Qi for physical cultivation was not enough. Elixirs would aid in faster progress and a more solid foundation. Next, it was time to practice. The energy required for body refining was immense, and the elixirs were prepared for this purpose. Swallowing an entire bottle of pills, Lü Yue immediately activated the Xian Huang Indestructible Body method, resuming the journey of physical tempering. 1,000 years passed in seclusion. On this day, he refined the last of the 4-turn golden pills and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light burst forth, piercing through the barrier ahead, crashing against the great formation of Jin Ao Island before abruptly stopping. Many disciples of the Jia sect on the island looked up, their hearts shaken. The golden light leaking out indicated that his divine powers had manifested. Lü Yue stood up firmly. His appearance was no longer as it once was. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, moving without wind, his eyebrows sharp as blades, his gaze deep and serene, his nose straight as if carved. A chilling and resolute aura radiated from him. Standing 3 zhang tall, his muscles coiled like dragons, his blood vessels winding like serpents. He slightly circulated his energy, his figure gradually descending, muscles flattening, and his meridians concealed, returning to an ordinary appearance. After 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, the Xian Huang Indestructible Body finally reached a small completion. Even he himself did not expect that this skill would quietly reshape his visage. Now his physical power had already reached the realm of the 12 Golden Immortal. Ordinary 12 Golden Immortals, if without suitable magical treasures, would find it difficult to even break his skin. But it did not end there. The 11th lotus leaf of his 3 flowers had solidified, and the 12th leaf was faintly revealing its outline. This was all thanks to the remnants of Zhuan Ti's half-formed Dharma body. After years of being tempered by thunder, it had finally transformed into pure primal essence, fully nourishing the 3 flowers. Such a volume of primal essence he had never encountered before. Pouring it all into the 3 flowers, he achieved today's results. Lü Yue waved his hand, and the remaining barrier shattered with a sound, turning and stepping out of the cave. This retreat was the longest he had experienced since entering the Tao. 2,000 years had passed, and his physical body had ascended to 12 Golden Immortal. If this word got out, countless people would be envious. Moreover, the initial signs of the 3 flowers and 12 products had emerged. In the wilderness, it was likely that no one would dare to believe it. He walked slowly across Jin Ao Island, his gaze sweeping around. 2,000 years of time had not left much mark on this island. As for how the wilderness had changed, it was of no concern to him. Hutu had been reborn as the goddess of tranquility, and the Wu clan now had a master to rely on, so he no longer needed to intervene in matters of protection. Now was just the right time to catch his breath. These years he had either traveled far to seek the Tao or listened to lectures and contemplated the rhythm had been too tight. Were it not for the looming calamity of the Fengshen, who would willingly exert themselves so. Now with merit as his foundation, he felt more secure. In the wilderness, no one dared to plot against someone with great merit. Poor schemes could lead to severe backlash. Those favored by the heavenly Tao, when harmed, suffer from karmic entanglements, and misfortune follows closely. If killed, they may face divine retribution, or worse, their foundations could collapse. If a saint were to accidentally kill such a person, their saintly position might not be preserved. Once a saint's position wavers, how could the Hunyuan Golden Immortals stand by idly? But overturning the game was not the goal, survival was the essence. Brother Lü Yue, please wait. A voice called from behind. He turned, and there stood Zhao Gongming. Senior Brother Gongming. That tone sounds familiar. Indeed it is you. What is it you wish to say? Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Your appearance. I nearly failed to recognize you. Thankfully your spiritual aura remains unchanged. Otherwise I might have mistaken you for another. Lü Yue smiled faintly, a byproduct of cultivation. Merely a subtle shift in outward form, nothing to concern oneself with. Zhao Gongming nodded. Understood. Wait, he paused then added. It's rare to meet you just after emerging from seclusion. How could I let you depart so soon? Are you occupied at present? If free, would you accompany me to Sanxian Island? Lü Yue lifted his gaze toward him. This was already the 3rd invitation. To decline again would seem aloof. Since senior brother has spoken, I am indeed unoccupied. Let us go. Zhao Gongming's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Let us depart at once. The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring straight towards Sanxian Island. As they neared its domain, Zhao Gongming drew forth a jade talisman and cast it aloft. The talisman hung suspended midair, emitting a thread of pure light. Before it, the island's ancient wards silently receded, revealing Sanxian Island in full splendor. They stepped across the threshold. The barriers behind them sealed seamlessly as if never parted. Sisters, come quickly. Brother Lü Yue has arrived. Zhao Gongming's voice rang clear and resonant across Sanxian Island, causing pine boughs to tremble faintly. Lü Yue glanced at him, brows slightly furrowed. From the heart of the island's palace, 3 figures emerged through the hall gates. Brother Lü Yue has arrived. Please come in and be seated. You've arrived most auspiciously. Elder sister has just finished roasting floral tea. You've caught the very first cup. Before Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao had even finished speaking, Yun Xiao, still silent, stepped forward beside them, both greeting him side by side. Lü Yue inclined his head, a faint smile lifting his lips. Then truly I am blessed. He turned toward Yun Xiao. May I ask, elder sister, what bloom did you select this time? I shall savor it without fail. Yun Xiao smiled gently and gestured with her hand. Tea is being brewed in the pavilion. Let us drink and speak together. All 5 strolled slowly to the cool pavilion and took their places in quiet order. Yun Xiao selected utensils, poured water, warmed the cups, and added the leaves. Her movements swift and graceful as wind brushing bamboo, and within moments fragrance filled the air. Lü Yue raised the cup, sipped lightly. The liquid soothed his throat, its clarity piercing deep into his lungs and spirit. Richer than last time. Elder sister's mastery over fire has grown, yet more refined. Yun Xiao's eyes glimmered faintly, but she did not accept the praise. Instead she asked, Brother, you granted elder sister a post in the netherworld, but neither my elder brother nor second sister received appointment. Was this partiality? Bi Xiao interjected immediately. Indeed. Compensation is due, or we shall not consent. Lü Yue set down his teacup and swept his gaze across the 3. It is not that I withhold appointment. I simply cannot grant more. All posts conferred this time were assigned to those whose foundations remain fragile. For them, attaining the rank of Tai Immortal in this lifetime is already an arduous feat, let alone reaching the exalted state of Deluo. These appointments serve two purposes: first, to stabilize their Dao foundations and refine their divine duties; second, to accumulate merit, and thereby root the Jie sect firmly within the netherworld. He paused, then looked upon the four. If you trust me, consider forging several treasures capable of containing vast realms within minuscule vessels. Such artifacts will prove indispensable in times to come. Do not rush. There lies a destination ahead, perfectly suited for you all. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze and resumed drinking. Zhao Gongming and Xiongxiao hesitated, words trembling on their lips, throats subtly shifting. Bi Xiao paid no heed. She pushed the teacup forward. Brother, speak now. Speak, and today's tea flows freely. Elder sister sealed the jar herself. I'll fill yours to the brim. Lü Yue shook his head, blew gently across the surface to disperse floating leaves, and took another sip. The celestial court teeters on collapse. How Tian ascends the throne, celestial pages assume sovereignty. How could such words ever pass his lips? To utter them would find no belief, and belief itself would unravel causality. Can heavenly omens ever be casual talk over tea? Seeing his silence, Bi Xiao huffed, bowed her head, and drank, her cup striking the stone table with a soft, crisp chime. Yunxiao suddenly smiled, lifting the teapot to refill Lü Yue's cup. Bi Xiao, if he says ahead, then the hour has not yet arrived. Press him further, and should he speak unbidden, you would force him to bear the burden of revealing what heaven conceals. Her gaze, clear and unwavering, met his directly. Lü Yue lifted his eyes, held hers for a breath, then lowered them again and drained the cup. On Sanxian Island, steam curled softly above the tea. Five sat encircled, voices low, resonant with Tao. A century passed, no longer than the cooling of several cups of tea beneath the pavilion or the slow drift of pine shadows across stone steps. After listening to Lü Yue expound the Tao, Zhao Gongming sighed deeply. Brother, I find myself unable to keep pace with your realm. Yunxiao too nodded. Your depth in expounding the Tao stirs even my own humility. Lü Yue turned to her. Elder sister flatters me. Those who enter either perish or are imprisoned. Should you spare an old friend, or hold back, your own Tao foundation will be severed first by the one who breaks your array. Yunxiao listened in stillness, fingertips resting motionless upon the rim of her cup. Those who enter either perish or are imprisoned. Should you spare an old friend, or hold back, your own Tao foundation will be severed first by the one who breaks your array. Yunxiao listened in stillness, fingertips resting motionless upon the rim of her cup. Lü Yue continued, do not forget, you embody Mengpu in the netherworld, serving the soul-soothing broth each day. When spirits drink it, 1/3 of their karmic burden dissolves, and 1 measure of merit accrues. So long as the netherworld endures, you shall never fall short. Yunxiao's eyes shimmered, her smile deepening. I was clinging to illusion. Once within my formation, one is an adversary. The formation does not kill, it compels the enemy to destroy themselves. Lü Yue laughed aloud, his voice bright and clear, piercing through the forest canopy. When the investiture of the gods' calamity unfolds, and the 12 Golden Immortals step into that 9-bend formation, they shall surely regret their arrival. Yet for now the primordial chessboard has only just begun to unfold. Great destiny surges like a river. Irreversible in its course, a minor currents resemble boats, steerable if guided with wisdom. When Hao Tian ascended the celestial throne, had Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters secured positions within the celestial court, or would they still have been inscribed upon the investiture scroll? As the 5 debated, 10 suns suddenly blazed across the heavens, each cradling a 3-legged crow, feathers gleaming gold, eyes burning like molten flame. These were the 10 princes, the sons of Dijun, sovereign of the Yao clan. Inheriting their father's primordial essence, they commanded solar, true fire from birth. Heat had not yet reached the earth, yet the very air boiled and churned. Sanxian Island was shielded by an innate grand formation, its wards impenetrable, and the 5 deep in discourse within the pavilion did not look up. 10 suns hung motionless. Chaos erupted across the primordial world. Rivers ran dry, forests blackened and ignited spontaneously, beasts stiffened and fell dead along roads, birds plummeted from the sky like rain. Senior brother Gongming, elder sisters Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bi Xiao. The century of Tao discourse concludes. I must return to Wui Mountain. I have lingered too long. The cultivation site has gone unattended, and unease lingers in my heart. Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters smiled and assented. Brother Lü Yue, when next we meet, let us sit again and thoroughly examine the patterns of fate. Lü Yue nodded, agreed. Yunxiao produced a jade token and handed it to him. This is the entry and exit talisman for Sanxian Island. Keep it. Visit whenever you wish to rest a while. Lü Yue accepted it. and in passing gave her hand a gentle, respectful clasp. Elder sister Yunxiao, I shall not decline. Yunxiao's lips curved, softly, sincerely. Wait, I'll fetch elder sister's freshly roasted floral tea. Before the words faded, Bixiao had already spun away and dashed off. Lü Yue paused thoughtfully, then flipped his palm upward, revealing an azure jade casket. Elder sister, these are new buds from the supreme primordial spirit root, De Hong Pao. Daily infusion aids greatly in refining qi and stabilizing the spirit. Yunxiao's eyes brightened. Then I thank you, brother. She reached out and took it, her fingertips pausing a heartbeat. Bixiao returned in a flash, cradling a jade casket of her own. Brother Lü Yue, take this home. Sip it slowly. Lü Yue accepted both with both hands bowed formally in farewell, and soared from the island, vanishing into the boundless sky. The moment he stepped beyond the boundary of the three immortals' island, a scorching wave of heat slammed into his face. White mist rose from the boiling sea surface, thick with floating corpses. Fish, shrimp, and crabs alike lay stiff and belly up. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, and drew a sharp, icy breath. 10 suns blazing in the sky. It has begun already. Before the words left his lips, a streak of obsidian light pierced the void, hurtling straight toward one of the blazing suns. That golden crow let out a mournful cry, its radiance dimmed abruptly, trailing black smoke as it plummeted eastward. Lü Yue's eyes narrowed, fixed upon its descent. A three-legged golden crow, the primordial root of divine demons born from the essence of the sun itself. If I refine its corpse's primal essence into my own body, it may trigger a fundamental metamorphosis. The thought took root and refused to fade. Yet behind that golden crow stood 2 figures, Di Jun, sovereign emperor of the Yao clan, and Dong Huang Tai. Should they discover he had claimed the golden crow's remains, they would tear him apart on the spot. He gave a cold, mirthless laugh, and stamped his foot. Fortune favors the bold, famine devours the timid. And it wasn't my arrow that struck it, merely picking up what's already fallen. What crime is there in that? A flash of gold, and he vanished. Below, a bare-chested man drew his bow, taut as a full moon, its arrowhead aimed unflinchingly at the heavens. It was Hui. His friend Kwafu had been roasted alive by the golden crows. The elders and children of his tribe coughed blood and convulsed beneath the merciless sun. He had drawn his bowstring to its absolute limit. The second arrow flew, another sun exploded. 8 golden crows remained aloft, beating their wings, in unison, voices trembling. Brother 4 is gone. Brother 6 is dead too. Elder brother, retreat. Return to heaven's court, and seek father and uncle. The lead crow spread its wings, hovering midair. You flee first. I will hold the rear. 8 golden streaks shot skyward, fleeing wildly toward heaven's court. Without hesitation, Ho knocked his 3rd arrow. The wind howled, tearing through the heavens. The leading crow's chest burst open, fiery feathers scattering like falling embers. Its wail cut short as it plunged into the mountain ranges. The remaining 7 golden crows shrieked in grief, dared not look back, and fled northward with all their might. When Lü Yue landed, the first crow's corpse still burned fiercely, its surrounding flames unquenched, melting the earth into a glassy circular crater. He bent low, inspecting it closely, murmuring softly, truly the bloodline of supreme divine demons. Even in death, it guards its primal essence from dispersal. His thunder prison opened slightly, swallowing both crow and flame whole. He launched himself again, racing toward the second impact site. Within the Lingxiao Hall of Heaven's Court, Di Jun sat upon the central throne, while Tai stood at his side. Below them, the 10 great Yao deities stood in 2 rows, each holding a ceremonial tablet, reporting on the prince's departure from the palace. Di Jun listened, nodding occasionally, his expression calm, yet his fingers tapped once lightly upon the armrest. At that moment, the deities gathered to deliberate on confronting the Wu tribe. A great war was already unfolding in shadow. Suddenly, Di Jun's heart sank, as if struck by a heavy mallet, leaving him breathless and pained. His brows furrowed faintly, his gaze swept across the hall, searching for the source of this unease. Then his fingertips stirred, calculating the celestial mandate. He mastered this art perfectly, wielding 2 supreme artifacts, the river chart and the Luo writing, foundations of divination capable of tracing origins, discerning fortune and misfortune, and piercing illusion. As his fingers traced the cosmic threads, layer upon layer of concealment peeled away, until a blood-tinged afterimage crashed violently into his divine sense. No, brother, something has happened. Hurry, go meet the nephews. They are returning to heaven's court now. Before the words finished, a surge of iron-tasting blood rose in his throat. He spat crimson and collapsed. Dong Huang Tai heard the cry, and without pause blurred into the sky. Above the heavens, only 1 golden crow remained suspended in lonely silence. Ho Yi's bow was drawn to its peak. Frostlight coalesced at the arrowhead, aimed directly at that searing sun. The arrow released. Its flight rent the air like torn silk. At the critical instant, Dong Huang Tai arrived. His chaos bell rose into the sky, spreading wide to enfold the golden crow. Dong! The clash of metal echoed across the 9 heavens as shockwaves rippled outward, shattering clouds to dust. Lü Yue glanced upward, just as he sealed the 8th golden crow within his thunder prison. At the sight of that great bell, his eyes gleamed, unashamed, burning with fierce desire. The chaos bell, a primordial supreme treasure, stabilizing destiny and commanding time and space, peerless throughout the primordial chaos. Seeing Dong Huangtai appear, he flicked his sleeve and retreated swiftly toward Wui Mountain. This venture had yielded 8 golden crow corpses, all primordial divine demon bodies of the highest order, their roots pure and untainted. Refining them into primal essence would yield rewards far surpassing those of ordinary tribulations. Dong Huangtai cradled the 10th prince, examining him closely. Little 10, where are your elder brothers? The boy trembled at the sight of his uncle, and burst into wails. Uncle, my brothers, they've all been slain by that man. Please kill him. Avenge my brothers. Dong Huangtai raised his eyes to the mortal realm, where a lone figure stood, bow slung across his back, robes billowing, face carved from ice. He recognized him, Ho-E of the Wu tribe. Ho-E, his voice sliced like a blade drawn from frozen steel. You slew 9 of my nephews. Today you shall not leave this world alive. Before the final word faded, he became a streak of light descending. Chaos bell hovering above his palm, humming with gathering force, its oppressive aura pressing down upon the earth. Ho-E loosed arrow after arrow. The shaft streaked skyward in chains, only to shatter into dust upon contact with the bell's surface. When Dong Huangtai fought in full fury, could even a Luo immortal withstand him? He stood at the late stage of Hun Yuan golden immortality, just one threshold shy of mastering cosmic laws. As the chaos bell descended, the void tore open. A deep spiraling vortex materialized, and a colossal hand emerged, seizing Ho-E and dragging him instantly into the abyss. He reappeared 1,000 li away. The savior was Dijiang. Born sovereign of spatial law, he sensed the golden crow's fall, and departed immediately from the ancestral Wu Hall, hastening straight to the Ho-Tu tribe. He arrived just as Dong Huangtai moved to end Ho-Yi's life, and intervened. Moments later, Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, and Ru Shou arrived in rapid succession, cleaving the sky with their presence. 5 ancestral Wu stood shoulder to shoulder, their auras fathomless as ancient seas. Dong Huangtai hovered alone in midair, robes whipping in the wind, his presence undiminished, unyielding. Lü Yue returned to his grotto on Wui Mountain, paused not a moment, then erected a heaven-scrying formation, his gaze locking onto the battlefield. Dong Huangtai swept his eyes over the 5, voice rumbling like distant thunder. Ho-E murdered 9 of my nephews. He must die today. Having spoken, he raised the chaos bell high. The artifact vibrated with a resonant hum, bearing down upon the 5 ancestral Wu with crushing momentum. Dijiang stepped half a pace forward, voice like wind sweeping across a barren plain. Your 9 suns blazed across the sky, scorching 10,000 lives, cracking mountains and drying rivers. Ho-E drew his bow, not for vengeance, but to sever this calamity from heaven and earth. Crimson fire churned in Dong Huangtai's eyes. He uttered not another word. The grudge between Wu and Yao needs no explanation. Life or death, we settle it with strength. The chaos bell shook violently. Wang. A sonic wave surged forth, folding upon itself in relentless, crushing layers. The 5 ancestral Wu moved as one. Zhu Meng summoned Azurewood divine lightning with a sweep of his sleeve. Zhu Rong ignited the heavens with wildfire. Gong overturned the seas, flooding upward. Ru Shou cleaved the void with his golden halberd. Dijiang shattered 3 zhang of space around him in a single step. Black holes bloomed, devouring the sound waves. In an instant, celestial fire rained from the skies, spatial rifts ripped across reality, golden halberds screamed through the air, dark waters hung inverted like vast curtains, and poisonous miasma steamed up from the earth. Dong Huangtai fought all 5 ancestral Wu alone, and showed no sign of faltering. Each of the 5 stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, bodies tempered to perfection, strength enough to shatter stars and shift mountains. He bore the chaos bell in ultimate defense and offense, and had already brushed the threshold of cosmic law. Even against a true sage he would dare contend. The battle intensified. Light abandoned the heavens, sun and moon vanished from view. In the distance, several overwhelming auras broke through the air. The remaining ancestors of the witches rushed to provide support, evidently prompted by the early warning signals from Dijiang. Above the heavenly court, Dijun awakened, his gaze sweeping past Xiaoshi, without pause, calling upon Bai Zhe, Jiming, Ing Zhao, and other great demons to gather their forces and head straight to the battlefield. Dong Huangtai and the 5 ancestors of the witches sensed the approaching reinforcements, exchanged glances, and simultaneously withdrew, returning to their positions. Dijun stood at the edge of the clouds looking down at the witch army below, his eyes crimson like blood. Dijiang. His voice thundered across the lands. You have killed my own child, blood debts must be repaid with blood. A century later the witches and the demons will decide life and death again. You all better be prepared. With that he turned and led the various divisions of the heavenly court back. It was not fear of battle, but rather the urgency of the situation, with weapons not yet ready and supplies unprepared, as the myriad demons had not gathered. This battle was not yet the right time. What he brought were all forces belonging to the heavenly court, and the main army of the demon clan had yet to assemble. Had the main forces of the demon clan arrived, orders would have already been issued to launch an assault into the heartland of the witch clan. To act now would only waste combat strength. Furthermore, the witch clan was missing one ancestor. He had planned for this for a long time. This battle must be decisive, eliminating future threats once and for all. After listening, Dijiang's gaze swept across the distant demon formation, his expression slightly solemn. Return to the ancestor witch hall. Each of you take your positions. A century later, the final battle will commence. With that he turned and walked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Ho-E completely. The heavenly Tao responded, the golden crow falls, all spirits survive. For your great merit in the primordial chaos, I grant you rewards. As the golden light entered his body, Ho-E felt his muscles and bones roar, his blood surging like a tide, the shackles of his flesh quietly loosening. Being already a top-tier great, which he now advanced further, stepping into the realm of half-ancestor witch. With every merit comes corresponding karma. The death of the 10th prince left a karma as dark as ink, directly plunging the demon clan into the river of fate. This river surged, instantly pressing it down. However, suppression does not equate to eradication. When the day comes that the fate weakens, the backlash of karma will surely strike the foundation of the demon clan hard. The members of the witch clan returned to the ancestor witch hall, silently exchanging glances. Chi Yu's refined blood from the earth must be ready to break through now, right? Everyone's eyes turned towards Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin nodded. It will be in the coming days. Once he breaks through with all 12 present, the great formation can be enacted. At that time the demon clan will experience the might of the 12 heavenly god slayers. Humph. Do they truly think that without the earth our clan cannot form the 12 heavenly god slayer formation? They just didn't expect that the earth had already left behind a backup plan. The various ancestors of the witches exchanged smiles, their shoulders relaxing. The 12 heavenly god slayer formation could only be formed by the 12 ancestors. If Chi Yu succeeds, the number will be complete. The day the formation activates will be the day the demon clan collapses. No one spoke further. They each sat cross-legged, closing their eyes in concentration. A century approaches, and a great war is imminent. In these 100 years, no one dares to take it lightly. Lü Yue witnessed the battle between Dong Huang Tai Yi and the 5 ancestors, finally realizing his own limitations. That battle made him understand what it meant to be an ant looking up at a mountain. He resolved to reach greater heights in his cultivation, not for fame, but for survival. The calamity of the sealing gods is approaching, and if a sage intervenes, merit may not guarantee life. If someone were to use supreme merit to negate his own, he would neither be able to fight back nor escape, left with no choice but to surrender. This battle has served as a wake-up call for him. Previously, having gained merit, he gradually forgot the essence of cultivation, treating merit as a shield against death. Now he suddenly awakened. Merit is an external factor, while strength is fundamental. His thoughts were clearer than ever. To strengthen oneself is the only path. At present he was still at the late stage of the great Twelve Golden Immortal, a step away from the peak. Too weak. Go into seclusion. Immediately enter seclusion. Within a century, he must strive to reach the peak of the great Twelve Golden Immortal. When the war between the witches and demons begins, he must personally go to the battlefield. Not to participate in battle, but to collect corpses. He needs the source. A massive source. The 3 flowers are not yet complete. The 12th petal still resembles a shadow in the mist, an image in the water, floating and uncertain. Until the flowers bloom to the 12th grade, he will never step onto the threshold of Kwasa Saint. Kwasa Saint. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Neither is the end point. The path he wishes to take is the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, the path of Hunyuan Wujin Golden Immortal. And this path must be paved with the source. Relying solely on spiritual herbs from the mountains and rare treasures from caves takes thousands of years, which he cannot afford to wait. The war between the witches and demons is indeed a heavenly opportunity. The armies on both sides number in the billions. When the war drums sound, corpses will litter the ground. Each corpse contains source energy. In the Thunder Prison, when collected and refined, it will become his own, allowing him to gather sand into a tower, eventually filling the needs of the 3 flowers. As long as the flowers bloom to the 12th grade, the path ahead will open. Although his qualifications are average, his divine powers are sufficient to rely upon. With determination in mind, he no longer hesitated and took out the pure glazed lamp to place by his side. Closing his eyes, the 9 heavens true scripture slowly revolved. This time in seclusion, he would only allow himself to reach the peak, not to stop. As the technique began to turn, the merits behind his head suddenly manifested, the golden light, surging, illuminating the entire stone cave like daylight. His mind became clear and magical powers surged like rivers flowing into the sea, breaking through the peak of the great Lü Yue Golden Immortal as if it were effortless. A fierce wind arose at the summit of Wui Mountain, a dark blue whirlwind rising from the ground, wildly absorbing innate spiritual energy from all directions and pouring it into the cave. Within Lü Yue's body, magical power boiled constantly, refining, compressing, and settling, filling the vast emptiness created by his promotion. As his Tao progress climbed, his aura became more restrained, yet his pressure was like the depths of the earth, silent and heavy. After stabilizing his primordial spirit, he then turned to temper his physical body. With a slight thought, magical power was released, and fruits of spiritual maturity and rare treasures soared into the air, flying into the cave one by one. Lü Yue operated the indestructible primordial body, focusing on tempering his physical body. His physical realm was still stuck at the 12 Golden Immortal. When he activated his attack technique, the treasures and innate spiritual fruits piled in front of him entered his mouth one after another, transforming into a rolling hot current, surging into his limbs and bones, repeatedly washing over his sinews and skin. Before long, all the materials were completely refined. His aura began to swell, his blood surging like boiling water, an ominous feeling of bursting starting to arise. Without any external force to continue, he would suffer backlash. At that moment, the light of merit behind his head flashed, a golden ray suddenly pierced into his body, pure and clear without any hindrance. Lü Yue did not hesitate and followed through to break through. The shackles crumbled inch by inch, his flesh and blood reforged, sinews newly born, and his internal organs, as if the heavens and earth were reopened. The path of the physical body finally leaped into the realm of the great Lü Yue Immortal. He halted his power and grasped towards the void with his right palm. With a crisp sound, the air was instantly torn apart. The strength of my physical body has surpassed that of a 12 Golden Immortal by 100-fold. Ha ha ha. If I were to push this path to the Hunyuan Great Lü Yue Golden Immortal, what would happen? The thought just arose, but he suppressed it himself. What level of cultivation did the Pangu Great God possess in his physical body? Many people say he was a Hunyuan Great Lü Yue Golden Immortal, but that is a misconception. At that time, Pangu's primordial spirit and physical body both reached the peak of the Hunyuan Wujing Golden Immortal, seeking the Tao to prove strength, yet ultimately did not break through, transforming into the primordial chaos. Lü Yue calculated the passage of time. Since the leap of his primordial spirit and physical body, it had only been 80 years. He then calmed his mind and turned to comprehend the laws of thunder. This was the path he was currently focusing on. He had previously created several powerful techniques, each with extraordinary capabilities. Now he sought to advance one more level. As Lü Yue entered seclusion, the situation in the primordial chaos grew tense. In the last 20 years of the witch and demon clans, battle clouds thickened. The demon clan surged forth. In the heavenly realm, Emperor Jun Dong, Huang Tai, Fu, Shi, and Kuan Peng were all present. The 10 great demon gods lined the steps below, surrounded by various demon saints, and further down were the demon generals leading their troops. Countless soldiers in gleaming armor awaited orders. Emperor Jun looked at Tai Yi and said, "Second brother, you must hold off the 6 ancestor witches and let none of them step into the formation. As for the remaining 5, I will lead the demon saints to set up the great array of the constellations to grind them down within it. Once the formation is complete, we will unite our forces, and from then on the demon race will reign supreme in the primordial chaos." Dong Huang Tai Yi's gaze sharpened. "Elder brother, rest assured, I alone can handle the 6 ancestor witches." The chaos bell hung above his head. Before the bell rang, its pressure was already as heavy as a mountain. Emperor Jun nodded and turned to Kuan Peng. "Demon master, convey the order to march." Kuan Peng bowed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. This individual mastered the language of demons and understood the changes of water and wind. His true form was Kuan Peng, capable of transforming into Peng to soar to the heavens, or becoming Kuan to dive into the seas. With post-quasi-saint cultivation, he held significant power within the demon race. Emperor Jun then looked at Fu Shi. "Shi Huang, the great battle is about to begin. You will be responsible for slaying the top witches of the witch clan. Minimizing the losses of our soldiers is a great merit." Fu Shi smiled. "Demon Emperor, please rest assured, I will not hold back those I can kill." He was adept in the way of sound and music, holding the Fu Shi Qin also at the post-quasi-saint level. Furthermore, his sister Nü Yue had achieved sainthood through the merit of creating humanity giving her a transcendent status. On the side of the witch clan, Shi Yu had become a newly appointed ancestor witch. After absorbing the essence blood left by the earth, he broke the barriers and ascended, becoming the 13th ancestor witch. Within the Pango Hall, 13 figures now occupied the 12 huge seats, with Di Jiang at the forefront. Below, Xing Tian and Ho Yi stood solemnly, their breaths heavy, only a thin line away from breaking through. Only because the ancestor witches were still present, the bloodline suppression remained unrelieved, thus they were delayed from advancing, but their combat power was no less than a quasi-saint. The other great witches, such as Xiang Lu Jiufeng, Fei Lianping, Yifeng Bo, and Yushi, stood on either side, their muscles coiled like dragons, with vitality surging. Encountering them, an ordinary quasi-saint would find victory uncertain. The other great witches also waited for orders, the hall silent, only the scent of blood rising. Di Jiang stood up, his voice like thunder. This battle aims directly at the heavenly court. We are of the Pangu bloodline, born to fulfill the will of the Father God, and should rightfully control the primordial chaos. The blood within everyone surged like an explosion. Flatten the heavenly court. The witch clan's orthodoxy cannot be violated. Kill. The battle cry surged like a tide, shaking the beams of the hall. Di Jiang scanned the scene, seeing the fighting spirit ablaze, his brow slightly relaxing. The demon race thinks that with the fall of the earth, our clan is weak and wishes to take advantage of the situation. Little do they know the new ancestor witches have risen. In this game they have already lost. As Zhu Jiuyin's words fell, his gaze swept towards Di Jiang. Di Jiang nodded, a slight smile on his lips. What my second brother says is quite right. As soon as the battle commences, we will first set up the 12 capital heavens great array, directly targeting the center army. The other ancestor witches responded in unison, with no dissent. Set off. Crush the demon race. Di Jiang waved his sleeve, and was the first to step out of the ancestor witch hall. The demon army, led by Emperor Jun, advanced from the north to the south, pressing towards the borders. The witch army, commanded by Di Jiang, surged from the south to the north. The two most formidable armies of the primordial chaos collided 300 miles east of the Buzhou mountain, the front lines suddenly stagnating. Within the demon formation, a sea of darkness swelled, roughly estimated to exceed 3 trillion banners waving like clouds' wings, blocking the sun. Within the witch formation stood over 60 billion, their numbers less than half. However, each was as strong as iron, flesh like steel. A single warrior could hold back several demons, incomparable to ordinary combat power. Lü Yue accurately gauged the timing, gathering insights, his figure flashing as he left Mount Wui. Kuei, the great battle has begun. Guard the dojo, while do not leave the mountain gate. As the words fell, the wind from his sleeve swept past, and the mountain's protective barrier thunderously closed. He did not pause, swiftly arriving at the edge of the battlefield. This battle attracted the attention of everyone in the primordial chaos. The great powers observed silently, hoping for the witch and demon races to clash until the end. If those two towering mountains that had loomed overhead for 10,000 years could be leveled, they would finally gain a chance to breathe. Even the sages needed to give way, not out of fear of their cultivation, but because the formations of both races were too tyrannical. The great array of the constellations could summon falling stars, and the 12 capital heavens could gather chaos, both possessing the might to strike down saints. Demon Master, convey the order. Attack! Emperor Jun's voice rang out, and the demon saints immediately complied. Set up the great array of the constellations under my command. He did not say another word, and the formation was already in motion. The demon race unleashed their ultimate killing move from the very first moment. On the witch side, Di Jiang saw the star map rise and immediately shouted, "Men, slay those beasts covered in fur and feathers. Brothers and sisters, take your positions. Form the array." Before his words fell, 12 figures had already swept to their respective positions, stepping in unison, their energies piercing the heavens. With the orders given, the battle erupted. Soldiers faced soldiers, generals faced generals, kings faced kings, layers of slaughtering refusing to yield an inch. In the sky, the demon race formation took shape, the great array of the constellations hanging in the heavens, star tracks, swirling cold light, piercing to the bone. On the ground, the witch formation, solidified malevolent energy, surged into the sky, condensing into a towering giant wielding a massive axe of creation, eyes like abysses, the axe blade devouring light. Emperor Jun gazed up at the giant, his brow furrowing slightly. Fortunately, they were well prepared. Listen to my command. Reverse the formation, let the stars fall like rain. As the command was issued, the star map suddenly spun, hundreds of starry phantoms crashing down, wrapped in the force of tearing the void, striking directly at the giant's face. Dong Huang Tai, he had already stepped into the core of the formation, merging his aura with Emperor Jun's, jointly bearing the backlash. The giant remained still, merely lifting his axe to chop. A brilliant axe light shot through the air, shattering the stars and stones in its path, the residual wave plowing through the clouds for dozens of miles, leaving deep scars. From this point, the great battle truly erupted. With each breath, thousands of lives were extinguished. The sky darkened, the sun and moon lost their brilliance, corpses fell like hail, blood rained down incessantly, staining the scorched earth red. Lü Yue stared at the countless falling corpses, his eyes flickering. These bodies were all ready-made source seed. In the thunder prison, thunder was tempered day and night. In less than 3 days, it could be refined into the purest chaotic source. It was the most tangible resource on his path to proof. At this moment, although the casualties were mainly golden immortals, and Tai E and no great Luo had fallen, the sheer volume was significant. One great Luo golden immortal equaled 100 Tai E, yet 100 Tai E combined could still create a foundational path. He no longer hesitated, his toes lightly touching the ground, his figure sinking into the earth. The 36 techniques of the heavenly gang, the 5 elements, great shield. Passing through the earth without obstruction, he swiftly arrived at the depths of the battlefield. 3 feet underground, his right hand broke through the soil, fingers spread wide, his power spreading like a net. One by one, the demon corpses were lifted by an invisible force, vanishing into the thunder prison in an instant. He only collected the demon corpses, not touching those of the witch clan. The witch clan's bodies were forged, their flesh and blood tougher than chaotic hard stones. To refine them would require 7 days and nights of thunderfire, a loss that outweighs the gain. Furthermore, the ancestor witch of the earth had once given him a glimmer of life, and since he had yet to repay the favor, how could he dare to disturb their kin's corpses? The witch clan had always been united. If this matter were to leak, it might not be long before 10 ancestor witches arrived at Mount Wui to demand an explanation. The demon race was different. The bodies of the Kyre-finding cultivators still had spiritual energy. Collecting them into the thunder prison was merely a matter of a few divine thunders, quickly transforming them into source material. Moreover, the Saint Nü Hua had long resided in the Huang Palace and never interfered in the affairs of the demon court. Even if someone came to find trouble, it would simply end in a fight. His fingers flew continuously, collecting corpses. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the malevolent energy giant had already swung his axe again, directly striking at the core of the great array of the constellations. The great array shook violently, starlight became chaotic, several demon saints felt a sweetness in their throats, and blood spurted out. Emperor Jun's shoulder trembled slightly, blood seeping from his lips, yet he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "The star river hangs upside down. Press it down for me." Emperor Jun activated the great formation, conjuring the myriad stars of the heavens into a continuously surging galaxy, charging towards the towering giant. As soon as the giant saw the galaxy rushing toward him, he swung his enormous axe, unleashing a flurry of fierce axe lights that cleaved the air, attempting to sever the galaxy. The galaxy was formed by countless stars. Although the axe light was fierce, it only sliced through a segment, and in an instant new stars filled the void, flowing ceaselessly. The giant ceased his entanglement, leaping into the galaxy, wielding his axe with sweeping strikes, causing the starlight to shatter and the paths to become chaotic. The battle between the witches and the demons was fiercely intense, with formations intertwining, making it hard to distinguish one side from the other. The demon master Kunpeng was entangled by Xingtian, who along with 2 powerful witches launched a relentless assault, forcing Kunpeng to move with great difficulty. Fushi was firmly locked by Hui, who drew his bow like a full moon, shooting silent arrows aimed at the vulnerabilities in Fux's defenses, unleashing a flurry of cold arrows. The 10 great demon gods were each targeted by top-tier witches, exchanging blows without yielding. The remaining demon gods were also restrained by the witches, often requiring 3 or 4 to barely hold back a single witch. The lower-tier soldiers were similarly matched. Only 3 to 5 demon clans could contend with a single witch. As the battle escalated, the primordial land had already been utterly transformed. Mountains crumbled, rivers flowed backwards, scorched earth sprawled, and fissures deep as ravines were everywhere, making it impossible for grass to grow. Lü Yue remained oblivious to this. He was busy collecting the corpses of the demon clan, his movements swift and steady. However, the rate at which the demon clan fell far exceeded his ability to collect. With the thunder prison full, he raised his hand to summon lightning. Countless silver snakes descended from the heavens, refining the mountain of corpses into pure essence. Having collected tens of thousands of corpses, he had also summoned the rain of lightning several times. For the demon clan, death meant returning to their original form. Some had 3 heads, 6 legs, and 9 tails. Others had 9 heads, 4 legs, and 18 tails, and yet others had 2 heads, 18 legs, and 1 tail. All were colossal, often towering dozens or even hundreds of feet high, far beyond ordinary space's capacity. This battle truly opened his eyes. After seeing so much, his heart also dulled. Now he focused solely on collection, refinement, and storage, persisting in this cycle with meticulousness. After this battle, he could enter seclusion to condense the 12th leaf of the 3 flowers, achieving the 12th grade Tao fruit. with the 12 flowers blossoming. His foundation would be as stable as the chaos at its inception, with limitless potential. How to proceed in the future would depend entirely on his own strength. He was now at the peak of the great Lü Yue Golden Immortal, merely dust in the eyes of the saints, easily extinguishable under the hands of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Thinking of the impending calamity of the Fengshen, a chill surged in his eyes. There was only one path to grow stronger, to become stronger, strong enough to rewrite his fate and counter the heavenly machinations. The battlefield was still ablaze. Mountains of corpses piled up, waves of blood surged. The world lost its color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The demon clan was gradually exhausted. The giant formed from the great 12 Witches formation shattered the galaxy and charged directly at the celestial star formation. Emperor Jun watched the giant approach within the formation, his eyes slightly trembling, yet maintaining his composure. Celestial reversal, star gods shining. Before his voice fell, the great formation roared into action. A starry pillar thicker than a mountain descended from the heavens, aiming directly for the giant's head. The giant did not even glance at the pillar, rushing straight to the front of the formation, raising his axe and delivering a powerful strike. As the axe fell, the entire celestial star formation shook violently. The 365 demon saints within the formation simultaneously spat blood, their breaths faltering. Emperor Jun, at the core of the formation, suffered the greatest backlash. Despite Tychus' support, he still coughed up several mouthfuls of crimson gold blood. The giant showed no signs of hesitation, with the second axe already descending. Boom! The formation's patterns shattered, its brilliance extinguished. Nearly half of the demon saints were struck dead on the spot, their souls scattering. Emperor Jun fell heavily to the ground, his blood staining his imperial robe. Tai Chi also staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the starry pillar finally fell, striking the giant's torso. The giant had already been heavily injured when he charged into the galaxy, and now faced with another blow, his body cracked, like dry porcelain, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The 12 ancestral witches dashed out from the dissipating light, each with blood at the corners of their mouths, their breaths unsteady. They had anticipated the giant's collapse, thus making a desperate offensive against the formation, aiming to break it before the pillar descended. It worked. Both sides' top-tier combatants were severely wounded. Among the 12 ancestral witches, only Chio, newly promoted, was in the worst condition and unable to fight further. The remaining 11, though heavily breathing, still retained their fighting spirit. On the demon side, Tai Chi was still able to wield his weapon and continue fighting. However, Emperor Jun was already slumped on the ground, his breath faint, unable to command any longer. Di Jiang led the other 10 ancestral witches forward, their weapons pointed at Tai Chi and Emperor Jun, a chilling intent of murder in the air. Above the heavenly court, the Empress Shiha had been silently observing the battle. She intended to intervene, but was forcibly held back by Emperor Jun. Now witnessing the formation shatter and Emperor Jun spitting blood, she could no longer restrain herself, tearing through the cloud barrier and rushing straight to the battlefield. Tai Chi faced off alone against the 11 ancestral witches, retreating step by step, constantly being cornered. He protected Emperor Jun while also deflecting attacks from all directions. Were it not for the Chaos Bell in hand, he would have already perished on the spot. The Empress Shiha arrived on the battlefield, charging directly at the 11 ancestral witches. Seeing her appear, the tension in Tychus' shoulders slightly relaxed. He then bravely confronted the 6 ancestral witches, forcibly halting them. Fushi had been observing the battle, and upon seeing both Emperor Jun and Tai Chi heavily injured, he immediately turned to join them. Hui, whose cultivation was inferior to Fuxus, did not dare to pursue, instead using cold arrows to restrain. Once Fushi left, he turned the arrowhead to specifically target the demon saints. The demon saints were great Lü Yue Golden Immortals, the true backbone of the demon clan. Within moments, over a dozen demon saints fell one after another, their corpses plummeting. Lü Yue stood below, his gaze sweeping over the fallen corpses, and immediately formed seals to shift, arriving at the scene in an instant. The bodies of the demon saints were far beyond those of ordinary demons. Having collected over a dozen, he smiled slightly. The essence refined from these corpses was sufficient for him to enter seclusion for 3 years. In this battle between the witches and demons, Lü Yue did not aid anyone or take sides, yet he undeniably reaped substantial benefits. And what of the witches and demons? Blood flowed like rivers, the mountains and rivers shattered. Ultimately, neither side gained the upper hand, only leaving a stalemate. Suddenly the sky split open and a figure appeared in midair above the battlefield. With a light wave of his sleeve, an irresistible force surged forth, parting the armies of the witches and demons, as if they were pushed by an invisible giant hand, abruptly severing their formation. At the moment he appeared, the 6 saints arrived, bowing their heads in respect before him. Master. The one who arrived was indeed Hongjun Daozu. He glanced over the 6 saints, his gaze lingering for a moment on Juenti. Juenti lowered his gaze, his fingertips trembling slightly. I am Hongjun. The conflict between the witches and demons disrupts the heavenly order, causing untold suffering to the beings of the primordial realm. Today I decree the two clans shall not ignite war again for 10,000 years. Those who violate this decree shall face divine retribution. The 12 ancestral witches raised their heads, and Zhu Rong stepped forward. Daozu, we have the upper hand. Stopping now, would that not favor the demon clan? Hongjun said nothing, raising a hand to point. A beam of green light shot swiftly toward Zhu Rong's face. Midway, an ethereal barrier appeared silently, blocking the magical power. A woman in plain robes stepped forward, her voice like a clear spring. Fellow Taoist, Zhu Rong spoke in haste. It was not meant as an offense. I will take this decree on behalf of the witch clan. She turned to Di Jiang. You lead your kin back to Panga Hall, and for 10,000 years do not approach the heavenly court, even a step. Blessed Lady Pingxin. Hongjun said nothing further, only waved his hand towards the earth. The broken ridge reconnects, the dry river flows again, the scorched earth returns to green, and the withered trees sprout anew. After completing all this, the figure gradually faded, and in an instant vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint light disappearing in the direction of the Zixiao Palace. The Empress of Pingxin watched him leave, then turned and sank deep into the cycle of reincarnation. The 6 saints bowed their heads respectfully and departed for their respective Taoist sanctuaries. Upon hearing the edict, Emperor Jun's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his breath finally stabilized. He understood clearly. If the battle continued, the demon race would surely collapse. Second brother, gather the troops and return to the heavenly court. For 10,000 years not a single soldier shall step out of the southern heavenly gate. With those words he stepped onto the clouds supported by Xia. Dong Wangtai remained at the original spot directing the remnants, and only after the formation was re-established did he lead the others back north. Lü Yue had already withdrawn and concealed his aura the moment Hongjun appeared. To act under the watchful eyes of the Tao ancestor was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, the dozen or so demon saint corpses he had just collected were enough for him to refine for several months. Upon hearing about the 10,000-year ban on war, his heart brightened. The next time would be the final showdown. As the saints dispersed, he immediately activated his escape technique and headed straight for Wui Mountain. Unexpectedly, halfway through, his figure faltered, the heavens and earth spun, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in the main hall of the Bio Palace. He looked up and saw the Tongtian teacher seated on a high platform flanked by several senior brothers. He was momentarily stunned, then cupped his fists and said, Master, did you summon your disciple for a specific matter? The Tongtian teacher gazed at him, sighed deeply, and shook his head. Lü Yue, how did you end up in the battlefield of the Wu and Yao, and even collect corpses in public? If it weren't for me covering up the heavenly secrets ahead of time, you would have been pinned down by a saint's divine sense on the spot. If this matter gets out, how will others view my Jiejiao? They would say a saint's disciple relies on gathering corpses to extend their life. Lü Yue scratched his ear, lowering his voice. Master, you know, my disciple's ability of transforming corpses into primordial essence requires a substantial amount of source energy to stabilize its foundation. Heavenly treasures, spiritual veins, and mineral deposits. How can I possibly find so many? Moreover, the quantity is insufficient. In this battlefield, corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the demon saint remains were pure and rich. They were there for the taking. The Tongtian teacher furrowed his brows, paused for a moment, and suddenly spoke. You lack source energy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just tell me how much you need. In my treasury there are Xianming essence, chaos, fetal breath, and 9 revolutions star core. Take your pick. Lü Yue was taken aback and then grinned. Master, just casually bestow me 100 or 80,000 spiritual items. If I had these heavenly treasures or earthly spiritual materials as a foundation, why would I need to covet the demon corpses? The Tongtian teacher coughed twice. Lü Yue, I will enter seclusion immediately. You go back to Wui Mountain. Before he finished speaking, Lü Yue was already outside the palace. He stood at the foot of Bio Palace, raised his hand to smooth his sleeves, and then shook his head gently. Alas, I ultimately have to rely on myself. With that, he leaped into the air, riding the clouds straight to Wui Mountain. The Tongtian teacher watched his silhouette disappear, slowly closed his eyes, and let his divine consciousness drift far away. Lü Yue did not stop along the way. He channeled his power into his feet, sweeping over 1,000 peaks and myriad valleys. His heart raced with the urge to refine the source energy he had accumulated for a long time. Upon entering the cave dwelling of Wui Mountain, he pointed his fingers, setting up several layers of prohibitions, and then sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. The demon bodies collected from the Wu and Yao battlefield were still in the jade box, among which were several dozen corpses of the Luo realm demon cultivators. Their blood energy had not yet dissipated, and their source energy still remained. He focused his mind and drew in energy, first purifying the source energy, then gradually guiding it into the 3 flowers atop his head. Initially, the three flowers were nebulous like fog, their petals floating uncertainly. As the source energy continuously flowed in the leaf, veins gradually became visible and their outlines became clearer. Once the last trace of source energy was consumed atop the three blooming clouds, 12 lotus leaves solidified, their patterns clear and their radiance subdued. The three flowers bloomed with 12 grades. Lü Yue opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. This realm was not solely reached by him. It was a common threshold for great powers. Hongjun Dao ancestor, the six saints Dongwang, Tai Emperor Jun, Xinyuanzi Mingyi, and Kuanpeng, without exception, all began at this realm. They came from extraordinary backgrounds. Hongjun attained enlightenment after the opening of the heavens. Zixiao established the foundation of the immortal way through teachings. The three pure ones were transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit, and Nüa wielded the mechanism of creation. Wu Jian was transformed from the precious banner, and Zhuanti attained Dao from Bodhi. Dongwang and Emperor Jun were born from the solar star core. Xinyuan, Mingyi, and Kuanpeng were also innate beings, established since the primordial chaos began. Now Lü Yue stood among them as well. Without relying on external forces or seizing opportunities, he forged ahead through his own refinement, comprehension, and consolidation, forcibly stepping through this door. What does this signify? It signifies that there are no longer any natural barriers on the path ahead, meaning that the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, and even the mixed Yuan Wujiji Golden Immortal are no longer out of reach. He rested for a moment, then immersed himself in meditation, turning to comprehend the laws of thunder. Previously, he had only grasped 2 layers while still in the Deluo realm. Afterward, he closed himself off hastily and could not delve deeply. Now, with the 3 flowers perfected, his perception sharpened tenfold, coupled with his exceptional comprehension, the speed of his understanding suddenly skyrocketed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The primordial chaos was unusually quiet. The Wu tribe gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou, while the demon race occupied the ruins of the heavenly court, by both sides licking their old wounds and reorganizing their forces. The other tribes were silent, as if frozen, not daring to act recklessly. The Dao ancestor only restricted the Wu and Yao from engaging in battle for 10,000 years, but did not prohibit them from acting against others. Anyone who dared to overreach would likely be crushed to powder in an instant, their lineage severed. Lü Yue had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, advancing half a layer in the laws of thunder. His comprehension was extraordinary, his foundation solid, and the 3 flowers perfected, yet he only increased by half a layer. This demonstrated that the weight of the laws does not lie in quantity. Every inch of progress requires questioning the true nature of heaven and earth. If at this moment a senior were to personally impart crucial techniques, supplemented with the Zixiao Divine Thunder flag and Zidian hammer, the progress could potentially double. However, he was now firmly standing at the threshold of quasi-saintship. To enter the quasi-saint realm, one merely needs to comprehend 1 layer of the laws to break through. Yet he remained steadfast. He wanted to wait until the 4th layer was perfected before breaking through in one go. At that time, he would not merely be entering quasi-saintship, but would leap directly into the mid-stage. His Dao cultivation would be profound, and his power would be far superior to that of ordinary mid-stage quasi-saints. Suppressing the 3 layers had already reached the limit. Any further suppression would cause his energy to collapse on its own. The 4th layer would be the time to exit seclusion. On this day, Lü Yue opened his eyes, gazing at the stone patterns on the cave's ceilings, silently sighing. Alas! If only I had 1 more thunder treasure, why must I endure this 1,000 years of hardship? He waved his hand to remove the prohibitions and stepped out of the cave dwelling. Upon reaching the summit of Wui Mountain, the wind rustled through the pine trees and the clouds rolled. He sat quietly at the edge of the cliff, his gaze calm, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers. Contemplation began. The battle between the Wu and Yao had come to an end, and he was in quiet cultivation. Yet one matter lingered in his heart, the emergence of the 10 golden crows. Who was behind it? Zhuanti Saint was the most suspected. Taishang Laozi adhered to the path of tranquility and non-action, never meddling in worldly disputes. Yuanshi, Tianzuan valued face, and always acted by the rules, so he would never resort to such underhanded means. A Tongtian teacher was fiery and proud, disdainful of hiding behind the scenes. Nüa, being a saint of the demon race, would only benefit as the demon race flourished. Why would she destroy her own foundation? Only the 2 from the west remained. Jane resided in Shumi Mountain, rarely stepping into the primordial chaos. The one who acted could only be Zhuanti. He smirked slightly, his smile cold and thin. Zhuanti believed he had concealed everything well, but the great sealing formation set by Dongwang Tai was not something ordinary methods could break. Only a saint could easily unravel it. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. He immediately cast a spell, transforming into a figure resembling a demon king, and flew straight towards the celestial court of the demon clan. The layers of guards in the celestial court were as insubstantial to him as air. He strolled through the palace corridors and soon encountered a patrolling demon king who initiated a conversation. The topic naturally shifted to the incident of the Golden Crow's escape from years ago. I heard that on the day the 10th prince left the formation, it seemed there was an outsider leading the way. The other party was taken aback, did not ask further, and simply nodded in acknowledgement, remembering it in his heart. Not long after LV turned to leave, the demon king hurriedly sought out the demon sage, who then reported to the demon god. The message was relayed up the chain until it reached Jun's ears. At that time, he was in seclusion, nursing his wounds. Upon hearing the news, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his knuckles turned white from clenching. The scene of the 9 sons' tragic deaths surged up in his mind. He immediately summoned Dong Huang Tai and his youngest son. The 10th prince stood in the hall glancing at his father and uncle and truthfully said, "A person came and said that the outside world is vast and invited us to go out and play, so we followed him." Jun stared at him for a moment, waved his sleeve, and ordered someone to take him down. As the hall doors closed, his expression darkened like molten iron, and he spoke slowly, "Juan-Ti, if you dare to harm my son, do not blame the wilderness for having no more pure land in the west." He then issued an order, "Second brother, assemble the elite troops and head west immediately." Dong Huang Tai raised his eyes and asked, "Are you saying that the calamity of the Golden Crows originated from Juan-Ti's hands?" Jun nodded and clarified the cause and effect. Dong Huang Tai fell silent for a while, his eyes igniting with golden flames, and he turned to leave, saying, "I will go summon the 10 great demon gods and prepare the troops." As the news spread in the Bayou Palace on the Golden Ao Island of the East, the Master of Heaven raised his eyes to observe the movements of the heavenly machine, sighed lightly, and with a flick of his finger a green light quietly enveloped Lvu's fate. Lvu was completely unaware. After leaving the celestial court, he hurried to the Wu clan's tribe, once again transformed, disguising himself as a Wu general, moving back and forth within the camp. After several rounds of probing dialogue, he finally passed the clues to a top-tier shaman. Upon hearing this, the man's temples bulged with veins, and he ripped his clothing in anger, swearing a blood oath. The great shaman Kwa Fu of the Wood clan perished from exhaustion while chasing the Golden Crows. Of the war between the Wu and the demons erupted, and countless elite members of the tribe were lost. Long-suppressed fury finally found an outlet at this moment. Thunder roared in the ancestral shaman's council hall. Di Jiang slammed the table and shouted, "Mobilize the troops." Directly targeting Mount Shumi, 2 armies set out one after the other. The demon clan emerged in droves. 100 billion elite troops formed ranks and marched westward. Jun sat in the 9-dragon chariot, and wherever his chariot passed, the sea of clouds surged and the stars shifted. The Wu clan gathered 10 billion elite troops. Though fewer in number, each was as strong as iron and possessed a deep aura. As the army moved, the entire land trembled and groaned, and the heavens changed color. The beings of the wilderness looked up in astonishment, unable to comprehend. First, the demon clan surged like an iron tide, followed by the Wu clan's murderous aura soaring into the sky. Both forces shared the same direction and had a clear target. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun had long issued a decree: the Wu and demon clans must not attack each other for 10,000 years. Given the current situation, could it be that they are teaming up to strike the West? The saints silently deduced the heavenly machine, yet all they saw was chaos. The mighty beings focused their minds to peer in, only to see tangled causes and effects that were hard to unravel. On Mount Shumi, Juan-Ti suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and looked up to see 2 immense auras rolling towards him from the horizon, his brows furrowing tightly. This shouldn't be happening so soon. He muttered to himself, calculating with his fingertips, but repeatedly came up empty. Jie-in, rising from the lotus platform, looked over and asked, "Junior brother, what is troubling you?" Juan-Ti gazed at the roiling demon clouds and surging Wu aura in the distance. His throat moved slightly and his voice was hoarse. "Senior brother, I fear someone has placed the blame on us." As Jie-in, just settled in, Juan-Ti reminded him, "Senior brother, do you still remember the matter of the 10 little golden crows?" Jie-in slowly shook his head, turning his gaze towards Juan-Ti. "How could I forget? I just didn't expect the Wu and demon clans to act so swiftly. We hid the heavenly machine and failed to intercept even a fraction." He paused and said softly, "Junior brother, summon the disciples back to the mountain and activate the protective mountain formation." Upon hearing this, Juan-Ti immediately acted. He raised his hand to form a seal, and his divine consciousness spanned across the western lands. The scattered disciples of the western teachings flickered, and then all appeared at the peak of Mount Shumi. The direct disciples and Intercept disciples had just stabilized their forms when the protective mountain formation erupted with brilliant golden light, like a curtain unfolded in layers. Everyone looked around, their faces showing confusion. "Master, did you urgently summon us back, because something has happened?" Juan-Ti did not respond, but merely waved his hand. The disciples, seeing this, no longer questioned, and silently stood in front of the hall, standing still and silent. At this moment Dijun led the demon army down to the foot of the mountain, looking up to see the swirling golden light of the formation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Deploy the great array of the celestial stars. Break the formation. With the command given, the demons moved in unison. The star map appeared. 365 main stars hung in the air, and the 28 constellations rotated with billions of starlight, cascading like waterfalls crashing down towards the protective mountain formation of Mount Shumi. Lü Yue, hidden behind the clouds, watched coldly, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. He wished Dijun would strike and topple Zhuanti's position. As long as the position wavered, the various constraints within the calamity of the deification would naturally loosen. Unfortunately, thoughts are thoughts, but to truly shake the foundation of a saint is not so easy. The stars crashed down, striking the golden lotus barrier, exploding into 10,000 feet of golden light. This scene shocked the three realms into silence. The other saints swept their divine senses across their hearts, tightening. Someone truly dared to act against a saint. The ancient monsters and hidden mighty beings of the wilderness suddenly brightened their eyes. It turns out that saints are not untouchable. It turns out that the limits of power can also shatter a saint's body and damage a saint's path. Once a thought takes root, it becomes difficult to remove. Soon the earth trembled, and the Wu army approached from the north with the 12 ancestral shamans arriving with a thud. Dijun's gaze was as hard as iron, fixed on Dijun. Make way. This formation the Wu clan will break. Dijun said nothing, merely raised his hand in a gesture. The demon army shifted to the side, clearing the eastern space. The 12 ancestral shamans immediately formed seals, and a towering giant over 1,000 feet tall rose from the ground, wielding a giant axe, the blade exhaling a ghostly light. The great array of the celestial stars and the 12 capital heavenly gods killing array stood side by side outside Mount Shumi. They were not opposing, but rather joining forces to strike together. Only the sword array of slaying immortals was missing. If the Master of Heaven personally arrived with the three ultimate arrays appearing together, the history of the array path in the wilderness would be rewritten. Lü Yue focused intently, his expression gradually darkening. Those who calculate others will ultimately be calculated by others. The cycle of cause and effect has no exceptions. Last time you forcibly transformed me, and on the Fengshen platform you repeatedly disrupted matters, even secretly pushing the interception to the calamity. Today let me show you what it means to be mired in the mud. He fixed his gaze on the operation of the two formations, his mind sinking into it, oblivious to external, observing the great array of the celestial stars, comprehending the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, observing the great array of the celestial stars, comprehending the 9 stars illuminating the sky, array, observing the great array of the celestial stars, comprehending the 28 constellation array, deepening understanding of the path of arrays, solidifying the foundation. The more he looked, the more engrossed he became, a faint smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. Inside Mount Shumi, Zhuanti stood at the center of the formation, his complexion pale. The great array of the celestial stars primarily attacked the firmament, while the 12 capital heavenly gods killing array specialized in breaking the earth veins. Both were launching an attack precisely targeting the 2 weak points of the Bodhi-Jain array. The guiding disc sat immobile, brows tightly knitted. This formation was based on the merit golden lotus and the Bodhi tree, the former safeguarding fortune, while the latter maintained vitality, forming a well-rounded defense. Though the 7 treasures marvelous tree was not within the formation, its essence had long merged into the intricate patterns. Each blooming golden lotus contained a trace of Bodhi's true meaning, while every phantom Bodhi swayed, carrying the aftertaste of the 7 treasures marvelous tree's myriad laws. But at this moment, the stars smashed down 3 times and 17 golden lotuses shattered. The giant struck twice with his axe, the ripples on the formation's barrier, yet to settle, as the third blow was already gathering momentum. The guide suddenly said the formation will collapse. Zhuanti closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them his voice was as heavy as an ancient bell. Disciples quickly enter the purple gold bowl. Before the words fell, the disciples on the mountain peak had already leapt into the floating purple gold bowl. They were not unafraid, but they understood. This was not the Mount Sumuru. This was the sacred ground of 2 saints, and at this moment the most dangerous place in the primordial chaos. They had never anticipated that their own mountain gate would one day be breached. The place where the saints presided was always the most stable in the primordial chaos. Who would dare to wield weapons beneath the saints' eyes? Yet someone indeed did so at this moment. The 2 great forces of the witch clan and the monster clan had arrived together, and even the saints found it hard to reverse the decline. All disciples of the Western Church were gathered into the purple gold bowl. Zhuanti gathered the spiritual objects and plants from the mountain into his sleeves before looking towards the formation. The giant swung his axe down directly, cleaving the Bodhi guiding formation. With one swing the formation was riddled with cracks, with the second the foundation trembled and threatened to collapse, with the third it shattered with a loud crash. The Zhou Tian star array required dozens of strikes to shake, while the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array pierced through it with merely 3 blows. This formation was a legacy left by Pangu specifically designed for the survival of the Witch clan, unmatched in its offensive power. Lü Yue's gaze no longer lingered on the Zhou Tian star array, but was entirely focused on the 12 colossal shadows. He had already seen through the Zhou Tian star array. Countless small formations nested within, ultimately governed by the Hanyuan He Luo Great Formation, layered and interlinked. At this moment, he fixated on the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, his pupils constricted as his mind sank in. You observe the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, comprehending the primal fire-killing array. You observe the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, comprehending the primal thunder-killing array. You observe the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, comprehending the primal gold-killing array. Your understanding of formation principles deepens. A layer of formation laws quietly crystallized silently, and imperceptibly even he himself was unaware. He merely watched, remembered, and thought that if he could set down this array in the future, it would undoubtedly be a life-saving killing move. But before the thought settled, the array had already broken. The guide and Juanti could only reveal themselves to face the enemy. Dijun, what is your intention today? To break my protective mountain formation. Do you truly think the saints are helpless? Dijun said nothing, his gaze as cold as ice. Dijun stepped forward, his voice like a torn cloth. Juanti, as a saint, how can you stoop to such despicable acts and still call yourself saint? You destroyed the formation my brother Tai E and I set, lured my son out of the formation, resulting in the tragic death of countless creatures in the primordial chaos. Furthermore, you caused my son's demise, blood splattering the heavens. How could the grudge of killing a son go unavenged? Today's destruction of your mountain gate is merely the beginning. To take your life is but a thought away. Juanti sneered coldly, him arrogant. Slaughtering saints. You are not worthy of uttering those words. As he spoke, the 7 treasures marvelous tree had already appeared in his hand, golden light, flickering, poised to strike. Seeing this, the Witch clan immediately turned to the guide. Guide, you must know Zuni's actions. Knowing yet remaining passive, allowing him to harm countless Witch clan disciples, this debt must be settled. The guide lowered his gaze. The 12-grade golden lotus beneath him slowly blossomed, its petals shimmering gold, silent and unseen. You may enter the west and take any useful items you find. This matter is indeed my brother's fault. Dijun turned, his voice deep yet clear. Go. The army behind him immediately scattered, rushing towards various palaces, caves, and spiritual fields. Dijun also waved his hand. Search. The expressions of the guide and Juanti suddenly darkened. The land of the west had been their painstakingly managed domain. In the past, during the battle between Dao and Demon Luo, hosts self-destructed, obliterating the spiritual veins. For the next 1,000 years, the two brothers used merit to mend the earth's veins and nurtured the spiritual roots, with their will allowing this barren land to regain vitality. Now, however, it was being treated as a warehouse to be rummaged through. This is too much. Juanti shouted angrily, the 7 treasures marvelous tree suddenly sweeping towards the Zhou Tian star array. Dijun cast a cold glance, his words issuing like commands. Stars, river, fall. In an instant, the formation reversed its rotation, a vast river of stars cascading from the void, carrying the power of millions of stars directly rushing towards Juanti. Juanti wielded the 7 treasures marvelous tree, unleashing 3 beams of golden light. Behind him, the golden body of the Dharma aspect emerged, angrily, palms raised to the heavens, clashing heated with the river of stars. Yet the river was relentless, shattering and reassembling, surging as before. The giant, transformed from the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, was trapped within, heavily injured and on the verge of collapse. Juanti, caught within, found it hard to escape. The guide wished to assist, but was surrounded by the Witch clan. Guide Saint Dijun's axe edge slanted. It's your turn now. Before his words fell, the giant axe had already risen, accompanied by the momentum of wind and thunder cleaving downwards. Golden light erupted from the merit golden lotuses beneath the guide's feet, each lotus soaring up, layered and stacked, blocking in front of him. The axe light slashed down the golden lotuses, crumbling inch by inch, petals falling to the ground, residual light not yet dissipating. The axe blade collided with the golden light barrier, producing a deafening roar. The guide stumbled, the 12-grade golden lotus brightness dimmed slightly, with hints of gray appearing at the edges of the petals. The giant drew back the axe, raising it again. The guide saint withstood the second strike, then immediately summoned the guiding treasure banner, aimed directly at the giant's face. The giant glanced up, unflinching, his right fist wrapped in chaotic energy, crashing forward to meet the tip of the treasure banner. The sound of metal clashing erupted, the shockwave causing ripples in the void. Saints are ultimately saints, their bones tough enough. Di Jiang's voice rumbled like thunder. I want to see how many axes you can endure. Before his words fell, the giant axe had once again been raised, the blade slicing through the airflow, carrying an immense force as it fell. The merit golden lotus brilliance suddenly retracted the edges of the petals faintly, graying the golden light dimmer than before by nearly half. The two saints were tightly entangled by the Zhoutian star array and the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, unable to break free for the moment. The remaining 4 saints stood atop the clouds, their gazes sweeping back and forth between the Witch Clan's battle array and the Monster Clan star banners, their brows slightly furrowed, yet they did not speak. The great powers of the primordial chaos observed from afar, their eyes shining brightly, their breaths deepening. There were only 6 designated saint positions personally determined by Hongjun Daozu, yet it was never stated that they could not be changed. If one truly had the means to dethrone a saint or slay a saint, it was no mere fantasy. Yet the saints' primordial spirits had merged with the way of heaven, uncreated and indestructible. There remained a slim chance to knock a saint down from their position. However, to slay a saint, one would have to sever the way of heaven itself. At this moment the crowd was filled with fervor, already discarding this layer of reasoning. It would only be later in quiet reflection that they would realize how absurd their previous thoughts had been. Lü Yue stood quietly on the distant mountain peak, his gaze never leaving Zhuanti. Noticing the 3 bloody marks on his left shoulder, his right arm sleeve completely shredded, flesh exposed and rolling, and the 3 dents and damages on the golden body of his Dharma aspect behind him, he could not help but smile faintly. He had always been adept at calculation, ever fond of cloaking coercion beneath the guise of salvation. During the Fengshen calamity, he forcibly pressed disciples of Jiejiao into servitude as beasts of burden, 3,000 of them utterly degraded. Today, besieged by the demon host, wounds piled upon wounds. Yet there was a grim satisfaction in the pain. Zhuanti could scarcely hold. The river of stars surged without cease, myriads of starlights coagulated into solid form and smashed relentlessly against his Dharma image. The golden body that had been shattered by the Tongtian Jiaozhu was not yet fully reforged, hastily patched, it was broken to fragments again. His throat moved, at last he drew upon the power of heaven's way and tore asunder the fetters of the starry river by force. He materialized in an instant, a 7 treasures wondrous tree gripped across his palm, silver-white Daoic charm flowing between its leaves as he swept it toward the celestial array. The star tracks within the formation reeled, dozens of demon saints spat blood where they stood, and even Di Jun's lip bled a thin line of crimson. Dongwang Tai blasted forth from the array a chaos bell hanging above his head. Bell waves like blades layered down upon Zhuanti. Close behind, he cradled the bell with one hand and brought it crashing down. Zhuanti swept the tree in a furious arc. The bell vibrated and flew back. He sprang off the tips of his toes and hurled himself at Dongwang Tai. A pillar of solar blaze leapt up a zhang or so, only to be ground to azure smoke by the force of heaven's way. Elsewhere, the giant's axe strike did not cease. The guiding banner answered with another blow, and the lotus of merits slowly rotated, receiving the entire cleave with steadiness. The sages were compelled to fight by borrowing heaven's way. So immense were the 2 formations' might. The battle hung in stalemate, each move like a chess play. Di Jun wounded, yet pressing the attack. Dongwang Tai roaming to pin and distract Zhuanti, breaking craft with raw force. Jie Yin defending while countering. Suddenly the sky fell still. Hongjun Daozu appeared upon the clouds, his sleeves hanging, his face devoid of both grief and joy. This calamity arose because of Zhuanti. He alone shall bear its karma and retribution. Let the Wuyo and Yao clans withdraw at once. Within 10,000 years there shall be no further warfare. The soldiers of the 2 clans gripped their weapons until their teeth clicked. At last they bowed their heads and obeyed the order. The armies receded like a tide, leaving only the jagged cliffs of Shumi Mountain. The western lands were carved by ravines, spiritual veins drained dry, not an inch of grass left to clench. Shumi Mountain sank 1,000 zhang, its base laid bare like a beast's spine. The western fertile fields had been trod by countless demon soldiers and legions of sorcerers until every gleanable thing was swept away. A dense black karma rose from the battlefield like an ink dragon and struck Zhuanti, sinking into his brow, before trailing along the thread of fate and plunging deep into the foundational root of the Western teaching. As leader, he alone must shoulder the consequences. Jie Yin and Zhuanti exchanged a glance. Their throats worked, yet neither spoke a word. They had long lived in want, running daily to solicit meritorious deeds to offset old debts to heaven. Now new debts crushed down upon them. Vast and grievous karma. Their fingertips trembled. They did not even bother to lift their dust whisks. Among the 6 sages, only these 2 were perpetually entangled by externals, pursuing spirit roots, calculating offerings, bowing their heads for fortune. The other four sages fell silent for a moment, then each turned and rode the clouds away. Lü was about to depart, when three hollow thuds sounded, deep, dull, and steady like an evening temple bell striking the ear and the heart. He had heard that sound twice before. Lü recognized it as the fishing drum of the Tongtian Jiaozhu. When that drum sounded, disciples of Zhejiao, great or small, were required to hasten at once to Jinao Island's Bio Palace. He moved and cleaved the void. Across the primal world, wherever the drum was heard, mountain huts or cave retreats, the nether courts of the dead, those who heard rose up. In the underworld, forms were left to hold watch while essences withdrew to return to the island. Above the east sea, 10,000 streams of light surged as rainbows, cloud riders, and treasure-mounted cultivators all raced toward Jinao Island. Lü skimmed the sea. The ripples beneath his feet had barely faded when he stood upon the island shore and strode into Bio Palace. A figure met him on the way, saluted and greeted senior brother. He nodded in return and spoke little. The hall was already full. The four chief disciples sat at the head, Zhao Gongming and San Shao placed quietly at the sides. Lü advanced, offered salutations, and took his seat without speaking. Duo Bao suddenly spoke. Brother Lü, your Tao grows deeper. Even I cannot fully perceive your breadth now. Lü looked to him. Senior brother flatters me. It is only that I have walked farther and observed more closely. He added, senior brother has fused the essentials of three teachings. The depth of your foundation is beyond me. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned to Lü. Duo Bao had already reached the late stage of the 12 Golden Immortal. If even he could not wholly see through Lü, could it be? Zhao Gongming blurted out, have you already reached quasi-saint? Lü shook his head. Not yet. There remains a single thread. But that thread is not far. Zhao Gongming was stunned. Quasi-saints had not appeared among the three teachings for a long time. This was more than a mere advancement in cultivation, it was a leap in rank. Possess a law, and one may be called a saint, however mighty a Deluo, in the end one is still an immortal. He was about to ask more when the Water and Fire twins stepped from behind the screen into the hall. Voices fell silent. Lü felt something strange. Where in past days the seven fairies stood at the steps attending, today they sat among the disciples. Before he could think further, the Tongtian Jiaozhu appeared upon the high dais. I have summoned you because in recent times I have attained understanding, and I will now expound the Tao. Heads bowed and breaths drew inward. Lü's heart trembled slightly. A sage's enlightenment is no common thing. The saintly realm has 9 layers, each a heaven unto itself. To break through requires the pull of fate and opportunity, not mere chance. Now Zhejiao's fate had been stably upheld by the underworld, and many disciples' fortunes returned defeated. Could it be? The Water and Fire child glanced about and called silence. Begin the lecture. The Tongtian Jiaozhu began, taking up from the origin of earth immortals and ascending layer by layer, speaking from the simple to the profound. He expounded the way of the immortal realm, yet every phrase brimmed with novelty. This was the Daoic framework he had redefined after his own breakthrough. Lü concentrated each word entering his core, every sentence confirming the path he cultivated. The sage lectured, and the 9 heavens scriptures changed. The 9 heavens sutra metamorphosed into a mixed primal tier of golden immortal. Progress came in understanding the Xinyan indestructible body. A new method of refining the body formed, the Xinyan Dao body. The lecture endured 1,000 years. For 1,000 years the Tongtian Jiaozhu did not leave the dais, teaching the progression from earth immortal to the 12 Golden Immortal. Many in the hall broke their boundaries on the spot, as spiritual energy surged like a tide. The sage's sleeve brushed lightly and chaotic chi descended from the void, turning upon touching ground into innate spiritual energy that flowed without end. Were it otherwise, Jinao Island's energies would long since have been drained. When the lecture ended, questions followed. Disciples rose and turned to ask, troubles pouring forth. The Tongtian Jiaozhu answered succinctly and with precise pertinence. A century passed, and no one rose again. The Tongtian Jiaozhu lowered his gaze as before. Those at the 12 Golden Immortal stage remain, the rest return to your stations. With that he closed his eyes and spoke no more. The 12 practitioners sat motionless, poised, and withdrawn. The ranks of Zhejiao were vast, famed as 10,000 immortals come to pay homage, with over 10,000 disciples beneath its banner. Yet among those tens of thousands, only a few dozen had truly ascended. The ranks of Zhejiao were vast, famed as 10,000 immortals come to pay homage, with over 10,000 disciples beneath its banner. Yet among those tens of thousands, only a few dozen had truly ascended to the Deluo realm. Now in Bio Palace, only a dozen or so figures remained seated like pines. Lü's gaze swept over them. The 4 chief disciples were present. Zhao Gongming and San Shao were there, and 3 others whom he did not recognize. The Tongtian Jiaozhu lifted his sleeve, and a clear light slipped from his fingertip, settling silently to form an invisible barrier about the hall. The sage's teaching ground was already walled from heaven's secrets. This was but an added safeguard. Today I will teach the Tao of laws. Listen closely. The remaining disciples brightened, and their eyes gleamed. Laws, the threshold to the quasi-saint tier. To grasp but a sliver of it is to have hope of knocking upon the gate of the great way. Not everyone stands as Lü Yue touching the edge of law, while yet de Luo. Most de Luo rely on solitary contemplation, 10 years 100 1,000, yet may never glimpse the true intent. A law is the condensed might of heaven's way in motion. The Tao of heaven is orderly, and all things follow their paths. The laws are the manifestation of order. What are the laws? Merely order. As these words fell, Lü Yue's mind suddenly became clear, and the originally vague trajectory of thunder gradually became clear and solid. While others were still digesting the words, he had quietly immersed himself in the realm of comprehension. The saint's lecture deepened his understanding of the thunder laws. The thunder laws have initially formed current comprehension at 30%. This lecture lasted for a millennium. For a millennium, it never ceased solely discussing the laws. The thunder laws advanced further current comprehension at 40%. After a millennium of tempering the saint's guidance coupled with the resonance of the two innate spiritual treasures, the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Banner and the Zidian Hammer Day and Night, along with his extraordinary comprehension, the 40% grasp of the thunder laws came naturally. In an instant his internal magical power surged like a tide, and the barriers of his realm thunderously loosened. Lü Yue's aura exploded. A mighty force suddenly spread out, causing the spiritual energy in the Bio Palace to churn, and the palace trembled slightly. No one anticipated this change. The other disciples were awakened in shock. All eyes turned toward the center. They saw Lü Yue sitting still, yet resembling a thunderous deity about to awaken, his pressure immense and unapproachable. The Tongtian Patriarch observed for a moment, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the realm of quasi-saint, the first to break from the three teachings originating from the Intercept Sect from his own disciple. Just based on this, when he meets the primordial heavenly sovereign in the future, his words could carry weight. Seeing Lü Yue drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with such momentum, the Tongtian Patriarch raised his hand to beckon, and a slight crack opened in the chaos, murky air rolling and instantly transforming into pure innate spiritual energy, all converging around Lü Yue. This breakthrough was not merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. Rather, it was at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The amount of spiritual energy required was far beyond that of ordinary disciples by 100-fold. What the crowd in the palace consumed at the great Luo ascension level was still less than what he absorbed in this moment. As time passed, his aura gradually stabilized. Lü Yue's breath retracted, his Tao magical power and divine abilities all renewed like a blade drawn from its sheath, its sharpness contained within. He suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of golden light shot out, tearing through the light and shadows in the palace, piercing through the clouds outside. The Tongtian Patriarch lightly pointed, and the golden light silently vanished in midair. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. Without this lecture, it would have been difficult for me to break through so swiftly. The Tongtian Patriarch gazed at him with appreciation, repeatedly saying, "Good. Lü Yue, you have indeed given me a great surprise. I originally thought you would stabilize at the early stage of quasi-saint, yet you have leaped directly into the mid-stage. Good, good, good. Truly worthy of being my personally trained disciple." Lü Yue smiled, accepting the praise calmly. With 40% of the thunder laws entering his body, the breakthrough naturally raised his power. The other Intercept Sect disciples reacted with various expressions. "Lü Yue, what type of laws have you comprehended?" The one asking was Daobao Daoren. Lü Yue turned to respond, "Senior brother, it is the thunder laws. I have a connection with the path of thunder, so my comprehension is somewhat quicker." Daobao nodded, a hint of melancholy passing through his eyes, then returning to calm. He was the first disciple of the Intercept Sect, having been personally taught by Hongjun Laozi and the primordial sovereign, yet he had not yet entered the quasi-saint realm. He too had comprehended the laws, but only at half a layer, insufficient to break through. Now seeing Lü Yue leap into the mid-stage of quasi-saint, he knew well. It could only be due to the 40% of the laws. Daobao would never admit defeat. He too must attain 40% before stepping through the quasi-saint's door. In the great Luo realm, the upper limit of law comprehension was 40%. It was not that more could not be achieved, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years. Or not even a step forward. Without breaking through the realm, the vision remains closed, the heart and mind unexpanded. Forcing oneself only leads to stagnation. Once stepping into quasi-saint, the world suddenly widens. The state of mind leaps, the Tao eye opens, and recomprehending the laws feels as if flowing downstream, inherently different. Today's lecture on the laws has concluded. Everyone return to your mountains and diligently cultivate. We will continue our discussions next time. As the Tongtian Patriarch's voice fell, all the disciples bowed in unison and turned to exit the Bio Palace. Upon exiting the palace, everyone walked along the stone path of Golden Ao Island. Junior brother, congratulations on reaching Croissant the first to break through this barrier among the three teachings. Junior brother, you have entered the ranks of great powers, congratulations. Junior brother, you have become a Croissant. Senior brother, congratulations on breaking through. Lü Yue smiled in response, cupping his hands in acknowledgement to each. His gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly halted on a figure in a blue robe. That person exuded 5 elemental energies circulating endlessly with the 5 colors of wood: green fire, red earth, yellow metal, white, and water black, shimmering faintly like mist and smoke. Your foundation in the 5 elements is extremely stable. You are but one step away from the Tao fruit, the person remarked, raising his eyes to look at Lü Yue. Senior brother Lü Yue, you flatter me. I, Kong Xian, am ashamed. The matter of breaking through will require some time. Lü Yue's heart moved slightly. This person was Kong Xian, the first peacock born from the Phoenix clan, possessing innate 5-colored divine light, able to gather all within the 5 elements. During the Fengshen tribulation, he fought alone against the various immortals of the Chan sect without collapsing, ultimately being personally subdued by the Saint of Kwani and transported to the west. Kong Xian, let me congratulate you on this step first. This is where my cave dwelling is located. If you have time, feel free to come and sit discussing the Tao and the profound. He spoke gently, yet his gaze was calm and resolute. Beside him, Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Junior brother Lü Yue, junior brother Kong Xian, why not go to Sanxian Island together? Brewing tea and chatting, wouldn't that be delightful? Lü Yue nodded. Kong Xian also clasped his fists in agreement. This gathering was no longer the former 5 Lü Yue, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Chongxiao, Bixiao, Daobao, Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling. 4 people, upon hearing of the discussion after leaving the palace, immediately agreed to go along. Adding Kong Xian, the 10 top great Luo disciples of the GS sect gathered together. Except for 2 who were in seclusion and had not come out, all the great Luo Golden Immortals on the island were present. Everyone soared into the sky, each displaying their escape techniques, heading straight for Sanxian Island. Yunxiao led the way, his sleeves fluttering, clouds forming spontaneously. Upon landing, they entered the cool pavilion at the heart of the island. The pavilion was originally spacious, but with 10 people gathered it felt somewhat cramped. No words were needed. A few of them lightly touched their fingertips, and the space quietly expanded. The pavilion, eaves slightly extending, the stone table elongating, and seats forming spontaneously. Yunxiao had long prepared the tea utensils, gracefully raising her hand, blue porcelain cups arranged on the table. Dear senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers, please taste the flower tea I made. Plucked from innate spiritual flowers, dried for 14 days, mixed with innate spiritual honey, slowly brewed to achieve this flavor. Yunxiao moved swiftly, pouring water, warming the cups, adding tea, and serving all in one smooth motion. Thin blue smoke. Yunxiao moved swiftly, pouring water, warming the cups, adding tea, and serving all in one smooth motion. Thin blue smoke rose. The tea soup in the cup was clear, with delicate golden filaments floating atop. Everyone took a light sip, the faint fragrance spreading between their lips and teeth, refreshing, yet not sharp, subtle, yet not cloying. Yunxiao set down the tea whisk, her smile warm. The tea has been served, the Tao should now be discussed. Daobao sat in the center, his expression calm. Since I carry the name of senior brother, let me start first. What I have comprehended and struggled with I will speak of truthfully, hoping for everyone's guidance. He had entered the sect the earliest, even before Tongtian had attained sainthood. He had already taken on the disciples' rights. At that time, the 3 clear ones resided together in Kunlun, and Taishang and Yuanshi had not yet established their doctrines. They had all personally taught Daobao for his keen insight and calm demeanor. He was influenced by the 3 teachings: Taisheng's non-action, Yuanshi's exposition, and Tongshan's intercept. Yet the 3 forces coexisting only became shackles. The supreme follows the natural course. The primordial advances step by step, while the celestial contends against the current. 2 opposing forces subtly repelled each other deep within his foundation establishment. A century passed, yet he had not truly refined any single path. Lü Yue furrowed his brow after hearing this. Senior brother, your path is somewhat mixed. Duobao lifted his gaze. Junior brother, why do you say this? Lü Yue paused briefly. He knew the master had long seen the crux, but never revealed it. The path is not bestowed. One must carve a breakthrough oneself. Only through the enlightenment after hitting a wall can one stand firm and journey far. He met Duobao's gaze calmly. Second senior uncle speaks of following the heavenly Tao, yielding to the flow. The master imparts a thread of vitality, contending against the tide. These 2 are fundamentally different. If senior brother can discern primary from secondary, he may suddenly see clearly. Duobao lowered his eyes, fingers lightly tapping the edge of the table, remaining silent for a long while. Everyone else also fell into silence. When he slowly raised his head, a faint glimmer flickered in his eyes. After Duobao finished speaking, the Golden Spirit Saintess tidied her sleeves before continuing. Senior brother Duobao has revealed the beginning. Now I shall speak of my own path. As the Golden Spirit Saintess' voice fell, everyone calmed their hearts to comprehend, comparing what they heard with their own cultivated ways. One spoke, then another followed. 8 centuries slipped away quietly in the discourse. After Bixiao concluded, only Lü Yue and Kong Xian remained yet to speak. Kong Xian's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes shining faintly. This debate carried immense weight for him. He listened carefully to all, repeatedly comparing their words to his own path, gaining far more than expected. All senior brothers and sisters have fully expounded the great Tao, though this unworthy junior brother wishes to continue and present mine. What I cultivate is the way of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements generate each other in perpetual cycles, endlessly giving rise to life. The 5 elements also restrain each other, reversing their order, reducing all phenomena to ashes. His words were like a decree, each syllable resolute. The assembly sank deeply into the principles of the 5 elements, observing themselves through it to verify their cultivation. A century passed swiftly. Suddenly a voice arose. Junior brother Kong Xian, have you considered severing the essence of the 5-element Tao? Kong Xian was startled, turning to look at Lü Yue. Senior brother, what do you mean? Why sever the 5 elements? Lü Yue's gaze was calm, his voice steady. You have been connected to the 5 elements since birth, your divine abilities perfected, condensing a small 5-element realm. Yet this small realm is also your prison. Your success and failure hinge on it. If you seek the 5 great 5-element treasures, divide the 5-element Tao and entrust each to their rightful place, sealing them within artifacts, you can break through the realm. Further advancement is beyond doubt. The Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces myriad things. Though myriad, all remain rooted in the 5 elements. Even if your 5-element divine abilities are unmatched, they will eventually be broken. Kong Xian lowered his eyes, briefly nodding. I will carefully contemplate your words, senior brother. Lü Yue nodded slightly, saying no more. He then looked around. All of you have spoken. Lü Yue wishes to share his own views. Everyone focused attentively. By now Lü Yue had reached the quasi-saint realm, mastering the 4th level of the Thunder Law. His words were far from superficial. He paused briefly, then directly addressed the core. Thunder, the heavenly might of retribution. Where thunder strikes, all beings perish. In the breath of thunder, vitality stirs beneath. Within destruction lies life, within life hides demise. It judges right and wrong, enacting heaven's decree. Before his voice fell, several closed their eyes, nodding in understanding. Others moved their fingertips, slightly seeming to calculate the harmony between their own methods and the truth of thunder. Another century passed. Lü Yue ceased speaking, the crowd still savoring his words, their expressions relaxing, brows unburdened. Yun Xiao was the first to speak. Junior brother, your discourse strikes at thunder's very origin. Listening carefully and comparing to my own path, I have suddenly uncovered several long-standing blockages. Lü Yue smiled, waving his hand. We cultivate together and advance in harmony. How dare I claim credit? Let us end the debate here, shall we? Everyone agreed. Much has been gained. We must quickly return to our caves to organize these insights. I was about to enter seclusion and dare not delay. Lü Yue rose and cupped his hands to everyone. Senior brothers, sisters, and juniors. Lü Yue takes his leave first. Having been away from the mountain for long, the Tao platform has grown neglected and my heart is troubled, and I must return. Everyone returned his salute, watching as he departed. Stepping from the 3 immortal island, his figure barely appeared in the distant void before his brow furrowed. Black miasma churned on the distant horizon, rage and hatred soaring skyward, so dense it could not dissipate. Without hesitation, he began calculations. His knuckles twitched, his breath grew heavy. His complexion grew dark and somber. The demon race's slaughter of humanity had endured for several years. He had long known this was inevitable, but never expected it to erupt so quietly during the debate persisting for many years. The human race was created by Lü Yue. The Supreme established the human teachings among them, sharing spiritual energy and protecting the bloodline. How dare the demons act thus? Are they not afraid of the saints' wrath? The Western 2 saints already bore grudges against the demons. If they further angered Lü Yue and Laozi, the demon court's foundation would surely shake. Yet without tacit consent, how could Emperor Jun act so recklessly? Lü Yue was once the demon empress, yet now is the mother of humanity. Could she truly stand idly by? Since the Supreme established the teachings and claimed humanity's spiritual energy, how could it allow them to wither? Lü Yue was born of humanity, human roots engraved in his blood. Reaching this conclusion, a fire ignited in his chest, leaving no trace of hesitation as he turned and sped toward the eastern seashore. At the eastern seashore years ago, the demon Emperor Jun had secretly learned human souls fused with refined vessels of essence and blood could shatter the indestructible bodies of the witches, consuming human flesh and blood, further empowered his demon generals to ascend in cultivation. He had long sought a method to destroy the witches. The 12 ancestral witches possessed nearly invincible bodies rarely rivaled in the primordial world. Upon learning this, he immediately decreed exterminate humans' refined vessels, strengthen the army. Even the saints dared not claim their flesh was stronger than the ancestral witches. The invincibility of the ancestral witches' bodies is well known. Now that a potential breakthrough appeared, how could Emperor Jun not be tempted? Yet humans were created by Saint Lü Yue, and Laozi established the human teachings among them. Once involved, the matter could not be disentangled. The demons had already offended the Western two saints. They dare not provoke the Eastern two saints. If they angered them as well, the demons would lose all foothold. But when contemplating the grand plan to crush the witches and dominate the primordial world, Emperor Jun ultimately chose to visit personally to test the saints' will. Before he could arrive, the saint's disciple sent a message: do as you will, but do not exterminate completely. Emperor Jun received the order and returned to the heavenly court with light steps. His first decree upon return was to assemble all troops and launch a direct assault on the human settlements. The objective of this battle was clear: to forge a supreme treasure capable of shattering the ancestral witches' bodies, named the witch-slaying sword. The sword's name was fixed solely to sever that bronze-skinned, iron-boned flesh. Demon soldiers poured out like a dark tide, sweeping across the primordial land, rivers of blood flowing wherever their blades touched. The human race was newly born, still swaddled in infancy. Though their numbers grew rapidly, their cultivation had only just begun. The strongest among them numbered only 3: Sueren, Youchao, and Zi. Sueren struck fire by drilling wood. Youchao built shelters to avoid calamity. Zi made clothes to resist cold. These 3 acts aligned with the heavenly Tao, each receiving merit and blessing, thus attaining the rank of Great Lü Yue Golden Immortal. Yet among the demons, a Great Lü Yue Golden Immortal was commonplace. All 10 demon gods were quasi-saints, and the army counted dozens of Great Lü Yue Golden Immortals. Among the human race, none surpassed the 3 ancestors in cultivation. Only a handful had attained the rank of Tai Golden Immortal. How could they withstand the iron hooves of the demonic legions? Their people scattered like startled birds fleeing. One group fled toward Mount Shouyang, the Taoist sanctuary of the supreme elderly sage where demons dared not trespass. Another sought the 5-plant temple, the abode of Jinyuan Zi, who had long borne deep enmity toward the demon clans. A third made for the shores of the Eastern Sea, where recluses gathered in abundance, and the Jie Sect's hidden sanctuary lay veiled within mist and waves, perhaps offering leverage to maneuver. The path of flight was strewn with corpses. Of the trillion-strong human host that departed, only 1 million reached Mount Shouyang. Another 1 million arrived at the 5-plant temple, and barely 1 million staggered ashore upon the Eastern Sea. All others perished utterly. Not a single soul survived. These 3 shattered remnants endured solely because the 3 ancestors wielded merit-bestowed artifacts to directly confront the demon armies, sacrificing themselves as rearguards to carve out a sliver of life. Upon the eastern seashore, waves crashed against the cliffs as the humans formed ranks with the sea at their backs and billowing dust clouds advancing from behind. Their commander was Qiongqi, one of the 10 demon sovereigns. His form resembled a fierce tiger, wings sprouting from his ribs, his cultivation level at the midstage of quasi-sagehood. 1 million demon soldiers marched behind him, clad in grim, gleaming armor, their killing intent coalescing into a black cloud that choked the horizon. His gaze swept across the terrified throng before fixing upon Sueren Shi, and then lingering upon the faint yet unquenchable flame cradled in his palm. Sueren Shi, what hope remains even at the edge of the world? Who dares defy our demon clan beneath heaven and earth? Do you still cling to the hope that those Eastern Sea recluses will intervene? Humph. Should they dare show themselves, I shall raise their sanctuaries to dust this very day. Sueren Shi remained silent, steadying the flame in his hands with quiet resolve. Throughout their flight, that flame had scorched the demon ranks, searing countless warriors, forcing Qiongqi to guard against it constantly. Sueren Shi lifted his eyes. No supplication remained within them, only hollow, absolute stillness. Not a single immortal had descended to battle since they fled their homeland. Not a single talismanic light had streaked across the sky. Not a single disciple of the Jie Sect had appeared. He had watched his kin torn open, their warm blood splattering upon demon armor, seen souls wrenched from bodies and sealed within bone flutes, crying out ceaselessly, witnessed corpses devoured raw, even their white bones ground into alchemical catalysts. His eyes burned crimson, not with sorrow but with murderous fury so intense it had incinerated his own meridians. Qiongqi, his voice rasped, each word striking the earth like stone. Our annihilation stems not from weakness. but from ill fate. Should I fall today, know this: one day another shall shatter your demon court's roof tiles to dust. Words are wasted. He raised his chin. If war is what you seek, then fight. The human race kneels to none, surrenders to none, begs not for survival. With his left hand holding the flame, and his right gripping empty air, as if grasping a blade, he stood motionless at the tide's edge. That flame, the first spark he had kindled by drilling wood, had been blessed by the heavenly Tao and transformed into his innate merit-bestowed artifact. It would not perish with its bearer, nor be extinguished by wind. So long as humanity endures, this flame shall never die. Xiongqi's pupils contracted sharply. Since you refuse to bow, then let all your bones be buried here. Kill. The command erupted. Millions of demons surged forward, shattering reefs and churning up briny gales. Swearenshire suddenly turned, facing his people behind him. His voice, though low, rose above the thunderous roar of the waves. They mean to exterminate us. Tell me, what do we do? A beat of silence. Then an earth-shaking roar erupted. Kill. 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 Fight to the death. 1 kill balances the scales. 2 kills are profit. Avenge our elder brothers and sisters. Avenge our children. Avenge everyone who never escaped. Even if teeth snap and fingers break, we'll tear flesh from their bodies. Swearenshire listened, nodding slowly. Then almost imperceptibly a faint smile touched his lips. Such was the human race, unafraid of death, undeterred by peril, hearts united as one, spears pointed outward without division. Kill, to demand justice for our fallen kin. Before Swearenshire's words fully faded, a million pairs of eyes locked onto the demon host, hands clenching weapons until knuckles blanched white, awaiting only the signal to charge. Most bore crude stone axes, bone spears, or short pottery halberds, tools barely capable of piercing demon hide. Yet this did not hinder their advance. In every heart burned a single vow: even if they fell, they would rip skin from demon flesh, sever tendons with their teeth, and make their enemies remember that pain for eternity. Xiongqi gestured, and the demon host surged like a tidal wave. Instantly the flame in Swearenshire's palm roared upward. Yet before true fire bloomed, Lü Yue arrived. His gaze swept over the demon formation. With a flick of his sleeve, the mountain and river cauldron hung, suspended midair, casting azure light that enveloped the entire human host within its protective shadow. Then with a seal of Madras he summoned thunder, conjuring a colossal ancient city from nothingness, bricks and tiles forged from lightning itself, serpentine bolts crackling along its ramparts, its low resonant thunder shaking the heavens. Xiongqi tilted his head upward, frozen mid-motion. He knew a true adversary had arrived. Halt. Full retreat. At his command, the demon troops instantly reversed course, armor clashing in a metallic torrent. Lü Yue stood atop the cauldron's rim, eyes locking onto Xiongqi's face. Who are you? This domain belongs to the demon clan's affairs. Uninvolved parties withdraw immediately. Affairs? How bold you speak. Do you truly believe the primordial chaos is your private courtyard? Even were Emperor Jun himself or Tai Yi to descend, today I shall not yield a single inch. What ties bind you to these humans? Why plunge into such murky waters? Lü Yue threw back his head and laughed, a sound that churned the clouds into violent eddies. What ties? You ask well. I was born of humanity, raised within its tribes, and now standing here, I am not passing through. I am returning home. You slaughter my kin before my very eyes, as if I were absent, forgotten. Do you imagine 1,000 years of seclusion have turned my bones to dust? Today I send you forth, with 3 words carved into your marrow: humans are not to be defied. As his final word fell, he pointed a finger toward the Thunder City. Open the gates, charge the formation. With a deafening boom, the gates burst wide, spilling forth an endless tide of thunder warriors. Each warrior was condensed from Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, wreathed in violet lightning, treading silently, yet causing the earth itself to hum with resonance. Like arrows loosed from a celestial bow, they hurtled straight toward the demon ranks. Xiongqi leveled his spear, its tip flashing with lethal cold light, and hurled it forward. The heaven-slaying spear pierced the air, its radiant lance swept across the front line, dissolving several thunder warriors instantly. Yet where they dissolved, new warriors materialized in their stead, relentless, inexhaustible. Xiongqi's expression darkened. Formed the mysterious sun-devouring formation. He whirled, barking orders: messenger, shatter the spirit bird talisman, summon the Eastern Sovereign. The messenger crushed a jade tablet, its light exploded into a sapphire-feathered spirit bird that soared skyward, vanishing toward the celestial court. Lü Yue glanced aside, made no move to intercept. Turning to Swearenshire, his tone softened slightly. You? Are you Swearenshire? Swearenshire swallowed hard, nodded, his eyes shimmering faintly. Yes. Truly born of humanity. Lü Yue inclined his head. I hail from the ruins of the Swaren tribe. This morning, emerging from seclusion, I sensed grievous resentment surging from the eastern sea, and followed its trail. I did not foresee. I arrived too late. Swearensure's shoulders slumped, hot tears streamed down his cheeks. Trillions, our entire race, trillions strong, now reduced to this remnant. Unless blood answers blood, I swear I shall never bear the title of ancestor. Lü Yue paused, closed his eyes in silence, then opened them again. No grief, no rage, only cold, unyielding steel in his gaze. He spread his arms wide, his divine power surging like a reversed river flooding into the Thunder City. The sky plunged into darkness, storm clouds massed overhead, lightning tore across the eastern sea's surface, cleaving the heavens. The ancient city shifted again. The soldiers' bodies gradually darkened, the violet lightning turned to a purple black, its flashes searing as if to burn soul and flesh. This new army crashed into the Yao formation, and with a single encounter the 9 luminaries' reverse-scale array, so painstakingly laid by the Yao, crumbled inch by inch. What followed was a one-sided crushing. Horrific howls rose wave upon wave, unceasing. In the human ranks, some roared, some beat the earth, most simply gritted their teeth, and stared wide-eyed, repeating again and again, kill, kill, kill. The Yao army collapsed into rout. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 were gone, leaving only Qiongqi, standing alone before the line's armor scorched black, the spear tip trembling. Lü Yue formed hand seals and opened the Thunder Prison. The scattered Thunder generals were all drawn and reforged and reborn within it. Qiongqi panted, his spine slick with sweat, yet he still held himself. His quasi-saint foundation was unshattered, his innate divine arts not exhausted. The Tianlu spear remained in his grasp, allowing him to eke out a defense. But the Thunder host pressed without respite. Veins at his temple bulged. He had reached the limit of his strength. Suddenly, a crimson golden streak tore the clouds at the horizon, swift as a sky-consuming flame, arriving in an instant. It was the Jinwu Huahong technique, a passing art unique to the three-legged Jinwu line. The newcomer trod on fire clouds, clutching the Hundun bell, none other than Dongwang Tai. He had long been stationed at the heavenly court, ready at a moment's notice. When he received Qiongqi's urgent word, he came alone, without mustering his army. The moment he landed and saw Qiongqi trapped in a sea of lightning, he spoke no word. The Hundun bell hung above his head, his wrist flicked. Dong! The bell's toll rippled outward. The sound wave was a blade, and where it passed, Thunder generals exploded, reduced to showers of electric shrapnel. Dongwang Tai tilted his head and stared at the Thunder ancient city. Seeing soldiers still streaming out, he sank his wrist, and the Hundun bell flew from his hand, crashing straight into the city's bulwarks. Lü Yue's gaze followed the figure descending from the sky. The aura upon him pressed like a mountain, and he judged at once this battle could not be avoided. If it cannot be avoided, then he would not avoid it. A Hunyuan golden immortal, a pre-heaven ultimate treasure. He refused to accept a fate that demanded that he bow. If he could win by fighting, that would be his skill. If he could not, it would still be the path he chose. And what of a saint? Last time Zhuni sought to bind his spirit with Buddhist light and seize his true soul, he burned through 36 layers of power, shattered 7 seals, and with blood and qi roaring to the heavens, even summoned Tongdian Jiaozhu to appear. That time he survived. This time there was even less to fear. They stood on the east sea shore, no more than 100 li from the waves. Where is the East Sea? It is the foundation of the Jie sect. Janeo Island lies at the sea's heart. Tongtian Jiao's stronghold is stationed there. Among the islets near 100, over 90% belong to the Jie sect. He stood on the tide flat with sea wind at his back. Behind him were the humans, before him the Yao emperor, yet his posture remained straight and unbowed. If Dongwang Tai truly dared to kill him, Tongdian Jiaozhu might not draw his sword on the spot, but the 4 swords of immolation would surely hang above Lingxiao Hall within 3 days. Moreover, the master had not appeared, not from ignorance, but because it would be inconvenient for him to act. Inconvenient. Then his arrival was proof enough. He was of the human race, not a disciple of the Jie sect, and not a pawn to be erased from the Hongwang board. Progenitor, take our people and fall back to the East Sea. Lü Yue's voice was low, but every word cut clear. Dongwang Tai does not spare measures. I may not be able to shield you all. When we clash, there will be great tumult. Do not let your people be dragged into it. Swearen nodded and led the people toward the sea. Overhead, the Shanheding shimmered with an azure glow, steadfastly supporting the whole company. Lü Yue saw that the thunder barrier he had set before had been shattered. His expression did not change. With a gesture, the Zixiao Divine Thunder banner and the Zidian hammer rose into his palm. With another, the Tiandi pagoda hovered above his crown, and the Zhaohua Ding settled firmly beneath his feet. 3 peerless innate spiritual treasures, and 1 later-born supreme treasure. An ordinary quasi-saint could hardly quell even one of them. Even a saint must weigh their deployment. 2 Western saints. In terms of lineage and stock, one alone could not produce half a set. Together they might piece it together. Dongwang Taiyi's glance swept Lü Yue's arrayed artifacts, a faint curl creasing his lips. Xiongqi, where are my clan's forces? Xiongqi stood with bowed head behind him, his Adam's apple rolled, as he replied, Your Majesty, Dongwang. 1,000,000 armored soldiers were all cut down by this man's hand. Dongwang Taiyi's brow tightened. All annihilated. Xiongqi nodded, sorrow dull in his eyes. Taiyi's gaze fastened on Lü Yue. His voice was like cold iron. Give your name. You slew 1,000,000 of my Yao elite. Can you bear the consequence? If you do not die today, Hong Huang will have no more word called justice. Lü Yue met that searing gaze and sneered, Dongwang Taiyi, even if I slaughtered your 1,000,000 Yao, I would still call my blade blunt. Bring 10,000,000 more soldiers, and I'll still cut them down one by one. When you slaughtered my people's villages, did you ever ask whether it was permissible to kill? Before his words finished, the murderous intent hit like a tangible force. Dongwang Taiyi's pupils narrowed. The human race has produced such a figure. I have never heard of you. Born but a few years, and already able to shatter my Yao's backbone. Humans cannot be tolerated. He turned his head and ordered Xiongqi go at once to Wu Zhuangwen and report to Dijuan. Leave not a single human within Wu Zhuangwen. Xiongqi bowed and promised. With a push of his power, he became a streak of light and sped away. Lü Yue watched quietly, his sleeve concealing fingertips already tightened around the haft of the Zidian hammer. Dongwang Taiyi cradled the Hundun bell in his left palm and struck down with his right arm. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, 2 clusters of golden flame leapt forth and fused into a firebird that beat its wings in a swift assault. Where the sun's true fire passed, the void shivered and the air warped. A touch would burn to the bone and never be quenched. Lü Yue raised his banner. The Zhixiao Divine Thunder banner snapped open, and a silver-white bolt tore the sky, coalescing into a thunder drake to meet the firebird. Thunder claws shredded flame feathers, the fire beak pecked thunder scales, tails swept thunder bellies, wings wrenched dragon necks. The two tore at one another, as if fighting for life itself. The scales flaked, and blazing plumage scattered. After a moment, both sides drew back. The thunder drake disintegrated, the firebird faded. Dongwang Taiyi stared at the lingering thread of thunderescence, his gaze darkening. Destructive, divine thunder. You actually refined this thunder. Lü Yue drew in his banner, a cold, sharp amusement on his lips. I cannot match Dongwang, born to wield the sun's true fire. The utmost yang of Hong Huang is indeed overbearing. Dongwang Taiyi did not take offense. Instead, he looked at him twice more. I was born upon the solar star, bearing the radiance of Pangus. Left Iu fire answers my will, and the bell accompanies my divinity. If one speaks of roots and foundation within Hong Huang, only 3 could suppress me. You are but a human made by the Saint Nuwa and born later, yet you have penetrated the reasoning of destructive divine thunder, truly rare. A single thunder marks that you have true lineage. Since that is so, there is even less reason to let you live. Before his words finished, the Hundun bell hovered in his palm and shivered. The sound wave like a blade silently split the void and surged straight at Lü Yue's face. Above Lü Yue's head, the Tiandi pagoda hummed and glowed as profound clear qi fell like a curtain. Beneath his feet, the Zhaohua Ding flared a jade light as creation qi spiraled upward. The 2 currents met and wrapped 3 feet around his body. The sound wave struck the qi curtain and only raised a ripple, not an inch of penetration. Lü Yue raised both hands. The Zhixiao Divine Thunder banner and the Zidian hammer left his grasp and ascended hanging in midair. He spread his arms, his power surged forth and poured wholly into the 2 treasures. Justice returned with justice, Dongwang Taiyi. Receive my opening move. As the voice faded, a thunderous pillar of light, thicker than mountains, descended from the heavens, shrouded in darkness devoid of flame, yet causing the void to fracture inch by inch. Where the light beam passed, the spiritual energy was obliterated, and the laws were delayed, heading straight for Dong Huang Taiyi's chest. Dong Huang Taiyi raised his hand, and the chaos bell instantaneously appeared above his head, vibrating slightly, sending forth ripples of golden patterns. Boom! The light beam collided with the bell, scattering in all directions, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. His sleeves remained untouched, his hair unruffled, and even the corners of his robe did not flutter. With the chaos bell present, none could breach its defense. His gaze deepened, losing the previous casualness. It's time for me to take this seriously. This strike will send you to the netherworld. The title of the demon clan's demon emperor is not secured by mere name. It is earned through strength. He lifted the bell, taking a step forward, causing the space to collapse, and then restored, generating circular ripples beneath his feet, pushing layers forward. Suppress. Seal the realm. The chaos bell responded with a thunderous roar, expanding suddenly, its golden light blinding, as an invisible heavy domain crashed down, completely solidifying the area within 100 feet of Lü Yue. Lü Yue's figure froze, even blinking required immense effort. Gritting his teeth, he urged all his magical power, desperately pouring it into the heaven and earth tower and the creation cauldron. The two treasures shook simultaneously. The Xianqing energy and creation energy erupted rapidly, condensing outside his body layer upon layer, thickening, enveloping him in a translucent cocoon shimmering with soft blue and pure white hues. Dong Huangtai stood before the cocoon, the chaos bell, suspended directly above Lü Yue's mouth, facing downwards, slowly descending. Suppress and kill. As the bell body sank, the world fell silent. Ding, ding, ding. 3 chimes of the bell, each more resonant than the last. With each toll, the cocoon shell thinned. With each thinning, Lü Yue felt a surge of metallic sweetness rise in his throat. As the third bell toll completed, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the inner side of the cocoon, splattering a dark red bloom. The difference between a Quasi Saint and a Primordial Golden Immortal lies not in the quantity of divine abilities, but in their levels. He commanded the laws while Dong Huangtai manipulated the rules. Laws can be borrowed, invoked, or imitated. Rules, however, form a closed loop impervious to external interference. Lü Yue's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his divine sense swiftly sweeping across the horizon. The Zixiao Divine Thunder flag fluttered, and the Zidian hammer buzzed and trembled. He made a decisive thought, turning the lightning back on himself. A beam of destructive light fell, without warning, aiming directly at his position. Before the light reached him, the sealed realm collapsed. The Chaos Bell's confinement was forcefully torn open by this self-destructive strike. Dong Huangtai's pupils constricted, and he immediately sidestepped, moving 3 zhang away. He did not wish to take this lightning hit head-on. Hurting the enemy by 800 while injuring oneself by 1,000 was not worth it. Lü Yue seized the opportunity to retreat, rapidly landing and rolling. His shoulder armor shattered, and his left arm charred black. The lightning struck the ground with no dust rising. The earth caved in first, fracturing the underlying rock layers within 100 miles, plunging into unfathomable depths. Dong Huangtai stood at the edge of the pit, the corners of his robe lightly swaying, exchanging life for a gap. Quite ruthless and decisive. A madman from the human race dares to use himself as bait. What just happened was merely a warm-up. Now, it's time to wrap things up. He raised his hand, fingers slightly spread. The surrounding air suddenly froze, the wind ceased, light stagnated, and even the clouds drifting from afar hung motionless in midair. The power of the rules was upon them. He needed a swift resolution. Di Jun was currently entangled with Zhen Yuanzi over at Wuzhuang Temple, holding the earth book, the formation already established. If prolonged, the variables would become unpredictable. Lü Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, raising his eyes to gaze directly at his opponent. He felt this was not the fluctuation of magical power, nor was it pressure. It was the very heavens and earth obeying commands. He knew that after this strike there would be no turning back. No longer gathering strength, no longer stalling, he directly burned all his magical power, pouring it entirely into the Zixiao Divine Thunder flag and the Zidian hammer. The flag flailed wildly, the hammer screamed, the thunderclouds were not yet gathered, but the void had already begun to crack. Dong Huangtai. Lü Yue's voice was hoarse, yet each word was like a nail. If you want to kill me, I will drag you into chaos with me. Behold my final move. Chaos Divine Thunder. As he shouted those 4 words, the 2 treasures collided violently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an instant of absolute silence. Then above the heavens a point of gray light quietly emerged. Dong Huangtai tensed up, his gaze locked onto that speck of gray light. The Chaos Divine Thunder had truly appeared. When Pangu split open the heavens and the earth, it was the chaotic Divine Thunder that dispersed the thick chaotic mist that enveloped the primordial wilderness. This thunder is extraordinary, and even the saints do not dare to underestimate it. Receiving a blow, even one with profound cultivation, would suffer severe injuries. Dong Huangtai looked up to the sky, waiting for a moment. When he saw LV use divine power continuously pouring into the sky, his brow furrowed. Do you still dare to act? Before the words fell, he raised his palm to hold the chaos bell, which trembled slightly, emitting a low, ominous hum, the intent to kill already taking shape. On Janeo Island, within the Bio Palace. The Tongtian leader stood at the center of the hall, his gaze penetrating the void, landing precisely at the moment LV Yu summoned the thunder. He shook his head gently, uttering only 2 words, foolish child, foolish child. Then he raised his hand, and the Qingping sword materialized from the void, a line of cold light appearing as the sword intent surged like an abyss. He flicked his hand. The sword light shot through the air, wrapped in the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly Tao, heading straight for the East Sea. Halfway through its trajectory, Dong Huangtai felt a tightening in his back, his divine sense suddenly alert. He had no time to turn around. The chaos bell was already suspended above him, its mouth facing the sky, shrouded in a gray chaotic mist. The Qingping sword struck into the mist, slicing through it like a blade through water, the chaotic energy surging and dissipating in layers. Wherever the sword pointed, the fog barrier shattered inch by inch, its edge reaching within 3 inches of Dong Wangtai's throat. He closed his eyes tightly, his throat moving slightly, waiting for the moment of piercing through the heart. But after several breaths, there was no pain, no burning sensation, only a cold chill brushing against his skin. He opened his eyes. The Qingping sword hovered before him, its tip trembling slightly, buzzing softly, yet it did not advance any further. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his chest heaved irregularly. Previously, against the quasi-immortal, he was able to fend off 7 or 8 strikes, even as his opponent unleashed a frenzied assault using the power of the heavenly Tao. But this one sword, just this one sword, had forced him into a position where he couldn't even find a path to retreat. Still in disbelief, he glanced at Lü Yue and then swept his gaze into the depths of the void, only to see the lingering afterimage of the sword with no sign of the sword wielder. Lü Yue had already retracted his intent as soon as the sword shadow appeared. The Zhixiao Divine Thunder flag hung over his shoulder, while the purple lightning hammer returned to his sleeve. He lightly tapped the waves, quietly observing. The Qingping sword suddenly withdrew, transforming into a streak of blue light that vanished into the horizon. A voice descended from the 9 heavens, not loud, yet each word was like a seal engraved into every inch of water in the East Sea. Dong Wangtai returned to the demon court. This land of the East Sea does not permit your recklessness. You trespassed upon the island where the human race resides and sought to slay my disciple. Should there be another time, the sword will show no mercy. That sword could have severed his neck and shattered his soul. However, as the sword reached its limit, the Tontian leader's sleeve fluttered slightly, and the sword's momentum was abruptly reined in. It was not out of pity, but because Hong Jun Daozu had conveyed a thought indicating that the demon clan's fortune was waning, and it was not the time to lose the main pillar of the demon race. The Tontian leader had long perceived the heavenly secrets and knew that the demon clan's luck was about to run out. Seeing Lü Yue unharmed, he agreed to this condition and allowed him a path to survival. Dong Wangtai said nothing, merely casting a heavy glance at Lü Yue before turning to soar into the air, heading straight towards Wuzhuang Temple. Lü Yue watched him depart, then stepped onto the waves, flying across to the remnants of the human islands. Only about 100,000 people remained on the island in tattered clothing, faces marked by burns, the old and weak leaning against stones, while children curled up in their mother's arms, silent as sparrows. He stood still for a long time before finally speaking, his voice low and heavy. The human race has branched out from the 3,000 ancestors, multiplying to billions. After this battle, only 1 out of 10 remains. The spark has not gone out, but the blood has run dry. He turned to Sui Ren, his gaze devoid of compassion, only filled with pain. Sui Ren leaned on his staff and approached, his hair grayed and his eye socket sunken, looking at Lü Yue, his lips trembling slightly. Thank you for your assistance, Daojun. May I inquire your esteemed title? Lü Yue clasped his hands together. I am Lü Yue, a disciple of the Jie Jiao Tongtian sect. Hearing this, Sui Ren did not hesitate or waver, bending his knees as he heavily knelt down. Behind him, 1,000,000 remnants of the people also fell to the ground, their foreheads touching the sand, silently bowing in worship. Today Daojun saved our human race from the brink of extinction. This grace shall never fade, and humanity shall remember it forever. From this day forth, I devote 1/10 of the human race's fortune to Daojun. Every family among our kin shall set up an altar for longevity, burning incense morning and evening. From now on, anyone who sees Daojun must pay respects as a disciple. Any defiance shall be left to Daojun's discretion. When the human race selects a leader, we must first report to Daojun and seek approval before ascending to the throne. Lü Yue was momentarily stunned and speechless. He had never anticipated that these 1,000,000 people would offer their fortune as payment and their bloodline as a contract, entrusting the survival of their entire race to him. There is no need for such formality, ancestor of humanity. He hurriedly extended his hand to help. I too am a member of the human race. How could I stand idly by? Sui Ren raised his head, his gaze piercing. It is precisely because you are of the human race that you deserve this respect. In times of peril, while all the mighty beings remained silent, only you broke through the void and came. This is not a bestowal of grace, but a recognition of kinship. The human race has no treasures to offer, only a fraction of fortune left. It is not a gift, but a return. Today you take this burden, and if calamity strikes again in the future, you must return. This debt we acknowledge clearly. Lü Yue's throat tightened, yet his heart stirred. 1/10 of the human race's fortune is enough to help him break through his bottleneck, even allowing him to hope for the realm of Quasi-Saint. But the merit of Nü Yue in creating humanity has not faded, and the respect of Lao Zi in teaching humanity still exists. If he were to accept it rashly, it could invite disaster. Just as he hesitated, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears like the wind passing through a pine forest. Take it. This is yours. It was the Tao ancestor of Tong Tian. Lü Yue's heart shook, and without further hesitation, he solemnly bowed deeply to Sui Ren, Since the ancestor of humanity trusts Lü Yue, I dare not refuse. If the human race faces another catastrophe. He paused, placing his hand on his chest, speaking each word slowly. Lü Yue is here. Upon hearing Lü Yue's words, Sui Ren's lips curled slightly. Rest assured, Daoju, in this matter is within our control. With his words falling, he turned around, facing the dense crowd of 1,000,000 clansmen behind him. Follow me to appeal to the heavenly Tao. 1,000,000 pairs of eyes fixed on him. No one spoke, just waiting for him to begin. The Holy Mother Nü Yue created our human race, bestowed us with form, and awakened our intelligence. Her grace is akin to rebirth. Without the Holy Mother, there would be no human race. Yet the Holy Mother watched as our race faced annihilation without lending a hand. Today, according to the principles of the heavenly Tao, we seek to reclaim 1/10 of our fortune, returning it to humanity. As soon as the words fell, 1,000,000 clansmen echoed in unison. The heavens trembled slightly as a stream of azure-white energy suddenly detached from the top of Nü Yue's head like silk, cascading down into the human race's formation. Nü Yue furrowed her brows, her fingertips trembling slightly, and finally let out a slow breath, not uttering another word. Sui Ren, unaware of the change, continued to speak loudly. The Supreme Sage once imparted the profound teachings of the Celestial Gate to our race. We shall remember the teachings of humanity. Yet at the critical moment of our race's survival, the Sage stood by and watched, resulting in the demise of countless billions of lives due to the calamities of demons. I, Sui Ren, representing humanity today, implore the heavenly Tao to diminish 1/10 of its fortune. 1,000,000 clansmen responded once more, their voices rising like a tide. With a flash of heavenly light, another faint golden fortune detached from the Supreme Sage's head and steadily fell into the center of the human race's formation. The Supreme Sage gazed down at the golden light returning to its place, his expression calm, yet his sleeves undulated silently. He practiced tranquility and non-action, yet at this moment the spark in his chest had ignited. It was just suppressed, not yet bursting forth. He originally possessed 2/10 of the fortune. Nü Yue had 3/10. Now only 1/10 remained. Nü Yue still retained 2/10. Sui Ren paused, raised his hand toward the heavens, and suddenly raised his voice. The demon race slaughters my kin, annihilates my offspring, their corpses pile like mountains, their blood flows like rivers. This enmity is not personal, but a matter of the survival of our race. From now on, whenever humans encounter demons, they must slay them. If demons approach humans, they must be executed. We will not rest until the demon race is eradicated. 1,000,000 clansmen roared in unison. Human and demon cannot coexist. Exterminate the demon race. As soon as the words fell, a thunderclap erupted from the 9 heavens, shaking the mountains and causing the sea of clouds to surge. This was not an ordinary thunderclap. It was the heavenly Tao stamping its seal, affirming this vow. The intent of that thunder spread across the wilderness in an instant, east to the eastern extreme of Fusang, west to the western extreme of Liushan, north to the cold abyss of Baiming, south to the flame ridge of Nanhua. Almighty beings, loose cultivators, mountain spirits, water monsters, and wood spirits heard this decree. Outside Wuzhuang Temple, Di Jun stood shoulder to shoulder with Dong Huangtai, their gazes meeting, both solemn. Elder brother, Dong Huangtai, he said softly, the rise of the human race is too rapid. Today the person who blocked my path was just at the midstage of Kwasa Saint, yet, with a single sword beam, he split the air, forcing me back 3 steps before I could stabilize myself. He is still a direct disciple of the Tong Tian sect master. Di Jun scoffed coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. A mere human dares to utter such wild claims. He flicked his sleeves. First we must break Wuzhuang Temple. Leave no one inside the temple. The day the slaughtering witch sword is forged will be the day the witch race collapses. You and I will gather the fortune from these 2 battles to strike at the chaos of the Primordial. Once we successfully attain the Tao, the human race will turn to dust in an instant. Dong Huangtai nodded, raising his hand to summon the chaos bell. The bell's body reverberated, and the colors of heaven and earth changed. All demons heed my command. The Grand Star Array commence. As the order was given, the demon soldiers surged like a tide, each taking their positions among the stars, quickly forming the array. 365 great demons settled into the positions of the main stars, while thousands of minor demons transformed into auxiliary stars, the entire array suspended like the heavens, inverted, pressing down on Wuzhuang Temple. Array turn. Stars fall. Break. In an instant, countless star shadows fell from the sky, accompanied by a force that tore through the void, crashing down onto the earthen yellow array laid out by Zheng Yuanzi. That array was centered on the earth scripture, heavily laden with the veins of ancient mountains and rivers. The earth scripture was not merely an artifact, it was tied to Zheng Yuanzi's fate, born from the innate repressing the earth veins and directing the mountain forces. Even Buzhou Mountain was under its control. But to manipulate it, the consequences were as heavy as a mountain and should not be tested lightly. At present the array remained unmoved like a mountain. The stars fell upon it, not causing even a ripple. Dijun squinted, his expression darkening. Urge it again. The starlight pillars suppress. 365 main stars suddenly blazed bright, the starlight condensing into substance, merging into a thick pillar of light over 1,000 feet wide, piercing down from the 9 heavens, directly striking the center of the array. As the pillar of light descended, the array finally shimmered with a faint glow. The earth scripture began to draw upon the power of the earth veins. It was not a trickle, but a surge like a river. Zhen Yuanzi stood at the gate of the temple, his robe fluttering as the air currents surged from below. He stared at the ground beneath him, his brow tightening further. Once the power of the earth veins crosses the boundary, landslides, earthquakes, and severed dragon veins will occur. The weight of the backlash will fall solely on him. But now, there was no choice. If the array collapses, it will shatter in an instant. Once the array breaks, the million human beings within Wuzhuang Temple will all fall prey to the slaughter of the demon race. He recalled the scene of Hong Yun Daoren falling into the hands of the demons, gritting his teeth and enduring the waves of demonic power impacts. On the shores of the East Sea, the human race had completed their oath and turned to look at Lü Yue in unison. Dao Juan, from this day forth our human race shall settle here, and we ask for your guidance. Lü Yue's gaze fell upon Sui Ren, nodding in response. Rest assured, ancestor of humanity. Not far from the East Sea lies the Jie Sect. There is no need for hesitation when summoning disciples for matters of importance. Upon my return to the island, I shall instruct all disciples to await my orders, and we will do our utmost for the requests of the human race. Sui Ren showed a relieved expression and bowed again, saying, Thank you, Dao Jun. Lü Yue raised his hand, lightly gesturing. The ancestor of humanity will settle his kin. I must return to Janeo Island to report to my master. If there is urgency, you may seek the disciples of the Jie Sect at any time. Before his words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of azure light rushing towards the direction of the Bio Palace. Just as he departed the East Sea, a clear voice resonated through the sky. The calamity of humanity has ceased, and the demons returned to the heavenly court. The sound came without a trace, yet it echoed like thunder in the ears, proclaiming the words of Hongjun Daozu himself. Lü Yue flew to Janeo Island, paused at the sound, took a deep breath, and then quickly ascended the steps towards the Bio Palace. Emperor Jun stood at the front of the formation, gazing up at the sky, his fingers tightening and then relaxing. Dong Huangtai, he stood quietly beside him, his armor slightly trembling, the fire in his eyes still burning. Ultimately, he did not act. Since the Dao ancestor has spoken, further attacks would be against the heavens. Second brother, retreat the troops. Emperor Jun spoke, his voice deep. The human blood and souls we have obtained in this campaign will suffice to refine a post-heaven supreme treasure. On the day the treasure is complete, the Wu clan will surely collapse. The fortune of the primordial chaos converges upon us. The Hunyuan realm is just around the corner. If the 6 saints do not intervene, it will be fine, but if they do, it will merely be a contest among equals. With the decree of the heavenly court, all clans bow their heads. Even the saints cannot arbitrarily obstruct. Dong Huangtai replied solemnly, What elder brother said is indeed true. The demon army lined up, slowly retreating into the clouds, rolling up their flags to return to the heavens. The Wu clan, gazing at the demon forces, did not pursue. With the 10th Ascendier agreement in place, they must not act. Any human fleeing towards them was welcomed into various camps, provided with food and clothing, and protected within their barriers. Millions of lives were thus saved. Now that the calamity has ceased, the human race wishes to emerge, but fears the remaining might still temporarily residing in the Wu territory. The smoke of cooking gradually rising, the kitchen fires rekindled. Lü Yue stepped into the Bio Palace, bowing his head in respect. Master, I have returned. The Tongtian patriarch sat upon a cloud bed. Seeing him return, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Disciple, your journey indeed brought great fortune. When the calamity of humanity arose, your master, uncle, and sister Nuwa were both forbidden by the Dao ancestors' decree from intervening. Yet you stepped forth to stabilize the foundation of humanity, gaining fortune in return. It is truly extraordinary. This fortune even I did not anticipate. Lü Yue was slightly taken aback. May I ask, master, why did the Dao ancestor prohibit the 2 saints from intervening? Could it be that the matters of the human race are inherently beyond the intervention of the saints? The Tongtian patriarch laughed 3 times. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Lü Yue sway. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering on the azure jade steps. The Tongtian patriarch furrowed his brow, waved his sleeve lightly, and a stream of clear light entered Lü Yue's body. After a moment, his expression slightly tightened. Wounded so severely. I observed your battle throughout. It should not have come to this. He did not know that in that final strike, Lü Yue had poured all his magical power into 2 innate spiritual treasures. His old wounds losing control, quietly collapsing, he had already been pushed to his limits. The Tantian Patriarch took out a 9-transformation golden pill and flicked it into Lü Yue's mouth. Placing his palm against his back, he assisted him in guiding the medicinal power. As the medicinal power circulated throughout his body, his breath gradually steadied and his injuries greatly eased, yet a few meridians remained blocked, and his spiritual essence depleted, requiring him to rest and slowly recuperate. A teacher imparts knowledge and guidance, offering assistance in times of danger. This is their duty. They cannot fight in your stead, nor can they cultivate on your behalf. A tree must grow on its own, its roots must be established by itself. Lü Yue regained his breath, opened his eyes, and saw the Tantian Patriarch standing beside him. Master, what has happened to me? The Tantian Patriarch shook his head. Most of your injuries have healed. The remaining few must be tended to by your own cultivation. This battle has incurred great losses. Upon returning, make sure to recuperate well. Lü Yue nodded solemnly. Disciple understands. Upon returning to Wui Mountain, I will enter seclusion for quiet cultivation. After a pause, he asked again, Master, about the Tao ancestors' prohibition. What is the reason? The Tantian Patriarch's gaze was calm, and his tone steady. The tribulation of humanity must be borne by humanity itself. If a saint intervenes, then the tribulation cannot be a tribulation, and the Tao cannot be a Tao. Your master uncle is a saint, and according to the rules cannot intervene. Sister Nüwa is also a saint, equally bound by the decree. Do you think she truly does not wish to intervene? Had there been no restraints, she would have acted long ago. Laozi of Taishang practices non-action and tranquility, but once a precedent is broken, he would not hold back when he strikes. The teachings of humanity are established above the human race. Their roots lie in the lifeblood of the human race. If humanity perishes, the teachings of humanity would lose their essence. If the teachings vanish, his holy Tao would reach its end. If it were you, would you remain a bystander? Lü Yue was stunned, finally understanding why Taishang Laozi remained inactive. The prohibition of Hongjun Daozu weighed heavily. No one could overstep. The calamity faced by humanity must be borne by themselves. Though Sister Nüwa hails from the demon clan, upon what does her sanctification rely? On her achievement of creating humanity. Humanity is the evidence of her proof of Tao and the foundation of her sanctified position. The demon clan has vast fortunes, but with too many powerful beings divided among them, what she gains is less substantial than the singular fortune from humanity. If humanity were to perish, her Tao would be stifled there. Do you think she would sit idly by? Lü Yue nodded. He understood this matter. Yet there was still one aspect he had not comprehended. Master, why were you able to intervene? The Tantian Patriarch's gaze fell upon him, not rushing to answer. Because you are here. Since I am neither a sect established by humanity, nor have I received a decree from the Tao ancestor, I am naturally not bound by restrictions. Lü Yue was taken aback. Because of me. The Tantian smiled slightly. You are of human origins, and also a disciple of the Jie sect. When humanity is in peril, it is only reasonable for you to step forth and fight. In your battle with Dong Huang Tai, when you were on the verge of defeat. Would anyone dare to criticize me for saving my own disciple? Lü Yue lowered his gaze for a moment, and when he raised it again, he had pieced together the logic. As a human cultivator, I fought for humanity, and was defeated by Dong Huang Tai. Thus Master acted accordingly, which is quite reasonable. Dong Huang Tai's true body originates from the sun star, bearing innate demonic divine qualities, and wields the true fire of the sun. He is also among the 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace, having cultivated alongside Master for many years, holding the Chaos Bell, such a treasure. I am merely at the mid-stage of Kwasa Saint. To hold my ground for that long against him is already pushing my limits. The Tantian laughed heartily indeed. In that battle, all of Hongwang was watching. Everyone wanted to see who would act first. In the end, it was you who stepped forth, enduring dozens of exchanges with Dong Huang Tai. He is a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, nearly unbeatable under the saints. Your ability to withstand him is sufficient to draw the attention of all parties. From this day forth, you shall be counted among the great powers of Hongwang Lü Yue. Your master uncle and second master uncle must be feeling envious. To have taught a disciple brave enough to face Dong Huang Tai, they do not share this fortune. Lü Yue rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master, do not exaggerate my achievements. That battle rather reflected my own inadequacies. Compared to those elder figures, I am still far behind, and must strive further. The Tantian Patriarch looked at the light in his eyes, nodding. Cultivating the Tao is like climbing a mountain, each step a challenge. Fearlessness, resilience, opportunity, and willpower, none can be lacking. The fortune of humanity has begun to take shape, and the fortune gathered in the underworld is already in your grasp. The great fortune has arrived. Daring to borrow strength from the saints, and to confront Dong Huang Tai hidden. This is true fearlessness. Defeated yet undeterred, he turned around, eager to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. The spirit of progress ignited within him. How have you endured these years? I have kept it in mind, my disciple. Perseverance, needless to say. He continued, you have long possessed the qualifications, it merely awaits the opportune moment. Lü Yue fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes, and said, disciple wishes to return to Wui Mountain to recuperate. The human race currently resides by the Eastern Sea. I ask for your guidance, master. Tongtian cult leader nodded, closing his eyes to enter meditation. Lü Yue bowed respectfully and exited the Bio Palace. On Jineo Island the breeze was gentle and the clouds were light. As he walked along, his fellow disciples from the Jie sect stopped to pay their respects. He returned their greetings one by one, his smile serene. These fellow disciples often engaged in discussions and supported each other in times of need. Matters of the underworld cannot be pushed forward by a single person, no matter how strong. High cultivation allows one to break formations, dual spells, and subdue evil spirits, yet some tasks ultimately require the collective effort of people. For instance, defending borders, setting formations, imparting teachings, and providing for the people. The word human has never been written through solitary endeavors. Lü Yue could also split his form like shadows, overlapping endlessly, but ultimately, it was a manifestation of magic, not a corporeal body, and thus had its limitations. He soared from the edge of Jineo Island, his escape, light, aiming straight for Wui Mountain. With his cultivation progressing, his speed was akin to light, and in less than half a day he had arrived before the mountain gate. The cave dwelling was unsealed, and the restrictions had been lifted. He sat cross-legged on a mat, closing his eyes to adjust his breath, while his injuries gradually healed. His physical body had reached the great Luo realm. Yet even so, his ribs were fractured, his organs displaced, and cracks were visible along his spine. The ferocity of this battle was evident. Di Jun was indeed a person at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. The demon clan revered him for countless years, and it was not mere luck. As for Di Jun, that is another matter, but when it comes to Dong Huangtai, there are few in the primordial chaos who could stand against him directly. In the past, the 6 great ancestors of the Wu tribe banded together to attack, each wielding Pangus, true blood, their bodies more resilient than the chaos hardest stones, their divine abilities shaking the very earth. And what was the result? He did not retreat an inch, merely adopting a defensive stance, his aura unscattered, his divine intent unbroken. Lü Yue's ability to spar with him for over 100 exchanges was already remarkable. Though he was gravely wounded in this battle, it was not in vain. He realized the limits of his own capabilities. It was not a matter of cultivation nor of magical power, but rather that his root bones' divine sense and combat intent had yet to truly meld into one. He took out a small jade vial and poured out a 9 turns golden core. As the pill entered his throat, it dissolved warm and gentle as a spring, and then his magical power activated. The medicinal properties gradually spread like spring water, soaking into the earth silently, washing away the stagnation in his meridians. This pill is unique in the world. It was personally refined by the Supreme Saint with the timing, temperature, and spiritual herb ratios so precise that a slight deviation would render it useless. The materials used were all of the highest quality: purple cloud, lingji, xianming, ice crystal, kunlun heart lotus, and fusang morning dew. Any one of them would be enough to exhaust a small tribe's resources over 100 years. Lü Yue could now at most refine a 4 turns golden core. This achievement was stabilized after 3 years of experimentation in the Hutu tribe, destroying 72 alchemical furnaces and burning over 300 primary herbs. He sat still, his breath gradually deepening, and the surroundings fell into silence. Lü Yue was in seclusion, and the primordial chaos became quiet in response. The Wu tribe did not leave the Pango Hall, the demon clan did not depart from the heavenly court, and the remaining tribes all shrank back to their camps, the mountain guarding formations glowing day and night. This silence was sudden and heavy. Everyone understood it was the calm before the storm. Outside the Lingxiao Hall of the heavenly court, a high platform burned with the 9 unfathomable true fire. Di Jun stood before the furnace with the 12 great demon lords of the demon clan behind him. The furnace churned with red gold liquid primarily composed of solar gold essence supplemented by star marrow gel, Xian Yuan cold marrow, and Shouyang red copper, undergoing layer upon layer of refinement, the liquid gradually thickening until it formed the initial shape of a sword embryo. Then a blood pool rose. It was not ordinary blood, but the essence blood of countless people with numerous souls of the human race floating above, lamenting silently, their grievances lingering. Di Jun raised his hand and sent the sword embryo into the blood pool. In an instant the pool's waters boiled, the soul shadows were drawn into the blade, and blood light, like threads wrapped around the sword's spine. For 3 days and 3 nights blood was exhausted and souls withered. The sword hung in midair entirely blood-red, its overwhelming aura causing the entire heavenly court to tremble. The blood-fiendish energy surged into the sky, dark winds rolled the clouds, even the guardian stone beasts of the southern heavenly gate began to show cracks. Di Jun threw back his head and laughed at his done. Before his laughter faded, the sword tip suddenly shot up a red light, cleaving towards Dijun's face. He did not dodge, but rather with a swift hand met the sword energy with his palm, causing blood to bloom. Good. He wiped away the blood from his brow, laughing heartily. It is only in taming that one shows sharpness. It is not easy to break the skin and flesh of the ancestors. Dong Huang Tai, he stepped forward slowly, the chaos bell in his sleeve ringing softly. Brother, do not be anxious. He raised his gaze toward the sword. A new blade without a master is naturally restless. As his words fell, the bell rang sharply, clang. At the first sound, the sword energy shattered, clang. At the second sound, the sword body hummed, clang. At the third sound, space stagnated, the sword edge halted half an inch, unable to advance any further. Chaos bell suppress. The shadow of the bell descended like a mountain pressing down. The sword erupted in retaliation, thousands of blood blades launching simultaneously, all crashing against the bell wall, shattering into red mist. In the final strike, all the fiendish energy converged into a single red rainbow, piercing towards the heart of the bell. With a muffled sound, the red rainbow shattered, but the bell body remained unscathed. It was too new. No one had refined it, no master had recognized its contract. Even with the intention to slay the Wu, it was merely a blade with sharpness. The chaos bell was different. It was born at the time of the solar star's fetal movement, growing alongside Tai, nurtured for countless years, and infused with his magical power. It had long since become sentient. Tai extended his hand, gently cradling the bottom of the bell. Dijun stepped forward, wanting to grasp the hilt of the sword. Suddenly the sword tip trembled, and 3 blood blades as fine as threads shot out, cutting through his fingertips, wrist, veins, and brow. Blood beads rolled down, yet he caressed the sword and laughed heartily, refreshing. This is the sword of my demon clan. Before his laughter faded, his magical power had already infused into the sword's spine. The red light flickered, and the sword's resonance gradually calmed. The treasured sword still struggled, yet it was powerless to break free. It was firmly suppressed, and despite having a spirit, it could not move. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Dijun had already refined it to the bone. He raised his hand to grasp the sword, his arm lifted like thunder, and he swung it horizontally towards the heavens. A sharp beam of sword light shot through the void, tearing apart the primal boundary, piercing straight to the origin of chaos. Dijun gazed at the sword body, his expression calm. From this moment on, you shall be named Tu Wu, the blade for my demon clan, to vanquish the Wu tribe. Before his words fell, golden patterns emerged along the sword's spine, revealing 2 characters: Tu Wu. Congratulations, your majesty, on obtaining this divine weapon. With the Tu Wu sword in hand, how can the Wu tribe be a concern? The crowd of demons echoed in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Dijun's brow relaxed, his heart feeling at ease. The 10th Ascendier limit set by the Tao ancestor is approaching. The end of the Wu and demon conflict is unavoidable. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the generals in the hall. Return to your camps and prepare your forces. When the great battle begins, we shall sweep away the Wu tribe in one strike. We demons shall dominate the primal world. The multitude of demons roared in response. We demons will surely dominate the primal world. Dijun laughed heartily 3 times and turned to walk towards the main hall of the heavenly court. Dong Huang Tai silently turned and headed towards the direction of the eastern extreme, Lü Yue Palace. The other demon saints and leaders also scattered in all directions, entering seclusion to recuperate and gather their strength. This battle was a matter of victory or demise, and no one dared to be the slightest bit negligent. Wui Mountain, Lü Yue's cave dwelling. The barrier silently opened. Lü Yue stepped out of the cave door and ascended to the mountain's peak. He stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds, slowly exhaling a long breath. During this retreat, my old wounds have healed, and my physical path has advanced further. Yet the spiritual herbs necessary for this progress have all been exhausted. Now I am left with nothing, my pockets empty. He sat cross-legged, tapping his fingers on the stone, his thoughts racing. Where can I find a large number of precious materials? Cultivating the physical body to the level of a 12 Golden Immortal is already incredibly difficult, and the resources needed are nearly an endless abyss. He once considered giving up, but ultimately swallowed that breath. His gaze turned to the distance, brows slightly furrowed. Between heaven and earth, the only ones who can provide such resources are the Witch and Yao clans. Their treasure stores are unparalleled in the primal chaos. If I could obtain them, I would have no worries for 10 years. However, both clans are fiercely guarded, their foundation deep, and ordinary means cannot even get close to their vaults. Calling upon a sage. Unrealistic. Sages disdain such matters and would not risk their reputation for it. Lü Yue shook his head, spreading his palm, silently recounting the items he carried: Zixiao Divine Thunder Flag, Purple Lightning Hammer Creation Cauldron, and the Falling Treasure Coin. His gaze lingered on the falling treasure coin, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if smiling, yet not smiling. This item is indeed a rare treasure, but each time it is used it drains one's own luck. What is luck? In the primal chaos, it is more precious than life itself. Who would dare squander it? If one forcibly takes a high-grade magical treasure, the backlash would be immediate, and one would have to pay with merit. His current merit is as thin as a cicada's wing. How could he dare to act? Sigh. Holding a treasure, yet feeling bound. After sighing, his thoughts return to 10,000 years ago. The time limit is approaching. His battle with Dong Huang Tai has long become a past event. Dong Huang Tai, Chaos Bell. I cannot use the falling treasure coin, but a sage can. In the battle between the Witch and Yao clans, when the two powers clash, one must fall. Dong Huang Tai's cultivation is too high, and the Tao ancestor and the 6 sages do not allow him to act. If he were to fall, the Chaos Bell would become a masterless object. At that time it would be logical to act, and collect both the coin and the bell. With his thoughts settled, he no longer hesitated, forming a hand seal, and soaring into the sky, heading straight for Jinao Island. In front of Bayou Palace, the water and fire boy stood with hands hanging at his sides. Senior Lü Yue, the master, has been waiting for a long time. Lü Yue nodded and followed the two into the palace. The Tontian cult master sat on a mat, his eyes slightly closed. Lü Yue bowed and saluted. Disciple has important matters to report. The Tontian cult master opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Shui was stepped back. The boy quietly retreated. Lü Yue raised his head, his voice low and steady. Master, could you set up a restriction? This matter concerns the rise and fall of my Jiejiao's fortune. The Tontian cult master did not speak, merely waved his sleeve lightly, causing the void to tremble, slightly, a layer of azure light swirling up. Lü Yue relaxed his breath and spoke. The time of 10,000 years is approaching. The battle between the Witch and Yao clans has reached its conclusion. After this battle, both will lose their positions of dominance, and the layout of the primal chaos will be reshuffled. The Tontian cult master listened quietly, nodding slowly. Master Dong Huang Tai possesses the Chaos Bell, which is an innate treasure. If our sect can obtain it, our fortune will be as stable as a rock. Moreover, Master, holding this treasure, even if it were the Grand Master, would find it hard to suppress. The Tontian cult master's gaze fell upon Lü Yue. Lü Yue, my disciple, I have already considered this matter. However, around the Chaos Bell, several sages are watching. Seizing it won't be easy. A slight misstep could result in great calamity. Currently, my Tao has reached the 7th level of the Sage Realm, on par with my elder brother Laozi. Unfortunately, he holds the Tai Chi diagram and the Heavenly Earth Profound Yellow Linglong Tower, 2 innate treasures, in my hands. I only have the Extermination Sword Array, which in terms of might is still lacking. My elder brother possesses a divine ability called One Qi, transforming 3 purities, and the 3 incarnations generated all possess sage-level power. Without external assistance, relying solely on the Extermination Sword Array, it would be difficult to win. Hearing this, Lü Yue's lips curled slightly. Master, I have an item that can bring forth treasures. Even innate treasures cannot escape its grasp. Before he finished speaking, he revealed an ancient coin from his palm bronze body, with a greenish hue, the edges faintly showing cloud patterns, the front engraved with the words falling treasure, and the back inscribed with innate spiritual treasure in small seal script. This is the falling treasure coin which I obtained from slaying Chao Sheng and Xiao Bao on Wui Mountain. Falling treasure coin, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure containing 48 layers of restrictions, specifically restraining various magical treasures. Each use drains one's own luck. The higher the grade of the treasure that falls, the greater the consumption of luck. Within the same tier, all treasures will fall. If one exceeds the tier, it will cause backlash, requiring merit to offset, and the severity of the backlash varies with the tier difference. I have always been cautious, and unless absolutely necessary, I dare not use this item lightly. However, Master, as a sage, your fortune is vast, and your merit is abundant. Using this treasure against enemies is just right. The Tontian cult master's gaze sharpened, as if a cold star swept by. If what you say is true, this matter can indeed be planned. As long as the timing is right, the Chaos Bell will surely be in my hands. Lü Yue immediately erased the divine sense mark, holding the coin with both hands and presenting it. Please, Master, refine it, and wait for the opportunity to seize the Chaos Bell. The Tontian cult master did not hesitate, sending a stream of azure magical power into the coin. In an instant, the falling treasure coin vibrated lightly, its entire body radiating light, subdued, already recognizing its master and returning to its rightful place. Good, good, good. This item has arrived just in time. I was just struggling with the Chaos Bell, and you brought it to me. Lü Yue, you are truly a blessing to our sect. Holding this treasure, we just await the right wind. The Chaos Bell will be but a thing in my pocket. This item will be temporarily borrowed by the master. Once the matter is accomplished, it shall be returned. There is another matter. You are now at the mid-stage of Quasi-Sage. Once the battle between the Witch and Yao clans concludes, the position of Vice Master of Jiejiao will be yours to take. Duo Bao has managed the sect for these years, his thoughts becoming increasingly complicated, his actions also losing decisiveness. It is just the right time for you to take charge. Lü Yue bowed his head in agreement, saying nothing. He already had plans in his heart. On the day he ascends, the first order of business will be to request the Tongtian cult master to rectify the internal power structure. The second will be to find an excuse to slay the long-eared Dingguang immortal. This person watched the outcome of the Fengshen battle while holding the six-soul banner, yet remained inactive. The extraordinary treasure bestowed by the Tongtian cult master could lead to victory or defeat, yet he chose to stand by. As a result, Jie Jiao crumbled, and the Tongtian cult master's Dao heart was tarnished, leading him to retreat to Zixiao, never to inquire about the matters of the primal chaos again. Master, I have one more request. I hope for your favor. The Tongtian cult master raised his eyes, his expression softening. What matter? Speak, and let me hear. Lü Yue replied directly. Disciple cultivates the physical body, requiring a large amount of precious materials and the essence of heaven and earth. The Witch and Yao clans have dominated the primal chaos for a long time, and the richness of their stores is unimaginable. If Master could bestow a few powerful magical abilities that break restrictions, I would be willing to infiltrate the treasure vaults of the two clans, selectively taking what is needed for my cultivation. The Tongtian cult master frowned slightly. This disciple, with cultivation surpassing the three sects and comprehension unmatched among peers, often acts in ways that catch others off guard. Previously, he gathered the remains of the fallen demon clan to refine corpse puppets, then secretly pushed the Witch and Yao clans to besiege Mount Shumi. Not long after, he even assisted the human race in resisting the demons stirring up the winds and clouds in the southern continent. Now, he even dares to ask for magical power to steal from the treasure vaults of the two families. He paused for a moment, flicking his finger, and 3 strands of azure light flew out, coalescing into a talisman, and took out a ghostly lamp, the flame small, yet failing to cast a shadow. 3 magical powers specifically for breaking restrictions. This lamp is called Hui Ming Lamp, and when lit it obscures heavenly secrets and conceals traces. Lü Yue received it with both hands and bowed deeply. Disciple understands the measure. He knew in his heart the Saint Nuwa restrains the demon clan, while the Saint of Calmness guards the Witch clan. If their movements are exposed, the consequences would be dire. Although the Witch clan does not value external possessions, the rules of etiquette cannot be neglected. If one seeks, they may ask. If one takes, they must inquire. To take without permission is to provoke. The master of the Celestial Church waved his hand. Go. I wish to contemplate the Tao in silence. After hearing this, Lü Yue bowed and turned to exit the Bio Palace. The matter was settled. What needed to be said was said, what needed to be contended was contended, and what needed to be taken was about to be in hand. Next, he awaited news. He stepped out of the palace, formed a hand seal, and soared directly towards Wui Mountain. Upon landing atop the mountain, he stood with his hands behind his back. Clouds gathered and dispersed beneath his feet, and the wind brushed past the corners of his robes, never pausing. Master, it has been a long time since we last met. As soon as the voice fell, he already knew who it was. Kuei, your cultivation has stagnated. Lü Yue turned his head. What have you been busy with all these years? Kuei lowered his head, his tail gently sweeping the ground. Master, I am afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that if I transform, you will no longer want me. If you find a new mount, where else can I stand? Lü Yue paused for a moment and shook his head. Just focus on your cultivation. If you truly become human, you will guard the mountain gate and protect the Taoist temple. A title as a guardian spirit has already been reserved for you. Kuei's eyes brightened, and a low sound rolled from his throat. Really? Lü Yue did not answer. He simply raised his hand and pointed outside the mountain. Go, bring the person in. He had already sensed the aura of the jade token breaking through the formation. There were not many jade tokens in hand, and those who could enter holding a token were only a few. Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao Kongxian, one of them, would surely be among them. He guessed wrong. Kuei reached the edge of the formation and saw 5 figures standing side by side. He was momentarily stunned, then bowed his head. Master has ordered me to lead the way. Please follow me. Zhao Gongming scrutinized Kuei for a moment, his eyes flickering. What a rare beast with solid muscles and rich spiritual breath. Lü Yue's junior brother hid such a character in this mountain. Before the words fell, he already had the thought. He had to find a mount that could hold its ground. The 5 followed Kuei to the summit, catching sight of Lü Yue's back from afar. The mountain wind brushed against their garments, and his figure remained as still as a mountain. Lü Yue, junior brother, I've arrived. Lü Yue heard the voice and turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 5 senior brother Gongming, senior sister Sanxiao, junior brother Kongxian. What a coincidence, you've all come together. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. I was out on the island with the 3 sisters when we happened to run into junior brother Kongxian. After discussing, we decided to come together to enjoy a cup of tea with you. Yin Xiao examined the mountain scenery and nodded. This is indeed a good place. Qiong Xiao bent down and scooped a handful of spring water, clear enough to see the bottom. The spiritual vein flows, and the water vein is pure. Bi Xiao traced a gnarled branch of an ancient pine with her fingertips and softly said this tree's roots are deeply anchored, its branches spread wide, and the mountain's bones are hard. Kong Xian said little but placed his hand on the stone wall, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, and said the earth's fire is warm, but not restless. The dragon vein is hidden yet unbroken. Listening to this, Lü Yue waved his sleeve. The green stone rose from the ground, a square table with 6 stools landing steadily. Teapots and cups appeared, and the well-roasted Dahong Pao tea was placed into the pot. Mountain spring water flowed down from the void, filling the pot's belly. The pot hovered half a foot above the ground with the earth fire kindling silently beneath it. Please take a seat, everyone. The tea is freshly boiled, enjoy it while hot. The 6 sat down. Zhao Gongming picked up his cup, inhaled the fragrance, and took a small sip, his brows raising. Good tea. The taste has a hint of pine wind, and after swallowing a sweetness lingers at the back of the throat. It has more vitality than what I tasted last time at the teacher's place. Bi Xiao smiled. Don't just praise it, the questions haven't been asked yet. Lü Yue set down his cup. I am aware of the batch of spatial magic tools you mentioned earlier. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 5. The war between the witch and demon clans is about to start. This battle will shake mountains and oceans, blood staining 100,000 miles. If the situation spirals out of control and chaos ensues, you will use those magic tools to collect water. Not to save lives, but to control the situation. Zhao Gongming set down his cup, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table. Collect water. How do you intend to do that? Lü Yue did not answer. He simply stretched out his hand, and a palm-sized green jade talisman floated up in his palm. The surface of the talisman was unmarked, yet it seemed to have water glimmering within. This talisman, when activated, will summon the magic tools. But remember, only collect, and do not release, only control, and do not leak. If the water flow collapses, it is even harder to manage than fire. Yin Xiao took the talisman, her fingertips feeling its coolness. Understood. Lü Yue nodded, lifting the pot, and refilling each person's cup. The tea soup was clear, and steam rose gently. At this point, Lü Yue stopped speaking. To say more would be to lightly divulge secrets of the heavens. After hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters frowned slightly. Junior brother, you mentioned collecting water. Zhao Gongming asked. On the vast lands of the primordial world, the water veins follow a set order. Unless divine rain falls from the heavens, where else is there a source of water? If there is no other flow, how can we talk about collecting? Lü Yue smiled gently at his words. Senior brother, just remember this. Once the war between the witch and demon clans begins, you will understand on your own. This battle is unprecedented, and for us cultivators, it represents a rare opportunity for enlightenment. After the war concludes, you will naturally understand what I mean. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and fell silent. Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters sat in silence for a moment, exchanging glances, all shaking their heads. Though puzzled, they did not press further. Kong Xian sat to the side, not interjecting, but memorizing every word. The 6 sat quietly, each holding their cup, the aroma of tea swirling the cups, rising and falling. Lü Yue's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Kong Xian. Junior brother Kong Xian, your aura fluctuates. It seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look, their expressions shifting. Kong Xian was now at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. If he truly took that step, he would enter the ranks of Quasi-Saints. Hiss! Are you really about to break through? Kong Xian raised his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. Thanks to senior brother Lü Yue's guidance, I now see the path. I am currently searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures related to the 5 elements, intending to refine and decompose them, then extract and reconstruct the 5-colored divine light. I plan to base the divine light to create a small world of the 5 elements, then merge it with my understanding of the 5-element laws, harmonizing the internal and external. If successful, my Tao fruit will be solidified and the position of Quasi-Saint will come naturally. Lü Yue's eyes flickered, nodding. This path is feasible. To break the old and establish the new has always been the way. If you can truly forge the 5-element world, your future achievements will surely surpass mere Quasi-Saint status. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal are not mere fantasies. If you trust me, junior brother, please stay for a while. I have a matter to entrust to you. Kong Xian nodded. Senior brother, please speak freely. Today's progress is entirely thanks to your awakening the day before yesterday. When we discussed the Tao on Sanxian Island, if it weren't for your clearing the fog, I would still be trapped in the old methods, unaware of the path to the Tao. Lü Yue smiled. You flatter me, junior brother. Among fellow disciples, it should be this way. I merely took a half step ahead. Zhao Gongming and San Xiao, seeing this, stood to take their leave. Lü Yue, junior brother Yu and junior brother Kong Xian have urgent matters to attend to. We should not overstay our welcome, so we will take our leave. Lü Yue waved his hand, and 4 jade boxes appeared out of thin air on the stone table. Senior brother Gongming, senior sister San Xiao, these are the new leaves produced by the Dahongpo tree. Take them back and savor them carefully. Although they are not innate spiritual roots, they are among the finest of acquired ones, and have a commendable flavor. The four of them did not hesitate to accept the jade box. Bai Xiao smiled, and said, "Junior brother Lü Yue, the next time you come to Sanxian Island, I will personally prepare a box of flower tea for you." Yin Xiao tilted his head, and spoke in a calm tone. "If you have time, you are welcome to visit the island, and discuss the Tao." Lü Yue clasped his hands in response, saying, "Senior brother Gongming, senior sister Sanxiao, I will definitely come." Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao rose into the clouds, their figures gradually disappearing. Lü Yue watched them leave, then sat down again, filling a cup with tea and directing his gaze back at Kong Xian. This person is one of the rare, formidable figures in the primordial world. That five-colored divine light once even momentarily trapped Saint Juandi. If the final battle for the canonization was to be held with him restraining Juandi, the odds of victory would surely increase by threefold. "Junior brother Kong Xian, you are the prince of the Phoenix clan, and your mother is the Phoenix mother. I am aware of this. Though the Phoenix clan has withdrawn from the world, they once commanded the heavens and the earth, possessing profound foundations. With 5 elemental materials, I believe the clan will not be lacking." Kong Xian's expression dimmed slightly. "Senior brother, you may not know. During the War of the Three Clans, the Phoenix clan was unable to amass resources. After the war, all clans suffered losses, and everything was left in ruins. When my mother returned, all the flying beasts under her command scattered. Before parting, she opened her treasury and distributed everything to each division. Now the clan's treasury is empty, and I can only go out personally to seek supplies." Lü Yue gazed at him and slowly said, "The actions of the Phoenix mother are indeed admirable." Kong Xian smiled instead. "Senior brother, you may not know. Those who followed our clan are essentially from the lineage of flying beasts. Once they obtain treasures, their loyalty becomes even more steadfast. To put it bluntly, although our clan does not emerge into the world, as long as a command is given, all flying beasts in the primordial realm will bow their heads and obey." Lü Yue looked at him with a calm gaze. His respect was not for Kong Xian, but for that mother who had given up everything, winning the unwavering loyalty of countless clans. Having dispersed the treasury, what was gained was an unshakable prestige over millennia. Although the Phoenix clan has retreated, no one dares to show disrespect. The Demon clan dominates the world, commanding countless subordinates, yet they never dare to set foot on Phoenix Mountain. The Dragon clan has allied with the Demon clan, yet the Phoenix clan stands independently between heaven and earth, not obeying commands. Without the Phoenix mother's secret schemes, how could the Phoenix stand solitary in this realm? If the Demon clan wishes to wage war against the Phoenix, the various flying beast factions will certainly not agree. Junior brother Kong Xian, quickly return to your clan and ask your mother to grant a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets. This matter is of great importance and must not be leaked even slightly. If successful, the materials needed for your cultivation of the 5-element path will no longer be a concern." Kong Xian nodded slightly. "Senior brother, rest assured. I will set out immediately to seek treasures from my mother. Please wait here for a few days." Before his words fell, he had already soared into the air, heading straight for the territory of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan guards the unkillable volcano to repay the debts owed to the heavens and the earth. The sacred beast Zhuke also resides here, assisting in suppressing the earth's veins and sharing the karmic burden. The aftermath of the war among the 3 clans has dissipated over the years. Lü Yue sat again atop the mountain, his gaze cast far into the distance. Everything is prepared, only the eastern wind is awaited. This eastern wind refers to the decisive battle between the Wu and the Yao. Once the 2 clans go to war, he will take advantage of the chaos to intervene. This time the Demon clan's treasury will surely be swept clean. If he does not take action, others will eventually do so. The Western Saint Juandi has long set his sights on the heavenly court, waiting for both sides to suffer losses before swooping in to collect the aftermath. What Lü Yue desires is to strike at the heart of the battle when it is most intense. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun sits on the throne with Dong Huang Tai, Yishi Huang Fushi, and Yao Shi Kun Peng to his left, and the 10 great demon gods to his right, followed by various demon saints and leaders. The time of 10,000 years is approaching. Are you all prepared? The 10 great demon gods stepped forward in unison, their voices booming like thunder. "Your Majesty, we are ready, lying in wait, awaiting your command to march at once." Emperor Jun's lips curled into a slight smile. The Slaughter Wu sword has been forged, designed specifically to break the physical forms of the Wu clan, yet it has yet to taste blood. He will wield this sword to determine the fate of the battle, enabling the Demon clan to seize control of the primordial realm. Moreover, he wishes to harness the immense luck gained from domination to one day break through the threshold of the Hunyuan realm. Everything is proceeding smoothly, precisely as he wishes. The Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation has already merged with the Zhou Tian Star Array. To prevent any changes at the last moment, all troops must practice repeatedly. This battle will determine the universe, the main rise and fall. The myriad demons responded in unison. Break the Wu clan. Seize the primordial realm. Emperor Jun raised his hand to silence them, leading the gathering to soar into the depths of the starry sky. This time the drill gathers the demon clan's most elite forces, sure to completely unify the two formations. The Zhoutian star array laid out today represents the true meaning of the Primordial's foremost dual offensive and defensive formation. They race towards the starry sky, all for the final rehearsal. The Great War is just around the corner. Mount Buzhou. Inside the ancestral Wu Hall, 12 silhouettes sat still like mountains. Elder brother, the 10,000 years are coming to an end. This battle concerns the survival of the Wu clan. The one speaking is Xuanming, the latest born among the 12 ancestral Wus, yet she predates the later attained path of Qiyu. She commands rain and ice, her laws sharp, and her physical form stronger than dark iron. Di Jiang surveyed. Everyone is tone steady, no need to rush. Ho Yi and Xing Tian are currently breaking through, both having been stuck at the peak of the half-ancestral Wu for many years, and this time they have hope of success. Ho Yi practices the Bao path with arrows unmatched in the primordial realm. If he ascends to the ancestral Wu realm, a single arrow could split the stars. Xing Tian trains in the battle path with a fighting spirit that burns the heavens. He is one of the strongest among the great Wus. If he breaks through, he could easily take on 2 or 3 of the same level. With the 2 of them, our burdens will be lighter. He paused, his gaze sharp. Dong Huang Tai Yi alone is enough to restrain 6 ancestral Wus. Emperor Jun Fu Shi Kuan Peng and Shi cannot be underestimated. The 10 great demon gods each lead a faction. Without the combined efforts of 2 top great Wus, it is difficult to contend with them. If Ho Yi and Xing Tian succeed, the situation will flip. The Zhoutian star array can withstand our clan's 12 Tian divine killing formation. The last time Qiyu first ascended to ancestral Wu, he was still unfamiliar with the operation of the formation. After 1,000 years of hard training, the formation has advanced further. It is no longer what it once was. Additionally, we will refine the Tiger Soul Blade and the Slaughter Demon Sword, both treasures crafted from the finest primordial gold, which will activate upon shedding blood and possess unmatched sharpness. As for the Demon Clan's Slaughter Wu Sword, he sneered, we have no fear of it. Once the Great War begins with 2 new ancestral Wus added, the name of the Wu clan shall be remembered by heaven and earth anew. Di Jiang pushed open the stone door at the bottom of the Pangu Hall. The blood pool's eerie light surged. Ho Yi and Xing Tian stepped in side by side, the pool bubbling as if a dragon were raising its head. The blood pool at the bottom of the Pangu Hall is where the heart of Pangu lies in slumber. The 12 ancestral Wus were all born from the essence blood of this heart, destined to wield the laws of heaven and earth. After 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, their realms are no longer comparable to the past. Previously, they could only harness 70 to 80% of the power of the laws, but now they have comprehensively connected, able to utilize it freely without hindrance. The difference is like a chasm. One is to borrow strength, and the other is to wield it. One is to test, and the other is to dominate. All 12 are confident if they were to face the Demon Clan again, at this moment their chances of victory would far exceed those of the past. Second brother, the 10,000 years are approaching. When the time comes, our clan will mobilize and march to flatten the demon court, ruling the primordial realm and taking over the heavens for our Father God. Zhu Jiuyin nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Elder brother, rest assured. The populations of the clans were steadily swelling. After the casualties, signs of replenishment already appeared. That Renzu is truly unexpected, one observed. Since unions between Renzu and Wuzhu began, births among women and children have risen by over 30% compared with the past. Though the offspring may not possess the raw physiques of pure blood Wuzhu, they have inherited roughly 1/3 of the Zuo's ancestral root bones. After millennia of tempering, they can now stand on their own. If they must come to blows, 2 or 3 ordinary Yaozu soldiers would scarcely approach them. Di Jiang's brow relaxed. He had once allowed the Renzu to remain merely to disturb the Yaozu's perceptions, never expecting that it would solve Wuzhu's most vexing problem, an insufficiency of people. The Wuzhu's propagation had been arduous. Each war exacted losses, and only after 100 years of recuperation could they draw breath. Now, by borrowing Renzu bodies and blending bloodlines, progeny prospered, and a momentum of unbroken life had formed. Fortune's currents had indeed diverted. The Renzu quietly grew stronger, and the heavenly mandate carried by the Wuzhu diminished by some measure. Yet in Di Jiang's eyes, such attrition was no more than a wisp of smoke before the war. The ultimate confrontation between Wuzhu and Yaozu drew near. Should they win, the fortune for the sovereign of heaven and earth would surge like the sea. What is a trifling split of destiny in comparison? Brothers and sisters, return to your divisions and rigorously train the troops. This battle admits only victory, not defeat. The assembly answered solemnly. Elder brother, shall we recall the 1-2-0 clan soldiers from Difu to join the fight? Di Jiang paused and waved his hand. No need. Those forces in Difu guard the nether realms and must not be shifted lightly. Besides, if the front turns unfavorable, Difu still holds a slender chance to restore the situation. Hutu remains. Though she now goes by the name Pingxin and watches over the Liudao, that thread of Wuzu blood has never been severed. So long as she stands, the Wuzu shall never be utterly doomed. The ancestral Zuwu nodded in agreement. We shall return to our camps to make preparations and await the command. Di Jiang lifted his hand as signal. 11 figures rose and strode out of the hall. Penga Hall was sealed from celestial portents. The 12 Zuwu met here once in a millennium to deliberate. After everyone departed, Di Jiang's gaze sank to the depths of the chamber. In the blood pool's depths, 2 crimson lights rose and fell slowly, Hui and Xingtian. The 2 had long been sequestered, pushing toward the threshold of Zuwu transcendence. Both stood at the pinnacle of great Wuzu cultivation, half a step past the gate. Were it not for the lack of Pangus vital blood to guide them, and the suppressing Kipaturns of the other Zuwu, they would have broken through long ago. Now the pair immersed themselves in the blood pool, breathing with the rising and falling of a beating heart. Every 9,900 beats, a thread of crimson light issued from the heart and flowed straight into the blood mass. That was the primordial blood key condensed by Pangus' heart, profound, vast, utterly pure. Hui and Xingtian absorbed it in silence. Their sinews were reforged and their spirits tempered. The sensation of breakthrough sharpened by the day. Only the final instant remained. Di Jiang sat motionless, a light in his eyes. As 10,000 years neared their end, every added measure of martial might afforded another sliver of victory. He had set 2 gambits, one in blade and sword, one in people. The Hoopa blade was bestowed upon Shiyu. The newly risen Zuwu's foundation was not yet secure. Though he had ascended by Huda's residual blood, he seemed slight among his elders. Once that blade was clasped, his combat strength would surge. The Tuyao sword had been forged specifically to counter the Yaozi's Tu sword. The Wuzu poured years of accumulated golden crystals into the furnace, smelting for a decade before obtaining this blade. Hui and Xingtian were his other assurance. One had mastered the path of the bow, felling heads at 100 paces as if reaching into a pouch. The other cultivated the way of war, whose furious strikes could rend mountains. Now at the decisive brink, there was no longer need for restraint. To wager everything in a single cast. Success would add twin arms, failure would leave no regret. He sat poised in the hall, silent and unmoving, waiting only for the blood pool to churn and the scarlet light to burst skyward. The war between Wuzu and Yaozu had stretched long and now reached its terminus. Atop Mount Wui, Lü Yue sat cross-legged, his robes still, eyes turned east. He waited for Kongxian. The 5-hued divine light could encompass heaven and earth, conceal troops, and gather strength. Exactly what was required now. The Fengs's remaining power yet persisted. Huangmu still lived, once leading her clan to its zenith. The elders who survived the 3-clan era had not yet withdrawn from the world. In the tri-clan heyday, she stood alongside Zulong, the Qilin clan leader Hongjun Daozu, and Luoho Mozu atop the primordial wilds. Huangmu commanded the Feng clan, ordering 100 birds, and guarding the Busi volcano, becoming one of the foremost powers of heaven and earth. Her strength was unfathomable. Though long stationed at the volcano, with the passing of time, none could say whether she had already breached the threshold of the Hunyuan Twelve Golden Immortal. Moreover, Zhuke still remained, the sacred beast that held the southern heavens and suppressed the 4 poles. Its cultivation had long reached the realm of the Hunyuan Twelve Golden Immortal. With those 2 to rely upon, Kongxian carried abundant confidence in his action. Besides, the Phoenix clan had secret treasures of its own, artifacts devoted to veiling celestial portents. Once such an item was obtained and used with care, no grave harm would follow. Kongxian returned to the Busi volcano and without pause flew straight to the main peak. At the volcanic mouth below, crimson waves billowed and steam rose. He raised his hand to form seals, stirring his clan's blood mark. A fire pattern leapt from his fingertip and sank into the molten depths. Moments later, the magma boiled violently, blood-red and flinging shards of flame. A titanic phoenix burst from the fire, its wings unfolding to blot the sky. A rooster's head, a swallow's jaw, a serpent's neck, a turtle's back, a fish's tail. The creature shimmered with 5-fold radiance, its feathers like unextinguished flame. A deadly aura unfurled, sweeping the ridges and making the entire Busi volcano hum. A clear cry tore the air. Before the echo faded, the surrounding volcanoes thundered, and dozens of phoenixes shot skyward. Their wing shadows fell like blades, and their eyes burned like golden torches as they dove to hover beside the colossal bird. Clan matriarch, has an enemy arrived? Huangmu shook her head slightly, her gaze settling on Kongxian. Kongxian, what is this urgent matter you mentioned? Kongxian was momentarily startled. He had only said it was an emergency of utmost urgency, and had not expected to alarm so many of the reclusive clan. He cupped his hands and softened his tone. Mother, it is not truly a peril. I only wish to ask you to grant me an item that can hide celestial portents. Pausing, he bowed to the Phoenix Elders. Forgive my rashness for disturbing you, Elders. Kong Xian was reckless. The Phoenixes exchanged glances and then folded their wings and eased their postures. Young clan leader, you overstated. Since there is no external threat, we shall return to our fire caverns. With that, the birds bowed to Huangmu, then flowed like living fire into the various volcanic mouths. Huangmu regarded Kong Xian with knitted brows. Why do you require this object? Know that once the treasure is activated, your trace will be severed. Even Zhu Ke and I would be unable to divine the slightest movement. If danger truly befalls you, aid would arrive too late. Kong Xian smiled. Mother, rest assured. This concerns the very root of my Tao. I must be prudent. As for my safety, though I have not yet reached the pinnacle, I can still protect myself. Huangmu scrutinized his pattern and saw the 5 elements around him growing harmonious. With faint signs of a breakthrough, her expression softened. These years you studied under the Tongtian sage in Zhejiao and have indeed progressed. You are far steadier than your younger brother, she added, pausing as her voice deepened. Enough. You have grown. The road must be walked by yourself. Since you asked, I will give it to you. With that, she turned her palm and a small banner appeared. The flag was blood red, its edges alive with an eerie blue fire pattern, silent when still, but when stirred capable of burning away the void. The Nanming Lü Yue banner. One of our clan's guardian spiritual treasures, an inborn supreme artifact. It contains the Nanming Lü Yue capable of consuming all things without a trace. It can also seal celestial portents, baffling even a sage's divination. Kong Xian received it with both hands and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mother, for your generous gift. I shall bear it with gravity and not fail your trust. The Phoenix Mother nodded, her gaze warm yet sharp. Remember, you are the Phoenix young master. When walking in the outside world, life comes first. Everything else can wait. Go. We cannot stay here for too long, or else the volcano will stir, causing calamity among the living. Kong Xian bowed again, watching as the Phoenix Mother transformed into a streak of fire, sinking into the depths of the volcano before turning and soaring towards Wui Mountain. Having acquired the treasure, he wasted no time. He activated the 5 elements escape technique, the 5 colors of blue, yellow, red, white, and black swirling endlessly around him as he broke through the air. Shortly he arrived at Wui Mountain, took out the jade token given by Lü Yue, and with a flash of spiritual light the mountain gate opened. He swept up to the mountain peak and saw Lü Yue seated on a stone platform. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Senior brother, the junior brother has returned." Lü Yue opened his eyes upon hearing his voice, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. Did you acquire the treasure that can cover the heavens? Kong Xian nodded, opening his palm to reveal the South Ming Li fire banner, quietly floating, its surface rippling as if fiery patterns danced upon it. This is the South Ming Li fire banner of my clan, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure capable of concealing heavenly secrets and almost impossible to find. Lü Yue suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" He then took out a bronze compass and threw it into the air. The compass spun swiftly, instantly dropping a gray mist that isolated the surroundings, dimming even the sky's light by a third. Junior brother Kong Xian, this matter involves the witch and demon clans. Allow me to elaborate. Kong Xian's expression grew serious. The witch and demon clans now hold dominion over heaven and earth, their populations in the billions, with great witches supporting the heavens and demon gods tearing the earth apart. Anyone involved in this would not escape unscathed. When Lü Yue mentioned the witch and demon clans, the first thought that came to his mind was avoidance if possible. Senior brother, the witch and demon clans dominate the primordial world. If we are not careful, we... Before he could finish, Lü Yue already understood his meaning. He looked at Kong Xian, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Junior brother, do not be anxious. I have not finished speaking yet. Although the witch and demon clans are both known as the masters of heaven and earth, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A battle is inevitable sooner or later. This battle will be the final confrontation. For 10,000 years the 2 clans have been secretly preparing, never letting up. The demon clan has slaughtered countless humans, refining the slaughter, which sword specifically designed to destroy the true bodies of the ancestral witches. Now the sword has been completed for quite some time. With the demon clan wielding this weapon and having powerful practitioners stationed, the outbreak of war has become a certainty. It will be either the extermination of the demons or the downfall of the witches. Junior brother, since the demon clan is prepared with contingencies, will the witch clan simply wait idly? Do not forget, there is also the Empress of Peace behind the witch clan. Though she is an earthly saint, her true form is that of the ancestral witch of the earth. The witch clan will certainly have hidden methods specifically designed to counter the demon clan. Thus a collision like this will inevitably lead to the collapse of both clans. Even if they are fortunate enough to survive, Hongjun Daozu will not allow it, and the Six Saints will not tolerate it either. The witch and demon clans are too powerful, and they fundamentally hold no respect for the saints nor for Daozu. How can such entities sustain themselves in the realm of heaven and earth for long? After this battle, it is likely that only 1 in 10 of the higher-ups from both clans will survive, and their hegemony will surely collapse. Kong Xian's expression grew grave, his brows slightly furrowed. He believed Lü Yue's words. The might of the witch and demon clans indeed resembled that of the ancient dragon phoenix and Qilin clans, flourishing to the extreme, yet teetering on the edge of danger, unwelcomed by the heavenly way. Senior brother, what should I do? Lü Yue smiled. This junior brother was indeed insightful, understanding immediately. No need to rush. Our goal for this journey lies solely in the treasure vaults of the two clans. The witch and demon clans have dominated the primordial world for many years, amassing countless spiritual items, rare treasures, and innate materials within their vaults. We only need to take the urgent items and retreat quickly. Remember, you must conceal the heavenly secrets and not reveal any traces. The demon clan has the Saint Yue, and the witch clan has the Saint of Earth, both of whom we cannot afford to offend. If this matter goes unnoticed, we can remain untroubled. However, once exposed, even if the teacher intervenes, he may not be able to quell the saint's wrath. Kong Xian nodded, his tone steady. Senior brother, do not worry. When the time comes to act, I will ensure to conceal my aura, leaving not a trace behind. Lü Yue nodded, taking out 2 pieces of magical artifacts and handing them over. These were granted by the teacher, imbued with the power to break restrictions. These 2 shall be yours. You will enter the territory of the witch clan, choosing any 2 ancestral witch tribes, breaking through their protective formations and taking as much as you can from the vaults. Then immediately withdraw without lingering. I will go to the heavenly court and directly take from the treasure vault. After securing the items, we will return to the battlefield to regroup. The timing must be precise. Once the 2 clans have fought for a while, I will send you a message. Kong Xian answered solemnly. This task was perilous and many eyes were watching. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Lü Yue stored the remaining magical artifacts, sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, remaining silent. Kong Xian also sat down beside him, his gaze cast deep into the sea of clouds. The 2 did not speak further. The 10th Ascendier period contemplated by Hongjun Daozu was coming to an end. On the surface, the primordial world appeared normal, but undercurrents had long begun to surge. The tribes near Mount Lijuzhou had already migrated as a whole, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath of the great battle. 10,000 years is but a snap of the fingers. On this day, Lü Yue sat still, suddenly opening his eyes, raising his head to look at the sky softly, saying, "It has begun." Kong Xian followed suit, opening his eyes. The sunlight was no longer visible in the sky, the heavens hung low, and a gray mist pressed down upon the earth. The sound of drums resonated, growing closer, mingled with the howls of strange beasts, causing the mountains and stones to tremble slightly. The demon army has arrived. Di Jun sat atop the war chariot drawn by 9-headed beasts, while Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi flanked him on either side. The entire army advanced slowly, heading straight for Mount Lijuzhou. Lü Yue merely glanced and understood that the demon clan had fully mobilized. Billions strong, all arrayed. Every notable demon was present. Even the usually reclusive Empress Shiha stood beneath the banner of the central army. Atop Mount Lijuzhou, the 12 ancestral witches led the main force of the witch clan to meet them. The scale of the witch army also reached billions. This number was bolstered by intermarriage between humans and witches. Over the years, a large number of hybrid infants had been born, and through the teachings and body tempering by the witch clan, their bloodlines gradually awakened, increasing their combat power. Now 2 individuals had begun to stand out, one named Zheng and the other named Qi. Both had reached the pinnacle of the great witch realm, their combat prowess astonishing. Behind the 12 ancestral witches stood Ho Yi and Xing Tian, remaining still. 1,000 years ago, they had already entered the ranks of the ancestral witches, but had never left the ancestral witch palace. Waiting for today, there was no retreat from this battle, nor room for error. The victor would command the primordial world, while the loser would perish and dissipate. All the powerful beings in heaven and earth focused their gaze here, holding their breath and concentrating, watching this battle. For everyone, the 2 mountains that had weighed heavily on their hearts for years could be toppled at this moment. Seeing the witch and demon armies face each other, Lü Yue immediately stood up. Junior brother, it is time to move. In this battle, we will only guard the periphery, not intervene, merely observe the situation. After half of the 2 clans have clashed, we will act according to the plan. Kong Xian nodded. Senior brother, do not worry, not a word will be forgotten. Lü Yue said no more, sweeping his sleeves, and swiftly vanished into the light, heading straight for the outskirts of the battlefield. At this moment, many powerful practitioners had gathered at the edge. Upon Lü Yue's arrival, everyone recognized him. Having once confronted Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Heaton, Though he lost that battle, it revealed to everyone his foundation. Had it not been for Tai Yi wielding the Chaos Bell and having superior power, the outcome would have been hard to determine. The crowd glanced briefly before redirecting their attention, focusing once more on the central battlefield. Lü Yue and Kong Xian found a secluded rocky platform and raised their hands to set up a concealment barrier. Kong Xian then formed a hand seal, his figure quietly fading away like water merging into ink, leaving no trace. On the battlefield, Di Jun stood at the forefront of the demon army, his robes billowing, his gaze sharp as a blade, looking down at the witch crowd below. Di Jiang, the struggle between the witches and demons has persisted for millennia. Today, it must come to an end. If you lead your tribe to submit now, I will grant you autonomy, and your territories will remain unchanged. His voice resonated throughout the area, each word crystal clear. Di Jiang laughed towards the heavens, his voice like thunder. Di Jun, well said. After fighting for 10,000 years, who would bow their head? We are of the Pangu bloodline, inheritors of our father's divine will. We ought to guard the primeval wilderness. If you are willing to surrender, I will allow you to reside at the highest layer of the 33 heavens, enjoying pure air, never to be subject to control. With those words, neither side grew angry nor mocked the other. They both understood this battle was unavoidable. One clan would reign supreme, while the other would bow. Surrender was easy, but trust was hard to establish. Submission was simple, yet the heart remained unconvinced. Only when one side was completely shattered could the other attain peace. If that is the case, Di Jun's expression darkened, then let strength speak for itself. Let us see whether the witch clan falls first or the demon clan collapses. Di Jiang raised his arms, his voice like tearing silk. Di Jun, do not think that you are the only one prepared. Di Jun turned back to his formation, his expression grave, and shouted, all demons heed my command. The celestial star formation activate. As the command was given, hundreds of demon saints soared into the sky, each holding star flags arranged according to the positions of the 28 mansions, instantly forming the formation. Above the heavens, starlight suddenly brightened, millions of star rays descended, and a grand formation rose from the ground, the star paths swirling, its cold radiance piercing to the bone. Di Jiang let out a long howl, echoing through the clouds. Brothers and sisters, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Activate. The 12 ancestral witches responded and moved in a coordinated manner, each taking their place. The killing aura surged from the earth, drawn together, compressed, and refined by the formation. A towering giant manifested. Clad in dark armor, the giant wielded a colossal axe, his eyes like lightning piercing towards the heavens. The two formations had been established, and the killing intent was fully locked. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Lü Yue hid behind the rocks, his gaze fixed on the operation of the formation. You have observed the celestial star formation, deepening your understanding of its operational principles. You have observed the celestial star formation, successfully deducing and mastering the prototype of the 108 heavenly gangs and earthly fiends formation. He pondered silently, while on the battlefield the first strike had already been unleashed. Di Jun gazed at the towering giant, his pupils slightly constricting. This person he recognized. At that moment, deep within the celestial star formation, an obscure formation pattern quietly circulated. The Hongyuan He Luo formation had silently embedded itself within. With the He Tu and Luo Shu as the core, this formation was well equipped for both offense and defense, with its defensive power greatly enhanced. The He Tu and Luo Shu, a preeminent innate spiritual treasure, was on par with the Di Shu. The Di Shu recorded the trends of mountains and rivers capable of summoning the earth's power. The He Tu and Luo Shu recorded the water veins of the world, encompassing profound principles of deduction. With this formation, it could draw upon the water forces of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for its own use, perpetually flourishing, unyielding. Celestial star formation. Rotate. Stars fall and strike. Di Jun shouted sharply, initiating the first strike. He was still unaware of just how powerful the enhanced formation had become, merely probing its depths with the initial attack. In an instant, starlight surged within the formation, and meteors formed solely from pure stellar power broke through the sky, trailing silver-white flames directly smashing towards the giant's face. The giant did not dodge or evade. Gripping the axe with both hands, he swung it. The axe light swept through like a rainbow, tearing the sky apart. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors exploded in succession, fragments scattering like rain. Di Jun's brows furrowed, his expression gradually darkening. He understood that this battle would be difficult. From the giant's previous strike, he had already discerned. It was heavier, faster, and more stable than during their last encounter. If that is the case, there is no need for further probing. Star formation reverse operation. The river of stars descends, suppress, and kill. The demons moved at the sound, collectively channeling their power into the formation flags before them. A river of stars cascaded down within it. Countless points of light floated and sank, resembling stars, and grains silent, yet hiding the potential for annihilation. Any slight hesitation or deviation would result in being ground to dust. The river of stars pressed down from above, carrying the overwhelming force of the heavens rushing towards the giant. The giant raised his eyes, his gaze darkening. They had suffered losses from this river of stars. Last time they charged through, they had lost 3 brothers, nearly collapsing their divine foundation. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging the colossal axe, striking several times. The axe light collided with the river of stars, and in an instant countless starlights engulfed it. Although he tore a few cracks in the river, the openings did not expand, as they were quickly sealed by the newly born stellar power. He hesitated no longer and leaped into the river of stars. The axe shadows flew, striking out in succession. The river of stars trembled as billions of stellar forces transformed into flowing fire-sharp stabs and heavy blows shooting towards him from all directions. The axe light split the star paths. The stars crashed into his flesh. His shoulder armor shattered, flesh and skin rolled back on his left arm, and his right knee joint emitted a muffled sound, yet he still pressed forward, stepping into the flow of stars. Ultimately, the force of the axe pierced through the river of stars, exploded in every inch, scattering into a shower of silver flakes cascading down. Jun's pupils constricted sharply, his words unspoken. The axe's edge had reached the formation's front. Formation, turn. Defend. Jiang shouted sternly. The demons within the formation hastily redirected their power, and a thin layer of water-like light, as delicate as a cicada's wing, rose in response. The Hanyuan Heluo formation was formed. The 2 formations layered upon each other, one focused on offense, the other on defense, a backup plan crafted by Jun through careful thought. The giant's axe fell like thunder, striking the water membrane. That layer of water light first caved in, then tore apart, split open like paper. The axe's residual force did not diminish, crashing heavily onto the main body of the celestial star formation. The formation pattern shook violently. The star map flickered erratically. A muffled sound echoed from the center of the formation, as if glass were about to shatter. Within the formation, Jun tasted blood, spewing 3 feet of crimson. As the chief of the formation, he suffered the most violent backlash. More than 10 demon saints beside him perished on the spot, their bodies collapsing limply. The waiting demon saints outside the formation, upon seeing this, immediately soared into the air, rushing into the formation's positions. This was a substitution strategy that Jun had prepared in advance. In the last strike, more than half had fallen, leaving the others exhausted, causing the formation to collapse, and he too had suffered heavy injuries, losing combat effectiveness. This time he trained 100 individuals specifically for replenishment. Sure enough, as casualties emerged, newcomers arrived. Some supported the swaying formation flags, while others gritted their teeth, channeling power, and the formation solidified once more. The giant stood amidst the remnants of stars, his gaze as hard as iron. One axe has not broken through it, is indeed a bit tougher than before. He paused, the axe blade pointing diagonally to the ground. But how many axes can you withstand? Before his words fell, he had already leapt into the air, lifting the giant axe high, gathering strength once more. Jun wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, issuing a hoarse command. Activate all celestial starlight pillars. Strike. All the demon saints mobilized their true essence, channeling it into the small flags. Dozens of light pillars as thick as palace columns erupted from the heavens, each one solidified, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the void, directly piercing the giant's head. This move left no room for mercy. If he insisted on striking the formation, he would surely be pierced by the light pillars. If he evaded, the formation would have time to regroup, allowing the demons to reassemble their forces. It was a life-and-death gamble, a trade of lives. The giant gazed at the pillar of light, his expression unchanged, whispering a few words to either side. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan communicated instantly, needing no further words to determine their advance and retreat. If the 12 heavenly gods' grand formation were to collapse, it would only harm the source, recoverable after a millennium of cultivation. However, if the celestial stars' grand formation remained intact, the demon race would forever occupy the heavens, and the witch clan would have no chance of resurgence. The giant axe fell. Before the axe's force arrived, heaven and earth fell silent. The water light of the Hanyuan Heluo grand formation responded, and shattered the star map of the celestial stars' grand formation, flashed wildly for 3 breaths before collapsing. Where the shadow of the axe swept, the demon saints fell like straw. Some had their heads severed, some had their chests caved in, while others stood stiffly, blood pouring from their 7 orifices, unable to close their eyes in time. Those who survived were fewer than 5 fingers each, with broken tendons, collapsed on the ground, gasping like a windmill. This axe was the heaven-opening style, deeply imprinted in their bloodlines. At the same time, the pillar of celestial starlight crashed down. The giant withstood 34 strikes, while the remaining several struck true. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on his torso, and then his entire body made a cracking sound, shattering like glass with pieces peeling away. 12 figures rushed out from the shattered image, each staggering a few steps, blood seeping from their lips, breath disordered. It was indeed the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan. Di Jiang stood at the forefront of the Witch Clan's formation, reaching back to retrieve a crimson dan. Lü Yue recognized it at a glance. It was the Gui Yuan Guo Padan that he personally refined in the Ho-Tu tribe years ago, specifically used to prolong life for the Witch Clan in times of excessive depletion. The 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan consumed the pills, their pallor easing slightly, their chests rising and falling more evenly, blood, qi gradually surging. On one side of the heavens, Dong Huang Tai, he caught the falling Di Jun in midair, checked his pulse, then took out a jade-green pill, pried open his jaw, and placed it in his throat. The magical power infused into Di Jun's body, aiding him in dissolving the pill, suppressing the surging injuries. This pill was called the Zhunyan Dan, a secret treasure of the Jinwu clan. After swallowing the pill, Di Jun's breath gradually steadied, and the dissipating fire essence within him recondensed. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the Witch Clan arrayed below. His complexion slightly pale, yet his steps remained steady, his robe sleeves sweeping through the void with an unshakable force. He stepped forward a few paces, standing alone at the front of the array, looking down at the witches, his eyes as cold, sharp, and unreachable as ever. Di Jiang, the grand formation has been destroyed, and there are no more tricks to rely on. From now on, it's all about fists and bones, a matter of life and death. Rest assured, the demon race will collect your corpses, leaving not a single one behind. Di Jiang laughed, his voice shaking the clouds. This is something I should say. Don't worry, the Witch Clan has prepared a burial place for you. Hand-to-hand combat. Who in the wilderness does not know that our Witch Clan abandoned spiritual awareness and tempered our bodies, our skin as tough as bronze and iron, overwhelming the heavens? Today we shall determine clearly whether you fall or I lie down. As his words fell, he turned to face the dark mass of the Witch army behind him. Witch Clan sons, the bloodline of our Father God is here, the glory is here. Slay the demon race, let the wilderness know our supremacy. We are the descendants of Panga, born to command the heavens and earth. Death is not an end, but a return to the embrace of our Father God. Fighting is not a toil, but a fulfilling of our Father's will. At this moment it is the destined time to break the demon race, to stabilize the world, and let the name of the Witch Clan forever resonate in the wilderness. The witches' eyes turned crimson, and they roared in unison, defeat the demon race. Rule the wilderness. Di Jun, upon hearing this, the corners of his lips curled slightly, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. He drew out the sword of slaughtering witches, stepping to the front of the demon army, the sword tip slanting towards the sky. Demon race sons, today's battle is not a beginning, but an end. Victory means no more dual masters in the wilderness. We have walked over chaotic beasts, crushed ancient anomalies, crossed countless tribulations, and arrived at today. Now only the Witch Clan stands before us. Slay them, and there shall be no more constraints in heaven and earth. Future generations need not don armor, wield swords, can see the morning sun every day, and sleep peacefully every night. Now it's our turn to stake our lives. To fight for the clan, to strive for our lives. Demon army, follow me. Kill, 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 kill. The sword tip suddenly pointed forward, cold light splitting the void. With a command from Di Jun, the 10 great demon gods led the crowd like a tide surging towards the witch formation. Di Jiang's arms shook, his battle intent soaring to the sky. Witch Clan sons, follow me. Kill. As his words fell, 6 figures among the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan surged forth, heading straight for Dong, Huang Tai, Yi, Xiang, Lu Jiufeng, and other great witches led elite witch soldiers, transforming into a black line, tearing through the battlefield, first crashing into the front line of the demon army. This vanguard was composed entirely of pure-blood witches with bones as strong as steel, their steps like mountains, breaking through the first line of defense of the demon race with a force akin to drilling through a wall. The left and right wings were driven by Zhang and Qi, leading the mixed-blood witches. Although their bloodlines were slightly inferior, their bravery remained undiminished. Wherever the blades and axes pointed, waves of blood surged. As the two armies clashed, severed limbs flew and corpses piled up. In a clash of billions, every breath saw thousands of bodies fall. Blood rain silently poured, staining half of the sky red. Corpses fell like rain, crashing onto the vast wilderness, the dull sounds merging into one. The upper echelons had yet to make a move, but the lower ranks were already locked in a fierce battle, the roars and screams mixing into a wave of scorching air rising endlessly. Di Jun's voice was low and clear. Second brother, leave the 6 ancestors to you. Kuan Peng Yu and Shi Huang restrain 4 people. You quickly take on the incomparable. His sound attacks are without gaps enough to hold him off. Shihi, wielding the sun and moon golden wheels, defend the moon wheel and attack the sun. We'll just hold one back. As for the rest, I will handle them. Everyone nodded, no one doubted. This was not the time for discussion, but a moment of survival. Even if there was reluctance, it was swallowed back. Dijun's strategy was indeed impeccable. Dong Huang Tai faced the 6 ancestors without hesitation. He was already proving his path with strength, standing firm against any retreat. Kuan Peng transformed into flowing light, entangling 2 ancestors like shadows. Fu Zai's zither music suddenly rose the map of mountains and rivers hovering above blue light, swirling both offensive and defensive steadily, holding the other 2. Saint Nuwa had long known this battle was the final act, personally bestowing the map of mountains and rivers to Fu Shi for protection. With the dual wheels in hand, the sun, while burning fiercely, the moon, while shining like a shield, one person alone could easily withstand an ancestor. As for Dijun himself, holding the sword of slaughtering witches, the river map, and Luo book floating around him, light patterns flickering. What he aimed to do was not entangle, but to behead. As long as he first incapacitated one ancestor, the situation would dramatically change. If the witch clan fell, the demon race would surely dominate the wilderness. Dijiang's gaze hardened, staring directly at Dijun, coldness in his eyes like a blade. I will hold Dijun. He has the sword of slaughtering witches, and I have the sword of slaughtering demons. Let's see whose edge is sharper, whose blade is faster. The others, you 6, will restrain Dong Huang Tai, Kuan Peng, leave it to Changliang. Changliang, you are the ancestor of thunder, fastest in movement. Can you hold him down? As long as you can delay for a moment, Ho Yi's arrow can determine life and death. Fu Shi and Shihi, you handle it yourselves. As the words fell, Dijiang had already gripped the sword of slaughtering demons, his figure bursting through the air. Dijun, come out for a battle. Today there shall be no dual formations. Dijun, hearing this, swept his gaze over the witches, coldly issuing orders. As previously discussed, divide and strike the enemy. I will first behead Dijiang, then assist you all. With that, the sword of slaughtering witches was drawn, the sword light slicing through the heavens, crashing towards Dijiang. Dijiang, come. Today only one shall remain standing. The 2 soared into the air, suspended in midair, their sword tips facing each other, their energies taut like a drawn bow. Dijun sneered. Let's see how much of the ancestors' tendons and bones this sword of slaughtering witches can sever. Dijiang held the sword before his chest, the sword's body glowing faintly. This sword is called Slaughtering Demons, forged specifically for the demon race. Up until now I have yet to drink demon blood. Today I shall first take the throat of the demon emperor. There is no need for further words. The sword light suddenly flared, every thrust and parry, every slash and sweep, the blade's wind tore through the void. The Eastern Emperor Tai saw that Dijun had already moved, stepping forward as the chaos bell hung in his palm, true fire swirling around him, his voice like thunder. Which clan who dares to take the challenge? Zhu Jiuyin and the 5 elements ancestor, which stepped forward side by side, 6 figures darting out. Eastern Emperor Tai, we 6 shall accompany you on this journey. Tai lifted the bell, high flames coursing with the force of the rules surged forward, the 6 ancestor witches, each drawing upon their essence to collide heat. On the other side, Kuanpeng and Fushi exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison. Which clan who will fight? Xiangliang stepped forward amidst the thunder, pointing directly at Kuanpeng. Today, you shall not leave this sky. As his words fell, countless purple lightning bolts burst forth from the gaps in the clouds, striking precisely where Kuanpeng stood. Kuanpeng shifted his feet, his afterimage lingering as the lightning exploded in midair. Fushi and Shiha also faced their opponent's fists and palms clashing, the laws resonating. How he stood behind the formation, the bow unpulled, the arrow already gathered. Xingtian, go assist. I will guard here. Hearing this, Xingtian's ancestor witch pressure erupted violently. Heavy, fierce, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing over the battlefield. Everyone turned to look. Following closely, Hao Yi also unleashed his aura. Powerful, sharp, like a bow fully drawn, and impossible to restrain the second wave of ancestor, which might rose from the ground. The high-level demon clan powers all changed color. The originally evenly matched peak confrontation suddenly lost balance. With 2 more individuals of the ancestor witch realm, how could they still fight? How he did not answer, merely knocked the arrow. The bow drew like a full moon, the arrow formed between his fingers, the laws as the tip, the void as the string. In the moment he released, the arrow light tore through the airflow straight, piercing Kunpeng's back. Kuanpeng spun and retreated urgently, the arrowhead brushing past him, embedding into a distant cliff, the entire rock face silently cracking. He turned to look at Hao Yi, his expression suddenly darkening. Xingtian had arrived beside Dijun, his left hand pushing the giant shield like a wall, his right hand swinging the giant axe like a wheel, hacking, smashing, sweeping, chopping, every move aimed at life with no intention of defense. The axe shadows flew, the gale howled. Dijun retreated 3 steps, the He Tu and Luo Shu floating before him, the light screen flashing urgently, barely blocking 2 heavy strikes. The slaughter witch sword was slanted and aimed directly at Xingtian's throat, but was fiercely deflected by the edge of the giant shield sparks flying. Lü Yue stood at a distance watching the battle, whispering Xingtian dances with the axe fierce ambition always present. The situation changed instantly. Kunpeng dared not act lightly, each leap requiring him to gauge the thunder's might and consider the arrow's path. Before Qiangliang's thunder could arrive, he had already evaded 3 parts. Fushi fought against 2 witches alone, hearing the slight sound of the bowstring, his fingers forming seals, faster feet shifting rhythmically, all to avoid that unpredictable strike. Shiha was besieged by 2 ancestor witches, her sleeves rolling with water and fire intertwining, yet she was already sweating at her temples. Howie stood still yet pressed the 3 great demon saints into a corner, occasionally raising an arm. Each arrow released resulted in a demon saint falling. Golden Immortals bled, the Luo fell, the demon army's formations collapsed in succession. Dijuan felt a burning anxiety in his heart. If this stalemate continued, the demon clan would surely collapse. The lower-level battles relied heavily on numbers to hold, and now, with Howie alone, he was breaking their backbone. He suddenly urged his essence, the true fire of the sun gushing from his 100 orifices, transforming him into a mass of blazing white flame, charging recklessly towards Di Jiang and Xingtian. The firelight swallowed the heavens, sword energy split the earth, madly pressing down with lethal intent. Di Jiang and Xingtian saw Dijuan urging the true fire of the sun, attacking. Their movements paused, their steps slightly stalling. That fire, red gold in color, silently blazing, drawing closer, their skin tightened subtly. The 2 did not speak, only each took half a step back, their fingers tensing slightly. Eastern Emperor Tai's expression also changed. At the moment Howie drew his bow and Xingtian brandished his axe, his brow twitched, his fingertips had already formed an incomplete seal. But the 6 black shadows had already formed a ring, Xianming stepping on frost, Gonggong crashing into mountains, Zhu Rong burning the sky. The 6 great ancestor witches' auras intertwined like mountains pressing down. He could not free his hands, even the motion of lifting his elbow was forced to stop halfway. He was indeed powerful. In the wilderness, with no saints present, none dared to utter the word victory in his presence. The innate demon god physique born to control fire, the chaos bell hanging in his sea of consciousness, the Hunyuan Golden Immortals, Tao practice solidified like substance. Background roots, treasures, and power, each aspect overshadowed others. But even with such strength, he could not withstand the relentless pressure from 6 equally ranked ancestor witches. He could only defending, so that not a drop of water could leak through, yet he had no spare energy to attend to other matters. The remaining powerful beings of the demon clan were also firmly held down by Zhe's calculations. When Arai Jiuying's 3 heads trembled chaotically, Ying Zhao's wings curled inwards. Everyone was preoccupied. Lü Yue stood outside the battle circle, his gaze sweeping over the heavenly court direction, then over the witch clan's encampment, his throat moving slightly. The time had come. He turned sideways and gave a pat on Kong Xian's shoulder. Kong Xian was fixated on the residual waves of the collision in the center of the battlefield, catching a glimpse of the gesture from the corner of his eye, nodding. The 2 no longer spoke, each taking out treasures to conceal the heavenly secrets. Lü Yue unfolded a gray-blue banner, while Kong Xian raised the southern bright, leaf fire flag. As the banner flew, their figures became faint like ink dissolving in water, silently splitting into 2 paths. Lü Yue headed straight for the heavenly court. The palaces were towering, the guards sparse. He lightly touched the eaves with his toes, disturbing not a single feather of the celestial cranes, nor a wisp of cloud energy directly infiltrating the inner court. Where was the treasury? He did not know. Daring not to sweep with his divine sense for fear of triggering countermeasures, daring not to attract attention for fear of alarming the patrolling celestial beasts. He could only search room by room, door by door, corridor by corridor. The golden hall was vast and empty, the jade platform cold and desolate, the copper pillars coiling like dragons, and the stone steps covered in moss. He passed through the hall, gliding past hundreds of palace chambers, finally stopping before a plain stone wall. There were restrictions on the wall. He took out a small bronze bell and infused it with power. The bell trembled slightly, a subtle blue light emerging from within like a needle piercing through cloth, the restriction silently collapsing. The door opened. The shelves were filled with spiritual herbs, jade boxes contained Tinthasania red fruits, green vines wrapped around the 9 cycles, soul-returning grass, and a purple jade plate lay, with 3 chaos blue lotus seeds. He waved his sleeves and gathered them all in. Further inside was the material repository. Solar gold essence piled like small mountains, first mountain copper ingots gleamed with dull light, and deep-sea cold iron sank in the cold pool's depths. He did not even look, sweeping it away with a flick of his sleeve. 16 storerooms, each cleared out one by one. The last storeroom had intricate formations before the door, but after only 3 turns he traced a fine line with his fingertip, and the formations I cracked in response. Inside the room the furnishings were extremely simple, 7 racks, 7 items. One was a broken sword, the spine faintly bearing a corona pattern. One was a short tree, its leaves like gold foil, its trunk gnarled. One was a black stone, its surface appearing to condense stardust. The other 4 items, either remnants of armor, ancient tablets, bone flutes, or a turtle shell. All without inscriptions, yet exuding an innate weight. Lü Yue's fingertip hovered half an inch above, then he clasped his palms together to collect. He turned swiftly, and as he exited the heavenly gate, the corner of his clothes did not attract a single glance from the guards. He concealed his breath and changed his form, veering towards the battlefield. On the other side, Kong Xian arrived first at the Zhujiuyin tribe. The wooden houses were low, the fences askew, and the cooking smoke had just dissipated. He circled the village 3 times, feeling a hidden compartment behind the 7th firewood door. The restriction was thin, and the blue light dissipated as soon as it touched. 5-colored divine light burst forth wherever the light passed, even the clay jars in the corners of the walls, the coarse bowls on the table, and the hemp blankets on the earthen Kong were all drawn into the light. Then he turned towards Qiangliang's tribe. Thunder-patterned totems were carved on the lintel, and the house still had the lingering taste of unextinguished thunder embers. He followed the usual procedure, breaking the restriction, entering the room, and sweeping with light. He did not even spare the half-burned pine branches in the stove. On the return journey, he hid beneath the clouds, and when he landed, he saw Lü Yue standing with his hands behind his back in the same spot, his gaze still fixed on the battle. Lü Yue heard the sound of fabric, turned his head, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kong Xian nodded. Lü Yue nodded as well. The two stood side by side, neither mentioning what they had gained nor asking for details. They gazed at the distant battlefield where flames surged and blood mist rose, their breaths slightly heavy, their eyes ablaze like 2 clusters of fire, holding strong against the wind. This time the matter at hand was already settled. They only awaited the division of spoils on their return journey. But haste was not an option. In a rush they risked exposure. At this moment leaving was not an option. The 2 brothers had arrived here before the battle between the witch and the undead began. They had remained present throughout. Although they had cloaked themselves, the task was complete, and their concealment could now be lifted. Revealing themselves was to announce to everyone the 2 of them had observed the entire battle without leaving a step. With so many witnesses, who would dare assert that the things were theirs? Without having been caught on the spot, without a heavenly warning, on what grounds could they be accused? If false accusations were to be made, those standing behind them were not to be trifled with. The celestial sage, the Phoenix clan leader, and the true form of the vermilion bird would all have to step forward. Try to accuse one of them, and how those 3 would handle you would need no further explanation. Lü Yue's gaze was calm, fixed on the scene. The situation had reached a breaking point. Dijun lay heavily injured on the ground, his clothes torn, blood at the corner of his lips, with new and old wounds layered upon each other deep enough to see bone. Dijiang was equally in a disheveled state, flesh torn, several broken bones protruding from his body, blood pooling around him. The other powerful beings of the demon race were also in no better shape. At this moment Dijun and Kuan Peng were gathered together. Kuan Peng, you are the master of demons, the teacher of the demon race. Dijun's voice was hoarse, yet every word was clear. This battle was a misjudgment on my part. The outcome is already decided. Here, take this and give it to the 10th Prince Lü. You let him cultivate in the presence of the Saint Yue. The future of the demon race is entrusted to you. You still have a path to escape. Once out, protect your kin, and do not let the bloodline be severed. With that, there was no more hesitation in his eyes. Your Majesty, there is no need for this. Kuan Peng's throat choked, reaching out to stop him. Dijun shook his head, making decisive movements. I am the emperor of the demon race. An emperor does not cling to life. Even in death, I must have a few ancestral witches to bear the brunt. Before his words fell, a surge of power had already entered Kuan Peng's palm, wrapped around several crucial items along with a strand of divine thought imprinted. Master of demons, for my sake, watch over Little Ten. With that, he erupted into brilliant red-gold flames, transforming into a dazzling fireball, crashing toward Dijiang, Chang Liang, Shi Zi, and Xing Tian. Before the 4 could react, the fireball was already upon them. Boom! A deafening roar shook the air, the shockwave overturning miles of land. Dijun self-destructed, 3 ancestral witches perished on the spot, Dijiang, Chang Liang, and Shi Zi, their souls scattering, their bodies disintegrating. Xing Tian, standing behind the 3, raised his massive black iron shield to block for a moment. Although the residual wave tore through half of his shoulder, shattering his bones, he miraculously survived, collapsing to the ground, incessantly coughing blood. Fu Shi stood frozen in place, his gaze vacant. He had known Dijun for countless eons, exploring the wilderness together, discussing the heavenly principles, and watched as his friend charged toward death with no room to extend a hand. Dijun, why go to such lengths? Before his words finished, a flash of blade light surged forth. Shebi Shi seized the moment. Fu Shi's mind was distracted, his axe striking down, causing Fu's eyes head to roll, while his primordial spirit was drawn into the river map, his Guqin disappearing alongside him. Shebisher glanced briefly, then ignored him. He knew that was the handiwork of Lü Yue, but so what? He turned and charged toward Zhu Jiuyin and Tian Wu, the three joining forces, to besiege Di Shihe. Shihe looked toward where Di Jun had burned himself, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished. She did not dodge or flee. Instead, she hurled the sun and moon golden wheel toward the direction of the sun star, following it closely, colliding head-on with the three ancestral witches. Boom! The second explosion ripped through the sky. Di Shihe self-destructed, the flames engulfing Zhu Jiuyin, Tian Wu, and Shebisher. The three fell in response, their breaths extinguished. At this point, 7 of the 12 ancestral witches had perished on the spot. The remaining 6, Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, Gong Gong, Xin Ming, and Qi Yu, were tightly encircling Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai stood in the center of the scorched earth, his robes billowing, the chaos bell in his hand vibrating ominously. His elder brother was gone. His sister-in-law was also gone. He had been born alongside Di Jun on the Sun Star, emerging from chaos together, breaking through the Phoenix Nest and establishing the Heavenly Court. Di Jun had transformed first, becoming his elder brother for thousands of years after he had protected him, taught him, trusted him, and entrusted him. Now his elder brother had taken the first step into the afterlife. He gripped the chaos bell tightly, his knuckles turning white. The witch race. His voice was low, yet it cut like cold iron through dark iron. None shall survive. The bell's chime rang suddenly, striking 9 times. The sound waves cut through the air like blades. Xin Ming and Qi Yu were the first to bear the brunt, sent flying dozens of miles, spitting divine blood unconscious. Dong Huang Tai, he did not retreat, but advanced instead, the chaos bell flying from his hand, carrying the force of the laws, smashing toward Gong Gong's chest. Bang! Gong Gong let out a muffled groan, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, crashing into the mountains, unaware of his fate. In the next moment, Dong Huang Tai's body swelled, golden patterns floating around him, drawing the laws of heaven and earth into his body, forcibly unleashing his final strike, self-detonation. What exploded was not just fire, but a vacuum black hole formed from the collapse of the laws. Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, and Ru Shou were flung out, landing lifeless. Gong Gong, though heavily injured, had sensed the impending danger in advance, and had set up 3 layers of water curtain barriers in front of him. Pushed slightly by the residual force of the chaos bell, he grazed the edge of the black hole, surviving, but barely hanging on. Xin Ming and Qi Yu lay in the distance, completely unconscious. On the battlefield, only the wind swept away the remnants amidst shattered halberds and broken armor. Gong Gong stepped onto the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the shattered flag formations, broken weapons, and congealed blood mud. He counted once, then again. Of the 12 ancestral witches, none remained. The witch army, once nearly 1 trillion strong, now amounted to only a few million scattered remnants. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the corpses piled higher than hills. The ground was soaked, blood water flooding over his ankles, gathering into a dark red depression, flowing lower, ultimately pooling into a lake. The lake's surface shimmered faintly like red-hot iron plunged into cold water, hissing. He said nothing, only clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The brothers and sisters who had torn apart the chaotic mist since childhood devoured the remnants of stars together and shattered the southern heavenly gate of the demon court side by side were all gone. Not even a handful of ashes remained. Then why was he still standing? Ho Yi Xing Tian. He spoke, his voice steady like a freshly split black iron. The witch race is entrusted to you. Before his words fell, he transformed into a black rainbow, hurtling toward Mount Buzhou. Ho Yi had just raised his hand. Xing Tian had just opened his mouth when Gong Gong collided with the mountain. Ancestral witch Gong Gong. Ho Yi shouted, leaping to pursue, but that figure was so fast it left only an afterimage. Ancestral witch Xin Ming is still recuperating in Bei Ming. Qi Yu has just retreated into the Jiuli Valley. Wait for me. Too late. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, not deafening, but rather like a sudden rupture of a vein deep within the earth. Mount Buzhou split open at its waist, the fracture jagged, the bone-white edges pointing skyward. It was once the backbone of Pangu, suppressing the 4 extremes, supporting the heavens. It had withstood the simultaneous explosion of countless demons and endured the 9 shocks of the Donghuang Bell. Even during the 12 ancestral witches' battle, it barely trembled. The 12 ancestral witches took turns forming formations, gradually siphoning away the lingering breath of Pangu within the mountain over hundreds of years, mingling it with malevolent energy to forge a warlike spirit. The mountain grew heavier, its chi thinner. The pillar grew firmer, its roots more hollow. What was more fateful? The heavenly Tao had been completed. It no longer required the shadow of Pangu. Gong Gong's collision struck directly at the life gate. The mountain collapsed. The sky immediately tilted. It leaned westward, descending slowly and silently, causing the clouds to tremble. At the summit where Mount Buzhou once stood, a vast gaping maw opened, and the waters of the Milky Way poured down like a breached dam, white waves surging irresistibly. The azure dragon rose from the east sea, the vermilion bird flapped its wings from the southern ridge, the black tortoise emerged from the cold abyss of the northern sea, and the white tiger stomped through the western desert sandstorms. The four sacred beasts lifted their heads, simultaneously pressing their limbs against the four cardinal earth veins, their spines arched into curves to withstand the crushing weight of heaven and earth. But could the force of the collapsing sky be halted by mere flesh and blood? The sky continued to sink, inch by inch, foot by foot, zhang by zhang, until 6 rays of golden light pierced through the void. The Grand Supreme Elder shook his sleeve. The primordial celestial master pointed like a star. The leader of Tongtian's sword, Qi, pierced the heavens. Nuwa's gentle hands supported the earth. Jin lowered her gaze to form seals, and Jundi stirred the 7 treasure mystic tree. The 6 sages stood at the 6 directions of the universe, their dharma forms rising from the earth, 6 pairs of arms raised together to hold up the sky that was about to fall. All the great powers capable of flight in the primordial wilderness were fully engaged. Some invoked the sea-subduing steely, others cast the immortal binding rope, some brandished the universe ring, and others hurled the stabilizing sea pearl. Magical treasures flew into the sky, clanging and colliding, their lights intertwining to weave a swaying yet unbroken net. If heaven and earth were to merge, chaos would return. Chaos breeds no life. Sages could refine the turbid chi, but even great powers could only endure momentarily. The flesh would decay, the primordial spirit eroded, and in the end, even thoughts would be ground to dust. No one dared to stop. Lü Yue did not soar into the sky. Instead, he landed on the edge of the Mount Buzhou collapse, bending down to pick up a palm-sized broken stone. The stone's surface was icy cold, its veins like bones faintly radiating, a pressure seeping into his palm. He tucked it into his sleeve, then bent again to collect more fragments. Chips, shards, blood-stained rock powder, nothing was spared. These mountain bones could pacify souls, suppress malevolent spirits, seal formations, and bind thunder. Truly invaluable. After gathering the last grain of dust, he raised his head to look at the sky. The breach in the Milky Way remained unsealed, and the water had already flooded to the mountain's base. In the distance, Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao swept through the air, their robes billowing magical treasures glowing with clear light. The Chaos Gold Dipper hovered above their heads, the golden Jiao scissors flashed by their sides, and the 3 sisters' mirror reflected the flow of the waters. Without a word or pause, they took action. Zhao Gongming waved his sleeve to guide the water. Yunxiao formed hand seals to direct the flow. Qiongxiao threw out the water-binding ribbon, and Bixiao sprinkled purifying water talismans. The water's momentum eased slightly, revealing fox cubs clutching driftwood, gasping for breath on the shore, ox demons carrying their aging mothers upstream, and wandering cultivators clutching half a peach with staff tightly grasping 3 unhatched eggs in their arms. Lü Yue turned and threw out the creation cauldron. With its mouth facing the sky, it trembled with a low hum, as if the waters of the Milky Way were sucked into its vast belly. The purple cloud divine thunder banner was planted beside the cauldron, its surface fluttering to disperse the escaping thunder energy. The purple lightning hammer hung atop the banner, its head pulsating with electric radiance. The heaven and earth pagoda was inverted and pressed firmly on the cauldron's base. The mountain and river cauldron lay horizontally atop it, its surface carved with mountains and rivers bearing the crushing heavenly pressure. The 4 sacred treasures lined up in a row, supporting a fragile thread of sky. At this moment, within the primordial wilderness, sages and great adepts joined forces to cast spells, finally stabilizing the downward pressure on the firmament temporarily. Yet human strength has limits, while the force of the falling sky never ceased. Without quickly finding a lasting solution, once everyone's magical power was exhausted, there would be no turning back. Sages wield near limitless power, but the other great adepts differ. Though endowed with great abilities, their magical power is not boundless. Their cultivation far surpasses ordinary people, yet facing such overwhelming pressure, the rate of consumption has long exceeded their endurance. How heavy was the sky? No one could measure. All knew they were already exerting their utmost, hoping to soon find a good solution. Lady Pingxin appeared, her gaze sweeping across the scene as she sighed softly. She did not immediately act to support the sky, though instead she raised her hand to form a seal, a faint light piercing the earth vein, imprisoning Gonggong deep in the netherworld. Gonggong crashed into Mount Buzhou, causing the heavenly pillar to shatter. Now consigned to the 18 layers of hell, his crimes remain unforgiven, barred from returning to the mortal realm. Everyone's hearts were fixed on holding up the sky, leaving no time for debate or investigation. Lady Pingxin stood firm, looking up into the high heavens, her voice clear and resonant. Taoist, Hongjuan, one step later, and the primordial wilderness would return to chaos. Before her words fell, Dao ancestor Hongjun already stood in the void. Daoist Pingxin, this calamity indeed originated from the witch clan. With Mount Buzhou destroyed and heaven and earth unbalanced, it is truly a great tribulation. Lady Pingxin's eyes flickered slightly, lips curling into a faint smile. Why speak further of this? We both understand how Mount Buzhou collapsed. This battle was a joint effort of witches and demons. Though Gonggong struck the mountain, the karmic burden is not his alone. The witch clan shall atone for what they owe. Hongju nodded, agreed as you say. He then looked at the assembly, seeing many either holding the sky with their palms or forming seals, their bodies trembling, but unwavering, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. You who step forward, I am greatly comforted. You have not failed the teachings of old. Remember, if heaven and earth collapse, all living beings will perish. Though the crowd wished to respond, their throats felt as if pressed by 1,000 pounds, their strength to speak drained. Hongjun did not reproach them, merely letting his sleeve flutter gently. Daoist Pingxin, please lend me your strength to first stabilize the foundation of this world. The task of mending heaven shall be left to future generations. Lady Pingxin nodded, tracing a line with her fingertip. Netherworld energies surged upward, merging with the pure chi Hongjun summoned firmly, supporting the canopy of heaven. The pressure instantly eased the weight on everyone's shoulders, lightening as if 1,000,000 pounds were lifted. Thank you, Dao Ancestor and Lady Pingxin, for your aid. After the formalities, everyone lowered their hands and waited quietly for orders. Heaven remained unhealed, the pillar unreestablished. Relying solely on two supreme beings to bear the burden long-term simply could not endure. Hongjun produced a whisk, its white silk fluttering, soaring straight into the 9 heavens, suspended at the heart of the sky to bear the pressure. Lady Pingxin also summoned a black iron halberd from the netherworld, planting it slantwise into the earth, its sharp tip pointing to the firmament, sharing the gravitational burden. Once done, their gazes fell upon the 6 sages. Since Mount Buzhou has collapsed, a new pillar must be erected. In the northern sea dwells the black tortoise, an ancient relic from the dawn of creation, yet to assume a transformed form. Its body is like a mountain, its bones like iron, its forelegs firmer than the primordial golden essence of chaos, making it perfect to serve as the heavenly pillar. Tongtian, you shall retrieve its 4 legs. Just as the leader of Tongtian was about to move, a voice whispered into his ear from Lü Yue, Master, please wait. Could you hold the position for me a while? Tongtian hesitated, body pausing briefly before swiftly moving beside Lü Yue. Disciple, are you exhausted? Lü Yue shook his head quietly, transmitting, Master, the black tortoise's spirit remains intact. Forcing its limbs away might breed resentment, harming our merits. It would be better to explain the stakes, enticing it to willingly offer its legs. You may tell it this is no dead end, but a great opportunity. When its true spirit reincarnates, the GS sect will surely accept it as a close disciple. Its legs becoming pillars will benefit eternity. If heaven does not collapse, merits will never cease. If the pillar remains unbroken, fortune will not decline. Countless lives in the primordial wilderness will owe this grace their karmic debt, far surpassing ordinary cultivation. Tongtian's eyes brightened, clapping his hands with a smile. Excellent. Without your reminder, I almost missed such a grand opportunity. With that, his figure flashed, already above the northern sea. Across the vast blue waves, silence surging. With a sweep of his divine sense, the location of the black tortoise became clear in his mind. Tongtian stood before the tortoise's back, his gaze sharp as lightning. Northern sea black tortoise, a relic from the dawn of creation, the pinnacle body of a chaos golden hiss. Indeed, it is difficult to shake. No wonder the master summoned me. Others would be unable to even break through its scales and armor. The dark turtle slowly raised its head, its eyes deep and dark like an abyss, emanating a chilling aura. I feel uneasy today, sensing great calamity approaching. Are you here to take my life? Tongtian laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, not so. I am not here to take your life, but to offer you an opportunity. You have been trapped in your true form for countless eons, unable to transform. Today I can help you take this step. I am Tongtian, the master of the GS sect, a saint of the primordial chaos. The Buzhou mountain has collapsed, and I need to take your 4 limbs to establish a pillar that can support the heavens. The Dao ancestor Hongjun sent me to take your limbs and support the firmament. Xian Gui, this is not a personal desire, but a necessity dictated by the operation of heaven and earth. Even if I do not come today, others will inevitably arrive. The Xian Gui remained quietly in place, a layer of darkness flickering in its eyes. I have cultivated for countless eons, yet my form remains unchanged. In the end, I am only fit to be a pillar. How I hate it. I also want to see the primordial chaos with my own eyes. How high the mountains are, how vast the seas, and how the sun and moon revolve. Yet I remain trapped in the northern sea, waking and sleeping and growing, opening my eyes to see water, closing them to hear the waves, unaware of the passage of time or the changes in the world. Now I am to die here, having never taken a single step out. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian master chuckled and shook his head. If you can trust me, your true spirit can enter the cycle of reincarnation. In the next life, there will be disciples of the GS sect to guide you and receive you into the fold. The cycle of reincarnation is already established, and all living beings of the primordial chaos can enter. In this life, willingly sacrificing your limbs to fulfill heavens will you can cultivate in the next life, and the great Tao can be expected. The Xiangui was stunned. It had truly not moved a step away from the northern sea. When awake it slept, when asleep it grew, opening its eyes to see water, and closing them to hear waves it had never heard of the matters of heaven and earth. At this moment, upon hearing the words, reincarnation, it finally understood that death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. Tongtian Master, you are a saint. You would not deceive me. The Tongtian Master smiled deeply. A saint's words are law. When spoken, they become a decree. Why would I deceive you? After reincarnation, there will be someone waiting by the Niha bridge to lead you back to the path of cultivation. The Xiangui let out a long sigh, slowly lowering its head. All right, I accept. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a clear, true spirit surged from its crown, directly floating into the palm of the Tongtian Master. He drew his finger, enveloping the true spirit with holy power, sending it into the underworld. He also attached a decree to accompany it. The underworld officials came mostly from the GS sect and understood the intent of the decree without needing further words. Then he drew the Zhuxian sword, and with a flash of cold light, all 4 limbs were severed. The giant body crashed down, its shell lying like a mountain. He swept his robe and collected it into his Qinquan bag. With another shake of his body, he returned to the original place. Hongjun Dao Ancestor and the 5 saints stood quietly in the clouds. The Tongtian Master stepped forward, bowing, holding up the 4 limbs. Master, the limbs of the Xiangui have been retrieved. Please use your magic to refine the pillar. The Hongjun Dao Ancestor nodded, raising his hand to grasp the 4 limbs as countless rare materials floated from his palm. Star marrow, earth vein essence, meteorite core, chaotic moss. Substances never seen by Lü Yue melted and intertwined at the Dao Ancestor's fingertips. In but a moment, the 4 colossal pillars had already taken shape, their entire bodies dark blue, with golden sheen, with patterns of turtle shells flowing within. With a sweep of his robe, the 4 pillars broke through the void and settled firmly at the 4 cardinal points east, southwest, and north. The force of the heavens abruptly halted its descent, instead being propped up by 3 inches. The cloud layers surged, and the gales whirled. Then the Dao Ancestor snapped his fingers, laying down 9 layers of restrictions, hiding the 4 pillars in the void, leaving not a trace. Only one Xiangui exists in the primordial chaos. If the pillar were to be destroyed and sought again, it would be impossible. The saints silently nodded, no one objecting. The Hongjun Dao Ancestor surveyed the 6 individuals, his voice like a bell. The pillar is established, yet the heavens are still lacking. The task of mending the heavens should be undertaken by Lü Yue. The others looked up only to see Lü Yue holding the creation cauldron, suspended beneath the rift in the sky, the mouth of the cauldron facing upwards, red mist steaming slowly, mending the cracked area. The Hongjun Dao Ancestor turned to Lü Yue. The 5 colored stones need to be refined. May I borrow the creation cauldron beneath Tongtian Gate for a while? Having said this, his form dispersed into a gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. We respectfully send off the Dao Ancestor. Lü Yue looked at the Tongtian Master, her gaze slightly firm. Senior brother, since the Master has spoken, may I ask, can the cauldron be borrowed? The Tongtian Master did not answer, only glanced sideways at Lü Yue. Lü Yue stepped forward half a step, holding out a cauldron. Not the creation cauldron, but the Shana cauldron. Master, the creation cauldron is filled with the waters of the Milky Way, which may hinder the refining of the stones. Please pour it into the East Sea instead. The Tongtian Master took it, and in an instant dashed to the East Sea. The mouth of the cauldron turned upside down. In an instant, a silver waterfall gushed forth, as if the Milky Way had been inverted, the water flowing wildly, plummeting into the deep sea. Once the water drained, the surface of the East Sea visibly rose by 3 feet, the waves surging like boiling water, remaining unsettled for a long time. He turned back and handed the empty cauldron to Lü Yue. Junior sister, this cauldron is temporarily borrowed for refining the stones. Once the task is accomplished, it will be returned to Lü Yue. Lü Yue accepted it, took out the 5 colored stones, placed them in the cauldron, and ignited the true fire of creation in her palm. The other 5 saints ceased their speech, each lifting their eyes and surveying the surroundings. In the distance, the sea of clouds surged, revealing the figures of many great beings. The Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke softly. The matter is concluded. O fellow Taoists, please return to your respective Tao halls. The Taishang Laojun stood with his arms crossed, adding, each to their own duty, do not disturb the heavenly secrets. The saints Jane Zhuanti and Hutu did not speak, their gazes sweeping over, already exerting a silent pressure. The gathered cultivators retreated silently, no one lingering, nor was there any debate. The 6 saints stood beneath the heavenly dome, gazing at one another, the wind passing soundlessly. Taishang Laozu Yuanshi, Tianzuan Tongtian Master Jane Saint, and Junie Saint stood apart, each in their own position, silently confronting one another. Taishang Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan stood side by side. The Tongtian Master stood alone, Jane Saint and Junie Saint were together on one side. Jane Junior Brother, Junie Junior Brother, this matter originated in the east, you two reside in the west, so please withdraw for now. Taishang Laozu spoke up, his tone straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. Junie Saint did not take a step back, but responded, Senior Brother Taishang, in the primordial chaos, where is the boundary between east and west? Heaven and earth share the same origin. How can boundaries be drawn by direction? Furthermore, we all come from the Hongjun sect. We are one lineage. Why must we exclude others? Taishang Laozu's gaze darkened slightly, his eyes sharp like blades fixed upon Junie. Junie Saint did not evade or yield, and suddenly a magical tree of 7 treasures appeared in his palm, its branches and leaves trembling slightly, golden light flickering, clearly indicating his resolve for battle. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately raised his hand, the chaos banner unfurling in the wind, its surface swirling with chaotic air, sharp sword energy flickering unpredictably from the tip of the banner. The Jane Saint's lotus platform grew beneath his feet, the 12-petal golden lotus slowly lifting his form as the Jane treasure banner hung down, showering myriad soft lights. Above Taishang Laozu's head, the Xianhuang pagoda levitated, its body swirling with Xianhuang qi. Beneath his feet, the Taiji diagram slowly unfolded, the yin-yang fish swimming endlessly. The atmosphere of tension instantaneously took shape. The Tongtian Master hesitated no longer. With a flick of his robe, the Zhuxian array unfolded across the sky for killing swords. Zhuxian, Luxian, Xianxian, and Juexian emerged with a chilling light, the aura of death thickening. Once the formation was established, the world fell silent. Even the saint's divine senses felt a momentary stagnation, the killing intent like a net impenetrable. Why was it that just a moment ago words could still be exchanged, and the next instant they were facing off in battle? Only because above the heads of the saints hung a bell. The Chaos Bell. This clock is a treasure left from the creation of the world, a primal artifact containing the essence of time, capable of suppressing the forces of the universe. Whoever possesses it gains an advantage in establishing their foundation in the Tao. The Supreme Laozi already possesses 2 treasures, the Taiji diagram and the heaven and earth Xianhuang Tower. Yet treasures are never too many, and the might of the chaos clock cannot be neglected. The primordial heavenly venerable wields the chaos flag, unmatched in offense, yet lacks a defensive artifact to safeguard the foundation. The chaos clock is precisely what he needs. The 2 saints from the west, with their scarce spiritual treasures and even fewer supreme artifacts, cannot remain idle upon witnessing the emergence of this item. The leader of the celestial sect has been without a supreme treasure for a long time. The fortunes of the sect fluctuate unpredictably. Now that the chaos clock drifts without a master, it is indeed a moment to seize an opportunity. The 5 saints stand at a standoff, not taking action, but each guarding their own domain, their auras intertwining like chains. Any slight movement would unleash a torrent of thunder. At this moment, the Saint Nuwa is in the palace of Nuwa, refining the stones to mend the sky. Lü Yue stands beneath the celestial gap, using his own magical power as a guide, forcefully blocking the outpouring of the celestial river, drawing the immense water flow into himself, not daring to let a single drop escape. 14 days swiftly passed. The Saint Nuwa extinguished the fire and closed the furnace, holding the gleaming and radiant stone to mend the sky, warm, yet not scorching, heavy, yet not burdensome. She lifted the stone and proceeded towards the celestial gap. Lü Yue immediately transmitted a message which reached the ears of the celestial sect leader. Master, when the Saint Nuwa ascends to mend the sky, there will be a moment of chaos in the heavenly mechanism, and the chaos clock will surely show signs of movement. At that time, please seize it quickly. The celestial sect leader nodded, not uttering a word. The Saint Nuwa approached Lü Yue and raised her hand to signal. Lü Yue withdrew his magical power, and the artifact in his hand returned in response. The waters of the celestial river surged violently, white waves crashing, soaring into the clouds. The Saint Nuwa lifted the stone into the air, her garments billowing as the stone to mend the sky flew from her hand, transforming into a streak of light piercing towards the rift in the heavens. All the saints focused their gaze. If this act succeeds, the heavens would mend, and a great calamity would be resolved. The Tao would reward those who contribute, and it would follow suit. Just as the stone to mend the sky collided with the celestial gap, stirring the chaotic energies, the celestial sect leader acted. A golden light accompanied by twin wings tore through the void, swift as lightning. before the humming sound could reach the chaos clock was forcibly yanked from the void and into his possession. All the saints were taken aback. The flash of golden light vanished in an instant, and they sensed as if a coin-like object had swept past, and soon the chaos clock had disappeared without a trace. The celestial sect leader withdrew his hand and returned to the formation, his body still unsteady as he sat cross-legged at the heart of the execution of Immortals formation, pressing down on the clock with both palms, exerting all his strength to refine it. Lü Yue had already prepared. As the celestial sect leader made his move, he darted into the execution of Immortals formation. He waved his sleeves, forming hand seals, and the formation patterns surged forth like a tide. The primordial chaos opened the two elements, separated the three talents, positioned the four symbols, arranged the five elements, flowed the six harmonies, sealed the realms, the seven stars, formed their array, the eight desolates, set their barriers, the nine twists, coiled the nine palaces, locked the 10 absolutes, concealed the 12 constellations, shifted, and the 108 celestial and earthly stars moved in unison. Countless formations layered upon each other, interlocking, not solvable by breaking one layer, but requiring a step-by-step dismantling to reach the core of the formation. He set up this formation solely to seize a moment. Even if it were just a moment, it would be enough for the celestial sect leader to inject his first strand of divine, since the moment the restrictions of the chaos clock loosened. The power of the saints can manipulate creation using the Tao. However, primal artifacts possess their own intelligence and stringent restrictions. If they do not acknowledge their master, even a saint would find it difficult to open a single crack in a century of forceful refinement. At this moment, the celestial sect leader's aura surged violently, a vast and ancient earth-shattering pressure quietly spreading. That was the true essence of Pangu, forcibly activated using the path of the celestial sect as a guide, representing the primordial imprint. Outside the formation, Lü Yue's expression changed abruptly. The saints had regained their senses. The Saint Juanti glared with wide eyes, the seven treasures' mysterious tree sweeping forth golden light, cascading like a waterfall, striking fiercely upon the outermost layer of the primordial formation. The formation patterns trembled violently, the light of the symbols flickering erratically. Lü Yue's heart tightened, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, his voice penetrating the heavens, "The power you wield, master, is the essence of the great Pangu." The chaos clock was originally transformed from the acts of creation. It recognizes this aura. Quickly, while it is still resonating, imprint your divine sense. The celestial sect leader was fully exerting his magical power, yet the chaos clock remained unmoving, its countershock force surging like a tide. As Lü Yue's words fell, his aura suddenly sank, a heavy and vast presence emanating from within him. That was the essence of the primordial energy left over from Pangu's creation. He was originally transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. This aura was engraved in his bones and blood. How could it be feigned? The clock trembled slightly, its resistance dissipating in an instant, becoming as obedient as before, as if it had long recognized its master. The celestial sect leader no longer hesitated, his fingertips forming seals, his divine sense penetrating in one restriction after another, collapsing. Within 10 breaths, the 48 layers had been brought under control. Outside the formation, the Saint Juanti furrowed his brows tightly. The seven treasures' mysterious tree swept twice more the formation light, shaking violently, yet it did not collapse. He flicked his sleeves, channeling the power of the Tao into the branches before swinging again. Boom. The formation responded with a crack. Yet at this moment, Lü Yue stood firm. He held off the saints for 5 breaths, not a second more, not a second less. In the distance, the supreme Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable stood motionless, their gazes fixed like nails, locking onto the ancient clock in the hands of the celestial sect leader. They were waiting for this moment. As long as the clock had not been refined, there remained room for maneuver. Once the restrictions were complete, there would be no chance to intervene. The Saint Yue descended from the heavens, the residual power of mending the sky still swirling in her garments. She was fully aware of everything that had transpired, yet her expression remained calm and unperturbed. She raised her hand and summoned the sun and moon golden wheels and the immortal slaying gourd into her sleeves. These two items originally belonged to the demon clan left behind by Fuxi and Dongwangtai. Previously, everyone had focused solely on the chaos clock, neglecting them. Now that the Saint Yue had taken them, the other saints remained silent. It was only natural. What more was there to say? Only the Saint Juanti cast his gaze down for a moment, a hint of darkness flickering in his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. 3 chimes echoed throughout the primordial chaos. The expressions of all the saints changed simultaneously. They could recognize this sound. The chaos clock had acknowledged its master. No one expected that the primal artifact could indeed be refined within 10 breaths. If it did not consent, even a saint would be like a cow across the mountain. Now as the clock rang through heaven and earth, it was evident it was willingly so. The Celestial Sect leader stepped out of the formation, his gait steady. As his sleeves lightly swayed, the execution of Immortals formation dissolved into nothingness. In his right hand, he held the execution sword, and in his left he lifted the chaos clock, his gaze piercing towards Junti. Are you here to break my formation again? It seems you have forgotten the lesson from before. Before his words could finish, the sword intent had already surged to 3 parts. The Saint Jane silently moved, standing side by side with Junti atop the golden lotus of merit. Brother Tongtian, he said calmly, the battle between the Wu and Yao is just now subsiding, with corpses strewn everywhere and mountains and rivers in disarray. To clean up the aftermath, we still need everyone's cooperation. He cast his gaze downwards. The Wu clan arrayed in the north with Xuanyuan, Xiao Ho, Yi, and Xing Tian standing solemnly, their gazes like iron. The demon clan gathered in the south, led by Kunpeng, with Bai Zhe standing to the side, followed by the 10 great demon gods in formation, and below them were the remnants of the demon leaders, and fewer than 50 million demon troops. The saints fell silent. The 2 clans once dominated heaven and earth, but now they had lost 9 out of 10. The Wu clan cultivated the physical body without accepting the primordial spirit, making it difficult to teach. The demon clan's fortunes had collapsed, their foundation shaken. They cannot control, they cannot let go for fear of further disasters. Now that the chaos clock has returned to the Celestial Sect, further contention is futile. Taishang Laozi spoke softly. Third brother, with this supreme treasure the fortunes of Jiejiao may be secured. Yuan Shi Tianzuan interjected. Now that there is an artifact to guard the sect, we must also straighten the sect's ways and purge the rash among us. Tongtian Jiaozhu inclined his head slightly. Thank you for your concern, elder brother and second brother. I shall act with measure. Having spoken, his gaze turned downward. The assembled sages stood in silence, no one speaking. Lü Yue stepped forward and bowed. Great uncle, second senior, uncle master, uncle Nuwa, uncle Jin. He continued, this disciple has a plan and dares to propose it. All the saints turned their eyes upon him. Taishang Laozi gave a faint nod, and Yuan Shi Tianzan's eyes brightened slightly. This disciple, the first among the 3 teachings to ascend to the quasi-saint realm, and now also the Fengdu Dadi of the Difu, spoke with weight. Among the disciples of the 3 teachings, he possessed the deepest Tao, the greatest merit, and the most potent fortunes. Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan quietly took note, while Tongtian Jiaozhu kept his gaze lowered. No one had expected him to accept such a pupil. Nephew, speak freely, the Taishang sage said in a calm voice. If you err, it matters not. Lü Yue cupped his hands in salute and faced the saints. Let the Wuzu decide their fate for themselves. Those who wish to enter the Difu may go, those who choose to remain in Honghuang may stay. The Difu is governed by Pingxin Yang. The Wuzu will not dare act rashly there. Our Jiejiao disciples will also look after them to prevent disorder. If they remain in Honghuang, they shall be restricted to north of Beihai. They shall not go south, not advance west, nor cross east into Luais. The same concession applies to the Yaozu. They may choose their own course. With that, he bowed again and withdrew to the side. After a pause, he leaned toward Tongtian Jiaozhu and spoke softly. Master, the Yaozu carry deep karmic burdens and delight in strife. To admit them within our gates would risk sullying Jiejiao's reputation and fortunes. Tongtian Jiaozhu lifted his eyes to regard him, but gave no answer. Lü Yue said no more, standing quietly where he was. He had spoken what he must, urged what he could. The remainder was no longer his burden. Taishang Laozi advanced slowly, his gaze sweeping over the teeming ranks of the Wuzu below. The Wuyao war has ended, both peoples laid their strength bare, mountains shattered, seas were sundered, the firmament rent, Honghuang's primal qi grievously wounded. Such crimes cannot be lightly pardoned. Yet the way esteems life, the extermination of a people, is no just course. I offer the Wuzu 2 paths. 1, enter the Difu, and abide under Pingxin Niang's stewardship, forbearing mischief. 2, remain in Honghuang, but be confined to north of Beihai, crossing no boundary. When his words fell, he waited in silence. Within the Wuzu ranks, the 4 ancestral wizards quietly conferred. Honghuang must be guarded by someone, Qi Yu said in a low voice. If there is ever a turn of fortune, there must be a haven to return to. Xuanming Yu shall lead a portion of our people into the Difu to secure a route. I with Xingtian and Hou will remain to guard the northern frontier. If calamity comes, messengers will carry word to the Difu. Xianming inclined his head. Very well. I will lead our people into the Difu and preserve a thread of our bloodline for the clan. You at Beihai must be cautious in all things and do not indulge a moment's pride. Qi Yu, Xingtian, and Hou together nodded. In an instant, the Wuzu divided into 2 columns. One turned with Xianming and faded into the mouth of Yuming. The other set north with the 3 treading snow and wind into the boundless wastes. Taishang Laozi watched the 2 parties depart and allowed himself a slight easing of breath. The Wuzu's fortunes were not utterly extinguished, and with Pingxin Niang's protection, they should not be wholly eradicated. He then turned his gaze toward the Yaozu. You may also choose your destination. Those who wish to remain with Sage Nüwa may do so. Those who wish to disperse will not be stopped. Kunpeng at once stepped forward, flicking his sleeve. Taishang Sage Yao Master Kunpeng asks leave to lead his contingent to the Beihai Yao Master's palace. Taishang Laozi inclined his head slightly. Kunpeng turned his eyes, sweeping the 10 great Yao gods and Beis. Beis, take the 10 Yao gods and half our kin into Shirwan Dashan to recuperate. I will personally lead one faction to Beihai U, and another will attend at Nüwa Sage's side. Beis' expression did not change. He folded his arms in salute. As the Yao Master commands. Shirwan Dashan is wild and seldom disturbed, fitting for recovery. Kunpeng nodded and called out loud. Those who wish to follow me to the Beihai Yao Master's palace, stand to the right. Before his words finished, a black tide of Yao soldiers stepped forward, armor clashing. Beis then strode forward, his voice like metal. Those who wish to enter Shirwan Dashan, stand to the right. Another great host surged toward the right flank. The two men met one another's gaze in silence for a moment, awaiting the final decisions. Sage Nüwa suddenly spoke. Kunpeng, Beis, 10 great Yao gods. Each lead your own forces onward at once. If any urgent matter arises, I will issue a decree myself. The two immediately bowed. We shall obey the sage's command. Before the words had faded, the two great armies diverged. One rolled north beneath the clouds to the shores of Beihai. The other vanished into the vast misty mountain ranges. Tens of millions of Yao soldiers departed with them. Those who remained numbered only a few million. In the hearts of many, Yao Nüwa was indeed a sage, but since the Yao war, she had not intervened to protect them. A sage so lofty was not one ordinary Yao could approach. Better to follow those who can still give orders and know the world's warmth than to worship an unreachable height. Nüwa regarded the remnant with a slight furrow between her brows. She turned to the assembled sages and, lips moving soundlessly, offered one sentence. Brothers and juniors, if any of you find them fitting, you may take them away. None of the saints declined. Taishang Laozi was the first to step forward and face Nüwa. If so, I shall not stand aside. He pointed into the ranks at an old ox with jade-green horns. That ox demon. Its sinews are solid, it would make an excellent mount. No sooner had the sage spoken than a ripple of his power stirred his sleeve. The ox could not resist, and leapt into the air, landing squarely before him. Little ox, would you accompany me on my travels? The ox's heart fluttered and its limbs trembled. It prostrated itself and kowtowed. Taishang Sage, no master. This little demon will serve with a dog's devotion. Taishang Laozi inclined his head, and with a light touch of his toe alighted upon the ox's back. Seeing the eldest brother secure a steed, Yuanshi Tianzuan swept his glance across the beasts and pointed, selecting a Si Bu Xiang. Tongtian Jeju moved next and chose a great black ox whose hide was ink dark and whose sinews coiled like dragons. His cultivation had reached Tai Jingxian, not supreme, yet befitting the bearing of a saint. Jane and Zhuanti each selected a beast without much word. Only Lü Yue lingered, watching quietly, then stepped forward and led by the neck a terrifying creature resembling a giant leopard with a single horn upon its brow and eyes burning red gold, a zhang. Nüwa raised her graceful hand, and from her sleeve the map of mountains, rivers, and states unfurled. In the flow of its azure light, tens of thousands of Yao soldiers were drawn into the image. Thus the Yao war reached its end. The firmament suddenly split, and a vast corpus of merit descended from the ninth heaven, dividing of its own accord, and scattering like meteor rain across the 8 directions of Hongguang. On Sanxian Island, Zhao Gongming sat around the brazier brewing tea, with Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. The merit arrived and parted into 4 strands, each alighting upon the crown of one of the 4. Zhao Gongming laughed aloud, exhilarating. Junior brother Lü Yue truly foresaw this outcome. Yunxiao lifted her cup and sipped, her eyes bright. He long said space-forging instruments were needed to weather the tribulation. This was all preparation for this moment. Qiongxiao toyed with the tea smoke between her fingers, smiling. This gain is indeed substantial. Bixiao added, the threshold of quasi-saint may well lie within this retreat. Zhao Gongming rose, cupped his hands, and said, 3 younger sisters, I shall return to my grotto first. Yunxiao nodded with a smile, watching his figure vanish into the clouded mists. Turning to her second sister, she said, do not rely on merit to take shortcuts. Without a firm foundation, nothing endures. Qiongxiao and Bixiao exchanged smiles. Eldest sister, rest assured, we understand clearly. Yunxiao spoke no more and turned into the cave. The second sister also composed herself and proceeded toward the quiet chamber. All 4 knew that this opportunity had to be confirmed by the heart seal, not by external force. The saints observed the descent of merit calmly, their expressions unchanging. The magnitude of this merit was nearly comparable to that at the time of ascension to sainthood. Yet in the act of mending the heavens, Nüwa took the lead while the others served as aids. Everyone understood that the main share rightfully belonged to her. The merit was divided into 7 portions. Upon landing, 40% flowed directly to Lü Yue, who accepted it silently, 30% fell to Lü Yue, who received it with equanimity, 20% flew before the Tongtian sect leader and was drawn into his sleeve. The remaining 10% was split into 4 shares distributed to the other 4 saints. Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan each caught half of their shares, their brows faintly furrowed in subtle displeasure. They had originally expected at least 3 portions, but now only held half, far less than anticipated. The other half was meant for Jin and Juanti, yet it dissipated silently, like water seeping into sand once leaving the celestial dome. The 2 saints exchanged a glance, gently shaking their heads without uttering a word. Old debts of the heavenly Tao remained unsettled. Merit could never naturally adhere. This truth had long been ingrained in their hearts. Laozi flicked his sleeve, and the verdant ox beneath him let out a long bellow as it ascended the clouds. Dear junior brothers and sisters, and nephew Lü Yue, with matters here concluded, I shall first return to Shouyang Mountain. The other saints bowed and took their leave, each mounting their steeds and departing in different directions. The Tongtian sect leader glanced sideways at Lü Yue, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Lü Yue, disciple, follow your master back to the Bo Palace. Lü Yue leapt onto Zheng's back, and together they sped toward Jinao Island. The merit gained from this battle was insignificant to Tongtian. The power of 20% was but a mere embellishment to his realm. What truly mattered was the Hundun bell. The bell hung quietly within his sleeve, its ancient and unadorned body concealing dual laws, one for suppression capable of condensing fate, intimidating divine powers, and severing principles, the other for resonance whose sound could cause mountains to crumble, seas to roar, and all beings to bow. The Jie sect had long lacked a treasured artifact. Now with this bell, not only could the sect's fortune be steadfastly guarded, but it also served as a formidable weapon for offense. The saintly realm of the 7th heaven was already on par with Laozi. Previously he had been cautious due to the Tai Chi diagram and the heavenly mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda in his hands, feeling inferior. Now with the bell in hand, the balance was even. If distinctions of superiority and inferiority were to be drawn, the true contest would soon reveal itself. As Jinao Island drew near, the sea breeze brushed Lü Yue's face. Standing atop Zheng's back, his gaze swept across the surging emerald waves, quietly resting on the right hand concealed behind the Tongtian sect leader's back. The sleeve trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, faintly perceptible. Without pause inside Bo Palace, the Tongtian sect leader ordered the water and fire boys to shake the fishing drum. The moment the drums sounded, Lü Yue understood the urgency, lowering his hands and standing silently, his gaze solemn. The Tongtian sect leader looked at him with softened expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. Disciple, what of your earlier venture to the demon clan's heavenly treasury? Were you able to obtain what you sought? Lü Yue responded by raising his head, a smile blossoming at the corners of his eyes. Master, the treasury has been breached, and the gains are substantial. Within lay the essence of heaven and earth amassed by the demon clan to dominate the primordial wilderness. I left no trace behind, taking all. Haha. With this batch of spiritual items, the path of body refinement no longer requires cautious steps or constant restraint. The Tongtian sect leader nodded, his expression grave. Such actions should be less frequent henceforth. After all, they do not align with the righteous path. Lü Yue nodded earnestly. Master, I had no other choice. The path of body refinement is more arduous than most imagine. Not only does it consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures like flowing water, but also requires mountains of heavenly herbs. Without this journey, even a 12 Golden Immortal is the limit. Now that the spiritual items are in hand, the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal should be steadily attainable. The Tongtian sect leader was silent for a moment before speaking. Though the flesh is strong, it can never alone uphold the great Tao. The primordial spirit is fundamental and must not be neglected. Within the primordial wilderness, the only ones who cultivate the body exclusively are the Wu clan. Born to bear turbid qi, refine murderous qi, and govern laws, they manifest such power. You lack this foundation and must proceed with utmost caution. Lü Yue responded loudly. Master, rest assured, I never forsake the essentials for the superficial. Upon returning, I have gained enlightenment and will immediately enter seclusion to comprehend the thunder law in pursuit of breakthrough. The Tongtian sect leader's gaze sharpened slightly and simply said, very well. On the path of cultivation, never lose sight of fundamentals for the sake of one's skill. Lü Yue bowed, fists clasped, shoulders straightening, responding with solemnity. Soon the figures within Bo Palace increased. The 4 primary disciples stood first before the steps. Inner disciples arrived in order, their robes tidy. Outer disciples also gradually arrived on the island, standing silently and solemnly. The Tongtian sect leader rose from his seat, stepped out of the palace, and hovered above Jinao Island. Supporting the Hundun bell in his palm, the bell's body faintly radiated a subtle glow. I am Tongtian, leader of the GS sect, who now suppresses the sect's fortune with the innate treasure Hundun bell. As his words fell, he pressed downward with his palm. The bell hummed and vibrated, suspended in the void, its waves silently spreading. All disciples felt a weight in their chests, as if a heavy lock had settled upon the root of their fate. The bell's radiance retracted, and the Tongtian sect leader turned back to the hall, sitting upright on the meditation cushion, surveying the assembled disciples. With the Hundun bell present, the 10,000 Immortals formation was no longer necessary. In earlier years, many were recruited due to the lack of a treasure to stabilize fortune, relying on influence to maintain order. Now, upon closer inspection, many disciples were entangled by karmic debts. Although temporarily suppressed by fortune, when the tribulation arises, they may become ants undermining a dam. His gaze passed over the crowd, resting on Lü Yue. This man was always decisive and had once promised. With the Hundun bell in hand, he would be granted the position of deputy leader. A promise once made could not be delayed. The Tongtian sect leader's voice rang like a chime, clear and penetrating. GS sect disciples, heed my command. The entire hall stood solemnly, responding in unison. We solemnly obey the master's decree. He lifted his hand and lightly pointed ahead. From this day forth, Lü Yue shall be deputy leader of the GS sect, overseeing all sect affairs. Duobao has long served as senior brother, managing sect matters for years, yet his cultivation has stagnated due to trivial duties, making progress impossible. I hereby sentence Duobao to retreat into seclusion at the rear mountain of Bo Palace for 10,000 years. He shall not leave the mountain before his term ends. Duobao and Lü Yue immediately stepped forward. Duobao Lü Yue received this decree. With his words concluded, the Tongtian sect leader's gaze swept over the assembly before removing the Qingping's sword from his waist. Lü Yue, this sword was held by your master as a symbol of his attainment. Today I bestow it upon you. Among the GS sect disciples, anyone who disobeys orders can be struck down with this sword. Lü Yue stepped forward, raising his hands respectfully to receive the sword. The blade felt heavy, its cold radiance restrained the weight, was apparent upon grasping it. From this moment on, he was the deputy leader of the GS sect, ranking foremost among disciples, second only to the leader. I have summoned you here solely to announce this matter. From now on, all internal and external affairs of the GS sect shall be entrusted to deputy leader Lü Yue. I will enter seclusion in the rear mountain with no set time for emergence. Should urgent matters arise, report them at the rear mountain. If a breakthrough is achieved, I will open the altar to preach. At that time, the water and fire boys will strike the fishing drum as a signal. Upon hearing it, you shall come immediately. With matters clear, you may withdraw. As the words fell, the Tongtian sect leader's figure faded, dissipating like smoke into the void. Duobao followed, silently vanishing without a sound. The two arrived at the cliff edge of the rear mountain. Duobao halted, lowering his gaze in contemplation. The Tongtian sect leader glanced sideways at him, shaking his head slightly. Since you have been in charge of sect affairs, your progress has been slow. For these 10,000 years, live here with me and focus solely on cultivation. The foundation of the great Tao lies in cultivation, not authority. Power and influence pass like wind past the ear. True standing comes from one's realm. Duobao raised his head, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, a thin layer of guilt surfacing in his eyes. Yes, master. I shall surely reach the holy realm within 10,000 years. The Tongtian cult master nodded, his eyes gently closing, his spirit drifting far away, sinking into the subtle depths of the Tao. Duobao ceased to speak further, sitting cross-legged, focusing inwardly, pondering the flow of the laws. The disciples outside the hall had yet to disperse, exchanging glances, their steps hesitant. No one expected that a seemingly ordinary gathering would mark the beginning of a change in power. The master suddenly entered seclusion, and the deputy master abruptly rose to power, wielding the Qingping sword capable of slaying fellow disciples. Some moved their throats, slightly wanting to say something, but holding back. Others quietly took a half-step back, their gazes sweeping toward their close companions. Before long, small groups began to exit the Bo Palace. However, Jin Lingwu, Dang Gui Ling, Zhao Gongming Sanxiao, and Kong Xian remained still, waiting until the figures had dispersed before adjusting their robes and moving closer to LVU's side. Junior brother LVU. Oh, I should now address you as Deputy Master. Congratulations, Deputy Master, on taking charge of the sect's affairs. May the Deputy Master achieve the Tao early, shining alongside the sun and moon. LVU returned the greeting with a smile, his words concise, demeanor steady, responding one by one. After sending off everyone, he remained with Kong Xian. Once the side hall door closed, LVU lightly brushed his sleeve, and the restrictions fell silently. Was the witch clan's journey smooth? Has any heavenly secret leaked? Kong Xian's lips curled slightly. Deputy Master, rest assured. Both major witch clans have been thoroughly searched. The South Ming Lihua banner enveloped him completely, with no trace of energy leaking out. Lü nodded, raising his hand to summon, and the 5 elements spiritual light leaped within the hall. Red flame grass, Xianming essence, Wutu essence, Gungjin soul, Qingmu, heart, a dazzling array, the spiritual energy abundant. Take all of these and fuse them into the 5 elements world. Once the world stabilizes, we can incorporate the 5 colors divine light as a pivot, creating a small realm in the palm of our hand. With diligent nurturing in the future, this realm will naturally give birth to the Tao rhythm. If it can be perfected, the path of Hunyuan may not be out of reach. Kong Xian's eyes brightened, his smile reaching the depths of his eyes. Thank you, Deputy Master, for your support. If there are any commands, I shall not refuse. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the spiritual light at the hall's corner surged again. Several dozens of Tinthasandier spiritual herbs and baskets of rare minerals appeared. These are treasures obtained from the Witch Clan's treasury. I have picked out those related to the 5 elements, and the rest are all presented to you. Lü accepted them, his tone calm. This opportunity comes but once. There will be no such convenience again. Our foundations will both leap forward because of this. Kong Xian took a deep breath, his gaze intense. Without the Deputy Master's strategic planning, I would merely be a wandering cultivator. How could I have today? Lü looked at the fervor in his eyes, his heart slightly easing. This person had truly returned with loyalty. Kong Xian's combat power was already exceptional. If he truly fused the 5 colors divine light with the 5 elements world, and then used the world's power to nourish himself, given time, it would be difficult to suppress a saint, but restraining 1 or 2 would not be mere words, just waiting for him to truly touch the threshold of the rules. After distributing the items, the 2 returned side by side to the main hall. You should return to your cave abode first. I need to sit here in quiet meditation for a moment. Kong Xian bowed. I shall also enter seclusion immediately. This time I will not leave until I reach the holy realm. He handed over a jade talisman, its blue light shimmering. If there is an urgent matter, crush it to convey the message. Lü took at his fingertips, pausing slightly, remaining silent, merely nodding lightly. Lü accepted the jade talisman handed over by Kong Xian, nodding in acknowledgement. Kong Xian turned to leave, and Lü sat down on the cushion, the tranquil crystal lamp quietly resting beside him just as he was about to enter seclusion. Before the flame of the lamp could stabilize, the Tongtian cult master had arrived. Disciple Lü Yue, the Tao ancestor summons me. I will go to the Zhixiao palace. Please take care of the disciples in the sect for now. Lü looked up at his master. Master, did the Tao ancestor specify the purpose of this summons? The Tongtian cult master paused momentarily, his gaze calm, to re-establish the heavenly emperor. Lü's brows slightly furrowed. He did not speak, merely lowered his gaze to ponder for a moment, already weighing in his heart. When he raised his head again, his tone was plain yet firm. Master, regarding this nomination, the Tao ancestor has long had a decision in mind. Summoning the saints is merely a customary notification, not really waiting for everyone to discuss. The position of Heavenly Emperor does not require our sect to compete for it. However, if the position of Assistant Emperor is set, sharing the responsibilities of the Heavenly Court, assisting in governance, it would not be a bad strategy. The Tongtian cult master, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Disciple, you do not mean to entertain the thought of taking over the Heavenly Court? Lü shook his head, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Disciple is already the emperor of the underworld Fengdu. Taking the title of Heavenly Emperor would disturb the order, clashing with the fate. With the new emperor not yet established, starting conflicts would not be a good strategy, either publicly or privately. He paused, his tone steady. I recommend senior brother Zhao Gongming. In terms of Tao conduct, he is a leading figure of our sect. In terms of magical power, few can match him across the 3 realms. In terms of prestige, he is respected by all immortals. With him stationed in the Heavenly Court, it would stabilize the situation without undermining our sect's foundation. Although the Heavenly Court is entangled in karma, it also gathers fortune and accumulates merit. Our sect's early deployment is not to seize power, but to show sincerity. Our sect is willing to fully assist in the plans set by the Tao ancestor. The Tongtian cult master listened, and a flicker of light appeared in his eyes. Good, I will go to the Zhixiao palace and present this intention. Lü added, if master is asked about candidates, it would be wise to recommend the Haoyan boy. The Tongtian cult master did not respond, merely stepped into the void beside him, his figure suddenly vanishing into the darkness. Lü opened his mouth to speak, but the space before him was empty, so he could only gently shake his head, and then collected his thoughts to sit in meditation, taking out several spiritual materials to begin refining his body. When the Tongtian cult master arrived at the Zhixiao palace, the hall was already filled with saints. Taishang, Laojuan, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Yuajian, and Junti had all taken their seats. Hongjun Daozu sat atop the cloud platform, his eyes slightly closed. The Tongtian cult master stepped forward to bow. Master, I have arrived a bit late. Hongjun opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. Today we gather to determine the ruler of the heavenly court. The position of heavenly emperor cannot remain vacant for long. If any of you have someone in mind, feel free to speak candidly. Taishang Laojun slowly waved his hand. Among my disciples there is only Xuandu unworthy to bear the weight of this heavenly mechanism. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke. Guang Chengzi endowed with heavenly mandate and virtues is fit for the role of heavenly emperor. Niwa immediately added, the son of Emperor Jun Lü Yue is of pure bloodline and also worthy of inheriting the throne. Zhuanti spoke softly. Yaoshi Buddha is willing to hold the heavenly edict and act on behalf of the decree. Jane remained silent. When it was the Tongtian cult master's turn, all the saints turned their gazes toward him. Hongjun Daozu asked, Tongtian, what are your thoughts? The Tongtian cult master maintained a calm demeanor. Master, there is indeed one among my disciples endowed with profound merit, long-lasting fortune, and wide blessings. But this person is not suitable for the position of heavenly emperor. The saints understood who he was referring to, yet felt even more puzzled. If LVU is not suitable, who else would be more fitting? The Tongtian cult master paused slightly, his voice clear. I observed the Haotian boy. His appearance is clear and bright. His bone structure is dignified, concealing the essence of the 9-5. Though young, his destiny is already manifest, precisely aligned to inherit the throne. As his words fell, the entire hall fell into silence. Taishang Laojun's eyelids twitched. Yuanshi Tianzan's fingertips paused slightly. Niwa tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping toward the Haotian standing at the foot of the steps. He was merely a handsome young boy, not yet of proper height. Even the sleeves of his Dao robe were still half an inch too long. But since Tongtian had already spoken, no one would question the truth. The truth was not important. What mattered was who nodded, and once they nodded, the matter was settled. Hongjun Daozu remained silent for a moment, surveying the saints. I have already understood all your recommendations. Since Tongtian strongly supports Haotian, we shall proceed with this discussion. Haotian shall be the heavenly emperor, and Yaoqi shall be the empress. Haotian, Yaoqi stepped forward. The two responded in unison, stepping forward and standing with their heads bowed. Old master. Hongjun Daozu raised his hand. Two beams of clear light burst forth from his fingertips, silently entering the center of the brows of the two. In an instant, youthful features, faded stature surged, and his robes transformed into the design of the black gold coiling dragon, with a crown draping elegantly, exuding an undeniable presence. Haoshin's form shifted, revealing a figure of about 30 years with a calm brow and a square jaw, emanating an air of undeniable authority. The 9 Dragons' emperor robe enveloped him, and a celestial crown bound his hair, while golden dragon boots fell silently upon the ground. The Yaoqi also changed its visage, appearing dignified and graceful, resembling a noble middle-aged woman. The 9 phoenix garb trailed upon the ground, adorned with golden and jade hairpins, as colorful phoenix boots lightly landed before the steps. The saints stood quietly, no one daring to speak. With Hongjun Daozu having already chosen the candidates who would still dare to voice their objections. If there were indeed any dissent, they could express it directly. Yet those words, when they reached the lips, were swallowed back. After all, the one seated at the head was Hongjun, the one in harmony with the heavens, holding the profound truths of the primordial chaos. Haotian and Yaoqi from this day forth shall serve in the heavenly court. You shall not be treated unfairly by the Lord. Haotian, I bestow upon you the Haotian mirror, the Tiandi sword, and the 9 dragons seal. Yaoqi, I grant you the peach tree, the heavenly hairpin, and the plain color cloud banner. From now on, you shall be the emperor and empress of the heavenly court, prioritizing the vitality of all beings, and shall not act without authorization. The two bowed deeply, their foreheads touching the ground. We will strictly obey the master's decree and prioritize the well-being of all beings in the primordial chaos. Haotian paused slightly, raising his head, his voice steady. Master, as we commence our duties in the heavenly court, we find ourselves lacking manpower. May we request assistance from the saints? Hongjun's gaze swept across the saints in the hall. A profound silence ensued. After a moment, Tongtian stepped forward, his voice resonant. Master, the disciples of the Jie sect are numerous, and we are willing to select a group to serve in the heavenly court. With the establishment of the Tiandi, the affairs are complex, and relying solely on the two of you may prove difficult. Disciple Zhao Gongming, steady and knowledgeable, is worthy of this role. I propose that we respect Haotian as the Tiandi and appoint several others as assisting emperors to manage the important affairs. Hongjun nodded slightly. That is feasible. The heavenly court shall establish 5 emperors, Haotian as the supreme, followed by the emperor of the upper palace, the emperor of the northern polar star, the emperor of the southern longevity, and the emperor of the western earth. The position of the northern polar star emperor is now granted to you. You may send Zhao Gongming to take office. He paused, his gaze shifting to a point in the void, the Emperor of the Western Earth was originally under the control of the Wuzu's ancestor wizard. Now that the Wuzu have no master, let a friend of peace choose a worthy successor. The remaining 2 imperial positions shall remain vacant for now to be assumed by those destined in the future. After saying this, Han Jun closed his eyes and uttered no further words. Tong Tian bowed. I will respectfully follow the Deus's decree. He then turned to Hao Yin and said, upon returning to the mountain, I will order Zhao Gongming to set forth to the heavenly court. Hao Yin clasped his hands, a genuine smile on his face. Thank you, senior brother Tong Tian. Without your strong support, although the imperial position is there, it would be like a house without beams. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Hao Yin, our GS sect may lack in other areas, but we have hundreds of disciples. I can choose 100 or 80 people to send up to help you prop up the heavenly court structure first. Hong Jun raised his eyes. The matter is settled. Oh, let us each return. The saints all offered their respects and proceeded to exit the Zixiao Palace in order. Taishang Laojun did not linger and left directly. Zhuanti paused, looking towards Tongtian, a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Senior brother Tongtian, you have great means acting without a sound and have secured an imperial position. Tongtian turned to the side, holding up a bell. Ancient and profound, the bell body faintly revealing chaotic air currents. Zhuni, would you like to test the weight of this chaos bell? It just arrived, and I am still not familiar with it. I am in need of a sparring partner. Zunti's gaze fell on the bell. His throat moved slightly, then he smiled. There are important matters to attend to in the west. I cannot accompany you. Before his words could finish, his figure had transformed into a rainbow and departed. Tong Tian laughed towards the sky, his voice resonating beyond the clouds. In this game, while others vied for the imperial position, he took a step back and gained actual power. Zhao Gongming took charge of the northern polar star, overseeing the movement of the stars, the commands of thunder, and the regulation of spirits. This was no mere title, but a position of real authority. With the heavenly court newly established, the 6 saints assisted, and Hong Jun presided, the fortune was flourishing. The GS sect seized this opportunity, having already rooted its tendrils deep within the essence of the heavenly court. The other 3 sects were well aware of this significance. The human sect had only Xiandu, but Taishang Laojun had more than 100 named disciples. The 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect each had their strengths, and the Western sect's dual saints had also been preparing for a long time. 3 of the 5 imperial positions had already been claimed, and the remaining 2 seats were likely to ignite a silent struggle. He accepted named disciples without harming the sect's fortune. At times, he could even send them to exert influence. What could be better? Tong Tian took a step, and his figure vanished into the suddenly opened dark crevice beside him. When he reappeared, he stood within the Bo Palace. Lü Yue sensed a slight tremor in space, opened his eyes, and indeed saw Tong Tian return. Master, you have returned. Tongshan's expression was bright, his gaze falling upon Lü Yue, revealing a hint of approval. Disciple, you were indeed right. Hong Jun Daozu had long made his decisions. I recommended Hao Yin as the Tiandi, which matched his intentions. How did you deduce that the Daozu favored Hao Yin? Lü Yue's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. Master, if you were Hong Jun Daozu, would you appoint the water and fire youth as the Tiandi? Hao Yin and Yao Qi have served beside the Daozu since before he attained sainthood, accompanying him for countless eons without parting. The trust between them is not something that can be acquired overnight. The heavenly court governs the 3 realms, and the weight of its authority is self-evident. Such a crucial position, if he does not entrust it to a trusted confidant, how could the Daozu rest easy? He has no intention of relinquishing power to outsiders, nor does he have anyone else to use, so he naturally must choose someone close at hand. The only ones close to the Daozu are Hao Yin and Yao Qi. If the Tiandi and Empress were not his former attendants, but were instead elected by the saints, how could the Daozu not harbor concerns? Are we to repeat the mistakes of the demon race? Tongtian, upon hearing this, focused his gaze, and then nodded. You are correct, disciple. Then let us first gather the disciples and discuss the candidates. Lü Yue lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment, remaining still. Tongtian also sat silently on the mat, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the GS sect had many disciples, many were unruly and a number carried burdens of karmic hindrance. If they were sent to the heavenly court rashly, it would be hard to ensure that no troubles would arise. Zhao Gongming's cultivation was solid, and his divine abilities exceptional. Considered alone, he was indeed worthy of the task. However, with many accompanying him, commanding and coordinating would ultimately be no easy feat. Lü Yue contemplated for a long time, then looked up at Tongtian. Master, why not first gather everyone, and let senior brother Gongming choose his own people? Tongtian considered briefly, then nodded in agreement. Rather than the 2 of us imagining things, it would be better for Gongming to select in person. He summoned the water and fire youth and instructed him to strike the fishing drum. The water and fire youth took the drum in hand, channeling his magical power. The sound of the drum was clear and resonant, breaking through the air and reaching all corners of the primordial chaos. This drum was the signal for the GS sect to gather, and also a crucial instrument for securing the palace. The master and disciple sat calmly on the mat awaiting the entrance of their disciples. Before long, figures began to fill the Bo palace. All who entered remained silent, finding their places to sit without any noise or glances, simply waiting for the order. Lü Yue surveyed the room, seeing that everyone had gathered. He stood and spoke. Today we convene because the master went to the Zixiao palace the day before responding to the dais' summons. The Daozu has made the decision to re-establish the Tiandi, and all the saints have agreed. The new emperor is Hao Yin, who has long served as a young attendant before the Daozu. From now on, all disciples of the GS sect must show respect to the Tiandi and Tianhou when they see them, and must not act disrespectfully. If there are those who defy this, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. Under the Qingping sword, I do not recognize old acquaintances. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the master of Tongtian. Seeing his calm demeanor and lack of dissent, they understood that what Lü Yue said was the consensus of the sect. Lü Yue nodded and continued. The Dao ancestor established the positions of the 5 emperors, with Hao Yin being the most esteemed, while the others serve as aides. Our GS sect has secured a seat. The Emperor of the North Star, the Great Emperor of the Purple Micro-Palace. This position is closely tied to the heavenly court's mechanisms and also affects the prestige of our sect, so it must not be taken lightly. After discussion between the master and disciples, Zhao Gongming has been appointed as the Emperor of the Purple Micro-Palace. Additionally, several others are needed to assist. Those who wish to go to the heavenly court may step forward now. Zhao Gongming was momentarily stunned, then suddenly stood up. He had not expected this position to fall upon him. The Emperor of the Purple Micro-Palace governs the stars, controls the multitude of demons, and coordinates the 4 symbols. His status in the heavenly court is extremely high, second only to that of the heavenly emperor. He clasped his fists and bowed, his voice as firm as metal. Disciple, Zhao Gongming, I accept the command. I will ensure to fulfill my duties and live up to the trust of my sect. Lü Yue waved his hand to indicate that he could take his seat, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd in the hall. No one responded. No one stood up. No one showed any reaction. He waited for a long time, but the hall remained silent. Zhao Gongming, before taking up your post in the heavenly court, you may select 150 disciples of the GS sect to accompany you. Those chosen, regardless of their status, cultivation, or qualifications, must not refuse. Once the list is finalized, it must be submitted to me for record-keeping. Zhao Gongming felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Selecting people himself, embarking on the assignment together. It couldn't be more favorable. Working with familiar faces would be less stressful. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses would prevent disputes when issues arise. There are no further matters for now. 1,000 years later, the disciples of the GS sect will gather again at the Bo Palace, where I will announce new regulations for the sect. You may disperse now. Direct disciples, please stay behind. After Lü Yue finished speaking, he lowered his gaze, showing no further intention of speaking. The crowd immediately stood up, adjusting their clothing and sleeves, bowing to both the master of Tongtian and Lü Yue. Master, Deputy Master, I take my leave. As the words fell, they turned and left. Zhao Gongming and San Shao also stood up and walked slowly out of the hall. Jin Ling Wu Dang and Gue Ling remained seated without moving. They did not ask, simply waiting. For Lü Yue to publicly call for them to stay. It must be for something significant. Lü Yue opened his eyes and glanced at the 3. Sisters, I have kept you here for the sake of Brother Gongming's journey. The responsibilities in the heavenly court are closely connected to the fortunes and merits of the GS sect. It would be unwise for Brother Gongming to go alone, as his strength may not suffice. If over 100 people accompany him, however, it may be difficult to ensure unity. When a group is large, it is easy for distractions to arise. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire situation. Therefore, I wish to invite one of you sisters to accompany and assist him. With a direct disciple present to maintain order and uphold authority, through virtue no one would dare to go against it. The 3 women's expressions turned serious. The word fortune weighed heavily. If you appoint just one person, we will ensure strict discipline, absolutely not allowing anyone in the group to lose their way or violate norms, thereby protecting the foundation of our sect. Lü Yue nodded, his gaze landing on Gue Ling. Memories of the past floated to the surface. That defeat, that broken body, that unfinished cause and effect. This time he wanted her to thrive in the light of the heavenly court, to be stable within the situation of the Purple Micro. Sister Gue Ling, please accompany Brother Gongming and assist in the affairs of the heavenly court. Gue Ling raised her eyes and met his gaze for a moment before gently nodding. All right. Lü Yue let out a sigh of relief and bowed seriously. Thank you, sisters. The 3 also stood up and returned the courtesy. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. Since you are the deputy master, your plans are aligned with the direction of the sect. We are your sisters, how can we stand by and watch? The Master has entrusted you with the seal, which means he believes you can handle this responsibility. We also believe in you. Believe that you can protect the gates of the GS sect and uphold this lineage through the ages. Lü Yue smiled slightly, but did not respond. Protect the gates. Uphold the lineage. The most pressing matter at hand is to survive the next calamity. After the three left, Lü Yue sat alone for a long time. The matter of reforming 1,000 years later has already been promised. 100 years passed, and he still couldn't see through what should be changed. How to change it? After the change, who will bear the pressure? Who will back it up? At this moment, Zhao Gongming was stepping through the clouds. Over 100 years he had roamed the wilderness, visiting old acquaintances, reminiscing about old feelings, discussing benefits and harms, or perhaps future prospects. 150 people have finally been gathered. He landed before the Bo Palace, adjusted his robes, and entered the Great Hall. He raised his eyes to see Lü Yue sitting silently on the meditation mat, his aura tranquil and composed. He was no longer the inner disciple who took notes beneath the lectern all those years ago, nor was he the junior who once needed to look up to himself upon attaining Tai. Now he was the deputy master. And he's still a great Twelve Golden Immortal. Zhao Gongming collected his scattered thoughts, stepped forward, and presented a jade slip with both hands. Deputy Master, the candidates have been selected. The list is here for your review. Lü Yue reached out to take it, his fingertips brushing over the slip's surface, glancing briefly before putting it away in his sleeve. Approved. Brother Gongming, the central responsibilities of the Heavenly Court are no small matter. The Master and I have already decided that Sister Gui Ling will accompany you. With her overseeing, the other disciples will be able to conduct themselves properly in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is the pivot of the three realms. After you assume your post, you must quickly clarify the responsibilities within. If there are difficult matters to resolve, immediately send word to me or the Master. We will surely lend a helping hand. Moreover, the Heavenly Court draws upon the fortunes of the wilderness and accumulates great merits therein. If you stabilize the foundation and fulfill your duties, there will naturally be pathways for future enlightenment. Zhao Gongming's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. Deputy Master's kindness, Gongming will remember. If it were not for your strong recommendation, how could this position fall upon me? Going to the Heavenly Court, I will certainly fulfill my duties and live up to the reputation of the GS sect. Lü Yue listened quietly for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing. He looked up at Zhao Gongming and finally spoke. Brother Gongming, you have personally experienced the intensity of the calamity. The two clans of the witch and the demon once held dominion over heaven and earth, yet when the calamity arose, they too turned to ashes. Emperor Jun perished, and Dong Huangtai was completely obliterated. Fuxi fell in the Thunder Marsh, and she met her end in Fusang. Of the 12 ancestral witches, 8 perished, and the rest met no better fate. Under the calamity, no one can guarantee their safety. Zhao Gongming was stunned, his gaze fixed on Lü Yue's face. He did not immediately understand his meaning. The calamity of the witch and demon had just subsided. How could a new calamity arise so soon? Deputy Master, I do not dare to underestimate the might of the calamity. However, with the calamity of the witch and the demon just settled, it is likely that there will not be another one in the short term. At present in the wilderness, there are no dominant forces controlling a region. Even if a calamity were to approach, there must first be a tyrant emerging to gather strength, followed by conflict before the heavens can be overturned. Lü Yue did not reply, merely directing his gaze towards the distant outside of the Bo Palace. After a long while he slowly said, Brother, you are mistaken. Although there are currently no tribal tyrants, do the halls of the sages not count as a force? The prosperity of the GS sect among all the holy lineages can only be compared to that of Nü Yue. If the next calamity were to open, the first to be affected would surely be our GS sect. With so many disciples beneath us of varying qualifications, there are many who are burdened by karma. Although I have managed to arrange for a batch of disciples to take positions in the underworld, leveraging Fengdes merits to dissolve their karma, what about the rest? Those heavily burdened by karma will perish when calamity strikes, and on them rests the fortunes of the GS sect. If one person falls, then one portion of fortune is lost. If 100 fall, then the sect's momentum is shaken. This journey to the Heavenly Court is precisely the opportunity to break the deadlock. Brother, you must solidify your footing in the Heavenly Court. Once your foundation is established, I will gradually send people to take up their posts and assist you in laying out long-term plans. Zhao Gongming lowered his head, feeling a weight on his shoulders. He paused for a moment in silence, but his voice was more resolute. The Deputy Master can rest assured. Regarding the matter of heaven, Gongming will not fail to trust. Just arrange for personnel, and there will be proper arrangements in due course. The sooner we reach heaven, the sooner we can straighten out various matters. Lü Yue sat upright, his eyes lowered, his divine sense sinking into the essence of thunder. After 100 years, he had comprehended 50% of the laws of thunder. Fortune is a result of certain causes. The luck of the human race is connected to the authority of Emperor Fengdu, and the title of Deputy Master of the Jiejiao carries its own weight. With 3 streams of fortune converging in one body, combined with his own comprehension, his progress is naturally swift. 100 years to achieve 50% may seem ordinary, yet in the vast wilderness how many powerful beings toil for a millennium still unable to glimpse the doorway of the laws. There are still over 800 years until the appointed time. Lü Yue was not greedy, only seeking to advance 2 more percent. The deeper the laws, the harder the comprehension. As he closed his eyes, the crimson doors of the Bo Palace silently closed. Zhao Gongming set foot on Jinao Island, seeking out the location of Gui Ling. Senior sister, the deputy master has given clear instructions. It is necessary for you to accompany me to heaven for support. Gui Ling raised her eyes to look at him, her expression calm. I shall follow the deputy master's command. Are you ready, junior brother? When do we depart? Zhao Gongming nodded. We leave immediately. The earlier we arrive, the sooner we can clarify the duties of heaven. Gui Ling did not hesitate. Good. Then let's set off now. The 2 of them left the island side by side. In the open area outside the island, 150 disciples of Jiejiao stood in formation waiting. Upon seeing Gui Ling emerge with Zhao Gongming, everyone bowed in unison. We greet senior sister Gui Ling. Gui Ling slightly nodded. On this journey to heaven, I shall accompany you all. The disciples lowered their heads and held their breaths, no one daring to raise their eyes to look. Gui Ling, a saintess personally taught by the Tao Master, a direct disciple of Jiejiao, who would dare to show disrespect. Yet at this moment the hearts of the crowd were not at ease. With her presence there was weight to the scene, but every word and action of hers was like a sharp blade, hanging overhead. Who truly dared to relax? Initially, everyone planned to go to heaven for a leisurely position, seeking stability while doing their work and cultivating. But now with Gui Ling accompanying them, the situation was different. They could disregard Zhao Gongming's arrangements and directly voice objections. But when Gui Ling spoke, no one dared to interject, much less contradict her. After all, she was a direct disciple of the Tao Master. This identity alone placed everyone beneath her. Moreover, Gui Ling's combat strength ranked among the top 3 in Jiejiao. Her prestige was not merely built on her title. Zhao Gongming glanced back at the crowd behind him, not uttering a word, and stepped forward towards heaven. The rest followed suit, moving in silence and in an orderly manner. Zhao Gongming and Gui Ling led the 150 disciples of Jiejiao, landing before the southern heavenly gate. The 3 large characters above the gate were clearly visible. Southern heavenly gate. Halt. The realm of heaven is sacred. Entry is forbidden without summons. As the words fell, 2 armored heavenly generals stood at the steps. Zhao Gongming met their gaze evenly. I am Zhao Gongming, disciple of the Jiejiao under the Tao Master. Please inform Emperor Haoyan. The disciples of Jiejiao have come to assume their positions as agreed. Upon hearing the name Emperor Zy, the heavenly general was taken aback, his expression changing, and he cupped his hands, bowing. The Zy Emperor requests your entry. The Emperor is currently waiting in the Yaoqi Hall. Oh, I shall lead you there immediately. Upon hearing the name Zy Emperor, Zhao Gongming's lips curled slightly. Thank you for your trouble. He led the group as they followed the heavenly soldiers through the clouds, directly reaching Yaoqi. After making the announcement, it wasn't long before they were invited into the hall. Emperor Haoyan and the Empress of Yaoqi sat at the high platform, their gazes sweeping over the group, their expressions gradually softening. Among this group, there were 2 peak, great Twelve Golden Immortals, their auras profound, faintly hinting at a breakthrough. The others, though varying in levels, none were beneath Golden Immortal, with the highest already reaching the perfect stage of Tai Golden Immortal. For the newly established heaven, this was a solid foundation. Emperor Haoyan had managed the realm for 100 years, building it from nothing, personally erecting its structure. When he first arrived, the palace was empty, the arrays unactivated, and even the guarding heavenly soldiers could not be gathered to 100. He and the Empress of Yaoqi worked day and night to barely assemble a base. Unfortunately, the cultivations were generally low, the strongest being merely Tai Golden Immortal, and many were scattered cultivators, hardly reliable. Now with Jiejiao's arrival, they directly sent 2 nearing saint-level Great Luo, along with 150 elite disciples, essentially filling the most lacking backbone overnight. Ha ha ha! Emperor Haoyan laughed heartily, rising from his seat. Brother Tongtian truly keeps his word. A promise made in the Zixiao Palace years ago. Today, you send such capable individuals, it brings me great comfort. Everyone please take a seat. Zhao Gongming slightly nodded and said, Emperor, this time I come under the orders of my master and the deputy master to assume the position of Zy Emperor. I am still unfamiliar with the regulations and duties of heaven, so I hope the Emperor will not hesitate to offer guidance. The 2 sat opposite each other, discussing in detail, their words concise and to the point. After a moment, Emperor Haoyan stood and said, the Zy Emperor may first go to the governing place to settle in. The decree will be sent to your residence shortly. The Northern Polar Emperor Zwei governs all stars, assisting in the fortunes of the three realms. The responsibilities are heavy and unlike any other. I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and not fail this position. Zhao Gongming stood firm, his expression serious. Rest assured, Emperor. Matters within my purview I will not dare to neglect. Upon finishing, he bowed to both Emperor Haoyin and the Empress of Yaoqi, then turned to leave. The heavenly soldiers led the group directly towards the Zy Imperial Palace. Only Emperor Haoyin and the Empress of Yaoqi remained in the hall. Emperor Haoyin paced a few steps with his hands behind his back and said, "Right now we still lack top-tier combat power. There are no great Luo Golden Immortals at all, and it remains a concern." The Empress of Yaoqi sighed softly. "What you said is quite right, brother. We have long resided in the Zhixiao Palace, serving the Dao ancestor. Our connections are limited. It's hard to determine who in the wilderness can be relied upon and who is willing to come out of seclusion." Emperor Haoyin paused, looking towards the sea of clouds outside the hall, suddenly smiling. "What if we seek the 3,000 guests of Zhixiao? Among the 3,000 guests, not everyone is at the saint level. There are still dozens of great Luo who remain stuck in this realm. What they lack is not cultivation, but fortune. Heaven stands at the center of the three realms, wielding the orthodox of heaven and earth. If I personally go to invite them, promising them esteemed positions and sharing fortune, do you think they would not set off?" The Empress of Yaoqi pondered for a moment and nodded. "It's worth a try. If we can invite 3 to 5 of them, the structure of heaven will stabilize. At that time, even if the disciples of the three teachings gradually enter heaven, it would be difficult to shake our foundation." The deputy sect master's words are clear to all. Moreover, senior sister Gui Ling presides here. Every matter shall be handled with due discretion. First, enter and familiarize yourselves with your duties. Once the imperial edict is issued, each shall assume their post and fulfill their responsibilities. The Jia sect disciples stood bowed in silence. No voice rose in reply, nor any in dissent. They filed inward in orderly procession, proceeding directly to the main hall, where they stood motionless at the foot of the steps. Before long, the decree of Emperor Haoyin descended from heaven. Zhao Gongming was appointed Lord of the Purple Tenuity. Upon its proclamation, celestial light rained down. The Tao itself bestowed grace, as a golden radiance poured from the ninth heaven, enveloping Zhao Gongming entirely. His body trembled faintly, his robes billowed outward. Then in an instant transformed, a violet imperial robe draped his frame, embroidered with 9 coiling dragons whose scales and claws stirred, as though poised for ascent. Upon his head rested the emperor's crown, its jade pendants still and solemn. On his feet were violet dragon boots. Though he did not step forward, sovereign authority already emanated from his very stance. No joy nor anger marked his brow, yet an aura of inviolable majesty hung about him like frost upon steel. With but a single thought, the scope of his office, the breadth of his authority, and the celestial mechanics governing stellar orbits unfolded within his mind, complete and lucid. He lifted his gaze across the assembly and named his appointees. Yin Xiao, you shall oversee the Gaochen Palace and assist in governing the 4 celestial emblems. Bi Xiao, you shall lead the Tianheng Bureau and command the 28 lunar mansions. Qiong Xiao, you shall hold the Jade Balance Seal and audit the celestial roster of star officials. Each assignment was delivered with precision, no elaboration, no hesitation. The disciples accepted their mandates and withdrew. Instantly, the stellar platform activated, the myriad stars realigned, settled into their ordained positions, and commenced their cosmic cycles. 800 years passed. No war stirred across the primordial chaos. No tribe dared gather armies, no cultivator dared found a mountain sect alone. The war of the spirits and demons had only recently ended. The memory of blood-soaked hills and mountains still burned hot in every mind. That cataclysm had consumed the elite warriors of both races and scorched away every trace of presumption in those who followed. Who would dare test fate again? Even those who entertained such thoughts swiftly extinguished them, choosing solitary cultivation, deep immersion in the Tao. Though bereft of heavenly mandate, at least life remained secure, permitting freedom to wander rivers and mountains at will. Yet should one rashly raise banners and claim sovereignty, vying for incense offerings and fragments of celestial fortune, a single misstep would shatter soul and spirit alike, leaving not even the chance of rebirth. And now the 6 sages all remained, unchallenged, unchallengeable. Of the 12 ancestral Wu clan patriarchs, only 4 survived. The formation of the all-heaven divine array was forever impossible. Among the 365 demon sovereigns, none remained. The stellar array of the heavens existed only as fragmented scripture. Kunpeng guarded the northern abyss alone, refusing even to speak of its reconstruction. Of the 3 supreme formations of the primordial chaos, 2 lay broken. Only the sword array of annihilation remained, still coiled within Tongtian Jiaozhu's sleeve. None dared confront a sage. not out of cowardice, but because none possessed the power to do so. Beneath the sage's dominion, only the great sects held true reverence, not for their numbers, but because they embodied the sage's Dao lineages. Lü Yue had secluded himself for 8 centuries, devoting himself solely to mastering the law of thunder. He had previously comprehended 2.5 parts of it. Today a sudden resonance stirred his consciousness, drawing his spirit deep into the law's core, beyond all external disturbance. If perfected, it would reach 3 full parts. When he first attained the rank of quasi-sage, he had already grasped 4 parts. During the century preceding his seclusion, he added another, totaling 5. Now advancing another 2.5 parts, he stood merely half a part short of the 8th part, the threshold of consummation. To master 8 parts of the thunder law meant reaching the late stage of quasi-sagehood. At 7 parts, one ranked among its mid-tier adepts. At 8, one stood peerless among its highest echelon. In that very instant, thunder erupted within Bio Palace. Violet lightning coiled like living dragons along beams and pillars, striking the azure bricks. It left no scar, only sharp, crisp cracks echoing through the air. Arcs leapt onto window frames, casting the entire hall into flickering chiaroscuro. These thunderbolts arose not by intent, but spontaneously, spilling forth from his overflowing divine sense, the law itself manifesting without command. Tongtian Jiaozhu, meditating quietly upon the rear mountain, naturally perceived every tremor within Bio Palace. A sage perceives all realms, walls and courtyards alike dissolve before his awareness, reduced to a single effortless thought. Seeing Lü Yue poised on the cusp of breakthrough, Tongtian Jiaozhu flicked his sleeve. A gentle beam of pure light descended, sealing the entire Bio Palace in silent, flawless containment, shielding outsiders from intrusion and protecting fellow disciples across the island from potential collateral harm should Lü Yue's ascension unleash uncontrolled energies. Then with a fingertips gesture, he tore a slender rift in the primordial void, through which surged torrents of chaotic qi, instantly transmuting into the most pristine primordial spiritual energy, flowing soundlessly into Lü Yue's meridians and vital essence. Having completed these acts, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes calm, awaiting the inevitable culmination. Beside him, Duobao Daoren watched in silence, his inner stillness rippling with quiet awe. Once Lü Yue's cultivation had lagged far behind his own, now that gap yawned immeasurably wide. Yet, Duobao had not stood idle. Under Tongtian Jiaozhu's personal guidance, he had already grasped 2 parts of the law of metal and stood ready to knock upon the gate of quasi-sagehood. Still he restrained himself. He resolved to emulate Lü Yue, to first solidify 4 parts of the law, then ascend directly to the mid-stage of quasi-sagehood. The deeper the foundation, the broader the path ahead. Within Bio Palace, thunder dragons roared across the vaulted space. Lightning surged like living rivers. Light and shadow danced across the walls, as if breathing. Purple thunder rampaged through Bio Palace. Light flashed and shattered, pillars cracked, jade steps pulverized into dust. Even the 10th of sandy-rolled Xian crystal lamps suspended from the ceiling exploded into stardust. Master is Brother Lü, breaking through. Tongtian Sage gave a slight nod. Lü Yue stands at the threshold of latest-stage quasi-sagehood. This thunderous manifestation confirms he has firmly grasped 8 parts of the thunder law. Duobao's throat tightened. Unconsciously his fingers clenched the fabric of his sleeve. He himself commanded only 2 parts of the law of fire, while Lü Yue had already devoured 8 of the thunder Dao. This was no mere gap, it was an entire mountain range. Duobao, do not let your heart sink, Tongtian Jiaozhu said, voice serene. In earlier years your administrative duties weighed heavily upon your cultivation. Now Lü Yue oversees sect affairs while I personally guide you. The path remains open. It is only a matter of how you walk it. A faint smile touched Duobao's lips, lifting gently at the corners of his eyes. Disciple has never lost heart. Yet I did not foresee Brother Lü would advance so swiftly, so unshakably along the thunder Dao. In so short a time. 8 parts, truly like the first bolt cleaving the formless chaos. He paused, voice dropping low. Disciple will catch up to him. Tongtian Jiaozhu offered no reply, only turned his gaze toward the hall's center. Lü Yue sat cross-legged at the heart of the chamber, surrounded by self-generating Zixiao divine thunder, neither exploding nor dispersing, pulsing rhythmically like breath. At a certain moment his spine straightened imperceptibly, his eyelids remained closed. Yet deep within his consciousness lightning detonated like a primordial explosion, and that final half-part of the law, long elusive, finally fused into his bones and blood. The thunder flared blindingly, wrapping his form in radiant intensity, yet coalescing, holding shape until it crystallized into armor forged of pure lightning. The barrier to latest-stage quasi-sagehood dissolved before him, thin as a cicada's wing. He drew qi inward. The surrounding spiritual energy churned into a tidal maelstrom, condensing into 9 colossal azure-scale dragons that roared as they crashed into his crown chakra. Tongtian Jiaozhu flicked his sleeve, With a fingertip he carved a rift of profound obsidian darkness, through which cascaded torrents of chaotic qi. With a palm's rotation, turbid qi sank, and pure qi rose, within moments refined into the most exalted primordial spiritual energy, flowing ceaselessly into Lü Yue's meridians. That single inhalation drained countless mountain ranges of their vital essence. Had this occurred at Wui Mountain, the entire range's primordial energy would have been exhausted. Even adding the refined essence of 10,000 li of surrounding earth veins barely sufficed for one full cycle of respiration. The thunder gradually subsided, the rift sealed shut. Lü Yue slowly opened his eyes. The oppressive aura receded like a tide drawn wholly inward. He surveyed the hall. Beams collapsed, pillars, askew golden bricks fractured, and even the ancient bronze sacrificial cauldron, engraved with primordial thunder sigils, tilted precariously on its pedestal. He paused, a faint warmth rising to his ears. He had imagined only a modest leap, yet he had shattered the entire cultivation hall beneath his feet. Standing upright, hands folded, a stone weighed heavy upon his chest, wondering how Tongtian Jiaozhu would address him now. In truth, Tongtian Jiaozhu had stood at the entrance observing the entire ascent. As Lü Yue's aura stabilized, he stepped inside. Duobao followed closely behind. Lü Yue raised his eyes and immediately performed the disciple's kowtow. Master, elder brother. As the words left his mouth, he lowered his head to glance at the chaos strewn about his voice. Subdued disciple did not anticipate such a commotion. He cupped his hands, saying, "Please, master, punish me." The master of the heavenly sect let out a hearty laugh. "Congratulations, you have become a quasi-saint at the late stage of the three teachings." He pointed at the broken beams and crumbled walls, saying, "What are a few destroyed pillars? Back in the day, I roasted the qilin raised by Master Hongjuan, yet I never saw him punish me by making me copy the primordial scripture." Taoist Duobao's expression stiffened as he quickly interjected, "Master, you can't say that in front of your junior brother." "Oh." The master of the heavenly sect glanced at him sideways. "Are you afraid he might follow your example and roast a phoenix as well?" Taoist Duobao cleared his throat, pulling back his neck. Disciple spoke carelessly. The master of the heavenly sect shook his head with a chuckle, waving his sleeve. The shattered stones returned to their places, the cracks mended, the scorch marks faded, and the glazed tiles regained their luster. Bo Palace was restored to its former glory, as if the thunderous tribulation just now was merely the gentle sound of wind brushing against the eaves. He turned to Lü Yue, his tone calm. "You have broken through. As your master, I am only pleased. What need is there for punishment? Now among the three teachings, you alone have entered this realm. Within the primeval realm, aside from the saints themselves, who else can suppress you?" Lü Yue lowered his gaze, his shoulders relaxing as he silently returned to his mat. He gazed at the floating clouds outside the hall, his eyes growing distant. The master of the heavenly sect did not interrupt, standing quietly by, his gaze steady. Taoist Duobao looked around, finally unable to contain himself. "Master, junior brother, what are you thinking?" Lü Yue withdrew his gaze, looking towards Duobao. "I am contemplating how to reform the Jie sect." "Reform?" Duobao was taken aback. "What is there to reform when everything is fine?" Lü Yue did not answer, only looking towards the master of the heavenly sect. The master met his gaze and nodded. "Speak." Lü Yue's voice was low but resonant. "Currently the primordial realm is leaderless and the saints have established their own sects. The teachings equate to power. If the Jie sect does not first establish rules, clarify the way forward and backward, and delineate the source when the grand circumstances shift, we can only drift along with the tide. The great master established the human sect with only Xuandu receiving the true teachings under him. Furthermore, with the Taiji diagram and Panga banner, two supreme treasures suppressing the fate, their foundation is solid with no fear of shaking. Even when the calamity approaches, they can pass through it with composure. Second master established the enlightened sect with hundreds of disciples, yet only a dozen are truly as. These 12, although strong-willed and occasionally proud, have not formed deep karmic ties, and their burdens are not apparent. Moreover, with the primordial golden dipper in hand to protect the disciples, they can safeguard themselves amidst. Our Jie sect, however, is different. There are too many disciples, a mix of good and bad. I have carefully observed each lineage. Over half of them carry karmic burdens, and there are more than 30 whose roots of karma are deeply planted, entwined, and difficult to untangle. Once the calamity strikes, the fires of karma will burn our bodies, and we will surely suffer backlash, facing death without escape. Though currently there is the chaos bell suppressing the sect's fate, at the beginning of its establishment, there were no such supreme treasures. Master, using the array of 10,000 immortals as a guide, intertwined the fortunes of the disciples with the sect's fate. Once someone falls, the fortune will suffer a loss affecting the entirety with a single strand. Thus it is imperative to reform. We must separate the disciples' fortunes from the sect's fate to ensure the Jie sect endures for millennia. Hearing this, Taoist Duobao furrowed his brows slightly. If junior brother pushes this matter, it may provoke public dissent. Lü Yue smiled, his tone unpretentious. Senior brother, if the masses have grievances, that is their concern. The survival of the GS sect is what truly matters. What I think and worry about is solely the preservation of the sect's fate. Everything else can be set aside for the— He then turned to the master of the heavenly sect. Master, is this feasible? The master of the heavenly sect listened quietly until then and nodded, saying, it must be reformed. If we abandon reform out of fear of dissatisfaction, it would lead to the destruction of the sect and scattering of its people. It is better if none within the sect recognize me as their master than to abandon this method. Taoist Duobao remained silent for a moment, his gaze returning to Lü Yue. Seeing this, Lü Yue knew the matter was settled. The next step was the regulations. Master, I propose a system of 5 ranks for disciples: direct disciples, core, elite, inner sect, and outer. Only direct and core disciples may receive the protection of the sect's fate. The others shall not touch this fortune. The inner and outer sects and elites may advance to core disciples based on merits. But the threshold for advancement has but one criterion: merits must far exceed karmic burdens. Failing by a fraction means exclusion from the ranks. There shall be no limits on teachings. Regardless of status, all may attend lectures in Bo Palace. This measure is not to distinguish between ranks, but to sever the chain of karma and diminish the restrictions of— During this sermon, even the senior brother, who had been in seclusion for many years, made an appearance. Could there be another important matter at hand? The crowd ceased their inquiries, each taking their seats in meditation, awaiting the words of the Tongtian sect leader. Before long, all the disciples of the Jiejiao scattered across the vast wilderness returned, some having traveled through mountains and rivers, some holding positions in the underworld, and others newly appointed in the heavenly court. None were absent, standing solemnly before the hall, heads bowed in silence. The water and fire boy stepped forward, slowly surveying the crowd with a calm voice that, though not loud, resonated clearly. Silence. The vice sect leader has an announcement to make. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hall was enveloped in silence. The crowd sat still like pine trees, expressions taut, all gazing towards the high platform. Lü Yue opened his eyes, the pressure of a latest croissant suddenly descending like a heavy mountain, sweeping over the entire assembly from above. Some held their breath, some trembled at their fingertips, and some felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet no one raised a hand to resist, nor did anyone shift aside to evade. That overwhelming force lasted but a moment before it was retracted. Lü Yue's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone flat. What will be said today concerns all disciples of Jieji. The sect's ancient regulations, long in operation, had gradually revealed flaws. After repeated deliberation with my master, we ultimately established new statutes. Henceforth, disciples shall be ranked in 5 tiers: direct disciples, core disciples, elite disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. Direct and core disciples shall inherit the sect's celestial fortune and receive its divine protection. Outer, inner, and elite disciples may submit petitions for promotion to core status once every millennium. Yet advancement shall not hinge upon cultivation realm alone. Merit and karmic burden shall be rigorously examined. Only those whose accumulated merit vastly outweighs their karmic debt shall be admitted. All else remains unchanged. Masters shall expound the Tao, or we ourselves shall open lecture altars. Every disciple of the GS sect is welcome to attend. No sooner had the words fallen than murmurs rippled through the assembly. Some furrowed their brows, others swallowed hard. Yet none rose to speak. Silence. Lü Yue uttered a single word. The direct disciples remained Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and Gailing. Core disciples henceforth include Zhao, Gongming, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, Bixiao, Kongxian, and the 10 heavenly lords. Those who have attained the rank of Supreme Immortal are elite. Those at the Golden Immortal or Mysterious Immortal level constitute the inner sect. All others belong to the outer sect. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping slowly across each face. The assembly stood frozen, not startled by the severity of the classification, but bewildered by its suddenness. Unheralded, unprepared, decreed, as if by imperial edict. Lü Yue turned toward the central dais. Tongtian Jiazhu opened his eyes with serene composure, voice unhurried and profound. The system is now ordained. Should any dissent exist, speak it now. The hall felt utterly still. Not a breath stirred, not a robe fluttered. Even breathing grew hushed and shallow. All knew this was no consultation. It was merely an opening left ajar. Should anyone foolishly dare to object aloud, their soul would likely dissipate before the words left their lips. After a long suspended silence, no voice rose. Tongtian Jiazhu nodded once. In absence of objection, the decree stands. Heads bowed low, of voices resonated, as one: we obey the sacred edict. The moment the decree settled, a celestial omen erupted. The GS sect's celestial fortune churned like a boundless sea of clouds. Then from its very source a vast limpid current surged forth, dividing instantly into countless gossamer threads that descended upon each disciple present. 1/3 of its total volume was drawn away, yet what remained shone with newfound clarity, crystalline, purified, utterly free of even the faintest trace of corrupting shadow. All karmic residue previously coiled within it had vanished entirely. This was the true celestial fortune of a great sect, autonomous, pristine, untainted by worldly dust, never entangled with the private fortunes of its disciples. Lü perceived this phenomenon because Tongtian Jiaozhu had long granted him the authority to observe such celestial currents. Without such authorization, even as deputy sect master, he could not discern a single filament. Within this refined fortune, two steady tributaries now flowed inward. One rose from Diu, the underworld, deep, enduring, ceaselessly surging. The other descended from the celestial court, slender yet unmistakable, modest in scale, yet unwavering in its course. The underworld stream ran full because GS sect disciples held pivotal posts there, judging life and death, administering yin law, and anchoring the nether realms. Acts wholly aligned with the heavenly way, thus naturally nourishing the sect's fortune. The celestial court stream remained thin for the sect's involvement. There was still nascent. Once foundations were firmly laid, it would inevitably swell and deepen. Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed upon the celestial fortune, a subtle smile lifting the corners of his lips. At last this long-standing affliction had been lifted. He had long known the fortune must be purified, yet delayed action for years. How could he cast aside disciples who had borne calamities upon their very flesh and blood for the sake of the sect? Before a supreme artifact stabilized the fortune, it was their lives alone that upheld it. Now, having achieved success to expel them from the fortune's embrace, how could such a move command loyalty? And how could trust endure? Yet Lü had done precisely that. He stepped forward to draw clear boundaries, bearing all censure alone, while Tongtian Jiaozhu merely offered a quiet final affirmation in absence of objection, then withdrew to his sovereign seat. Clean, decisive, flawless. The matter is concluded. Tongtian Jiaozhu swept his sleeve. Lecture begins. All disciples, focus your minds. They settled into solemn stillness, breaths, deepening, spirits gathering inward. Lü sat motionless, ears receiving the sutra's wisdom, heart reflecting upon his own path. To him, the immortal Tao was no longer merely a ladder of ascension, but a mirror, revealing fissures and past methods, refining his own cultivation with each insight. As his realm ascended, ever more truths unveiled themselves. By the lecture's end, he had silently revised 3 pivotal nodes of his core cultivation technique and restructured 7 channels of qi circulation, polishing every rough edge until his practice flowed with seamless perfection. 1,000 years passed like a sigh. Lü devoted himself solely to refining his arts, leaving all else untouched. When the century-long cycle of questions and answers concluded, GS sect disciples gradually departed from Bo Palace. Disciple, I shall now retreat to the rear mountains for seclusion. Should matters arise, seek me there. Lü rose and bowed deeply before Tongtian Jiaozhu. Master, please pursue the great Tao in peace. Should any difficulty prove insurmountable, I shall come to you without delay. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded, then departed for the rear mountains, accompanied by his 4 direct disciples and several core disciples. Lü needed no closer look to understand. Those attaining the rank of Great Luo Immortal required guidance on the true essence of cosmic laws. His own thunder law cultivation had reached 80% comprehension, the remaining 20% eluded him. Once fully grasped, he would stand at the apex of the quasi-sage realm, and beyond that threshold lay the threshold of rule power itself. Rule power, the force the sages call the heavenly Tao's power. Sages wield it effortlessly, bending reality to their will, whereas primordial golden immortals must rely solely on arduous self-cultivation. Only what they personally comprehend may they truly command. Bo Palace fell silent and vast. Lü raised a hand. The massive gates glided shut with solemn grace. He would enter seclusion once more, this time to forge his physical body. His preparations were thorough. During the war of the divine beasts and the ancient demons, he had seized abundant rare treasures and primordial essences from the demon clan's vaults. Kong Xian further bestowed a rich reserve, more than sufficient for prolonged cultivation. This time his aim was absolute parity between body and spirit, form and essence advancing in perfect unison, inner and outer harmonized as one. With a flick of his sleeve, countless spiritual materials filled the hall. Bo Palace, already majestic beyond measure, easily accommodated this profusion. He inhaled deeply. The air blazed with luminous sparks as 100 rare treasures vanished into his maw. His aura sank solidified, and he closed his eyes in profound stillness. Seclusion began, and time flowed like water slipping between stones, soundless, invisible. In the Hong Huang, time has always been the least scarce commodity. Great sovereigns may sit in meditation for 10,000 years at a stretch, some seclude themselves for hundreds of thousands of years emerging to find continents reshaped and rivers rerouted, others awaken from a single dream only to discover their peers long turned to dust, and heaven and earth bearing new names. 10,000 years passed. During this span the Hong Huang remained tranquil. If change existed it manifested solely in humanity. Following the conclusion of the War of the Divine Beasts and the ancient demons, both warring races declined, while humanity quietly rose anew. From the valleys beside Shouyang Mountain people emerged. Near Wuzhuang Monastery hermits built thatched cottages. Along the eastern sea coast entire tribes migrated outward under the Intercept Sect's patronage. Within 10 millennia humanity had taken root across the Hong Huang. Their population swelled from mere millions to hundreds of billions, a rate of proliferation astonishing to behold. Their innate wisdom and capacity for innovation far surpassed those of ordinary sentient beings. Nowhere was this more evident than along the eastern seacoast. The Intercept Sect regularly dispatched disciples to lecture and transmit teachings. Those displaying exceptional aptitude were taken as disciples. Villages dotted the landscape like stars across a chessboard. Smoke curled gently from hearths, families flourished, and within 10,000 years their numbers soared from millions to billions. The smoke of the War of the Divine Beasts had long since dispersed. The former might of the warring races faded beneath the weight of time. Now humanity advanced steadily inland, seizing territory inch by inch. Such expansion was born of necessity. More people meant greater hunger. Even the vast eastern sea could not sustain billions feeding daily upon its fisheries. Though the Intercept Sect occasionally aided in hunting beasts, such aid could never serve as a permanent substitute. Humanity thus forged new paths, clearing land, cultivating crops, building cities, founding states, carving out survival through their own hands. As humanity emerged from the mountains, conflict inevitably followed, though most skirmishes remained small-scale, scattered, and localized. Their adversaries were the newborn generation of demonic beasts. The blood feud between humans and Yao is etched into the very bones of the first human generation. In ancient times the Yao slaughtered humanity. The survivors clenched their teeth and swore an oath to slay every Yao on sight, until death itself ends the vow. The great war between the Wu and the Yao ended in mutual devastation, claiming the lives of nearly all their supreme elders. The surviving Wu retreated to the northern wastes, and the underworld lying low to recuperate. The Yao fragmented into three factions. Kunpeng led his followers into the northern abyss Yao Master Palace. Bai Zhe withdrew with other divine Yao into the 10,000 mountain range. A third contingent pledged allegiance to the holy sage Lü Yue. The Yao seen across the Hong Huang realm today are all descendants born after that cataclysmic war. Beasts awakening spiritual sentience to become Yao, ancient trees piercing through mortal limitations to become Yao, birds shedding mortal feathers to ascend as Yao. They possess no ancestral protection, no inherited cultivation foundations. Only raw instinct guides their path. Humanity, by contrast, flourished over 10,000 years of repose. Its bloodline strengthened, its prodigies multiplied. The Intercept Sect's teaching sowed the first embers of cultivation among humans. Ancient methods persisted through oral transmission, while the most brilliant minds gazed upon the stars, observed the rhythms of earth and season, and deduced the patterns of life and death, forging unique self-originated arts. Now cultivators abound among humanity. Accomplished practitioners are legion. Wherever humans tread, Yao are met with immediate battle. No words are exchanged, blades draw at first sight. Survival comes first. If overwhelmed, one turns and flees back to the tribe for aid. Humans have settlements to shelter behind, kin to rally beside. Yao wander alone. Their elders long vanished, the young unversed and vulnerable often surrounded and crushed. 9 out of 10 engagements end in rout. As humanity advances steadily westward and northward, clashes intensify, growing ever more frequent, ever more ferocious. The new generation of Yao, unmatched in single combat, can only flee. More and more Yao converge toward the same direction, gradually coalescing into a vast host. Once assembled, they immediately convene to deliberate how to confront humanity's relentless advance. Holy Sage Lü Yue gazes down upon this unfolding crisis. As both patron saint of the Yao and divine mother of humanity, her loyalties are irreconcilable, her position precarious, her path uncertain. After prolonged contemplation, she sends a voice message to Kunpeng commanding him to dispatch trusted envoys to safeguard this cohort of young Yao. Kunpeng, deep in seclusion within his celestial abode, receives the message and furrows his brow. Instantly, he begins divining the celestial threads. His calculations grow heavier, his expression colder, with each revelation. He summons a Yao sovereign and orders him to depart swiftly with several peers of equal rank to the Yao assembly site there to stand vigilant guard. The Yao sovereign departs without delay, accompanied by his peers arriving directly at the gathering place of the Yao host and forming a solemn defensive formation. Just as battle teeters on the brink, the Yao master Kunpeng and the 10 great Yao deities arrive in person. Their mere aura, a crushing wave of sovereign pressure, stuns the encroaching human cultivators into immobility. Not a single weapon is drawn, yet none dare advance. Thereafter both sides negotiate a truce. The Yao withdraw to the western territories. Humanity pledges not to slaughter them without cause, for a term of 10,000 years. Humanity's newly expanded dominion remains unstable. Consolidation takes precedence, for now. Only after 10 millennia, when every inch of land has been fully integrated, will conquest be reconsidered. By then humanity shall surely produce cultivators rivaling Kunpeng and the Yao deities. The outcome remains profoundly uncertain. This pact reverberates across the Honghuang realm. Countless mighty beings watch in silent vigilance, fearful that the human-Yao war may reignite. In truth, Swearin once sought Lü Yue, but when he asked disciples of the GS sect about his whereabouts, he learned only that Lü Yue had entered profound seclusion long ago, and none dared disturb him. He stood in silence for a moment, then chose not to press further. Matters of humanity must ultimately be borne by humanity itself. Within those 10,000 years, this was the sole event stirring significant ripples. The rest flowed like water over stone, leaving no trace. Yet during this millennium-long cultivation, Lü Yue underwent a complete metamorphosis. His corporeal path consumed 1/3 of his treasured spirit materials and bore fruit. He refined his body not only with rare medicinal treasures, but also with thunder. First summoning mundane heavenly lightning, then drawing down the 9 heavens purple lightning, and finally channeling the supreme purple heaven divine lightning directly into his bones for forging. Such a feat borders on self-destruction, yet it reveals true mastery. At first he endured it. Ordinary lightning felt like little more than a gentle itch. But when the supreme purple heaven divine lightning surged through him, he learned the meaning of flesh-torn tendons, severed meridians shattered. Gritting his teeth, he bore it in absolute silence, enduring the first 100 days without uttering a sound. Only once his sinews and bones were remade and his soul acclimated did he again invite the supreme purple heaven divine lightning, now as soothing as a breeze across his skin. 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. Spirit materials consumed entirely, divine thunder scouring his marrow. His physical form finally attained the late near sage realm. His primordial spirit and corporeal vessel now both reside at this pinnacle, perfectly harmonized, unified as one. The instant he stepped from his secluded abode, he even sensed, were he to face the sage Yuanti, he might hold his own at least for a time. He knew, however, this was merely the illusion of a newly ascended realm. In actual combat, he would still fall short by a hair's breadth, unless he grasped the essence of cosmic rules. Yet such laws are not easily mastered. He has yet to perfect even the Thunder Tao, let alone ascend to higher, more fundamental principles. He raised his hand. Every remaining spirit material vanished into storage, and rose, walking forward with measured grace. Arriving before the Bio Palace gates, he lightly tapped the barrier seal. The doors parted soundlessly. The palace gates, sealed for 10,000 years, opened once more as Lü Yue stepped forth. Across Jinao Island, he walked slowly, his robes unmoving, his footsteps unheard. This was his first emergence from seclusion in 10,000 years. Every GS sect disciple he encountered, whether inner or outer sect, bowed deeply. Deputy Sect Master. He smiled faintly in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across them. Some bore golden light faintly shimmering between their brows, others wore pure chi coiling around their sleeves, their virtue palpable. Those burdened by karmic defilement were nearly imperceptible. He understood instantly the GS sect's aura had indeed transformed. Reaching the rear mountains, he paused before a cave residence, where 5-colored spiritual radiance swirled like mist flowing gently, endlessly. A subtle smile touched his lips. Kong Xian meditated within. Such abundant 5-element energy signaled a breakthrough. Once already at the peak of the great Luo realm, he had now ascended to the Nearsage realm, but the depth of his attainment remained unknown. Lü Yue retrieved a jade talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. The barrier resonated softly. The cave entrance opened wide. Kong Xian emerged, saw Lü Yue, and laughed aloud. Deputy Sect Master, you've finally emerged. Brother Kong Xian, Lü Yue replied with a smile, your aura is profound, your 5 elements perfectly harmonized. You truly succeeded. I see your 5-element energies coalesce and remain unwavering. Your 5-element world has taken root. How far has it progressed? Kong Xian chuckled heartily. Deputy Sect Master, please step inside and speak further. Lü Yue nodded and followed him in. Once seated, Kong Xian lifted his palm. Hovering above it appeared a delicate orb rotating in 5 hues, within which nascent mountains and rivers stirred, and surging spiritual energy blazed like wildfire. Lü Yue extended his divine sense, swept briefly through its interior, and nodded. It truly bears shape. He paused. Yet, where is its anchoring artifact? Have you secured the primordial 5-element spirit trees, or the 5-element origin treasures? Kong Xian's smile faltered. He scratched his forehead and gave a dry chuckle. Well, we haven't found them yet. Lü Yue nodded. No matter. Within the Wui Mountain Taoist compound stand 5 primordial spirit roots, each ranked mid-tier: the fire jujube tree, water spirit, fir, earth ball, grass, golden pear tree, and wood tangerine tree. Take them. They will stabilize the foundation of your 5-element world. Kong Xian froze his eyes, locking onto Lü Yue, throat moving slightly, as if disbelief choked his voice. Senior brother, this is too much. The title slipped from his lips, not deputy sect master, but senior brother. A faint smile curved Lü Yue's lips. We are fellow disciples. What need for division? 5 mid-tier spirit roots are but a modest offering. If they serve you, they belong to you. Consider it a token of fraternal goodwill. Only hope when you attain the Tao you do not forget your elder brother. Kong Xian's eyes burned with warmth, his chest surged with heat. Senior brother treats me thus. I will remember. I swear here and now, whenever senior brother calls, I shall be the first to answer. He placed his hand over his heart, voice deep and resolute. Lü Yue raised a hand to stop him. No oaths are needed. Your trust is enough. They resumed their seats, conversation flowing anew. Senior brother spent 10,000 years in seclusion. Not only have I reached the Nearsage realm, but several senior brothers and sisters have also broken through. Senior brother Duo Bao has leapt to the mid-near sage realm. His combat prowess is extraordinary. Sister Jinling, sister Wudong, sister Guiling, brother Zhao Gongming, and sister Yunxiao all achieved the status of quasi-saints. Lü nodded gently upon hearing this. Good. In just a short 10,000 years, the GS sect has gained so many quasi-saints, indicating that great fortune is on the horizon. Kong Xian echoed. With my senior brother managing the sect affairs, the GS sect will surely become the foremost sect in the primordial world. He looked at Lü Yue, his gaze resolute. He was well aware. Previously, although the GS sect had the heavenly saint in charge and the assistance of the treasures, such a magnificent atmosphere had not been seen since Lü Yue implemented new regulations and reorganized the internal affairs. Disciples have been advancing like a tide, with the foundation growing stronger each day. A quasi-saint in today's primordial world is truly a presence capable of dominating a region and establishing a domain. Those who reach this realm can claim territory and establish sects without dispute. Moreover, smaller clans would actively offer tributes, seeking protection, willing to entrust their fortunes. However, great powers are seldom willing to comply. Fortune. What they lack is great luck, destiny, and the fortune of heaven and earth, not these trivial fragments. Karma. It is easy to get involved, but hard to sever. One never knows which strings might be attached behind, lest they are linked to the grudges of saints or the hidden debts of ancient gods, making movement difficult. Quasi-saints are not soft persimmons either. Those who have reached this stage all possess some hidden skills. Suddenly, Lü Yue come to the Bio Palace. The voice entered his mind, directly, clear and melodious like a bell. It was the heavenly teacher. Lü Yue felt a rush of reverence and immediately got up. Junior brother, this is the location of the 5 spiritual roots at Wui Mountain. The formation diagram and the method are all within this jade talisman. You may go and retrieve it. Master has summoned me. I will take my leave first. Kong Xian took the jade talisman with both hands, his fingers tightening slightly. I dare not forget the favor and kindness of my senior brother. Lü Yue smiled and turned to leave. Upon entering the Bio Palace, the heavenly teacher was seated upon a mat, and upon seeing him enter, he simply said, "Follow me." Before his words faded, a deep rift opened before him, its edges shimmering with a faint azure light. Lü Yue stepped in and vanished. When he opened his eyes again, the Zixiao Palace was in front of him. The hall was silent, with the 6 saints present arranged on either side. Lü Yue did not look much, only followed the heavenly teacher forward. Master, you instructed me to bring Lü Yue here, and I have brought him. The heavenly teacher gestured sideways. Lü Yue, come forward and pay your respects to the master ancestor. Hongjun Daozu. Lü Yue stepped forward half a pace, bowing his head and bending his body, performing the proper etiquette. Disciple Lü Yue, I pay my respects to the master ancestor. Hongjun Daozu did not open his eyes immediately, but after a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze, resting it upon Lü Yue for a brief moment. As my disciple, you shall not go without reward. Hongjun Daozu took out a whisk. This is the innate supreme treasure, 3,000 whisks granted to you. Its efficacy will become clear after you refine it. Both your primordial spirit and physical body have foundations, and your cultivation is stable. Tongtian, you have indeed produced a good disciple. The heavenly teacher raised his face slightly upon hearing this. The words of the Daozu carried extraordinary weight. In the primordial world only he harmonized with the Tao, commanding all laws. His words became laws, and his intentions shaped principles. To praise his disciple today is to set a precedent. Master, you flatter me, though I am terrified. This child, Lü Yue, I have not guided him much. Throughout his journey of cultivation, he relied mostly on his own understanding. Whenever he encountered obstacles, I merely provided slight guidance. His accomplishments today are entirely dependent on his own efforts. As his words fell, he straightened his back, his gaze sweeping over the saints present. The other saints remained silent for a moment, some lightly tapping their knees with their fingers, while others lowered their eyes and closed their lashes. Brother Tontian has deep blessings. How fortunate to have such a person among his disciples. The Saint Nua spoke with a calm tone. The heavenly teacher turned his head to look at her. Sister, you do not establish a sect, or take disciples living freely and easily much better than I. You do not know that each of these disciples requires careful oversight. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some nodded while others twitched their lips slightly. Tong Tian, return to your position. The heavenly teacher replied and sat down upon the mat. Lü Yue stood behind him with his hands hanging down his robes, unmoving, his figure as steady as a pine tree. I have summoned you all here to establish the new master of heaven and earth. The witch clan has retreated, the demon clan has collapsed. The primordial world needs to establish a new order. If there are any clans with intentions, you may express them. The saints pondered. Lü Yue raised his eyes, glancing over the faces of Taishang, Yuanshi, Nuwa, Jiejin, and Juanti without pausing. He transmitted a message to the heavenly teacher, human clan. No further words are needed. The heavenly teacher's eyebrows moved slightly, but did not hesitate. Lü Yue never speaks falsely. He raised his eyes and saw that Hongjun Daozu had already opened his mouth. Taishang, as the elder brother, please speak first. Taishang Laojun tightened his fingers in his sleeves, finally speaking. Master, the human clan can bear the fortune. The Daozu did not respond, merely shifting his gaze to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan had no particular attachment to any clan. In his view, all beings are muddled and unworthy of great responsibilities. Only the true lineage of Pangu could be considered, yet it no longer exists. But the Daozu's gaze had already landed, and escape was impossible. With Taishang having spoken, he naturally followed suit. Master, I also recommend the human clan. The Daozu nodded, turning his gaze to Tontian. The heavenly teacher, without waiting for a name to be called, said, Master, the human clan. On the shores of the eastern sea they craft tools, weave nets, cultivate land, and inscribe symbols, each day different. Their memories are excellent, they learn quickly, and they adapt industriously. Though their physiques are frail and their lifespans limited, they possess enough tenacity and adaptability. A flash of light flickered in the deus's eyes. His gaze then turned to Nuwa. She paused slightly, then spoke, Master, the human clan. As the creator of life, the human clan emerged from her hands, their fortunes intertwined. With the position of protagonist established, the surge of fortune is the way of heaven. The Daozu then looked towards the two saints of the west. Before Juanti could speak, Jiejin had already risen and clasped his hands. Master, we too propose the human clan. He observed clearly after Lü Yue's appearance. The expression of the Daozu gradually relaxed. After Tontian had just spoken of the human clan's capabilities, the deus's eyes had already shown approval. Should any one of the 6 saints act against the tide, they might find it difficult to keep even their mat for the next lecture. Hongjun Daozu surveyed the room, his face devoid of emotion. Since all 6 saints recommend the human clan shall be the new master of heaven and earth. From this day forth the human clan shall govern the fortune of the primordial world. As his words fell, the heavenly machinery stirred. A flowing golden aura descended from the 9 heavens, cascading into the ancestral land of the human clan. The 3 ancestors of the human clan were in a discussion at the altar when they suddenly saw the clouds of fortune above them surging and swelling, instantly doubling, so thick it made it hard to breathe. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions tense. No one had ever witnessed such a surge. Silent, yet heavier than 1,000 weights. The Saint Nuwa, Taishang Laojuan, and Lü Yue felt their fortunes suddenly swell within them, rising like a tide. This was the fortune of the human clan rising and then returning to them. They were all connected to the fortune of the human clan. Nuwa held 2 parts while Taishang and Lü Yue each held 1 part. Now that the fortune of the human clan had doubled, the numbers they bore also naturally doubled. As Hongjun Dao's words settled, his gaze swept over the 6 saints and Lü Yue. The chosen candidates for the hegemon of heaven and earth have been decided. Henceforth the human clan shall be the chosen master of heaven and earth. However, the current human clan still lacks a solid foundation and strength and must have a clear leader to guide them. My intention is to establish 8 individuals as guides to manage the rise and fall of the human clan in stages, assisting in stabilizing their position in the center of heaven and earth. Lü Yue's heart trembled. 8 individuals. the arrangement of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as expected. It turns out that the so-called heavenly mandate is not mere words, but a consensus of the 6 saints personally adjudicated by the Daozu. Should anyone voice doubts, they might find that before the words leave their mouths, heavenly thunder would already strike their brows. Hongjun Daozu paused slightly, then looked at the 6 saints. 9 is the ultimate number, if full it invites loss. Thus we shall remove 1, and select 8 to avoid the danger of collapse. Taishang Nuhua and Lü Yue, you are all bound to the fate of the human race. The positions of the 8 shall be deliberated and elected by you. The 3 immediately stood up, bowing in acknowledgement. The matter is clear, you may withdraw. The remaining affairs can be discussed among yourselves. The Dao ancestor closed his eyes and spoke no more. The saints withdrew, with Lü Yue stepping out of the purple cloud palace. Outside, the clouds swirled gently. Laozi paused, glancing at Yuan Shi, Tong Tian Nuhua, and Lü Yue. First proceed to Shouyang Mountain to decide on the 8 candidates for the human race. Once the discussion is done, act without delay. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, jealousy briefly flashing before quickly fading. Senior brother Taishang, senior brother Yuan Shi, senior brother Tong Tian, sister Nu, while we will return to the west first. They cupped their hands in salute, and their figures suddenly vanished, heading westward in a flash of radiance. Laozi nodded lightly, waving his sleeve as a stable spatial rift quietly unfolded. The others followed him in. Lü Yue leaned closer to Tong Tian, whispering, "Master, when we discuss matters later, I only asked for 1 emperor and 3 sovereign positions. In order, I wish to hold the position of the 2nd emperor, the 1st sovereign, the 3rd sovereign, and the final sovereign." Tong Tian did not respond or turn his head, but steadily stepped into the passage. Lü Yue quickly followed, landing at the back. The spatial passage seemed straight, yet concealed dangers lurked. A moment's hesitation could result in being torn apart by chaotic currents and sucked into an unknown rift. Though he had reached the late stage of Quasi-Saint with a body stronger than gold or iron, if he were to fall into a spatial storm, he would not die, but would shed 3 layers of his essence. The path opened by the saints relied on precise manipulation of the heavenly Dao's power, providing short-term stability. However, if one lingered too long, as the barriers weakened the blades of severance, the whirlpools of collapse, and the violent eddies could swiftly inflict grievous injuries. He dared not be negligent, not missing a single step. The group emerged from the passage, standing at the peak of Shouyang Mountain. Laozi led the way, directly entering the grand hall. The others filed in, taking their seats. The hall was silent. No one spoke. Taishang remained motionless as a mountain. Yuan Shi lowered his gaze in contemplation. Tong Tian sat still like a stone. Nuhua maintained her dignified composure, and Lü Yue rested his fingers lightly on the table's edge, tapping rhythmically. This matter cannot be rushed. Taishang holds 20%, Nuhua holds 20%, Lü Yue holds 10%. 4/10 of the human race's fate lies here, while the other saints have no right to intervene or speak. Yuan Shi, though eager to claim credit, lacked the backing of fate. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti had just departed, leaving no room for intervention. Nuhua need not compete, for humanity is her creation. Lü Yue did not seize the opportunity, as the initiative was not in his hands, focusing instead on how to divide rather than whether to divide. It was Yuan Shi, however, whose fingertips tightened slightly within his sleeve, yet his expression revealed nothing. After a long while, Laozi raised his gaze, first settling upon Nuhua, and then shifting to Lü Yue. "Sister Nuhua, nephew Lü Yue, what are your thoughts on the 8 candidates for the human race? The Dao ancestor has established a framework. The formation of 8 is imperative. But who will be the leader? Who will follow? Who will manage agriculture and sericulture? Who will oversee military and law? Who will initiate education? Who will govern the laws and decrees? How shall these 8 seats be determined?" Nuhua raised her gaze, her tone calm. "Senior brother, since the human race originates from me, it is only right that I take one of the 8 seats." Lü Yue lowered his eyes, realizing in his heart she had already set her sights on the position of Fuxi. However, this is ultimately a matter concerning the human race. While the fate belongs to them, the positions cannot be unilaterally decided by them. He raised his eyes and spoke. "Senior uncle, Aunt Nu, while this matter concerns the foundation of the human race, I believe we should invite the 3 ancestors of humanity to attend and hear their opinions. Although we hold 40% of the human race's fate, the path of humanity must ultimately be acknowledged by the human race themselves. If they do not agree, no matter how rightful the chosen candidates, maybe they would merely be a facade." Laozi and Saint Nuhua pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. "Master, please use your powers to summon the 3 ancestors here." Tong Tian said no more. His sleeve moved slightly, and 3 figures suddenly appeared in the hall. Sui Ren Zi and Yu Chao had just regained their footing, still trying to discern their surroundings. In the previous moment, they were discussing matters by the tribal fire pit. In the next, they found themselves in the high hall of the cloud platform, surrounded by an aura as deep as the abyss. Looking up, they saw 4 figures seated above lousy Saint Lü Yue and another cold figure, who was none other than Saint Yuan Shi. To the side, Tong Tian sat quietly like a pine. Seeing the 3 stabilize themselves, Lü Yue directly entered the topic. These 4 are the saints. Taishang Saint Yuan Shi Saint, Tong Tian Saint, and Nuwa Saint. Sui Rin Zi and Yu Chao, pay your respects to the 4 saints. May I ask why the saints have summoned? Lü Yue did not beat around the bush. This matter involves the shifting patterns of heaven and earth, so I will speak to the essentials. The Wu and Yao clans have retreated, leaving the position of the dominant entity in the cosmos vacant. The Tao ancestor has commanded us to discuss the successors. We unanimously propose the human race. The Tao ancestor has consented. The human race is the destined protagonist. However, the foundation of the human race is not yet stable, and they are still far from the position of dominance. The Tao ancestor has personally appointed 8 individuals to lead. The candidates are not yet determined, as this concerns the human race itself. If you do not agree, it would be unjust and illogical. The 3 ancestors listened, not rushing to respond, exchanging glances instead. They understood just moments ago the fate of the human race had suddenly doubled, an unexpected occurrence that was now being confirmed. Taishang Saint Yuan Shi Saint, Tong Tian Saint, Saint Nuwa, and Dao Jun Lü Yue, do you all have individuals in mind? Lü Yue, upon hearing this, turned to Saint Nuwa. Aunt Nuwa has a proposal. I wonder if the 3 ancestors are willing to listen. The 3 ancestors' gazes turned to Nuwa. Saint Mother, may I ask who you recommend? Nuwa's expression was calm, her voice clear. I recommend Fuxi. The faces of the 3 ancestors froze. Fuxi, the Xiao emperor of the demon race. The scene of blood and fire-burning villages and paving roads with white bones still etched in their memories. Now the Saint Mother wishes to place this individual among the 8 controlling the future of the human race. The hall fell silent for a moment. Lü Yue spoke. Aunt Nu was intent, is that if Fuxi enters this list, he shall thereafter be the Fuxi of the human race, no longer the Fuxi of the demon race. His thoughts and actions shall prioritize the human race. Nuwa added, indeed. The 3 ancestors remained silent for a moment before Sui Rin stepped forward. Saint Mother created our human race akin to a parent's love. We understand your desire for your brother to contend for this position. We only hope that Fuxi in the future can lead the human race to prosperity rather than bring about its downfall. Nuwa nodded slightly. Lü Yue surveyed the crowd and shifted the topic. Senior uncle, Aunt Nuwa, 3 ancestors, I have an idea. Since the 8 are ordained by heaven, perhaps we can divide them into 2 tiers. Establish the system of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, each with their responsibilities, each following their paths. Taishang Laozi Saint Nuwa and the 3 ancestors were all taken aback. What do you mean by 3 sovereigns? What do you mean by 5 emperors? Lü Yue replied with a steady gaze. The 3 sovereigns are heaven sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign. The 5 emperors are to follow the 5 elements and spread the teachings. That is the metal emperor, wood emperor, water emperor, fire emperor, and earth emperor. The human race aspires to become the supreme ruler of the heavens and the earth. The heavenly Tao requires someone to bear its weight, the earthly Tao requires someone to govern its principles, and the human Tao requires someone to stand firm. The 3 sovereigns are indispensable. Thus, with the circulation of the 5 elements and the orderly generation and overcoming the bloodline of the human race may continue, and the laws may remain ever new. Taishang Laojun stroked his beard while the Saint Nuwa lowered her gaze. After exchanging glances with the 3 ancestors, they nodded in unison. Very well, what the junior nephew proposes is appropriate. The positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race are hereby established. The first human emperor shall be titled Heavenly Emperor. The responsibilities of the Heavenly Emperor include discerning day and night, observing the seasons, distinguishing the 4 times, establishing the solar terms, and mastering the transformations of yin and yang. This position shall be held by Fuxi. As Lü Yue's words fell, his gaze swept across those in the hall. No one spoke up to contradict him. Once Fuxi's name was mentioned, everyone fell silent and nodded. He was originally an ancient great power, skilled in divination and astute in understanding the heavenly mysteries. It was reasonable for him to govern the initial affairs of the human race. We agree to the proposal of Taoist Lü Yue. Fuxi as the Heavenly Emperor, there is no objection. However, the subsequent selection of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors still requires consideration. Do any of the esteemed saints and Taoists have suggestions? Upon hearing this, the 4 saints each focused their minds. Lü Yue stood quietly waiting for a response. Suddenly Tongtian Jiao Master spoke up. Master, there is no need to trouble the saints with the affairs of the human race. The selection of candidates has its own determined fate. Since Hongjun Daozu has already proclaimed the human race as the rulers of heaven and earth, the successors must arise from the human race. After speaking, he lowered his gaze into meditation, his breath sinking into the profound darkness. Taishang Laojun remained silent. There was only one disciple under him, and if he sent them to take the position of the human race, how could he ensure the teachings would be upheld? Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but hesitating. He had no share in the fortunes of the human race, and even if he had someone in mind, it would be difficult for him to voice it. The Saint Nuwa had already pushed Fushi to be one of the 8 predetermined by heaven. Recommending a relative, however, would be illogical, so he chose to remain silent. Lü Yue, being of human descent, had his intentions quite apparent. For a moment the hall was silent. The thoughts of the 3 ancestors of the human race were always straightforward. They only sought to select the worthy from their own clan, those capable of undertaking great responsibilities. Yet with the saints present, even if they had thoughts, they did not dare to act lightly. In their view, the position of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth was granted by the Tao ancestor and the saints. As long as it did not contradict reason and did not violate the great Tao how the selection was made, they would all bow their heads in obedience. Yet there was one wish: that the person established could truly lead the human race to high positions. The words supreme ruler of heaven and earth, which had previously only existed in legends, now unexpectedly fell upon themselves, and the joy had yet to dissipate, with aftershocks still resonating within their hearts. Seeing the saints silent, Lü Yue pondered slightly before finally speaking. Master, Uncle, Aunt Nuwa, I believe that since the Tao ancestor has established the human race as the legitimate rulers of heaven and earth, the remaining 7 appointed individuals should be selected by the human race itself. This matter fundamentally belongs to the internal affairs of the human race. If we forcibly appoint, it might go against the original intent of the Tao ancestor. The human race may elect wise individuals, and we can then receive them as disciples, teaching according to their talents. In this way, merits can be shared, foundations can be solidified, and the human race will not lose its autonomy. Taishang Laojun and the Saint Nuwa exchanged glances and then nodded. There were originally no alternative candidates, and what Lü Yue proposed just solved the dilemma. The human race selects, and the saints take disciples, avoiding the suspicion of overstepping boundaries, while also eliminating the risks of entrusting the wrong person. If they truly sent their own disciples to take office, should any changes arise at the last moment, it would backfire on the human race and ruin the overall situation. This is feasible. The remaining 7 shall be elected by public discussion among the human race. We will then select the talented and take them as disciples, guiding them with care. However, during the election, we must not interfere. The 3 ancestors, upon hearing this, had their eyes light up. A candidate from their own clan with shared bloodlines would have mutual benefits and responsibilities. They would surely devote their utmost efforts to help the human race grow stronger. Once the foundation is firmly established, the position of ruler would not be mere empty fame. The 3 looked at Lü Yue, their expressions serious, silently conveying their gratitude. With the 8 positions determined, the matter of their mentorship should also be clarified. As soon as Taishang Laojun said this, everyone's gaze once again focused on him. Sister Nuwa, you need not take the title of the teacher of the human emperor. You have not established a sect and have no disciples. Furthermore, Fushi has already assumed the position of heavenly emperor, which would be incompatible with claiming the position of teacher. Saint Nuwa maintained her usual demeanor and replied calmly, what the eldest brother said is correct. Taishang Laojun then turned to Tongtian Jiao, Master, 3rd brother, the teacher of the human emperor, the heavenly emperor, and an additional teacher of the earthly emperor should all belong to my sect. Is that acceptable? Tongtian Jiao, Master, slightly nodded. What the eldest brother takes is appropriate. Then the remaining teachers of the earthly emperor and the 4 imperial teachers will all belong to the Jie Jiao. Upon hearing this, Lü Yue looked at Taishang Laojuan. Master, uncle, of the 3 seats you lead, are 2 of them truly reserved for the 2nd master. Xian Du's senior brother solely holds one sect, while the 2nd master finds it difficult to partake in this merit due to the lack of a share in the human race's fortunes. You and I are brothers of the same origin. The eldest brother, the 2nd master, and my master are fundamentally one body. I am the eldest brother. The division must be fair. The heavenly emperor position belongs to me, while the human emperor and the 2 imperial teacher positions shall be given to the 2nd brother. Hearing this, Lü Yue felt a tightness in his heart. These words directly pulled out the sequence of their births, seemingly arranging their order based on seniority. Master, uncle, this statement is inappropriate. The fortunes of the human race are the ones I bear, not my master's. This matter was originally my responsibility and has nothing to do with the teacher. Although I originate from the Jie Jiao, the allocation of fortunes and the division of responsibilities have been clearly stated by the teacher to be determined by me. Upon hearing this, Taishang Laojun turned his gaze to Tongtian Jiao, Master. Eldest brother, the one in charge of the fortunes, is Lü Yue and not me. I will not intervene in this matter. It is entirely up to him to decide. Then Taishang Laojun looked back at Lü Yue, his expression slightly heavy, pausing for a moment. Nephew, since it is thus, I shall make other arrangements. The teacher of the human emperor shall still be taken by 2 of my disciples, and I will add 1 imperial teacher position for you. The merit you receive will be slightly reduced, but holding 5 positions the total amount will not diminish significantly. Additionally, I will gift you 2 gourds of 9 transformation golden pills. This matter shall be considered settled. How about that? Upon hearing this, LV Yu did not decline further. To refuse again would be to openly contradict the face of the saints. Taishang Laojun was usually calm, but once truly moved it was difficult to predict the depths of his emotions. Moreover, the 2 gourds of golden pills were indeed substantial compensation. Previously, he only sought for the title of Imperial Teacher to be confirmed, and had not anticipated this additional layer of reward. The position of Imperial Teacher of the human race carries merits comparable to that of the human emperor. Having 1 more position means 1 more foundation. He considered briefly and nodded, saying, I will diligently follow the arrangements of Master Uncle. Jie Jiao assumes the role of the teacher of the earthly emperor and the remaining 4 imperial teachers. With the golden pills as a supplement, it will not differ much. If there truly is a shortfall, it is no matter. The second master and the teacher are both from the same sect and brothers. As a disciple, how could I stand by and watch my master suffer losses? Taishang Laojun raised his hand, and 2 gourds of golden pills soared into the air, flying directly in front of LVU. LVU reached out to catch them securely, stowing them into his sleeves. Yuan Shi Tianzun, upon seeing this, also took out an item. LVU, this sword is named Zun, a postnatal treasure that I forged in my spare time. Today, I bestow it upon you. A long sword with a faint azure glow hung in midair, its blade quivering lightly, exuding a sharp aura. LVU did not even glance at it a second time, raising his hand to accept it. Thank you, Master Uncle and Second Master, for your generous gifts. Your disciple will not refuse. The Supreme Elder and the Primordial Lord remained silent. Saint Nuwa glanced around and gently shook her head. Senior brother, when shall we commence the matters concerning the human race? The Supreme Elder closed his eyes for a moment, his fingers slightly moving, as if calculating. The human race has just ascended to the position of dominator of the world. Their fortune has surged, yet they require a millennium to harmonize. Thus it is decided for 1,000 years hence. By then Fux's true spirit will be reincarnated, and Xuandu will welcome him into the fold. Nuwa did not voice any objections. She understood that her senior brother would not personally accept disciples, but would instead use Xuandu's name to act as a guide. Fortunately, there is one worthy in Xuandu. Since it has been decided, I shall take my leave first. Before her words faded, she had already turned and left, her figure flickering away. LVU turned his head to look at the Master of Tongtian. The Master of Tongtian immediately understood and clasped his hands towards the higher-ups. Elder brother, second brother, there are matters to attend to on Golden Ao Island. I shall take my leave now. Teacher, I shall accompany you. The Supreme Elder and the Primordial Lord nodded and did not retain him. The 2 departed the hall directly, their steps unhurried. The 3 ancestors of the human race, seeing that the saints had departed, knew it was time for them to return. Supreme Saint, Primordial Saint, we too must return to our tribe to manage affairs. The 2 saints agreed. Indeed. After returning, continue to act with caution. Do not let the title of Dominator lead to arrogance. What glory did the Wu and Yao clans hold back in the day? Now they are but a mere entry in history. The 3 ancestors felt a shiver in their hearts as the pride that had just surfaced was instantly suppressed. In accordance with the teachings of the saints, we shall certainly remember. Having spoken, the 3 soared into the air and quickly departed. Only the Supreme Elder and the Primordial Lord remained in the hall. The Primordial Lord said softly, Elder brother, this matter troubles you. It is truly my miscalculation. The Supreme Elder waved his hand. You and I are brothers. Why should we distinguish between us? This time you did not involve yourself in the luck of the human race. It is not a fault, but rather the fate of heaven. With many disciples under your guidance, return and carefully select candidates, ensuring they understand human customs. Only then can they fulfill the roles of the human emperor and the imperial teacher. The Primordial Lord lowered his gaze and replied, Elder brother, rest assured, I will personally examine them and select the most capable to undergo trials among the human race, preparing them for future teachings. The Supreme Elder spoke no more, his eyes lowered, his aura gradually sinking as he entered a state of comprehension. The Primordial Lord stood silently for a moment before finally turning to leave. The hall returned to silence. Elder brother, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain now. As soon as the Primordial Lord's voice fell, his figure vanished like smoke. LVU followed the Master of Tongtian to the Emerald Palace on Golden Ao Island. The hall was quiet, and the 2 settled into their respective seats. LVU, are you truly giving up the position of the human emperor's teacher? This is not like you. LVU slightly raised his eyelids, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. Teacher, your words leave me unsure of how to respond. All my actions are for the benefit of the Jie sect. Since the Grandmaster and Second Master have prepared compensation, to refuse again would be to turn them down. If I lose face, the Grandmaster will not seek you out for clarification, but will certainly come to me with questions. With just a finger from him I fear, I won't even have the strength to refine my body again. The Master of Tontian shook his head and laughed. Nonsense. Your Grandmaster is not that kind of person. If this word spreads, it will make it difficult for you. Lvu grinned. But this is Golden Ao Island. This is the Emerald Palace. With you here, the heavenly laws do not record, the tribulations do not heed, even the winds must detour around the palace doors. The Master of Tontian looked at this sharpest and most daring disciple, his gaze slightly deepening, and finally spoke gently. All right, tell me, what are your thoughts? Lvu sat up straighter, speaking plainly. The Tao Ancestor has decreed 8 must be set, neither to be changed nor increased or decreased. I will divide these 8 into 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. It is merely an arrangement of order. Whether it be 3 emperors or 5 sovereigns, in the end they are all those 8 individuals. Only the timing and responsibilities differ. The human emperor is behind, preceded by the heavenly emperor, who establishes foundations, and the earth emperor, who expands territories. The fortune of the human race has already surged and tightened. When it comes to the human emperor, it is likely not a time for reason, but a time to reveal the true essence. If we truly become teachers of the human emperor, when the time comes for conflict, where will the disciples of the sect stand? Will they stand by and watch, or will they take up arms against each other? To help is to protect the human race, but it also binds the GS sect to the chariot of war. To not help is to lose the master-student relationship, harming the authority of the sect. Rather than getting caught up in this trap, it is better to withdraw early. He paused, tracing 4 short lines on the table with his fingers. I have already assumed the position of teacher to the 4 emperors, one of whom is the heavenly emperor who initiated the beginning. To have a beginning must also have an end. The last position of the imperial teacher will belong to me. The Earth Emperor's teacher combined with the teacher of the final emperor, 2 great merits as a foundation. Plus, if the remaining 3 imperial teachers can achieve success, the merit will be stable and substantial, making this decision worthwhile. The Master of Tontian listened and merely nodded. As long as you have the figures in mind, that is sufficient. Regarding merit, it is not like spiritual treasures or pills that can be bought or exchanged. It gradually solidifies with heaven and earth and becomes increasingly rare. Now the myriad spirits of the wilderness each guard their positions. New merits are hard to establish, and old merits are difficult to continue. Disciple understands. Lvu replied firmly. I have contemplated this matter for a long time, and will never let the GS sect suffer losses. Moreover, having obtained 2 gourds of 9 turns golden pills, and 1 postnatal supreme treasure on the ledger, it is already in surplus. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. Just as the laughter faded, the Master of Tontian had already risen from his seat, his figure dissipating like smoke, leaving behind a floating sentence. Disciple, I will enter the back mountain to ponder the great Tao. For the matters of the GS sect, I shall leave them to you for now. Lvu looked up the hall, now only containing an empty seat, the smoke of the incense burner, and the faint light from the eaves. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. Teacher, please come back. Without you overseeing the GS sect, I am afraid to even take the wrong seat during discussions. I still want to venture into the wilderness once more, to see the broken place of Buzhou Mountain, to take a look at the newly built southern heavenly gate in the heavenly court, and to ask Mengpor in the underworld what exactly she has put into her soup. No one answered. He slowly lowered his eyes, sighed deeply. Forget it. Closing his eyes, he sat upright, his divine consciousness sinking into the sea of awareness, the laws of thunder quietly surging through his meridians like hidden currents in the depths. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Jane and Junti sat facing each other on lotus thrones. Jiayin's brow was deeply furrowed, while Junti twirled a withered leaf between his fingertips, the leaf veins already cracked. Senior brother, this time Hongjun Daozu has indeed completely isolated us from the human race. Fortune returns to its roots and merits are locked away, not leaving even a tiny gap. But the rise and fall of the human race is related to the overall pivot of heaven and earth's fortune. How can it be blocked simply by the phrase fortune belongs? Moreover, the merits we owe to the heavenly Tao since we became saints have yet to be cleared. Last time, to promote the battle between the Wu and Yao, I personally went to Tonggu to provoke 10 suns and resulted in exposure. The Tao ancestor judged me on the spot, causing karmic backlash. That black energy still lingers in the depths of my primordial spirit, not dissipating even a fraction. With no merits to counter the karma accumulates thicker and thicker, while the stalling of cultivation can be endured if the heavenly Tao computes one day and the saint position is not preserved. The Western teachings will truly become like floating weeds without roots. Hearing this, Jiayin's shoulders slumped slightly, his throat moving without speaking. Zhuan suddenly pressed the withered leaf into his palm, the leaf crumbling to dust. Senior brother, why not? Let our Western teachings no longer be called teachings, but rather sect. The Saint of Guidance spoke calmly. In the realm of the underworld, the Earth Mother Ancestor transformed into reincarnation under the supervision of Lü Yue with the great Tao personally sealed. The barriers are so solid that no current saint can force them open. The Zhuan Saint sighed softly, alas. We can only enter through the entrance. But that entrance is guarded by the Azura clan at the edge of the Blood Sea. The ancestor of the River of the Dead sat within, and without his approval a hard charge would likely not allow one to retreat unscathed. The Saint of Guidance extended his hand and offered an object. The golden lotus of merit, its petals swirling with a warm golden light. The Zhuan Saint took it in his hand, nodded slightly, and turned with the earth's store to leave. At the edge of the Blood Sea, waves surged like boiling water with a stench permeating the air. The four kings took turns guarding the gates: Pai, Mo, Duo, Luo, Ho, Bo, Sun, and Yi Cha. All at the level of quasi-saints, taking turns daily, without a single day of absence. The Zhuan Saint stood at the riverbank, gazing at the boundless red waves, his expression slightly tense. He understood that this Blood Sea had long been refined by the River of the Dead into its territory. He borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao, while the other party borrowed the might of the Blood Sea. The River of the Dead was already a mixed Yuan golden immortal possessing several top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, with combat power beyond measure. Yet he was merely at the initial stage of the saint realm, ranked at the first heaven. Once a real confrontation began, the outcome was unpredictable. Back then he borrowed a vast amount of merit from the heavenly Tao to prove his saint position. With this merit he ascended to the saint realm. But after ascending he realized that among the saints his foundation was the shallowest, and his combat power the weakest. The Saint Nuwa, who also became a saint through borrowed merit, far surpassed him. This was solely because Nuwa created humans, her merit as vast as the sea, and upon proving her path, she broke through several realms. Thereafter the fortunes of the demon clan and the human clan continuously supported her cultivation path. Zhuan was different. The West was barren, relying entirely on oneself. He traveled east daily, disregarding the face of the saints, personally going to the east to enlighten beings towards the west. Yet no matter how difficult it was, he was ultimately a saint capable of invoking the power of the heavenly Tao, incomparable to a mixed Yuan golden immortal. As soon as Zhuan stepped into the air above the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the River of the Dead broke through the water from deep within the Blood Sea, instantly standing before him. Zhuan Saint, what brings you to the Blood Sea where there is no business? His tone was flat, neither disrespectful nor humble. He had this confidence. Zhuan frowned slightly. Friend of the river, I wish to enter the underworld, please clear the way. The day Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, decreed that those above the great Luo Golden Immortal may not enter the underworld at will. Are you intending to break this agreement? If you insist on forcing your way. He shook his sleeve, and the Xian Yuan water control banner unfurled above his head, while the infernal flame red lotus ignited beneath his feet, crimson flames surging and spreading towards all directions. With a twist of his hands, the Yuan Tu and Abi dual swords burst forth, with chilling light, a murderous intent radiating untouched by causality. All his spiritual treasures were out, both offensive and defensive, with no flaws. Zhuan scanned the three innate supreme treasures, his expression darkened. 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures were all in the hands of one person. And this person had yet to become a saint. In contrast, he had already established his saint position, but only possessed a 7 treasures marvelous tree, which was still a product of his own cultivation. He sighed softly. Friend of the river, it is not yet time for weapons to clash. The River of the Dead sneered coldly. No need for more words. I do not believe in the words of the Buddha school. I remember clearly the matter of Hongyun. As these words fell, a tide of murderous intent surged towards Zhuan face. He had waited a long time for this battle. He walked the path of killing. Killing heaven, killing earth, killing all beings. The first 2 relied on one's nature, while the latter depended on achievements. With the saints yet to be slain, the path of killing could not be fulfilled. Today Zhuan had come knocking. How could he miss this opportunity? Seeing this, Zhuan knew there was no way to avoid it. His foot blossomed with the golden lotus of merit, and the 7 treasures marvelous tree in his hand fell with a gentle radiance, countering the River of the Dead from afar. The River of the Dead ceased speaking, the murderous intent within him erupted, and the entire sky above the Blood Sea fell silent, leaving only a chilling aura. The 2 stood silently for a moment, their auras clashing silently. Zhuan spoke. Friend of the river, I am a saint, and the Saint of Guidance is also a saint. Do you truly intend to stop us? The River of the Dead raised the corner of his mouth. You are a saint, and the Saint of Guidance is also a saint. So what? There is no need for threats. I, the River of the Dead, do not yield to coercion. Today's battle is inevitable. Regardless of victory or defeat, it only depends on the means employed. I have yet to experience the hands of a saint. Today let it begin with you. Zhuan Ti's expression turned solemn. If that is the case, I shall show you what the might of a saint truly is. The River of the Dead's eyes suddenly brightened. Come. The seven treasures marvelous tree swung out a brush of green light. Yuan Tu and Abi transformed into two black lines tearing through the long sky directly targeting Zhuan Ti's throat. Yuan Tu and Abi soared through the air, murderous intent surging directly targeting the Zhuan Ti saint. The blood-colored lotus shadows layered upon each other, emerging with the swords floating and sinking between the blade edges. In an instant they arrived before him. The 12-petal golden lotus of merit beneath Zhuan Ti suddenly glowed, and a yellow and dark light curtain rose into the air, steadily blocking the advance of the dual swords. The ancestor of the River of the Dead stamped his foot, channeling his power into the 12-petal infernal flame red lotus. The red lotus ignited in response, crimson flames surging, transforming into waves of infernal fire rolling towards Zhuan Ti. Zhuan Ti raised his hand, lightly sweeping the seven treasures marvelous tree. Yuan Tu and Abi immediately veered off, straying from their course and spinning back towards the side of the River of the Dead. He then urged his power into the golden lotus, the yellow and dark light swelling violently, solidifying like an iron wall. The two lotus platforms faced off. One radiated golden light, while the other surged with inferno. One defended and one attacked, each holding its ground. The golden lotus unfurled its yellow and dark lotus petals, while the fire lotus erupted with crimson flames colliding, shattering, annihilating, and regenerating, neither side yielding. Yuan Tu and Abi soared once more, the swords howling through the air, the murderous intent solidifying into two red-scaled dragons encircling and closing in for the kill. Zhuan Ti's gaze darkened as he noticed the sword shadows lurking within the dragon heads, his expression subtly changing. He recognized this aura, not inferior to the Eastern Emperor Tai of yore. That one who wielded the chaos bell, ignited the true fire of the sun, and used rules as blades, the lord of the demon race. A saint without the power of the heavenly Tao would find it difficult to suppress him within 3 days. Now the pressure revealed by the River of the Dead was surprisingly similar to that of the Eastern Emperor Tai back then. Zhuan Ti no longer dismissed it lightly, speaking, friend of the river, today I will show you the capabilities of a saint. Before his words fell, he drew the power of the heavenly Tao into his body, a faint glow emanating from him, as if resonating with heaven and earth. A surge of power struck the golden lotus, causing the entire lotus platform to hum and tremble, the yellow and dark radiance suddenly surging, illuminating the entire blood sea. The golden lotus continuously bloomed, each petal pressing down on the other, while the fire lotus exploded in succession, the red flames gradually extinguished under the pressure. The situation reversed, with the golden lotus of merit firmly suppressing the infernal flame red lotus. Yuan Tu and Abi were blown away by the aftershocks, tumbling back, hovering before the River of the Dead, slightly trembling. The River of the Dead gazed at Zhuan Ti, the chill in his eyes deepening. The power of the heavenly Tao is indeed formidable. But you borrow from the heavenly Tao, while I consume the blood sea. Upon finishing, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The vast blood sea surged and contracted like rivers returning to the sea, gradually coalescing into a red pearl, ultimately vanishing into his body. As the blood sea was exhausted, the River of the Dead halted, and his aura suddenly soared, completing the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Zhuan Ti's pupils narrowed slightly for the first time, losing his composure. You actually refined the entire blood sea. The Saint of Guidance suddenly appeared, having rushed from Mount Sumeru, standing beside Zhuan Ti. He stared at the River of the Dead, his tone gray. From now on there will be one more mixed Yuan in the wasteland. The Saint of Guidance has come, and I am indeed surprised. The River of the Dead turned his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the Saint of Guidance, the corner of his mouth slightly raising. Are you two planning to join forces? The old ancestor of the Dark River stood above the sea of blood, his robe sleeves fluttering slightly as his gaze swept over the two, Jane and Junie. Do not forget, I have the Lady Pingxin standing behind me. If we really decide to take action together, have you considered the methods of Lady Pingxin? Jane and Junie paused their steps, exchanging glances, neither advancing nor retreating. Within the Baiyo Palace of Janeo Island, the master of Tongtian sat atop a cloud platform, his disciples standing silently at his sides, all eyes fixated on the battlefield, images manifesting in midair. Lü Yue, the master of Tongtian, suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on a Qingpao cultivator beside him. If Junie enters the underworld, how would you respond? Lü Yue lowered his gaze for a moment, and when he raised it again, the corners of his lips curled slightly. If he doesn't come, that's fine, but if he truly steps into the underworld. His voice was not loud, but each word was heavy. I will use the authority of the Emperor of Fengdu to suppress the origin of the underworld, allowing him to choose any of the 18 layers of hell to reside in. The underworld is a realm unto itself, not bound by the heavenly Tao, only accepting its own origin. The master should remember my incarnation wields the highest decrees of the underworld. Under Lady Pingxin within the underworld, I hold the ultimate authority. As his words fell, he turned his gaze toward the sea of blood, his eyes cold and sharp. The Buddhist gate stretches its hands to the very doors of the underworld. Do they truly believe that there is no one from the Jie sect? The master of Tontian nodded upon hearing this, asking no further questions, his gaze returning to the battlefield. The move made by the old ancestor of the Dark River is cunning. The origin of the Sea of Blood has been completely refined, forcefully breaking through the threshold of the primordial great Lü Yue Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, having just entered this realm, the foundation is still unstable and relying on external forces. Is not to be feared. LVU's brow twitched slightly, pausing for a moment before saying, Master, how many primordial great Lü Yue Golden Immortals have there been since the beginning of time? On the surface, only the Dark River stands alone. The other disciples in the hall fell silent. Among them the strongest was Lü Yue, a latest-stage quasi-saint, dual cultivating body and soul, capable of battling the primordial golden immortal, yet against the primordial great Lü Yue Golden Immortal. The gap was not merely slight, but a matter of life and death with no room for maneuver. No one spoke further, their divine senses firmly locked onto the space above the Sea of Blood. The three sides remained in a tense standoff. Jane and Juanti stood still, not out of unwillingness to move, but out of fear of making a hasty move. Lady Pingxin had carved her own path, establishing her saintly position, standing alongside Hongjun. If she were to take action, there would be no need for divine powers or magical treasures. A single thought from her would be enough to determine victory or defeat. Below the chaos spirit treasures, even the innate treasures would find it hard to shake her slightest fraction. The old ancestor of the Dark River remained still, not out of arrogance. He practiced the path of slaughter, not the path of recklessness. Facing two opponents, his chances of victory were zero. A direct confrontation would merely lead to death. He had agreed to guard the entrance of the underworld, but he had not agreed to sacrifice his life for it. If he could not win, he could not win. Should he then kneel to welcome the blade? He was living well with no intention of taking his final bow today. Juanti suddenly transmitted a message. Senior brother, you hold him for a moment. I will lead Dizong directly into the underworld. Jiayin's expression darkened, nodding. All right. You go, I will hold him. As soon as he finished speaking, Juanti returned the 12-petal merit golden lotus. Jane stepped onto the lotus platform holding the treasure banner and shot directly toward the Dark River. Almost in the same instant, Juanti had taken Dizong and dashed out. The momentum undiminished, suddenly changing direction mid-course, like lightning splitting the blood mist, heading straight for the entrance of the underworld. The several quasi-saints guarding the gate had just raised their hands when a figure swept past them, the corner of his robe, not even brushing against them, his aura already vanished. The old ancestor of the Dark River's pupils constricted. He initially thought that the two would attack together, planning how to delay until Lady Pingxin noticed, but saw Juanti abruptly change direction, not even pausing, directly charging into the underworld. The door opened. Someone had entered. The old ancestor of the Dark River's pupils slightly constricted, his movements paused. Juanti the saint turned to leave, and he felt a loosening on his shoulder. In a two-known scenario, he had no chance of winning. Now it was reduced to unknown, and the outcome had become uncertain. What of the saint? The primordial great Lü Yue Golden Immortal was also a transcendent being. The two immediately engaged in combat. The Dark River's dual swords emerged simultaneously. Yuan Tu cleaved the wind, Ubi split the void with sword light surging like a wave of blood, aiming directly for Jiayin's vital points. Jane stood on the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the treasure banner, hovering above the demon, suppressing rods sweeping out to block the shadows of the rod, and the sword chi colliding to create thunderous rumbles, igniting silent ripples in the void. The powerful beings of the primordial era all focused intently on the scene. Such close-quarters combat was rarely witnessed in their daily lives. Let alone that one side was a saint established by the heavenly Tao, while the other was a self-proclaimed primordial great Lü Yue Golden Immortal. Two forces of the same level, yet of different origins, clashed heat-in, neither willing to retreat an inch. Everyone's gaze was pinned to the battlefield, momentarily forgetting that at the entrance of the underworld Juanti had already quietly stepped in. As soon as Juanti landed in the shadowy realm of the underworld, he was met by a group of Wu clan members standing by the bridge of Yellow Springs. The leader, the Xianming ancestor, which stood with her hands behind her back, her expression calm, her robe fluttering. She was not here by chance. Lü Yue, as the emperor of Fengdu, had already given a secret order to show respect first and strike with thunder later. The Wu clan had long settled in the underworld. The old friendship with Lady Pingxin still lingered, and the Emperor of Fengdu looked after them personally. The GS sect's disciples stationed in the underworld treated the Wu clan with utmost respect. If there were any orders, they would never shirk. This time, when summoned to take action, she did not ask for the reason and readily agreed. But upon seeing the person, she realized it was the Saint Juandi. She did not inquire further about the other's realm. The Emperor of Fengdu had only said, "The visitor is extremely strong," and she had assumed it was someone of the 12 Golden Immortal level planning to seize him upon sight and drag him into the nether to face judgment. However, when that person raised his sleeve to reveal himself, though his saintly aura was restrained, his presence was as deep as a chasm and towering as a mountain, pressing down the surrounding winds to a halt. Xuanming's expression darkened. Primordial Golden Immortal. Indeed. But standing opposite was a saint. Juandi recognized the person before him and paused slightly. Xianming, ancestor witch. Xianming did not answer, her gaze fixed on the unfamiliar Buddhist disciple beside him, her voice cold and hard. "The Emperor of Fengdu has ordered me to await someone's arrival. Someone has intruded into the underworld and must be asked to leave." She paused, her eyes piercing into Zunti's. "I did not expect that this intruder would fall upon a saint. When the underworld was first established, Hongjun Daozu personally promised those at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal and above are not permitted to enter. The Emperor of Fengdu established this rule: violators shall be subdued, and their true spirits cast into the 18 layers of hell, never to be extricated. We both heard this matter, did we not? Does the saint perhaps have a flawed memory? Or do you think Lady Pingxin would not take action? Or do you believe that once you leave the underworld, Hongjun Daozu would allow you to overstep your bounds?" Zunti's expression did not change, but a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes before he returned to normal. "The ancestor which is mistaken. The agreement from that day only applies to Great Luo Golden Immortals, not to saints. What Hongjun Daozu permitted only mentioned Great Luo, without sealing the saintly realm. I remember this matter clearly, not a word amiss." Xianming stared at him silently for a moment, then suddenly laughed coldly. "Good. Very well. I have asked 3 times, and the saint insists on not retreating." She turned and walked away, her steps unhalted, her voice resonating through the Yellow Springs. "Emperor of Fengdu. The visitor is the Saint Juandi, unable to be restrained. Courtesy has been exhausted and law must be enforced. If the person refuses to leave, you must personally suppress him." With her words falling, her figure had vanished. Zunti's complexion turned pale. He secretly channeled the power of the heavenly Tao, wishing to stabilize his foundation by taking advantage of his saintly position. But the secrets of heaven were like fog, and the power of the heavenly Tao could not penetrate the underworld in the slightest. The deeper he went, the thinner the connection with the heavenly Tao of the primordial era became, as though wrapped in a thick cocoon, isolating him from the outside. He wanted to retreat. Before him, the figure of Dizong sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, with the fate of the Buddha's teachings hanging in the balance of this battle. One step back, and it would lead to eternal damnation. He gritted his teeth, standing firm in place. If they failed, they would have to seek another way out, otherwise the sect would find it hard to flourish. His gaze was intense, fixed upon Dizong. Dizong swiftly swear upon the Tao. The Saint of Proficiency spoke in a hurried tone, urging Dizong to take the oath on the spot. In the netherworld, where the heavenly way was concealed, swearing to the Tao seemed as if a stone had sunk into the sea. The Tao is not constrained by form, it pervades all realms, even in the ghostly place of the netherworld, where the ancestral sorceress stands firm upon the Tao. As long as the Tao consents, the oath will take root immediately, irrevocable. Dizang's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, facing the depths of the netherworld, then raised his head to gaze at the sky. The heavens hung low, black mist swirling, and a blood moon loomed above its light, a sinister red. He stood with his palms together, spine straight, his tone steady. "The Tao is above. The disciple of the Saint of Proficiency, Dizong, now swears in the netherworld. Until hell is empty, I shall not attain Buddhahood. From this day forth, I wish to reside in the netherworld, helping all vengeful spirits." As his words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The Saint of Proficiency was momentarily stunned, his brow twitching. He had not anticipated that Dizong would make such a grave oath. Once the vow was made, it could not be undone. If the Tao consented, it would become an ironclad law. In that instant, his heart tightened. He could sacrifice his dignity, bow low, and run about for the Buddha's teachings, but he did not wish to permanently confine his direct disciple in this ghostly realm. Once this oath was established, Dizong would find it difficult to step out of the netherworld, even half a step. Even if he could amass great merits and nurture his own virtue, it would still come at the cost of his entire life. He silently hoped that the Tao would not consent. He would rather re-strategize than risk his disciple's fate. Yet the will of heaven did not accommodate human desires. A fissure opened in the void, revealing an eye that gazed down indifferently. After a moment's contemplation, a chilling "agreed" echoed, cutting off all possibility of retreat. From this point on, Dizong would forever guard the netherworld. As the words lingered, the merits had already been bestowed. 2 beams of golden light descended from the heavens. A powerful surge directly flowed into Dizang's body, elevating his cultivation level in layers swiftly surpassing the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Without pausing at the threshold of Lü Yue Golden Immortal, it directly reached the cusp of Saint, his aura suddenly thickening like an abyss. A smaller stream flew towards the top of the Saint of Proficiency's head, yet before it could touch him it transformed into a stream of light and vanished. That was an old debt of the heavenly way now settled in one stroke. Within the palace of the Golden Tortoise Island, the Lord of Heaven observed this scene silently, his finger pausing. Harsh, he uttered a single word. Dizong truly dares to nail himself in the netherworld. The Saint of Proficiency also dares to push him in. Lü Yue stood beside him and said, "Teacher, is this it? Since the Saint of Proficiency has entered the netherworld, this matter is clearly aimed at us, the GS sect. Aren't you going to express a stance? Aren't you going to say something? Surely you should say something. Or do something." The Lord of Heaven glanced at him, his expression calm. "What do you wish for me to do? Curse a few times, or take up my sword and leave?" Lü Yue was taken aback. "Teacher, you really... If it were in the past, the 4 swords of extermination would have long been hanging outside Mount Sumeru, the formation laid out, just waiting for the Saint of Proficiency and the Saint of Guidance to return for a decisive battle. But now..." The Lord of Heaven raised his hand and lightly tapped the table, his voice steady. "When the sect was established without a supreme treasure to suppress the fate, a slight miscalculation would lead to eternal damnation. I set up formations, displayed power, and revealed my sword. It is not for the sake of fighting, but to make others dare not extend their hands. Whoever wishes to meddle with the fate of the GS sect must first weigh whether they have the life to withstand the sword energy of extermination. Over these years, how many have been staring at my disciples, yet quietly retreated? Now that the Chaos Bell is in my possession, the fate is as stable as a rock. On the netherworld side, there is also you. The Emperor of Fengdu has been stationed for many years. The origin of the netherworld obeys his command." He paused, looking at Lü Yue. "You are incarnated there. As soon as the Saint of Proficiency lands in the netherworld, you still don't know how to welcome him." Lü Yue's eyes brightened, then he nodded. "Understood." It turned out it was not that he did not move, it was that there was no need to be present. It was not a retreat, but rather a prelude had long been set. Everything still lay within the game. He needed to act with caution, while also revealing his edge, making those with ulterior motives clearly understand that if they wish to act against the GS sect, they must weigh the consequences. The fate had long been stabilized, deeply rooted like a rock with no risk of leakage. Even if there were secret schemers, they were not to be feared. Lü Yue looked at the Lord of Heaven, seeing the accumulated pain and loneliness from many years in his eyes. But he did not speak. He understood his teacher's nature, pride born of spirit. Why need others to point it out? Since the teacher wishes to observe how I deal with the Saint of Proficiency, then please watch. This netherworld is my territory. As soon as his words fell, Lü Yue already activated his incarnation. Upon receiving the command, the incarnation immediately struck at the essence of the netherworld, instantly sealing the void surrounding the Saint of Proficiency. The Saint of Proficiency was in the midst of discussing matters with Dizong when he suddenly felt the world around him freeze. His breath momentarily halted and his divine sense obstructed. A sense of alarm arose. The 7 treasures mysterious tree rose, sweeping once, then again, then thrice. The space remained motionless as if cast in iron. He seemed trapped in an invisible prison, unable to advance or retreat. His complexion changed several times, but ultimately calmed. "I am the Emperor of Fengdu. The Saint of Proficiency has violated the agreement made with the Dao ancestor in the past, entering the netherworld without permission, which is a breach of oath. Now, acting according to the agreement, I shall confine him beneath the 18 layers of hell. The hell of oblivion." His voice echoed across the wilderness, reverberating through the heavens. The great powers heard it, their expressions indifferent. Years ago, Lü Yue swore an oath before the Purple Cloud Palace with Hong Jun as a witness, terms and conditions known to all. The Saint of Proficiency, having destroyed his own contract, was to be suppressed, which was reasonable. However, was the capture of the Saint so straightforward? The Saint of Guidance's expression turned frosty upon hearing this, and he raised his hand to shake off the ancestor of the underworld, swiftly retreating. Just moments ago, he had seen Dizong issuing grand vows and golden light descending, thinking that the storm would settle. He merely had to entangle the underworld river to ensure the safety of his disciples and return to Mount Sumeru. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye his disciples had been dragged into the depths of the ghostly prison? In that instant, even the saint's state of mind rippled. Within the netherworld, the Saint of Proficiency had exerted all his effort. His Dharma form and golden body manifested, Dao runes burst forth, divine abilities unleashed in succession. Yet the void remained silent as ever. A massive hand broke through the void, fingers closing together, unstoppable, directly plunging him beneath the 18 layers of hell. The hell of oblivion. This place was neither earth nor sky, with time and space, severed causality difficult to trace, and the killing intent lurking in every inch of emptiness. The Saint of Proficiency was cast into it, landing silently, yet knowing that the calamity had only just begun. The Emperor of Fengda's gaze swept over Dizong, his eyes devoid of waves, only a trace of coldness. Hell is not empty, and I shall not attain Buddhahood. Heh. Are you planning to ferry this 6 realms of reincarnation, all the souls of the deceased, into the Buddha's teachings? Since you have made this vow, this Emperor will fulfill it for you. Order the resentment in the 18 layers of hell rises to the sky. The soul's obsessions are deep, commanding Dizong to go immediately to resolve each grievance, assist their souls, and facilitate their rebirth. As the decree was spoken, Dizong's heart trembled, already sensing a response. A group of armored figures stepped forward. Warriors of the Witch clan clad in dark battle robes, their joints coarse, their aura heavy as mountains. The leader surveyed Dizong for a moment, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Hell is not empty, and you shall not attain Buddhahood. If you practice your method this way, will we not be idly sitting around in the future? Moreover, this netherworld was formed by the ancestral sorceress. You, an outsider speaking of ferrying, likely do not know how to write the character for death. Let's go. The 18th layer of hell has already been prepared for you. Dizong's throat rolled, not uttering a word. He did not dare. Just now the Sage of Precepts was snatched away by that hand, vanishing into the abyss in the blink of an eye. If he hesitated for even a moment, would that hand reach out for him as well? He followed silently. Upon reaching the entrance to the 18th layer of hell, the warriors of the Witch clan paused, glancing at him with a hint of pity in their eyes. Survive and return. With that, the seal was reactivated, the array patterns flowed, and the portal closed. Dizong stood alone in the pitch darkness, surrounded by an impenetrable void where he couldn't see his own hands. In this vast layer of hell, he was the only one left. Even the Sage of Precepts was restrained. He, a mere quasi-saint, found it difficult to protect himself in this place. He originally planned to take his time, first to build good relationships, then to transform the souls of the deceased, accumulate merit, and gather luck, waiting for the right moment to seek further progress. Now the path was cut off. He stood in the darkness, truly tasting for the first time what it meant to be helpless. He lowered his head and sat quietly, breathing slowly, then crossed his legs to focus his spirit and began to channel his attack methods. This could be considered a retreat from the world. With his master, the Sage of Precepts, already suppressed, what else could he do? He was merely a novice in the quasi-saint realm, unaware of how many unfathomable beings were hidden in this underworld. On the day he first entered the underworld, a figure did indeed appear. That person exuded an aura as deep as the abyss, with time seemingly stagnant around them. His master referred to them as the ancestor of the mysterious darkness. He had long heard of the name of the ancestor of the mysterious darkness, once the strongest among the Witch clan, wielding dominion over the heavens and earth, cutting through the primeval chaos. Now he had truly encountered them in this place. For such a figure, he couldn't even muster the thought of making a move, let alone resist. After entering meditation, the surroundings fell silent. If anyone were to breathe at that moment, even the slightest sound would echo clearly like a drumbeat. On Geneo Island in the Azure Palace, Lü Yue's lips curled slightly. Master, the Sage of Precepts has entered the abyss of no return. When the guide comes, we merely need to wait. And that Dizong who claims I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Humph. He seems to have forgotten that matters of the underworld have always been governed by my GS sect. If he truly rescues the souls of the dead, what will remain of my sect's incense and fortune? With that, he raised his gaze toward the west, his eyes cold and hard. The master of the GS sect sat in the hall, his gaze slightly softened, filled with a hint of approval. With such a disciple, the affairs of the GS sect truly required little of his concern. In the heavenly court, the disciples of the GS sect had already taken the position of an emperor, second only to the high heaven, wielding the greatest power, their merit and fortune increasing steadily day by day. Within the underworld, the GS sect wielded absolute control. All high-ranking members were from his sect, and though the Witch clan had settled and they were merely for rest, the true administrators, the ones who commanded, resolved cases, and patrolled the underworld without exception, were all members of the GS sect. With both the heavenly court and the underworld's sources of fortune in their grasp, the GS sect's fortune was long-lasting, its foundation unshakable. All the saints knew the heavenly court was a gathering place for fortune, yet it was only Tong Tian who sent disciples to take office. Under the teachings of the Grand Supreme, there was only one disciple, Xuandu, who had no excess strength to allocate. Although there were many disciples under the Primordial Supreme, they found it hard to act. In his view, the high heaven was merely a child before the Hongjun Daozu, unworthy of ruling over all immortals. Only because the Daozu personally instructed him did he ascend to the imperial position. If Lü Yue heard this, he would surely scoff and retort Hongjun Daozu, the foremost figure of the primeval chaos. To serve him is a disgrace. Not at all. How many great powers seek this, yet cannot obtain it, willing to exchange 10,000 years of arduous practice for a single pointer from the Daozu. In the guise of a child, every action represents the will of the Daozu. To honor him is to honor the Daozu, to slight him is to slight the Daozu. Currently the position held by the Jie sect is indeed the highest among the heavenly court, second only to the high heaven. With the sect's operation stable like a mountain standing tall, and the fortune flowing like an unending river. More importantly, the sect's karma no longer needs to be suppressed by fortune. In recent years, the master of the Jie sect has achieved a clear state of mind, retreating to comprehend the heavenly path, making progress even faster than before. It is at this point that he realizes the rapid advancement of the Grand Supreme and the Primordial Supreme in the past was not entirely due to their innate talent, but because of the simplicity of sect affairs, abundant fortune, and a mind free of distractions. Lü Yue, have you truly restrained the Sage of Precepts? Without seeing him mobilize the power of the heavenly path, have you already given up? Lü Yue laughed heartily. Master, within the underworld, I hold the final say. This is no empty claim, it is the truth. The underworld is its own realm with only a narrow gap connecting to the primeval chaos. That gap is guarded by the ancestor of the Nether River and the Azura clan, making it difficult for outsiders to cross even half a step. Even if a strong intruder were to enter, I have my own means to subdue them. Though the Sage of Precepts is indeed a saint, he is a saint of the heavenly path. When he attained sainthood, his foundation was insufficient, forcing him to borrow the merits of the heavenly path to ascend to the saintly position. Now with his merits yet unpaid, his realm is stuck at the first layer of sainthood, unable to advance even an inch. The moment he stepped into the underworld, I sealed that pathway completely. From then on, the underworld and the world of primeval chaos are severed. The reason a saint is called a saint is that they can adjust the power of the heavenly path. With the heavenly path isolated, the saintly position remains, but the power is lost. Tell me, how much might does he still possess? Without the support of the heavenly path, possessing only the realm of a saint is in my eyes merely that of a quasi-saint. Within the underworld, he is but an easy target. As for my incarnation as the Emperor of Fengdu, I have now attained the realm of a saint of the underworld. The Lady of Tranquility is the first saint of the underworld. Later she granted me a saintly position which I have fused into myself. However, after the fusion, constrained by the underworld, I must remain in the underworld guarding the source and cannot leave at will. When the saint of the heavenly path enters the domain of the underworld compared to me, the outcome is already decided. The Sage of Precepts cannot mobilize the power of the heavenly path, while I can draw upon the source of the underworld to suppress him. It is but a matter of raising my hand. Tong Tian was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Lü Yue's face. The disciples of the Jie sect all turned their heads, staring at him. Vice Sect Master, you have become a saint of the underworld. Vice Sect Master, when did this happen? Your true form has not yet become a saint, yet your incarnation has reached the peak first. Lü Yue raised his hand and waved lightly, bestowed by the Lady of Tranquility. Everyone was silent for a moment. He continued, the underworld governs all spirits and its authority is immense, yet my cultivation is insufficient to bear its weight. The lady, seeing this, granted me the saintly position of the underworld, naming me, establishing a contract, and sealing it. From then on, this incarnation of mine is recognized as a saint by the underworld. However, it is now bound to the underworld. It cannot leave beneath the 18th layer, nor can it step out of the gates of the nether world. Tongshin's smile just began to form before he halted then. Does that mean our Jie sect counts as having two saints? Lü Yue shook his head. Master, it does not count. It cannot leave the underworld. It cannot even step over the threshold of the Yamas Hall. Tong Tian opened his mouth, but did not laugh anymore. Alas! Just when I wanted to boast, for once I forgot about this layer. Forget it, I was too impatient. That you could gain this opportunity is already a great fortune. Even if you cannot leverage it, merely the overflow of the saintly aura is enough for you to comprehend the foundation of the great Tao. However, Lü Yue said, Master, you must not try to comprehend it. It cultivates the imperial Tao and the underworld Tao, its laws deeply ingrained. If I forcibly touch it with my own body, the true essence of thunder will surely be devoured in reverse. It is not comprehension, it is assimilation. At that time there would be no Lü Yue in the world, only a puppet wearing my skin, executing the will of the underworld. Tongshin's expression grew serious, slowly nodding. This is my oversight. You should continue to cultivate diligently and not rely on external forces. Lü Yue bowed his head. Disciple understands. Tong Tian gazed at him for a moment and nodded. Duo Bao Daoren suddenly asked, Junior brother, is it proper to consign Dizong to the 18th layer? He swore that so long as hell is not empty, he will not become Buddha. He has already realized the Tao and causality is indelibly stamped. If you lock him at the very bottom, and within 100 years he fails to save a single soul, and his oath collapses, the backlash may entangle you. Lü Yue glanced at Duobao. Senior brother, no matter. He only declared so long as hell is not empty. He never specified where it must be emptied. Every century I will deliver a single vicious soul into the 18th layer and place it before him. If he wishes to redeem it, he shall. If he refuses, it is his own breach of oath. The underworld has never obstructed nor urged him. The path is laid, whether he lifts his foot is his own affair. Duobao's eyes brightened, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Junior brother, in plotting schemes and setting the field, Jiejiao has no one like you. Where the teacher positions like chess, you lay a living campaign. Before a piece falls, the momentum is already formed. If I were sect leader, I fear I could not hold out 3 months. You sit steadily in that seat. Lü Yue said nothing further, only, senior brother, we must discuss the matter at hand. Zhuan-Ti has been suppressed in Wujian Hell, and Jin will inevitably come begging. When he comes, it will be the moment he opens his mouth to demand. That is only the surface. They dominate the western lands, monopolizing incense rites, ley veins, spirit ores, and ancient temple ruins. Our eastern sects rise like a forest, great families carve up influence. A single spirit jade must be divided among 7 houses. This cut must be made with precision. Brothers and sisters, if you wish to exchange for something, lack something, or covet something, speak now. So long as it is not excessive, Jane may nod. I want a cutting of the putti tree. To raise myself. He paused, turning to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Teacher, if you plant it with your own hand, could it survive? Lü Yue looked at Tongtian Jiaozhu with steady eyes. Tongtian turned to him and said, Disciple, do you truly think Jane Saint will consent to see a cutting of the putti tree? This step is too large. If you sought Western Gingjin, the 8 treasures merit pool, water, Jane would likely agree, but Zhuan-Ti Saint's own innate spiritual root, can it be taken at will? Even if you obtained the cutting and exhausted yourself to nurture it, it would at best become a middling innate spiritual root, far removed from the original. Lü Yue's lips curled faintly. Teacher, I seek this branch not to let it grow into a new tree. Among the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, only the putti tree has already taken form, the other 9 have not yet awakened. Zhuan-Ti Saint's body bears the bulk of the fortune, 70 or 80% in truth. My action is to divide the fortune. To pry open a seam in the fate pressing upon Huang Zhongli's crown. Once loosened, Huang Zhongli can return flow to its source and reaccumulate spiritual opportunity. With Jijiao's fortune to support it, and then tempered by the teacher's potency, the day of its formation might not be beyond hope. Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes narrowed, and he was silent for a moment. Feasible. If the arrangement is meticulous, I can aid its breakthrough. If it truly forms with Huang Zhongli's root strength, the path to Hunyuan may not be severed. The disciples in the hall glanced at one another. They only knew that Huang Zhongli ranked first among the 10 supreme innate roots, yet none had seen it. They did not even know Jiejiao truly possessed such a thing. Someone could not help but ask, Teacher Huang Zhongli, where is it? Why have we never seen it? Tongtian swept his gaze across them. This tree was brought back by Lü Yue and entrusted to my custody to suppress Jijiao's fortune. It was planted deep in the rear hills, arrayed with 3-fold formations and 9 seals concealing even the celestial mechanisms. Aside from Lü Yue and myself, no one knew. Now that it has been revealed, you must keep silent. Speak not, ask not, seek not. To break Lü Yue's design is to undermine the very foundation of Jiejiao. The disciples bowed their heads in unison, voices low and steady. We will obey the master's orders. Tongtian nodded. Lü Yue smiled and waved to them. Brothers and sisters, do not be carried away by the teacher's praise. What scheme? There is none. I have always relied on my fists. The word strategy is not written in my ledger. Laughter filled the hall. Though Lü Yue's smile lingered, his mind was clear. With Zhuan-Ti fallen, the Western sect would be thrown into disorder. Disorder breeds chaos, and chaos sends resources flowing outward. That account would need settling sooner or later. He thought silently, the war to infect the gods has not yet begun, and yet you have already reached out to meddle. Now let you trip first. Laughter in Bo Palace had not ceased. The East Sea was calm, with light wind and pale clouds. On Shumi Mountain in the west, the lotus platforms were still. Jane Saint sat motionless, a deep crease between his brows. The empty lotus beside him only emphasized the hall's chill. The underworld affair had utterly collapsed. Disciples trapped in the nether, Zhuan-Ti gone silent. He had long since concluded that the junior brother had indeed been sealed at the very bottom of Wujian Hell, unable to move. A brute force break-in is out of the question. Even if Zhuan-Ti is among the weaker saints, he still wields heavenly authority. Whoever could silence and seal him must have used means no ordinary remedy can unravel. An all-out assault on the underworld would likely fail to rescue anyone, and would see them nailed beneath the monument of rebirth first. He slowly lifted his eyes toward the eastern horizon, where sea met sky, toward Janeo Island. The Fengdu Emperor is an incarnation of Lü Yue. The Lord of the Underworld is also Lü Yue. This matter had no solution save one: to go personally to petition Tontian Jiaozhu, asking him to order the release. He closed his eyes, briefly summoned disciples such as Miao Riguang and Yue Guang, and ordered them to guard Shumi Mountain and protect the western domain. He then rose mounted auspicious light and sped eastward back to Janeo Island. Along the way he said little, drawing his sleeves tighter. Be it humiliation or extortion, he was prepared. As long as he could bring Zhuan Ti back, nothing else mattered. Jane Saint set foot upon the East Sea and stood between sea and sky, and his gaze swept across the string of isles and the vast waves, his aura sinking slightly before he sighed softly. The innate spiritual energy above the East Sea is several times richer than that over the western lands. Over there it is growing increasingly withered and can hardly sustain itself. He swept his sleeve, and a lotus platform appeared. He sat upon it and advanced slowly. Purple chi rolled like a tide sweeping across the heavens. Cultivators on the East Sea Isles emerged from seclusion, and seeing the overwhelming purple light, assumed their own masters had come forth. They hurried to arrange robes, prepare incense tables, and line up honors to greet him. When the figure became clear, they realized he was unfamiliar. Neither Tontian Jiaozhu nor Duo Bao Doran nor Jin Lingxingmu. Yet the purple chi condensed without dispersing, vast and unsullied. It was plainly the arrival of a saint. No one dared be remiss. They all bowed and performed 3 ceremonial salutes. Jane Saint did not look aside, did not utter a word, nor pause a step. He went straight toward Janeo Island. Shui Huatongzi had long awaited at the island's stone steps. The moment Jane Saint arrived, the youth quickened forward, bowed, and said, "Jane Saint, the Lord ordered me to welcome you here." Jane nodded and walked at his pace. He could have crossed into Bio Palace in a single stride, but he had not come to tour. He had come to petition. Manners must not be neglected, nor haste taken. In the blink of an eye, they stood at the palace gate. Shui Huatongzi halted and, hands lowered, said, "Saint, please enter. The Lord and the young Lord await within." He then stepped back behind a pillar and fell silent. Jane looked up, saw the vermilion gates of Bio Palace standing open, and stepped inside. Upon the high platform in the hall, the Master of Heaven sat still like a mountain. At the lower left, Lü Yue sat upright, his demeanor calm. The gaze of Jane paused slightly. Lü Yue's position was surprisingly on par with that of the Master. Though there was a slight difference in his heart, it went unexpressed. The sole purpose of this visit was but one thing: to rescue Zhuan Ti. He clasped his hands and bowed to the Master of Heaven. "Master Tongtian, it has been a long time. I observe that your aura is harmonious, and your cultivation has deepened further." Lü Yue rose upon hearing this, lowered his sleeves, and cast his gaze down, performing the junior disciple's salute. "I pay my respects to Saint Jane." Jane nodded slightly, then turned his gaze back to the Master of Heaven. The Master of Heaven slowly opened his eyes, his gaze level. "Jane, why have you come to my Golden Ao Island? Could it be that the West is still insufficient, and you must come to the East Sea to stir up the winds and clouds? This island is neither a battleground nor a battlefield. I still need to lecture and teach here. In the future, it cannot be subjected to repeated upheavals." Jia Yin's expression remained unchanged, only pressing down a hint of turbulence in his sleeves. "Master Tongtian, I hope you can see clearly. My junior and I are truly left with no choice. In our impetuousness, I hope for your understanding." The Master of Heaven turned his head slightly. "I dare not accept the title of senior brother. You and Zhuan Ti have already established a separate sect, severing the continuation of the Dao lineage, and from now on each shall walk their own path. To continue to refer to each other as brothers only diminishes our reputations. Speak plainly. If there is no important matter, Saint Jane, please return to Mount Sumeru. I am currently contemplating a profound mystery of the Dao and cannot accompany you for long." Jane was silent for a moment, and when he spoke his tone was steady. "Zhuan Ti and I indeed listened to lectures under the seat of the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, and we were also recorded as named disciples. Though the path we cultivate differs from the teachings of the Dao sect, we have never diverged from the fundamental source of the Dao." The Master of Heaven's lips curled slightly. "Having established a separate school, you have chosen your own path. Different paths naturally lead to separate ways. What benefit is there in saying has not betrayed when it is of no use?" "Jane, I do not listen to arguments." Jane no longer beat around the bush. "Zhuan Ti has been imprisoned beneath the 18 layers of the underworld in the hell of no intermission. I have come this time to earnestly request Master Tongshan's permission for the Emperor of Fengdu to issue an order for his release." The Master of Heaven raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, finally we get to the root of the matter after so long." He paused slightly and turned to Lü Yue. "Lü Yue, you are the deputy master of the GS sect. Do you know the details of this matter?" The Master of Heaven lowered his gaze in silence, subtly pushing the conversation to Lü Yue. Lü Yue stood in response, slightly bowing to the Master of Heaven. Master, I have indeed heard about this matter. News from our fellow disciples serving in the underworld has returned. Saint Xuanti has forcibly intruded into the netherworld and has been suppressed. The Master of Heaven frowned slightly, forcibly intruding into the underworld. He raised his eyes to look at Jane, his tone straight. Has he forgotten the rules promised by the Tao ancestor Hongjun back then? The great Luo Golden Immortal is not permitted to enter. All 6 saints were present, and many powerful beings witnessed this. Now he brazenly intrudes with the body of a sainted. Does he treat that vow as mere paper? He turned his head to look at Jane. Friend Jane, does this rule count as being broken? Jian's expression grew more somber, his voice low. Master Tongtian, the agreement made between Lü Yue's disciple and teacher Hongjun back then was limited to the great Luo Golden Immortals and did not prohibit saints. Xuanti entered with his true form. By the literal interpretation, he has not violated the contract. The Master of Heaven's lips curled slightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. Literal. Who was that not allowed to enter written for? If saints could enter, why establish the agreement? If saints could break it, why did the 6 saints witness it together? Now that something has happened, they come seeking my GS sect. Do they think we are in the habit of cleaning up after others? Lü Yue listened quietly, his gaze resting on Jane. He did not speak, only gently raised his hand, a faint light flashing from his sleeve revealing several segments of confidential reports from the underworld. Saint Jane, the information I have received differs slightly. The Emperor of Fengdu noticed the disturbance and immediately dispatched the Ancestral, with Xianming to persuade him to leave. Xianming pleaded 3 times, yet Saint Xuanti stood before the reincarnation platform, unmoving. Subsequently, several disciples from the Buddhist sect swore at the Mirror of Calamity, as long as hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha. As soon as this oath was made, a gust of cold wind rose, and the Emperor of Fengdu acted on the spot, sealing him beneath the 9 netherworlds. He paused, his voice not high yet resonating. The underworld has shown repeated courtesy, but Saint Xuanti, relying on his saintly position, did not retreat, provoking the severity of the underworld's laws. Now you come to my door, asking my GS sect for assistance. Have you considered that if we agree, it would be as if we personally undermined the authority of the underworld? If the Emperor of Fengdu agrees in the future, whenever someone breaks through, they could imitate this. You just find a saint to back them up and come ask my disciples to mediate. With dozens of GS sect disciples serving in the underworld, if we lose our credibility and disrupt our order, because of this, how will we stand in the future? Jian's throat moved slightly, but he did not respond. He knew all too well. The Emperor of Fengdu was indeed the true form of Lü Yue. This round of dialogue, though seemingly a rejection, actually revealed the bottom line and price. He originally thought of offering a small gift to coax the Master of Heaven into action. After all, saints are proud and value their face. If they are willing to bow their heads, it would likely settle half the matter. But now Lü Yue's arguments dissected every detail, each word tightly linked to the laws of the underworld, the foundations of the GS sect, and the common consensus of the wilderness, leaving no room for negotiation. He pondered Tao ancestor Hongjun, just recently opposed by their brotherhood. If he were to seek help now, he might not even reach the threshold of the Zixiao Palace, the Wu clan. Xianming had already taken action to persuade, and the others remained silent. The Lady of Peace never inquired about the matters of the underworld, only guarding the essence of the nether. The remaining saints either stood by or feared the might of the underworld, none willing to wade into this murky water. In the vast wilderness, the only one capable of resolving this situation was the Master of Heaven. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his tone softened further. Junior disciple, we were both present when the Emperor of Fengdu was conferred back then. If you and Master Tongtian are willing to step forward, the underworld should give some face. Lü Yue quietly looked at him and suddenly smiled. Saint Jane, the face of the underworld cannot be obtained merely by someone's words. It is earned through each instance of maintaining, suppressing, and standing firm. If today we open this door, tomorrow someone will come with a sacred artifact to smash the gates of hell. You tell me, will that face be preserved, or will it be torn to shreds right there? Jane was silent for a moment, then finally reached into his sleeve and took out a plain wooden box. Lifting the lid, inside were several green-skinned spiritual fruits, a few pieces of gray-black iron crystals, and 3 withered yellow spiritual grasses. The Master of Heaven glanced at it lightly, brushed his sleeve, and the lid of the box closed soundlessly. Lü Yue's gaze swept over the box, his expression unchanged, and he simply said, Saint Jean, thank you for making the long journey here. But please take these back. My GS sect disciples serve in the underworld, managing the Yin officials, the record books, and guarding the city of the wronged dead. What we seek is not material goods, it is the establishment of rules and the preservation of our dignity. If you truly wish to save someone, prepare sincere offerings. Otherwise, I must decline your request. My master, the master of heaven, holds the esteem of a saint. Every action is beyond the ordinary. Please review the items listed. If there are no objections, my master will extend assistance. Before Lü Yue's words could fade, he waved his sleeve, and the list transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting directly into the hands of the Saint of Guidance. The Saint of Guidance received it, lowering his gaze to scan over it. His gaze moved down the lines, and his expression gradually darkened. The branches of the Bodhi tree must stretch over 2 zhang, 1 innate gung metal vein, 1 innate copper essence, vein 1 innate crystal, vein 1 low-grade, innate spiritual root, along with 37 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all clearly marked. He tightened his fingers slightly, and the aura beneath his sleeve paused momentarily. These items could be gathered from the Western lands. But once gathered, it would take at least 10,000 years to reassemble them. Senior Brother Tongtian, he raised his eyes and spoke slowly, yet earnestly. The items listed here seem a bit excessive. Could they be slightly reduced? The master of Tongtian, upon hearing this, merely shifted his gaze lightly onto Lü Yue. This matter, discuss it with Lü Yue. I still need to meditate on the heavenly path. After saying this, he closed his eyes, his spirit already distant, and did not utter another word. The Saint of Guidance remained silent for a moment before turning to Lü Yue. Junior nephew, it is indeed difficult to bear. Could it be halved? Lü Yue nodded with a smile. Saint of Guidance, not much at all. The Buddhist sect oversees the entire Western domain. Their treasury is richer than 100 times what is listed on this list. Today my master is merely asking for a bit of remuneration, which for the Buddhist sect is already a considerable profit. The sooner Saint Zunti returns, the sooner stability will settle in the West. If the underworld is delayed, all races will observe for a long time, and their thoughts will inevitably stir. Currently, only the saint sits alone in Shumi. If the word gets out, how can the heroes maintain peace for long? By then relying solely on one person's strength, how many races can be suppressed? How many factions can be subdued? The weight of this matter the saint knows better than I. The Saint of Guidance's throat moved slightly, but he did not respond. Lü Yue, however, did not stop. There is one more thing to inform. Even if my master promises to take action, Saint Zuni must also guard the underworld for 1,000 years before he can return. This is not to demean, but to uphold the dignity of the entire underworld and to consider the face of all parties. If the saint insists on not agreeing, the matter on the underworld is not urgent. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Even up to 10 million years, or until the endless tribulation, there is no set time. The underworld has its laws, and no one can transgress them. The Saint of Guidance's brow twitched, and fine sweat appeared at his temples. After a long time he exhaled. I have understood your intentions, junior nephew. The items on the list will be prepared tonight, and at dawn tomorrow they will be delivered to the front of the Bio Palace. I will return to Shumi Mountain and await my junior brother's return. After speaking, he said no more, stood up and bowed deeply to the master of Tongtian before turning to leave the hall. Though his steps were steady, his back appeared heavy and burdened. On this trip to Janeo Island, he originally thought he could mediate a bit through old ties, but unexpectedly in the Bio Palace he encountered no soft words, only ironclad decisions. The master of Tongtian watched his figure disappear beyond the palace gates, his robe sleeve lightly brushing, and the gates of the Bio Palace closed silently. Lü Yue, my disciple, this strike was decisive. The Western Buddhist sect, it seems, will have to shed blood and flesh. Ha ha ha. Each item on that list is something they have accumulated over countless years. Today, they offer it to me from the Jie sect. What do you think? Does the Saint of Guidance feel pain in his heart? Lü Yue clasped his fists and smiled. Master, the Western lands have long been held by the two saints. These matters they can produce. Furthermore, when Saint Zuni stepped into the East, what did he take that was not 10 times this? Today is merely to reclaim some interest. Although there are many items compared to what he has acquired in the past, it doesn't even amount to a fraction. If the West loses Zuni, which of the Baihu Zhuqiue or Xianming clans would still bow their heads and obey? The Saint of Guidance sees through this, which is why he had no choice but to agree. Thus I dared to speak, and they had no choice but to comply. Even if unwilling, even if reluctant, they must comply. If they do not comply. Lü Yue paused, lowering his voice. Deep within the underworld there are iron chains that endure. The ancestors of the Baihu clan still guard the western border. If he remains still, it is well, but once he moves, even Shumi Mountain may shake 3 times. The Cow Demon clan in the west also has a Hunyuan Jinxian stationed. Moreover, those disciples passed down by the demon ancestor from years past. If Zuni does not appear for long, the west will eventually change. If the Saint of Guidance cannot even sense this hint of wind, what talk is there of commanding the west? These years of superficial peace rely on the combined pressure of him and Zuni. Thus he cannot wait for Zuni to return to the mountain, and immediately comes to seek me and the master. At Hongjun Deus's place, he may not even be welcomed. As for the Wu clan, there is no way for them to interfere in underworld affairs. Even if they force their way in, Lady Pingxin will not nod in agreement. Now the Wu clan only seeks to stabilize their position and recover their energies. If any more complications arise, that bit of bloodline from the northern lands may be completely severed. Although Qiao, Xingtian, and Hui are still here, if they truly encounter opponents, they should not touch. These few shamans on the ground cannot hold out for long. In the entire Honghuang, only the master and I can speak to the underworld to release people. The underworld was built by my own hand, and Fengdu Emperor is my avatar. Whatever I say, he will execute without fail. The master is the leader of the GS sect, and GS sect disciples are spread throughout the underworld. Even this incarnation of mine is among them. Once a decree is issued, the various departments of the underworld will immediately spring into action. Only when the Saint of Guidance has understood this layer can he personally come to the door. The master of Tongtian smiled slightly at this. Lü Yue, you are not wrong in this regard. The GS sect now holds the underworld in its hands. The mid-level and high-level are all disciples of our sect, and there are many of my disciples placed among the lower ranks. Although the underworld was established by the ancestor Wu, it was truly us who laid the bricks and erected the system. If Zundi dares to intrude into the underworld, 1,000 years of suppression would be light. What I did not expect, however, was that the Saint of Guidance would come seeking help, but only bring some post-heaven items, thinking to exchange for people. Does he take me for an ordinary loose cultivator? Lü Yue chuckled. Master, what he initially offered was merely a test of the price. Once I clarify the matter, even if it pains him, he will have no choice but to pay in full. The master of Tongtian laughed heartily. Living for so many years, it is the first time I have seen the Saint of Guidance brought to this point. It is indeed eye-opening. Since this matter has been settled, you should inform the underworld. After 1,000 years, the ban will be lifted on time, allowing Zuni to return to Shumi Mountain. If delayed by a day, he may suspect our dishonesty. Lü Yue nodded in agreement. I will go to the back mountain to contemplate the heavenly path. If there is an urgent matter, come and find me. Lü Yue stood up and bowed deeply to the master of Tongtian. Disciple respectfully sends off the master. The master of Tongshan's figure faded, leaving him alone in the Bio Palace. Lü Yue looked around, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness into the laws of thunder. There is still 1,000 years until the arrangement of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the human race. Fuxi has not yet reincarnated, and the throne of the human emperor remains vacant. Currently, there are no pressing matters, so it is better to devote oneself to refining techniques and polishing the foundation. The footsteps of the great tribulation of the gods are quietly approaching with the passage of time. After the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, it will be the time of thunder and fire turning the heavens. Time flowed, and 800 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lü Yue's understanding of the laws of thunder progressed another half-step. The 80% realm had faintly touched the threshold of Hunyuan. On this day, as he was concentrating on the flow of thunder patterns, suddenly, he heard the voice of the master of Tongtian. Lü Yue, come to the back mountain. Lü Yue opened his eyes, and the lightning in his gaze flashed and then vanished. He rose and moved swiftly, arriving at the back mountain in an instant. The mountainous realm lay serene and still, where Tongtian Jiaozhu meditated in quiet seclusion with his disciples, Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and the 3 Xiao sisters. Occasionally, he offered subtle guidance, expounding the profound principles of the Tao. Whenever doubts arose, his disciples voiced them immediately, and their questions were resolved on the spot. These were the most esteemed heirs of the GS sect, the bearers of its greatest celestial fortune. Since the sect formally established its 2-tiered hierarchy of direct disciples and core disciples, they had dwelled here, continuously, seldom venturing far. Tongtian Jiaozhu himself resided permanently in the rear mountains, ever ready to answer inquiries. Over the years, their cultivation advanced steadily and profoundly. None lagged behind, all forged ahead with unwavering rigor. Lü Yue stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Master, you summoned me. Do you have a commission for me? Tongtian Jiaozhu lifted his gaze, his expression gentle and warm. Lü Yue, you have ascended yet another level. At this pace, the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal draws near. Lü Yue touched his nose bridge, remaining silent. I am summoned not for a task, but to fulfill an old karmic bond. As you know, I no longer accept disciples. Thus, this duty falls to you. Take the one destined into our sect as your own disciple. Lü Yue recoiled in surprise. Master, you wish me to take a disciple? What karmic tie demands my personal intervention? Is this truly appropriate? Tongtian Jiaozhu regarded him, shaking his head lightly. Were I not resolved to take no more disciples, would this opportunity even fall to you? Were your senior brothers and sisters not yet surpassed in cultivation, would such a decision rest in your hands? Lü Yue stiffened spine, subtly tensing at those words. He sensed the weight in Tongtian Jiaozhu's tone, neither light nor ordinary. Master, who is this person that you hold him so close in your heart? Tantian Jiaozhu raised his eyes, his gaze pierced through clouds, and soared across mountain ranges vanishing into the distant horizon. It is a karmic debt incurred during the mending of heaven itself. Long ago Hongjun Daozu commanded me to journey to the northern sea in search of the black turtle's limbs. There I forged a covenant with the northern sea black turtle I would aid his true spirit's rebirth. And when he returned to the mortal world, a disciple of the Jie sect would come to guide him and formally receive him as a student. Now he has been born anew, blessed with extraordinary fortune. In his previous life, he was the northern sea black turtle whose 4 limbs upheld heaven itself. So long as the celestial pillars remain unbroken, his merit endures unceasingly. All beings of the primordial chaos owe him a life debt from the moment of his birth. Had he not borne heaven upon his back, this world would have crumbled long ago. To speak plainly, this realm owes him a debt beyond measure. Had I not ceased accepting disciples, would such a peerless heir ever fall to your choosing? Lü Yue's brows lifted and a sudden brilliance ignited in his eyes. Master, I shall accept him without hesitation. From this day forth he shall be my first and foremost direct disciple. His talent, blessings, virtue, and celestial fortune are unmatched. No other being in the primordial chaos rivals him. To miss him would be true loss. Even I, his future master, may well need to borrow some of his celestial fortune to stabilize my own Tao foundation. Tantian Jiaozhu cast him a sidelong glance and sighed softly. Very well, this person is granted to you. Depart at once. Before the final syllable faded, a tortoise shell materialized in his palm. Jet black as polished jade, its patterns mirroring constellations. Forged from the black turtle's discarded shell, this relic allows you to sense the resonance of his reincarnated. Though his destiny has been veiled by heaven's will, this shell reveals his general location. 3 million li due south lies a human tribe named Black Turtle. Enter it, and all shall become clear. Lü Yue extended his hand, accepted the shell, and bowed deeply. Grateful for Master's grace. I depart now, and upon returning with my disciple, I shall bring him personally to Bo Palace to pay homage to you, our revered master. With that he flicked his sleeve. His form dissolved into a streak of azure light, cleaving the sky as it surged southward. 3 million li vanished in an instant. He alighted silently at the tribe's periphery, concealed his presence, and withdrew the tortoise shell. The shell trembled faintly, emitting a soft, undulating glow like ripples upon still water, then slowly turned, pointing toward a wooden hut. Following its luminous guidance, Lü Yue approached and paused before the door, revealing himself before knocking gently upon the rustic gate. The door opened. A broad-shouldered man stood upon the threshold, high cheekbones, sinewy arms, eyes sharp with vigilance. What brings the Taoist master here? Lü Yue spoke without preamble, voice deep and clear. Disciple of the Jie sect, Lü Yue. Your son and I share a predestined master-disciple bond. I have come today to formally accept him as my disciple. The man's pupils contracted. He dropped to both knees and prostrated himself. Xianjia, chieftain of the Black Turtle tribe, pays homage to Taoist Lord Lü Yue. Lü Yue stepped half a pace forward and gently lifted the chieftain's elbows. Rise, Chieftain Xianjia. One question only. Will you allow him to walk the path of cultivation with me? Xianjia looked up. Unhesitating, he nodded 3 times. For the Taoist lord to accept him is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Please follow me inside. I shall summon him at once. Lü Yue entered the courtyard and seated himself upon a wooden stump. Moments later, Xianjia hurried forth, cradling an infant in his arms. Lü Yue remained impassive and drew forth the tortoise shell once more. The shell blazed suddenly. Light gushed forth like a fountain, bathing the child's forehead in radiant clarity. Lü Yue inclined his head. His resolve was sealed. Chieftain Xianjia, does the child yet bear a name? Xianjia shook his head. He remains unnamed. We await the Taoist lord's bestowal. Lü Yue lowered his gaze to the infant nestled in Xianjia's arms, skin like congealed cream, eyes like frozen mountain pools, still yet unafraid. Born within the Black Turtle tribe, his surname shall be Xian. The Black Turtle anchors the northern sea. Its nature aligns with the abyssal waters whose unfathomable depth is called Ming. Thus, he shall be named Xianming. 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 Xianjia repeated the name, twice, joy rising to the corners of his eyes. A splendid name. Henceforth he is Xianming. Lü Yue lifted his gaze, noting the infant's tender age, and said, he is too young. I shall remain here for 10 years. At 10 I shall take him to Geneo Island to formally enter the sect. Xianjia exhaled softly, throat tightening, then gave a firm, solemn reply, yes. 10 years flowed past like water over stone, silent, seamless. The infant once held in arms had grown into a tall, upright youth. That morning at dawn, Xianming bound his hair and fastened a wooden sword to his waist, standing before Lü Yue, back straight as a pine, gaze clear and bright. Master, shall we depart today for Geneo Island and Bo Palace? Lü Yue met Xianming's gaze and nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed, it is time we return to Janeo Island. From this day forward you begin your true cultivation of the Tao. You must never slacken. Do you understand? Though Lü Yue held Xianming in highest regard, there was one peculiarity. He loved sleep above all else. Whether inherited from the Black Turtle's bloodline or not, Xianming, once reclined, could lie motionless for entire days. Yet astonishingly, even deep in slumber, primordial spiritual energy flowed toward him like rivers to the sea, permeating his body soundlessly, effortlessly. Lü Yue had once sealed several vital energy channels, with his cultivation arts suppressing that torrential influx. Over 10 years the accumulated spiritual energy had reached saturation, brimming, poised, awaiting only the spark of technique to ignite his metamorphosis. He turned his gaze settling upon Xianjia. I shall now escort Xianming to Janeo Island and Bio Palace. When his cultivation matures, he shall surely return. Should you wish to see him, you are welcome to visit the island at any time. Xianjia waved his hands earnestly. Taoist Lord, rest assured, we shall never disturb his sacred practice. His growth is our tribe's greatest fortune. We dare not hope he attains your own boundless power, only that he may one day safeguard our people's peace and stability. Hearing this, Lü Yue glanced sideways at Xianming, then faced Xianjia again. Rest easy. His future accomplishments will surpass even your deepest hopes. Protecting a single tribe is but his beginning. Protecting all of humanity is the true path he is destined to walk. No further words followed. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Lü Yue lifted Xianming aloft and ascended into the heavens. The master of the Celestial Sect accepted it, his divine sense sinking in. After a moment, he closed his eyes and fell silent, his aura calm as an ancient pond with only a flicker of light occasionally swirling at his fingertips. The silent deduction continued, time flowing by. Days later he slowly opened his eyes. During these few days Lü Yue had been preparing meals for Xianming, capturing several spirit beasts on Golden Ao Island. The white crane was caught and roasted over a fire. The fish dragon was dragged back, its scales peeled and then grilled. Any creature bearing spiritual essence, regardless of its type, was slaughtered for the pot. In just a few days more than a dozen spirit birds and beasts had died at his hands. This morning the master of the Celestial Sect slightly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Lü Yue. Lü Yue, your created attack method is generally accurate, fitting Xianming's foundation. I have made 2 minor adjustments. One pertains to the water control pivot, and the other to the path of spiritual absorption. Take this for careful consideration and thereafter teach him diligently, aiding him to secure the position of the 3rd seat of the GS Sect's 3rd generation. Lü Yue accepted the jade talisman with a nod, focusing intently on it. After a moment, he raised his head to look at the master of the Celestial Sect. Master, if Xianming can follow this path, it would not be difficult for him to ascend as a leader among the 3 teachings. The urgent matter now is the 3 light divine water. He is cultivating the supreme source of all water, scripture, and must use this water for foundation establishment in order to establish a pure Tao foundation, allowing future paths to be unobstructed. The master of the Celestial Sect nodded, saying, You have considered it thoroughly. I have little left in my hands. This matter requires seeking your second master uncle. He possesses a treasure that can gather the light of the sun, moon, and stars, condensing the divine water. I shall set off right away to fetch it for your disciple. With that he waved his sleeve, tearing open a rift in the void, and leaped in, heading straight for Kunlun Mountain. Lü Yue watched his disappearing figure, his expression solemn. The master of the Celestial Sect's willingness to personally go to the Yushu Palace for this matter alone showed the weight of his intentions. He turned to Xianming, speaking in a low voice. Remember what your ancestor has done today. When your cultivation succeeds in the future, you must serve him diligently. He bowed his head to you, not out of coercion, but because you are worthy. Xianming looked up, still not fully understanding human speech, yet grasped the weight of his tone. He silently gazed at the usual meditation place of the master of the Celestial Sect, his eyes steady, as if bearing 1,000 pounds on his shoulders. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint the expectations of my ancestor. Lü Yue nodded, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Such ambition is enough. He paused, and then asked, Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I will go catch it right away. His tone shifted, casual as usual. The kitchen fire had not gone out for several days, and the aroma of spirit meat wafted pleasantly. At this moment the master of the Celestial Sect stood atop Kunlun Mountain. He suddenly realized upon entering the Yushu Palace. In his eagerness he had not thought it through before charging in. What made it more troublesome was that he would have to ask for the 3 light divine water shortly. As his thoughts began to form, the voice of the primordial supreme deity echoed in the hall. Third brother, what brings you here today? The master of the Celestial Sect paused momentarily before swiftly entering the palace, bowing with cupped hands. Second brother, I have urgent matters to entrust. Please lend your assistance. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear. The primordial supreme deity sat on the cloud platform, momentarily surprised upon hearing this. He stared at the master of the Celestial Sect for a long while, as if recognizing him for the first time. In his memory, this third brother had never bowed his head, never asked for favors, and even his manners carried a hint of sharpness. "Are you in trouble?" he asked slowly. "Is there someone who dares to bully you? The Excalibur array has not been activated, and the Chaos Bell still hangs. Is there anyone in the wilderness who would dare to challenge you?" The master of the Celestial Sect frowned. "Second brother, there's no need to beat around the bush. I need to borrow the 3 light divine water for a use. If you give it, then fine. If not, I will return to the island immediately." The primordial supreme deity's expression darkened. "Tong Tian, is this how you asked for something? Since you have come to my door, it means you have something to ask. If you continue to treat me with your old attitude, it would be better for you to leave." The master of the Celestial Sect suddenly stood up, his sleeves billowing like waves. "Yuan, sure, who gave you the wrong impression that I cannot ask for things? I can collect the 3 light divine water myself. Oh, I just do not wish to expend that effort." "Well then, if you do not give it, then don't." He turned and tore through the void, his figure vanishing instantly within the rift. The primordial supreme deity remained seated, his fingertips lightly tapping the cloud bed 3 times before finally raising his hand to brush it. The torn space folded back together silently. He gazed at the sea of clouds outside the hall, remaining silent for a long time. The master of the Celestial Sect returned to the back mountain only to find Lü Yue and Xianming absent from their original spots. Remembering that his disciple needed the 3 light divine water for foundation establishment, he pondered for a moment and made a decision. Shui Huatongzi fetched the fishing drum and beat it to summon. All disciples of the Jie sect returned to the mountain immediately. Shui Huatongzi, who was meditating, heard the call and rose, heading directly into the Bio Palace to get the drum. As the drumstick fell, the sound waves spread like ripples, silently radiating throughout the wilderness. All who held the Jie sect's token felt their spirits shake and turned to head towards Golden Ao Island. Lü Yue was just tearing off a wing of an immortal crane to eat when he suddenly heard the sound of the drum breaking through the air, his brows slightly furrowing. "Xianming, take your time, or I have something to attend to, so I will leave first." Xianming, still chewing on meat, mumbled a reply, then raised his hand to grab another crane leg, continuing to devour it. Lü Yue's figure flashed, and he was already before the Bio Palace. The hall was empty with no sight of his master, so he turned and headed towards the back mountain. From a distance, he saw the master of the Celestial Sect sitting alone on a blue stone, his steps unhalted as he approached. "Master, has something happened?" The master of the Celestial Sect's gaze was calm, his tone indifferent. "If Yuan Shi does not permit the water, then I will not ask for it. Since there is nothing readily available, we shall refine it ourselves. If the entire sect works together, we should be able to produce the elixir in 10 days, enough for Xianming's needs." Lü Yue lowered his gaze in silence, simply placing the half-eaten crane bone on his knee, lightly tapping it twice with his knuckles. In the following days, the cloud roads were woven, and the disciples of the Jie sect returned from the 4 corners and 8 wastelands, some riding sword light, some riding the mist, some stepping on turtle and snake, and some summoning thunder and wind, all arriving at the shore of Golden Ao Island. On this day, the master of the Celestial Sect slightly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the sea of clouds, stopping outside the island. "Lü Yue, go and welcome Guangqingzi." Lü Yue paused, raising his eyes. "Guangqingzi? Is it that disciple of my second master, uncle?" The master of the Celestial Sect nodded and said no more. Lü Yue rose from his seat, his feet generating wind as he exited. He truly did not understand. Why had Guangqingzi come to the island at this time? Guangqingzi was not here of his own volition. He had been in seclusion in a cave in Kunlun Mountain when he suddenly received a divine thought from the primordial supreme deity, commanding him to bring the 3 light divine water to Golden Ao Island and present it to the master of the Celestial Sect. In the Yushu Palace, he wished to decline, but the words caught in his throat. A master's command cannot be defied. Even if he felt displeased, he could only accept the jade bottle and soar out of the mountain. As he traveled, he saw various lights of escape continuously rushing towards Golden Ao Island. He felt puzzled, but did not stop to inquire. Upon arriving outside the island, he found figures falling like rain, their cultivation levels varying. He glanced around, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. He had always been proud, inheriting the legacy of Yuan Shi, viewing etiquette as a guiding principle, placing great importance on his own dignity. After waiting for nearly half an hour outside the island, not a single person came to greet him. He felt a surge of displeasure, no longer willing to wait, and directly urged his cloud to enter. Golden Ao Island is a sacred place as decreed by the sages. He deliberately acted contrary to the rules, hovering high in the clouds, his robe sleeves fluttering, his gaze looking down as if viewing ants. The faces of the crowd below turned cold. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out. The speaker had hair like flames, dressed in a flowing red robe with a fire-patterned sword hanging at his waist. Guangqingzi cast a sidelong glance and said, "Tai, Golden Immortal. Do you think you are worthy to stop me? I am Guangqingzi, the foremost disciple of the Primordial Supreme Being. I have come on my master's orders to deliver something, yet you, the Jie Jiao, do not even have a guide. Has your mountain gate fallen into disrepair? Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere around suddenly grew tense. Guangqingzi, you should show some mercy with your words. If you don't descend from the clouds, don't blame me for taking action. Guangqingzi flicked his sleeves, standing unmoved in the clouds, a cold smile on his face. Someone stepped forward from the crowd, flames emanating from beneath him. Luo Xian is here. Today I shall teach you what it means to embody the spirit of Jie Jiao. With his words, twin dragons soared into the sky, their red scales glowing, accompanied by a fierce wind rushing towards them. Guangqingzi flicked his fingers lightly, unleashing a bolt of azure-white lightning that shattered the fire dragon, leaving its remnants like ash in the wind. Luo Xian's pupils narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, flipping over a black-skinned gourd that appeared in his hand. As he pulled the stopper, a piercing caw of crows filled the air. 3,000 fire crows surged out from the gourd, their wings entirely red, beaks and claws ablaze, forming a swirling formation in the sky, blocking out the sun. These 3,000 crows were handpicked from 1,000,000 each, infused with a fire seed drawn by the blazing sun, and refined into their true forms over 3,000 years, thus forming this elite army. As the 3,000 fire crows charged towards him, their wings enveloped in crimson flames, the scorching heat surged. While a single one could be dealt with, a swarm became quite troublesome. Guangqingzi glanced upward, feeling the heat wave rush towards him, his brow slightly furrowed. Luo Xian, you can actually refine weapons using living beings. With flesh as the guide and true fire as the bones, that's quite a ruthless method. Can a disciple of the Tongtian master accommodate such a refining method? The fire crows had pressed within 100 steps. He no longer hesitated, and a disheveled bell flew out from his sleeve. Fall. As the bell rang, the flock of crows plummeted in response, falling like raindrops onto the rocks of Janeo Island. Luo Xian's pupils contracted with a flick of his fingers and a hand sign. The gourd's mouth glowed, drawing all the falling fire crows back. He bent down to pick up a few charred feathers, crushing them between his fingers, not uttering a word. Suddenly someone from the crowd stepped forward. Guangqingzi, let me take over. Before his words faded, a heavy black iron hammer had sliced through the wind towards him. The Han Yuan hammer, a personal gift from Tongtian. The newcomer was none other than Wu Yunxian, the former head attendant of the 7 Immortals. Guangqingzi swiftly drew out his dual swords, the blades clashing against the shadow of the hammer, the sound of metal striking metal resonating, shaking the surrounding spiritual energy. They maintained their standoff for just 3 breaths before Wu Yunxian shouted from his throat, Han Yuan, great hand seal. The void behind him suddenly tore open, a massive hand forming out of thin air, its fingers pressing down like a mountain. Guangqingzi did not retreat, his purple robes glowing faintly as the palm forcefully slammed down his robe, showing not the slightest movement. He let out a cold laugh. Is that all the strength you possess? Wu Yunxian's expression darkened as he withdrew the hammer and drew his sword, the blade's tip pointing directly at Guangqingzi's throat, transforming into a blue rainbow, charging forward. Above the clouds, Lü Yue had been standing silently for a long time. When Luo Xian took action, he did not move. When Luo Xian retreated, he remained still. Even when Wu Yunxian summoned his hammer, he still did not budge. Only when the 2 weapons clashed and spiritual light erupted did he finally nod slightly. This child has a solid foundation, a calm disposition, genuine skills, and loyalty worthy of trust. He lightly tapped his toes, and his figure descended into the arena. With a sweep of his sleeve, 2 streams of energy struck at the backs of both men, forcing Guangqingzi and Wu Yunxian to each step back 3 feet. Guangqingzi, it is time for you to leave. Lü Yue spoke, his voice not loud, yet each word penetrated the ears. Your intentions have already been understood by my master. Relay to the Primordial Saint. Jie Jiao will not borrow the 3 light divine water. Guangqingzi's gaze sharpened. Lü Yue, who permitted you to relay messages on behalf of my master? I have come on orders. How can I return empty-handed? Lü Yue's eyes grew colder as he stepped aside half a step. If that is the case, follow me into the palace to meet the saint. Guangqingzi walked with his head held high, passing through the path opened by the Jie Jiao Immortals, his steps steady, heading directly into the Bio Palace. Lü Yue sat down on the high lotus seat, while Guangqingzi stood at the steps bowing to Tongtian. Tongtian master, my master sent me to deliver the 3 light divine water here, stating it is for your use. After a slight pause, he swept a glance at the immortals in the hall, his voice rising sharply. But how is it that under your guidance your disciples behave so unruly? Having encountered a senior brother without courtesy and hearing the decree without respect, those that hatch from wet eggs exist, and those with fur and horns exist as well. Even if they receive the Taoist enlightenment, can they not change their wild nature? Tong Tian sat unmoved, his finger gently tapping on the cloud table. Lü Yue suddenly stood up, waving his sleeve, a chill filling the hall. In the Holy Master's Taoist sanctuary, there is no concept of heat or cold. At this moment, icicles silently formed at the eaves, and the incense burner's smoke froze midair. Did the Primordial Saint teach you to speak this way, eh? Lü Yue stared at Guang Chengzi, his voice straight. Do you know that by saying this you are stepping on someone else's face? Guang Chengzi raised an eyebrow. Is that not the truth? Lü Yue no longer answered. A strand of mysterious light burst forth from his palm, wrapping around Guang Chengzi, like chains forcing him to retreat 3 steps, yet he was still lifted into the air. In the next moment, Lü Yue stood on the sea cliff outside Janeo Island. He flicked his fingers, and Guang Chengzi was heavily slammed into the crevices of the rocks, his limbs bound by 4 azure talismans, unable to move. You have insulted the saint, scorned your elders, and spoken rebelliously. Lü Yue looked up at the sky, his voice piercing through the clouds. Today you will be temporarily detained here, waiting for the saint to personally wield the punishment whip, administering 100 strokes. With a flash of talisman light, the seal descended. Lü Yue's hand crackled with thunder, condensing into a long azure-purple whip, the tip flickering with electric light. He raised his hand and swung down, aiming directly for Guang Chengzi's face. Since you set foot on Janeo Island, your words have been excessive, your actions out of line, stepping over the boundaries of Jiejiao. This 100 lashes, not one less. Before he finished speaking, the second whip had already arrived. Guang Chengzi's shoulder was torn open, blood spilling, his throat swelling. His body swayed twice before he could no longer hold on, crying out, Master, save me. If you delay any longer, I will lose my life here. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, the Primordial Supreme Being's eyes suddenly opened, his divine sense sweeping over the east sea, his expression changing several times, and his brows furrowing tightly. Lü Yue, stop. His voice arrived before he did. The Primordial Supreme Being stood in midair, his sleeves unmoving, yet his pressure weighed down like a mountain. Lü Yue stood upright, not withdrawing the whip, but instead slammed the whip's tail down onto the ground, causing thunder patterns to explode 3 feet high. The Primordial Saint arrives at just the right moment. This high disciple of yours publicly rebuked my teaching, as left path outside Bo Palace, ridiculed the Tongtian master for not discerning right from wrong, and claimed that Jiejiao disciples are merely a herd of beasts. Is this what you taught him? Or did he come to this realization on his own? The Primordial Supreme Being's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Guang Chengzi's back. 3 crimson whip marks crossed his spine, the flesh rolled up the edges, charred, still crackling with fine electric sparks. His fingers trembled slightly as the 3 treasures Rui leaped from his sleeve, hovering in his palm, to offend one's superior and defy the laws of propriety. Today I shall take charge on behalf of Tongtian. Lü Yue did not retreat, but advanced instead. The Zixiao Divine Thunder banner unfurled in the wind, the Zidian hammer humming violently. The heavenly tower above descended with a mysterious yellow energy, while the cauldron of creation beneath him floated with chaotic light. He raised both hands, launching the flag and hammer together. Black thunder split the clouds from the night sky, condensing into a thick, ink-colored beam of light, crashing down towards the 3 treasures Rui. Clang! The sound of gold and jade clashing shook the sea surface, sending waves rising 100 feet high. The Rui was knocked away, its golden light dimming, falling into the distant clouds. The Primordial Supreme Being's eyes narrowed. Destruction, divine thunder. The force is acceptable. Unfortunately, your cultivation is insufficient to shake the foundation. Lü Yue did not respond, instead urging the thunder again. The second black thunder fell faster and more violently, striking directly at the heavenly spirit of the Primordial Supreme Being. Qingyun mist rose majestically, and 10,000 golden lanterns blossomed from the clouds, layer upon layer, floating above his head. Black lightning struck the lanterns. The flames exploded and reignited instantly, an unbroken cycle of destruction and rebirth. The lightning light fragmented inch by inch, yet the golden lanterns remained utterly unscathed. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly. This realm approaches the initial stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal cultivation level. Lü Yue clasped his fists in salute, voice calm and measured. Your grace honors me excessively. My cultivation remains far beneath such distinction. As the words left his lips, a streak of azure light shot across the sky from the direction of Bo Palace. Tongtian Jiaozhu appeared, his indigo robe unwrinkled, hands clasped behind his back, standing motionless. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned slightly. Third brother, you dare allow your disciples to strike